When Suyi opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a wall covered in creeping ivy. Ash-green vines climbed over half the wall, the dense leaves layering over one another in thick clusters. There was wind, the entire wall seemed to ripple as if it were alive. She instinctively closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, the same wall still filled her vision. No, that was wrong. She had just been in the car. She had just finished interrogating a case, walked out of the municipal bureau, gotten into the car, closed her eyes. Linyu had said they would go to East Street for hot pot that night. She had agreed. And then what? She lowered her head. A silver-white bracelet had appeared around her left wrist. It fit so perfectly that not even a hairline gap remained. It did not look as if it had been fastened on, but as if it had grown out from beneath her skin. A line of words floated upon the bracelet's surface: player number 007. Her heart sank. It was not fear, but something more disturbing than fear: loss of control. She loathed losing control. In the interrogation room, at crime scenes, in any unfamiliar environment, she was accustomed to being the first person to seize the initiative. Yet now she did not even know how she had arrived here. Suyi pried at the bracelet. It did not budge. She searched all around it for a seam. There was none. The entire bracelet was a single piece, its material somewhere between metal and plastic. Her fingernails scraped across it without making a sound. She lifted her head and began for the first time to truly take in the place before her. It was a 3-story brick and timber structure from the Republican-era, blue-gray brick and dark tiles. Above the main gate, 4 characters were carved: Rinji Medical College. Dust had caked thickly in the grooves of each stroke, as if no hand had touched them for decades. The copper door rings were crusted with green patina, and a few withered blades of grass had forced their way out of cracks in the stone steps. There was a faint, indescribable odor in the air. Formalin. Not entirely. It was mingled with the smell of old timber, aged paper, and a subtle, cloying trace of sweetness and blood. She had once encountered this same odor when searching an abandoned hospital, and afterward dreamt for 3 nights. A dozen or so people were standing at the entrance. Suyi's gaze swept across their faces one by one. This was her habit. In any unfamiliar setting, the first thing she always did was to observe everyone present: who was nervous, who was feigning calm, who might pose a threat, who could be used as a source of information. This was an instinct honed by 3 years in criminal profiling. The man in the checkered shirt was speaking quietly to the person beside him. His speech was fast, but his voice was held very low. When he spoke, he reflexively covered his mouth, not because he feared being overheard, but because he lacked confidence. He had some experience, but not enough years to command a room. A girl crouched on the steps was trembling. The thin jacket she wore was plastered to her body by the wind. She looked barely past 20, her eyes round and wide as if she had just been dragged out of her dorm room. First time in a dungeon. Suyi identified it at a glance. Veteran players did not tremble at the door, they only trembled once inside. Several others stood in small clusters of 2s and 3s. Their expressions varied, yet all engaged in the same action. They were lowering their heads to look at their bracelets. Suyi rested her back against the gate pillar. From this position, she could see everyone's movements. Her back was against something solid, so she did not need to divide her attention. In her mind, she began to compile a list: head count, gender ratio, probable occupational traits, the ratio of veterans to newcomers. Then her gaze halted on someone who had just turned the street corner. Her breath stalled for a beat. Not because of who he was, but because she knew him. Suyi remembered clearly 2 years ago in a decrepit inn on the border, while she was chasing a cross-province lead, he had disguised himself as the innkeeper. She had asked him where she could get signal, and he had told her there was a utility pole 300 meters to the left outside the door. She had circled around, only to find the pole was broken. By the time she came back to slap the table, he had already swapped her water for a fresh glass. His expression, so guileless it was, as if he had never lied to her. That was the first time they fought. Later she investigated his background through other channels. Lu Jinghan, formerly of a special reconnaissance unit, after discharge he had signed on as a mercenary taking exclusively cross-border assignments. In the file there was a note: close quarters combat, rated excellent, cumulative wilderness survival time exceeding 2,000 hours, had completed 3 high-difficulty hostage rescues alone, without support. The file did not add that he was infuriating. That conclusion was her own. His stride was half a step longer than most people's. When he walked, his feet landed on the balls, his center of gravity held low, a gait formed only by someone long accustomed to moving across unstable terrain. His shoulders were broad, the edge of his sleeve was frayed not from age, but from rough use. He lifted his head, his gaze threaded through the people at the entrance, and landed unerringly on her. Suyi did not move, nor did Lu Jinghan. They regarded each other across a distance of 7 or 8 people like 2 animals that had caught each other's scent. Suyi spoke first. Her voice was not loud, but it was level. "What are you doing here?" "I'll ask first," Lu Jinghan replied. His voice had grown a shade hoarser than 3 years ago, but his tone was unchanged. "What are you doing here?" "I asked first. And because you asked first, I have to answer first." A female player nearby parted her lips, seemingly about to intervene, but the person beside her pulled her back. The one who pulled her shook their head. It was not that they feared a fight breaking out. It was that the tension between these two made one instinctively certain that standing between them was a bad idea. Suyi rolled her eyes. It was a genuine eye roll rising straight up from her chest without hesitation and without pretense. Her disdain for this man required no concealment and could not have been hidden anyway. Lu Jinghan saw it. His response was a slight furrowing of his brows. It was an expression that said you're doing this again, laced with impatience and the frustration of being unable to reason with her, an expression that appeared only when facing someone familiar. They were not strangers. They had subsequently crossed paths 3 or 4 times, always on cases, always in dubious circumstances. Each time they argued, each time they fought, each time they sabotaged one another, and each time both their cases were nonetheless solved. This was why they had tolerated one another so many times. It was not willingness, but necessity. The last time they met had been a year ago. Suya's partner had died during a pursuit. From the shadows, Lu Jinghan had drawn away the final burst of enemy fire for her. When he emerged, he said nothing. He merely glanced at her kneeling on the ground, and remarked, if you had circled from the left just now, he might still be alive. Suya had said nothing. She knew he was right, but she could not admit it. If she did, she would not be able to go on living. So all she said was get lost. He had left. This was the first time she had seen him again in a year. The bracelet suddenly vibrated. A current shot from her wrist to her fingertips did not truly hurt, but the suddenness of it made Suyi lower her head to stare at the bracelet, a faint frown forming between her brows. Lu Jinghan also lowered his head. He wore the same silver bracelet on his hand bearing the number 008. Before either of them could ask, an electronic voice issued from the bracelet. It was devoid of emotion, devoid of inflection, every syllable spaced with mechanical precision. Player 007 and Player 008 have established a link. Shared life has taken effect. Wishing you a pleasant cooperation. Suya's mind buzzed. Shared life. She slowly lifted her head and met Lu Jinghan's gaze. The impatience on his face was ebbing, replaced by something else, the same dawning disbelief taking shape. Bound to you. Suyi was the first to speak. You're asking me. Lu Jinghan's voice rose half a notch. You think I wanted this? If you didn't, why didn't you refuse? Tell me how I'm supposed to refuse. He raised his wrist, thrusting the bracelet toward her. Do you see any kind of refuse button on this? Suyi did not respond to that. She merely turned her head aside, drew in a long breath, and looked elsewhere, not out of guilt, but because she could not be bothered to keep arguing with him. She had a multitude of questions, but none that could be answered immediately. The only certainty was this: she was bound to this man. From certain rumors she had heard, if this truly was one of those infinite stream dungeons, then shared life likely meant. If he was injured, she would feel the pain as well. If he died, she would not live either. She had spent a year avoiding anything that had to do with him. Now he had been welded directly onto her fate. As though someone had deliberately pinched the two of them together just to see what would happen. Suyi turned the bracelet once around her wrist, then leaned back against the gate pillar again. You planning to stand here spacing out until we can leave? Lu Jinghan's voice came from beside her. If you've got a way out, you go, Suyi replied without looking at him. I'm asking. And I'm waiting. Lu Jinghan exhaled through his nose, walked over to the pillar opposite her, and leaned against it as well. The two of them folded their arms, each looking out toward the gate, each refusing to look at the other. The distance between them was exactly 3 steps, far enough that they could still grab one another in time, close enough that they remained an eyesore. On the 3rd minute of their silence, the gate opened. It was not pushed by anyone, it opened of its own accord. The hinges gave a long drawn-out groan as the 2 doors slowly swung inward, revealing the darkness within. The air seemed to stir, as if something deep within had just taken a breath. Suyi did not move. She was counting. 3 seconds after the doors opened, the darkness inside remained unchanged. It was not a matter of lighting. The building itself refused light. Someone stepped inside first, then a second and a third. One by one, silhouettes vanished into the darkness beyond the doors. Suyi waited until the end. The instant she moved her foot, she caught in the corner of her eye Lu Jinghan lifting his leg as well. They crossed the threshold at the same time. The sound of the doors closing behind them was very soft, far softer than when they had opened. It was as if the doors had finally received the ones they had been waiting for, and were satisfied. On the bracelet, the line of text quietly shifted: dungeon loading complete. Welcome to Renji Medical. The moment the door closed behind them, every sound from outside was cut off. Wind rustling, leaves, the distant cry of some unseen bird. Everything that belonged to the outside vanished in the instant the door panels met. Only a vast hollow humming remained in Suyi's ears, as if her head had been plunged into a water jar. Then she saw them, a dozen or so figures standing in the middle of the hall. Not the group that had been at the door just now. No, it was the same group. Their builds, clothes, and positions were identical. But their faces were wrong. Not faceless, simply impossible to see clearly. A thin mist seemed to veil each face, blurring the features into a smudge of ashen white, like an old photograph rubbed over once with an eraser. Suyi stepped forward, and all of the faces turned toward her at the exact same moment. Their movements were so uniform they hardly seemed alive. Her heart skipped a beat, not from fear. She had handled too many crime scenes. Her threshold for fear was far higher than most people's. It was because she did not understand. The unknown was what unsettled her. Lu Jinghan walked past her, heading straight toward the nearest of the human-shaped figures and reaching out his hand. "Don't touch." Suyi's warning came just ahead of his hand. But Lu Jinghan's fingers had already clamped down on the figure's shoulder and shoved it outward. The figure stumbled half a step back and steadied like a wax mannequin that had just been given a shove. Then it slowly turned back and returned to its original position, its movements a full 2 beats slower than a living person's. Lu Jinghan withdrew his hand and glanced down at his palm as if disgusted by having touched something filthy. "Alive," he said, "but not human. It just hasn't woken up yet." Suyi stared at the figure's hand hanging at its side. That hand was trembling ever so slightly, not with fear, but like muscles waiting for a command. The person is here, but the consciousness hasn't connected. When you moved it just now, it almost linked up. Then why did you tell me not to touch it? I told you not to touch it before I finished looking. So you're done looking. I was halfway. Then say it faster next time. Suyi did not continue. It was not that she did not want to argue. Her wristband had started vibrating again. This time the vibration lasted longer than at the door. A line of text surfaced on her wrist. Instance Warren Medical College Rule 1: Find 3 keys and open the door to the underground passage. Rule 2: After 8 p.m. remaining on the first floor or outdoors is forbidden. Rule 3: Shared life has been activated. Current online players 12. Good luck. Suyi finished reading the lines. There were not many rules, and each was so succinct there was no room for interpretation. What she focused on was the third rule: shared life has been activated. It did not say established, but activated, as if this mechanism had always been there and had only just begun to run. She had no time to voice this thought before a dull ache suddenly blossomed in her back, as if someone had driven an elbow into her scapula from behind. The force was not great, but it came out of nowhere. Suyi snapped around. No one stood behind her. The human-shaped figures in the hall remained where they were, motionless. Lu Jinghan stood 3 steps away from her. She reached back to touch her shoulder. Pain. Not an illusion. "Did you bump into something?" she asked him. "I've been standing here," Lu Jinghan said with a slight frown. "Did you see me move?" Suyi fixed her gaze on him. His expression did not look like that of a liar. Though even when he deserved a beating, he never looked like he was lying. But she could tell this time his face held something different. Confusion. Not an act for her benefit, but genuine bafflement. She suddenly thought of something. "When you pushed that thing just now, which hand did you use?" "Both." "How much force?" "Not much." "Not much meaning how much?" "Enough to push it away without—" Suyi drew in a deep breath. She roughly understood now. "What you pushed was that thing, but your wrist also registered the force on my body, not fully synchronized, delayed by about 30 seconds. Lu Jinghan looked at her, the confusion in his eyes slowly morphing. He was not stupid, he was simply used to letting his body move first. "So you're saying if I get hurt you'll feel the pain too, just very late. Maybe it won't be slow every time." Suyi dropped her hand from her shoulder. "It's the first binding, the delay might just be an initialization issue. The second time it might be in sync. Are you in pain now?" "It hurt just now. And now, it's gone." Lu Jinghan nodded, then lifted his hand, as if to slap his own arm. Suyi grabbed his wrist. Her movement was so fast, even she had not anticipated it. His hand was harder than she had expected, a faint throb of veins visible beneath the skin. She realized she was gripping the inner side of his wrist at the artery, an angle that in combat could be used to break an opponent's hold in a single move, but she only held him without twisting back. "Are you sick in the head?" she said, her voice as flat, as if stating a fact. "Experiment," Lu Jinghan replied, glancing down at her hand on his. "You were thinking the same thing. I have a brain. I don't need to hit myself to prove it. If you have a brain, prove it to me." Suyi did not let go. She stared at him for a moment, then released him, and wiped her fingers on her sleeve, as if she had touched something unclean. Lu Jinghan noticed the gesture, but said nothing. They both fell silent, then turned at the same time, and walked off in different directions. Suyi to the left, Lu Jinghan to the right. After about 10 steps a dull ache throbbed through Suyi's shinbone. She stopped and looked down. No visible injury, but the blunt pain was very real. A heartbeat later, she heard a quiet curse from the far end of the right-hand corridor. The sound was not loud, but the corridor was so empty the echo carried. Suyi turned and walked in that direction. It was not concern, it was verification. She needed to confirm the delay and range of this binding. Lu Jinghan was crouched behind a half-open door at the end of the corridor, hand clamped over his leg, looking like a large dog that had tripped over a chair leg. Hurting, but more embarrassed than in pain. "Ran into the operating table," he said before she could ask. "You walk without looking. It's too dark in there." "Too dark, and you don't turn on the lights." "There are no lights." Suyi stepped past him and glanced inside. There really were no lights in the room, only a window half-boarded over letting in a smear of dusty gray light. The edge of the operating table was sheathed in metal, in the darkness, its outline was almost impossible to make out. As she straightened, her knees struck the doorframe, the blunt pain flaring in sync. She forced herself not to make a sound. Lu Jinghan looked up at her. You hit something too. None of your business. It's shared. Of course it's my business. Then take care of your own leg, and stop dragging me down. Then take care of your own knee, and stop dragging me down. They glanced at each other, then simultaneously averted them. After a moment, Suyi straightened, and looked again toward the end of the corridor. Between the operating room door and the frame was a mark, about the size of a fingernail, scratched into the wood with the tip of a key shaped like a curved arrow pointing deeper inside. Someone's been here, she said. Not from our batch of players. How do you know? This scratch is new. The exposed wood had not yet fully oxidized but must have been carved within the last 6 hours. We arrived 10 minutes ago. So it was the previous batch. This instance has been opened more than once. Lu Jinghan stood up and brushed the dust from his knee. There was no wound, the pain had ebbed, but his expression had grown darker than before. It was not fear. It was awareness of the fact that they were not the first to be trapped here, and that beneath the shell of this medical college lay another deeper set of rules. Can you find them? I can only find what's left, Suyi said. Not where they went. Then she pushed open the operating room door and stepped inside. Lu Jinghan followed behind her. This time, he walked very close. So close that when Suyi turned back, she almost bumped into his chest. Too close, she said. 3 steps within, he said, glancing at her. So I don't run into anything again. Then you go in front. Aren't you the one looking for clues? Looking for clues requires space. I'll give you space. Lu Jinghan stepped back. Not too far, not too little, exactly 1 step. The operating room fell quiet again. Suyi walked to the operating table and lowered her head to examine the arrangement of instruments on its surface. The tools were in order, not scattered, which meant the room had not been ransacked. But 1 pair of forceps had been placed outside the tray, its direction misaligned. Set down in a spot where someone had once picked it up and then returned it. She filed this detail away in her mind. Then she heard movement behind her from Lu Jinghan. He was rifling through a medicine cabinet, his hands deft, pulling each drawer open and closing it in turn, missing nothing and wasting no time. In that moment, Suyi felt a faint discomfort, not because he was an eyesore, but because he was efficient enough. It left her at a loss for words. She could not find a reason to scold him. Her reasons for cursing people were fewer than the times she actually did it, but never before had she so wanted him to make a few more mistakes. The corridor grew darker than when they entered. It wasn't that the lights had gone out, rather the light from the high window. Suyi glanced up, a layer of yellowish dust coated the glass, and the sky outside seemed weighed down by something appearing uniformly dark. It wasn't that the sky was black, but that the building itself was absorbing the light. She had not spoken since leaving the operating room. Lu Jinghan walked a couple of steps behind her, his footsteps were light, yet in the emptiness of the corridor, every step felt like a thud against the eardrum. The staircase was at the end of the corridor. Before heading upstairs, Suyi paused and looked back at the other end of the corridor. The humanoid figures were still standing in the hall, their movements slightly more animated than before. They were not alive again, they were repeating actions. One was repeatedly adjusting its collar, freezing for 3 seconds after finishing, then starting over. Another stood in the corner, its lips moving continuously, but no sound emerged. They are rehearsing, Suyi said. Rehearsing what? The last thing they did in life. Lu Jinghan did not. It wasn't that he didn't want to reply, he simply wasn't good at engaging in such conversations. He had seen many dead people, but this was the first time he encountered the shadows of the deceased. The sensation was strange, not terrifying but awkward. It felt as if someone was playing a broken videotape on repeat. You didn't want to watch, but couldn't turn it off. The second floor was darker than the first. The nurse station's countertop was covered in a layer of dust, the medical record rack tilted to one side, and iron record clips scattered across the floor. They weren't slippery underfoot, but produced a faint metallic scraping sound. The duty roster on the bulletin board had faded to the point where the writing was nearly illegible save for a few night shift annotations circled in red ink that were still barely recognizable. The second key hung on a nail on the bulletin board. Suyi spotted it first. It wasn't because she had sharp eyes, it was because the key was glowing. A faint glow emerged after the screen of her wristband went dark like a reflective little nail. The key was small, copper-colored, tied with a frayed black string, and hung on the nail, contrasting sharply with the dilapidated bulletin board. Suyi walked over. The moment she reached out, a hand swooped down from above her, snatching the key. She turned around. Lu Jinghan stood behind her, the key spinning in his hand. It's mine now. I saw it first. You took it from above my head. You were blocking me. You could have gone around. Too much trouble. Suyi stopped conversing with him. She simply lifted her leg and kicked at his side. The force was moderate, but she hit the right spot. He shifted slightly, his grip loosening, and the key flew out of his hand. Both of them chased after it. The key flipped through the air a few times, landing on the corridor floor, bouncing twice before sliding into the shadows of the staircase. Suyi was half a step quicker than Lu Jinghan. She had calculated the falling direction when she kicked him and angled her start accordingly. But Lu Jinghan bumped into her from the side. He didn't use all his strength, it was like a basketball positioning play, just enough to throw off her balance. Then they saw a hand emerge from the staircase, picking up the key. A man in a checkered shirt stepped out of the shadows, the key bouncing in his hand, and smiled at them. Thanks. He then turned and ran. Su Yi and Lu Jinghan spoke in unison. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Why were you stealing? Why did you kick? If you hadn't stolen it, could I have kicked you? If you hadn't kicked, would the key have fallen? Su Yi did not continue this back and forth. She sprinted after him. The two of them, one on each side, turned two corners in the corridor and finally cornered the man in checkered shirt at the door of a room marked specimen room. The man in checkered shirt was trapped in the middle. He looked left and right, his smile fading. Give me the key, Su Yi said. Why should I? He instinctively pulled the key closer to his chest, taking a step back. I found it first. Did you find it, or did we take it first? It's in your hand. The man in checkered shirt paused, perhaps not expecting her to push back. Lu Jinghan circled around him from the left, blocking his retreat. He said nothing, but positioned himself to convey to the man in checkered shirt, either hand it over or be searched. The man hesitated for a few seconds before releasing his grip. Su Yi caught the key. Next time don't pick it up. The man in checkered shirt mumbled something as he left, but she couldn't hear and didn't care. She looked down at the key. On the back there were faint engraved letters, the strokes very fine, but legible, number 1 East District. The first underground passage. She said, East, South, West, North. East. Let's find the entrance to the East District first. Lu Jinghan tilted his head, looking toward the end of the corridor. The directional sign on the wall had fallen apart for the most part. The remaining aluminum plate hung askew, and its writing had been scratched, barely revealing the character East and an arrow. This way, he said. Su Yi followed, took a few steps, and suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. She turned to look at the door of the specimen room. There was a small brass plaque on the door attached with the same type of chain as the one holding the key on the bulletin board. The plaque bore a number 1943. This year is significant, she said as if talking to herself. Whether for the founding or the closure of the medical school, there must be a timeline. If they could find the archives from that year. Before she could finish, an icy chill suddenly coursed through her back. It wasn't a drop in temperature. It was a chill that shot up her spine as if ice had scraped along her vertebrae. Su Yi instinctively tensed her shoulders, her fingers curling slightly. She controlled it, but her breath hitched. At the same time, Lu Jinghan's back stiffened for a moment. They exchanged glances. Then they both realized. The chill was not from themselves, it was shared. What they shared was not pain but fear. It wasn't their fear, it was someone else's. Someone tied to them was someone is below, Su Yi said, her voice low. It's not us. No. They quickened their pace in unison. As they passed each door, Su Yi scanned the numbers and directions on the door plates. She wasn't memorizing the way. She was mapping it out. She mentally marked the coordinates of each door's location, orientation, and distance to the staircase. This was a habit she had developed at the police station. Upon entering any building, she felt she hadn't arrived until she had mentally mapped out the first route. At the end of the corridor, turning east led to a staircase going down. The steps were narrower than those from the first to the second floor, and the handrails added later had rusted at the joints. Here the lighting was completely useless. Not broken, but there were no lights at all. Su Yi steadied herself against the wall, her fingers touching the damp cement, as she descended, taking each step firmly before daring to move to the next. Below was an iron door half open, with light spilling through the gap. It wasn't light from a bulb. It was a pale blue glow flickering like phosphorescence, unstable. Su Yi pushed the door open. Inside was the specimen room. Rows of glass cabinets reached up to the ceiling, each containing a human specimen. Not the kind of assembled models used for teaching, but actual human bodies preserved and soaked in yellowing formaldehyde. Some were bowed, some leaned forward, and some had their arms suspended in midair like hands reaching out in their final moments of drowning. The smell was thick like a wall. Lu Jinghan stood behind her. She heard him exhale a short breath that escaped his nose. Are you scared? Su Yi did not turn around. I'm afraid this smell will make me vomit. Su Yi didn't respond, as she was also suppressing her nausea. Then they heard a sound, not from the cabinets. It was coming from the direction of the corridor, the staircase they had just descended. A very faint sound of footsteps, one by one, very rhythmic. It wasn't a shadow, it was a real person. But the footsteps were too slow. A person wouldn't move that slowly in such a building unless they wanted to avoid being heard by something. Su Yi turned off the light on her wristband. At the same time, Lu Jinghan retreated behind the door. The footsteps grew closer. Then they stopped right outside the iron door. The light filtering through the door was blocked halfway. Something stood motionless at the door. Su Yi fished out the key from her pocket, clutching it in her palm. The metal pressed against her fingers, cold and painful. Then the door opened. The door opened. A female player stood outside, the one who had been stopped by the plaid shirt at the entrance. One hand rested on the door frame, while the other clenched a bracelet, her chest heaving, as if she had just run a great distance. The second floor, she gasped. The figures on the second floor have moved. Suyi stepped out from behind the door. Which figures? All of them. The female players swallowed hard. Among our group, 3 of them suddenly raised their heads. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but they started to speak. It wasn't speaking, they were chanting something repeatedly. I couldn't make it out, but it was definitely a chant. What were they chanting? I didn't dare to get closer. Her hands were still trembling, but she spoke clearly. Suyi noted this. Despite her fear, she was composed. She was useful, at least in terms of relaying information. What's your name? Suyi asked. Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou, which staircase did you come down from? The one on the west side. The east side was blocked. Not blocked, but when I ran to the east, I felt someone following me. It wasn't a figure, it was a real person, but I didn't see anyone when I turned around. Suyi exchanged a glance with Lu Jinghan. It wasn't them. It wasn't the plaid shirt. It must be one of the remaining players. Or perhaps not a player. Come in. Suyi stepped aside to let her in, close the door. Xiaozhou slipped into the specimen room and closed the iron door behind her. The sound of the iron door closing echoed in the basement, then was absorbed by the liquid in the glass cabinets, turning into a dull hum. The specimen room fell quiet again. Suyi began to walk back, stopping in front of a row of specimen cabinets. There were more specimens than she had anticipated. She had been counting as she walked in 17 cabinets, each containing a specimen arranged by size from adult to infant, numbered from 001 to 017. 001 was the largest, an adult male with an opened abdomen, the organs sealed with wax and labels affixed in their corresponding places. 017 was in the corner, a curled fetus still attached to the umbilical cord, submerged in yellowing liquid like a fruit pit forgotten in a jar. What are you counting? Lu Jinghan approached. The numbers. These specimens aren't placed randomly. They are arranged in the order of anatomical instruction, from complete dissection to partial structure. But there are 2 numbers missing between 001 and 017. 009 and 013. Were they taken, or perhaps placed elsewhere? Specimens don't move on their own. Lu Jinghan glanced at the specimens in the cabinets. He didn't want to look at them, but he had to. What he noticed was something else. Besides the numbers on the bottom labels of each cabinet, there was also a year. 001 was 1938, 002 was 1939, and so on up to 017, which was already 1941. One was collected each year. He said. Suyi looked down at the label, then straightened up. Not collected, they died. Each specimen corresponds to someone who died in this medical school. 001 was the first to die, 017 was the last. From the timeline, it seems to indicate 1 each year since the school was established. What about after 1942? After that, the school was closed. So the specimens also stopped. Perhaps they stopped, or perhaps they were replaced with something else. Xiaozhou stood near the door, not daring to venture too deep. She asked softly, what are you looking for? The second key, Suyi said, or a clue to find the key. As soon as she finished speaking, a sound came from the deepest part of the specimen room. It was the sound of nails scraping against glass. Brief, sharp once. Then again. Very rhythmic, like knocking out some kind of code. Xiaozhou took a step back, her back pressed against the iron door. Suyi raised his hand, signaling her to stay still. Then she herself walked toward the sound. Lu Jinghan followed her closely, this time, not walking in front or blocking her path. His pace matched hers, not by coincidence, but by design. In the corner was a cabinet covered with a white cloth. Something was moving slightly beneath the cloth, a small movement, as if a bug was fluttering beneath the fabric. Lu Jinghan reached out, grabbing a corner of the cloth, turning back to look at Suyi. Suyi nodded. He yanked the cloth off. Inside the cabinet was a specimen unlike the others. It had its eyes open. In formalin solution, a normal person's eyes could not remain open, the eyeballs would be corroded by the liquid and the corneas would turn cloudy. But this specimen's eyes were clear, the pupils fixed in the center, the black irises facing a pool of yellow-green liquid, like 2 black stones soaked in tea. Then the eyes moved. Suyi had not yet finished his backward step, when Lu Jinghan had already smashed the glass with a punch. Formalin and glass shards burst forth, splattering on the floor with a pungent odor. The specimen fell from the cabinet to the ground, its arm hitting first, making a dull thud. Not the sound of bones breaking, but the sound of soft tissue hitting a hard surface. It was moving. Its fingers scraped against the tiles, trying to push itself up. The wax seal of its abdomen cracked open, revealing blackened organs inside. Then the second cabinet shattered. It wasn't Lu Jinghan who broke it. It was the specimen inside that had smashed it. The glass exploded outward from the inside, shards scattering. Then a third. A fourth. The sound of shattering was like a series of firecrackers spreading from the corner toward the door, one after another, as all the specimens came to life simultaneously. Xiaozhou screamed, covering her ears and crouching down. Suyi yanked her up and pushed her toward the door. Go to the entrance. Don't crouch in the middle. As she finished shouting, Lu Jinghan had already dashed forward. He caught the first specimen that charged at him, the one with its eyes open, punching it in the chest, the sound resembling a hit against a wet wall. The specimen fell backward, colliding with its cabinet, but it didn't stop and crawled back up. Formalin dripped from its mouth and nose, pooling on the ground in a yellow puddle. Can these things not be killed? Lu Jinghan sidestepped to avoid the second charging specimen, grabbing a metal rod left on the ground, horizontally blocking it, and pushing aside 2 specimens. They were never alive to begin with. Suyi pushed one specimen toward Lu Jinghan. They don't need to breathe, don't need a heartbeat. If you smash one, the others will still surround you. Then think of a solution. I'm thinking. When you think, can you not push them toward me? His words were cut off as Suyi once again directed a specimen to crash into his shoulder. When he pushed back, the specimen fell toward Xiaozhou behind him. Xiaozhou was knocked back against the iron door. You pushed it deliberately toward her, Suyi said. It moved on its own. You pushed it with your hand on its back. That was leveraging. Leveraging someone else onto her. Aren't you also pushing toward me? Lu Jinghan raised his hand and struck a specimen's neck. That one earlier was me covering for you. Specimens surged forward one after another. Suyi noticed they were increasing. Not the number of specimens, but they were compressing together. All the specimens that had been fixed in their cabinets were now out, crowding the narrow aisle, shoulder to shoulder, arms and legs intertwined, as if driven by a single command, moving in unison with chaotic steps. They had no weapons, but they didn't know pain. 17 bodies soaked in formalin advanced toward the 3 of them barehanded, carrying a pungent odor and heavy footsteps. Every step left wet footprints on the tiles mixed with glass shards and shattered wax. Suyi stepped back, her foot sliding on a piece of broken glass. She reached out to steady herself against an empty cabinet, pressing her palm against the remnants of the glass cabinet, her finger getting cut, blood seeping from the side of her index finger, not much, but painful. She glanced down. Then she heard Lu Jinghan grunt. He was entangled with 2 specimens. His right index finger was also bleeding. He looked at her. Your hand, Lu Jinghan said. It's cut. I see. I saw it. I did it myself. I know. He twisted one specimen's arm. Next time, can you warn me before you cut yourself? Suyi didn't apologize. She simply picked up a larger shard of glass from the ground, gripping it as a weapon, then stabbed at a specimen that was trying to sneak up behind Lu Jinghan. The specimen paused momentarily. That moment was enough for him to turn around and kick it away. Returned it to you, Suyi said. Lu Jinghan didn't turn back, but she heard him grunt through his nose. As a dozen specimens crowded together, Suyi noticed a detail. They all stopped at a certain distance. From 001 to 017, none crossed the line of the 3rd row of cabinets. It was as if some kind of rule still lingered in their bodies, preventing them from crossing an invisible boundary. It's the numbering, she suddenly exclaimed. They move according to their numbers. 001 to 010 go around from the left, 012 to 017 are blocked on the right. But 011. I've never seen 011. What is 011? I don't know. But according to the numerical order, 011 should be between the 2 rows. She glanced at the arrangement of the cabinets on her side. There's an empty spot in the middle. Xiaozhou whispered from the doorway that stopped moving. Indeed, they had stopped. All the specimens ceased. They stood still, arms hanging at their sides, their poses reverting to how they originally looked in their cabinets. Only the specimen with its eyes open continued to stare at Suyi, drool dripping from its mouth corner, mixing with formalin to take on the same color. Then in the empty space in the center of the specimen room, where there were no cabinets, something began to move. It wasn't a specimen. It was beneath the floor. Something was writhing beneath the concrete floor. Suyi heard the sound of nails scraping against the cement, just like the sound she had heard in the corner. But this time the sound came from below, slow and rhythmic, as if something was digging slowly underneath. Suyi took a step back. It's not underground. It's sealed in the wall. 011 isn't in the cabinet. It's in the wall. Lu Jinghan followed her gaze. On the wall above the empty space, there was a patch of lime layer that was different in color from the adjacent wall, newer. It looked as if it had been patched up later. He knocked on that section of the wall with the metal rod. The lime layer fell off halfway, revealing a specimen that had already grown into the wall. Number 011. A specimen bricked into the wall with its mouth open as if shouting something, but its mouth was sealed by lime. From the chest cavity of 011, a key fell out. The key landed on the ground with a crisp echo. Suyi bent down to pick it up. The back of the key was engraved with a line of text, number 2 West area. The second key, she said. Then they heard Xiaozhou scream. It wasn't out of fear, but a warning. A specimen suddenly leaped down from the top of the cabinet above her head. It must have climbed up earlier, taking advantage of everyone's attention on the walls. 011. Its target was Xiaozhou. Then Lu Jinghan pushed Xiaozhou aside. The specimen collided with Lu Jinghan's shoulder, causing him to jerk. Su Yi's shoulder also experienced a sharp pain at the same time. A bone was hit, not heavy but dull. She clenched her teeth, not letting out a sound. Lu Jinghan glanced back at her. Broken again? Su Yi asked him. Not broken. Then he struck the specimen's nape with a punch. The specimen fell to the ground, not moving again. The other specimens began to slowly retreat back to their cabinets. The movement was slow, as if rewinding. Crawling back to the cabinets, returning to their positions, heads lowered, resuming the appearance they had when they entered. Only 011 remained on the wall, its chest cavity empty. The specimen room fell quiet again. Lu Jinghan moved his shoulder, not saying a word. Su Yi wiped the blood from her finger on her pants, not bandaging it. She looked down at the second key in her hand, wiping off the dust and debris on it. One key left, she said. Xiao Zhou leaned against the door, looking at the glass shards scattered across the room and the footprints soaked in formalin, murmuring, "One more day." Su Yi looked up at her. "Look outside." Xiao Zhou pointed to the iron-barred window by the specimen room door. The light outside was beginning to dim. The speed of darkness falling was faster than normal, as if on a countdown. Since they entered, it might have only been 2 hours, or perhaps an entire afternoon had passed. Nightfall was imminent. As Su Yi ascended from the basement, the first floor had already sunk into profound gloom, not the natural dimness of night. Outside, the sky still clung to a final ashen afterglow, faintly outlining the window frames, yet the corridor's shadows had coalesced into an unbroken sea. The grimy high windows seemed sealed from the outside, as if something had pressed itself against the glass, the light filtering through dwindled steadily, like a lamp being slowly turned down. Su Yi glanced at the time on her wristband, 1947. 13 minutes remained until 8 o'clock. She held 2 keys. The first, seized from the second-floor nurse station, bore the label East Zone. The second, pried from within the wall of the specimen room, was marked West Zone. The third, per the rules, should correspond to the Central Zone. Yet they had found no door bearing that designation anywhere on the first or second floors. The Central Zone may not be above ground, Su Yi said, slipping the keys into her pocket. The first floor houses classrooms and dissection rooms, the second offices and nursing stations. We've passed every room across both levels, at least once. No Central Zone exists here. Yet the rule forbids lingering on the first floor after 8, meaning a passage must exist concealed beneath the surface. You mean underground? Lu Jinghan said. An underground passage lies underground. That's hardly surprising. The issue is this: after 8, the first floor becomes forbidden, and the entrance to that passage must lie somewhere on this floor. So we must locate the entrance, enter it, and never emerge again, before 8. Lu Jinghan met her gaze. We have 13 minutes. 12, Su Yi corrected. You just spoke for 40 seconds. Xiao Zhou murmured softly behind them. Could you please stop calculating time right now? Timekeeping keeps us alive, Su Yi and Lu Jinghan replied in unison. Then they exchanged a glance, and simultaneously looked away. The first floor corridor formed an irregular, Hui character, a closed loop. Staircases descended from both east and west wings, but neither led to the Central Zone. The eastern basement housed the boiler room and morgue, the western the specimen room. At the police station, Su Yi had studied the layout map of the Republican Air Medical College. In most historic buildings, dissection rooms occupied the northeast corner, while administrative archives and the dean's office lay deepest along the central axis. The central axis, she said, halting mid-step. This floor's layout is wrong. Academic buildings are typically symmetrical, but here we passed 5 rooms on the left and 8 on the right. A room is missing. Exactly at the center, Lu Jinghan finished, already standing before the wall at the corridor's midpoint. A dusty banner hung there, embroidered with the characters "Benevolent Art, Saving the World." Beneath it stood a door, obscured by an old wooden trestle table. The table appeared recently placed. Drag marks scored the floor tiles beneath it, their color paler than the surrounding stone. Lu Jinghan gripped one side of the table and pulled outward half an inch. Su Yi braced the other. Together they heaved. The legs shrieked against the floor, and the table slid aside. A lock secured the door, not a modern pin tumbler, but an antique bolt fastened from the outside. Iron wire coiled tightly around it, fused to the metal by decades of rust. Lu Jinghan grasped the bolt and wrenched. Nothing yielded. He shifted his grip, applied force anew. The rust casing split halfway, yet the bolt remained immovable. He clenched his fist to strike. Su Yi raised a hand, pressing lightly against his wrist. You won't break it. The rust has penetrated inward. This bolt has fused with the socket. Striking will only loosen the frame. Then how do you propose to open it? We'll find another way. Su Yi scanned the corridor. Didn't you retrieve an iron rod from the basement earlier? The iron rod, used earlier in the basement, leaned against the corridor wall. Lu Jinghan strode over, lifted it, and tested its weight. Su Yi stepped aside, gesturing for Xiao Zhou to retreat farther. Lu Jinghan gripped the rod, not to strike, but to pry, and aimed its flattened tip at the base of the bolt. He wedged it into the narrow gap between bolt and frame, then leaned down using his full body weight. Veins rose like taut cords beneath his skin. The bolt shrieked, a sharp metallic cry, then shattered violently, flinging shards onto the tiled floor. A shared trigger activated. Su Ye's left shoulder jolted, as if yanked tendons burning with acid heat. She did not flinch. Lu Jinghan shook out his hand. It's open. Beyond the door stretched a descending stair, not the narrow concrete stairs to the basement. This was a proper passageway fitted with original wooden banisters now riddled with dry rot. Its steps were wide enough for two to walk abreast. Damp, earthy air rose from below. Su Yi glanced at her wristband. 1952. Go. They descended, one ahead, one behind. Xiao Zhou followed last, her fingers somehow gripping the hem of Su Ye's coat. Su Yi neither turned nor brushed her off. In such a place, having someone tug gently at your back confirmed their presence. Not out of care, but cold. The staircase proved deeper than imagined. Not a mere half-level basement, but a descent twisting through 3 turns, still continuing downward. The scent of wet earth thickened, laced now with the metallic tang of corroded pipes. Su Yi navigated the darkness, hand on the banister, step by deliberate step. Then her foot dropped into empty air. The next step rose half a foot higher. Her body lurched forward, only to be steadied by a hand pressing firmly between her shoulder blades. It was Lu Jinghan's palm, firm, unwavering, exerting minimal pressure. The step is higher. I know. Su Yi regained her balance. You can let go. He withdrew his hand. 3 seconds later, she heard him stumble, not from a raised step, but from a loop. Su Yi reached back, not to brace him, but to grasp his wrist just as he had hers, light, precise, steady. A brick is loose. Lu Jinghan said. I know. Su Yi released him. This time she hesitated, just a fraction longer than he had. She told herself it was to gauge distance, not anything else. They reached the bottom of a vast subterranean chamber, its ceiling soaring nearly 4 meters high, akin to an underground hall. Its walls were laid with aged blue bricks, the floor paved with stone slabs. At its center stood a shallow, desiccated pool, its basin coated with residue. Not water, but the leavings of organic decay. Directly before the pool loomed a massive double iron gate, its surface painted in white letters, Central Zone, Underground Passage Entrance. Across the gate hung a heavy horizontal bar secured by 3 locks. These were no ordinary locks. They matched the wristband's interface. Up close, Su Yi saw each lock lacked a mechanical keyhole. Instead, each bore a recess, shaped precisely to fit the engraved numerals on the reverse of a key. She inserted the first key into the first recess. It turned smoothly, a crisp metallic click, and the latch sprang open. The second key turned, the second latch released. The third lock sat empty. They still lacked 1 key. Xiao Zhou whispered from behind, could we run back up to the first floor from here? Su Yi raised her eyes to the wall above the gate. A fissure ran from the ceiling down its surface, and embedded deep within that crack gleamed a key. Not metal but bone. Yellowed, finely veined, crafted from the cross-section of some unknown skeleton. It was lodged too deeply for any hand to reach. Yet the crack was widening. Not spontaneously, but because the entire chamber's walls were shifting inward. The blue bricks exhaled damp earthen breath inch by slow inch. The walls pressed toward the center. The organic residue in the pool gurgled, like a desiccated sponge reabsorbing moisture. Su Ye's wristband vibrated sharply. Its screen flashed crimson text. Not an announcement, but a pulsing warning, damage taken. Source unknown. She looked down at her hands. No fresh wound. The pain came via shared resonance. Not hers. She turned to Lu Jinghan. His right hand pressed against his ribs. His expression remained unchanged, but the fine vein near his temple twitched almost imperceptibly. He watched her, watching to see whether she felt it. Is this your injury? Su Yi asked. No injury. Then why are you holding your ribs? Just tightness. Tightness doesn't count as injury. It's my own issue. Su Yi studied his right hand. Beneath his fingers a scar traced a jagged line across his skin. Not from this trial. She could tell. Its hue ran a shade darker than surrounding flesh. Its edges were uneven, the signature of a torn wound healed long ago. A year old. She recalled the chase. He'd drawn fire from the shadows, shielding her. When he emerged, he uttered not a single word. Su Yi withdrew her gaze and turned back to the fissure. Reach inside. Did you hear me? Yes. Repeat it. You told me to reach inside. Lu Jinghan approached, rolling his sleeve past his elbow. I'm reaching inside. Then what? Then retrieve the key. He examined the fissure. Less than half the width of a palm, its edges uneven, brick corners razor sharp. As he thrust his hand in, the brick edges bit into his wrists, leaving immediate red welts. No shared trigger activated. Not due to delay, but because the pressure hadn't yet crossed the threshold of injury. Su Yi clenched her fists. He pushed deeper. His fingertips brushed the key's edge, cold, bony, locked fast in stone. It required external leverage to free. He gripped it sideways. The fissure widened slightly, then a loosened brick shard sliced his forearm. Skin parted. Blood welled. A searing, fiery sting erupted in Su Ye's arm. She bit her lower lip. The key tore free, dragging fragments of brick and dust in its wake. Lu Jinghan withdrew his hand. Blood traced thin rivulets down his forearm, bright, scant, unheeded. He flicked the key once, then extended it to her. Sui accepted it. Bone. Engraved on its reverse NL. 3 Central Zone. She slotted the third key into the final recess. The lock clicked open. The bar slid aside silently. The iron gate groaned inward, a deep, resonant thud, and began to part. Beyond lay a straight, narrow corridor, its far end bathed in light. Not artificial light, sunlight. An exit awaited at its terminus. 30 seconds late. As Sui stepped into the passage, every human-shaped figure in the first-floor hall snapped their eyes open. Then they laughed, not loudly but low and muffled as if bubbling up from deep within their bellies. All faces swiveled toward the stairwell. Not the one they'd just descended, but the main staircase linking the first floor to the basement. They began to move. Step by rigid synchronized step, they converged upon the stairwell. Xiaozhou, darting into the corridor, heard those laughs, and went paper white. The passage door began closing automatically. Lu Jinghan entered last, sliding sideways as it shut halfway. His shoulder forced the final gap open. He slipped through. The iron gate sealed behind him with finality. The corridor fell silent. Only breathing and echoing footsteps remained. Sui led the way, 3 keys clasped in her hand, never looking back. Xiaozhou followed in the middle, breath still ragged. Lu Jinghan brought up the rear, sleeves lowered to conceal his wound, though blood still seeped faintly from the cuff, dripping onto the floor. Suye's arm burned continuously. This time the shared feedback arrived instantly. She fixed her gaze on the sunlight ahead, and quickened her pace. Not from urgency to escape, but to stop his bleeding. The corridor ended at an ordinary wooden door painted green, its paint blistered and curling at the edges. As Suyi pushed it open, daylight flooded in, forcing her to squint. Outside was daytime. Not the same day they'd entered, but true daylight, wind rustling leaves, the distant murmur of city life. Suyi stepped across the threshold, scanning left and right. They stood on another street, 2 blocks from the main gate of Rinji Medical College. The veteran player who'd guided Xiaozhou waited outside, flanked by several others. Then the mission completion chime resonated from the empty space behind them, sourceless, as if emanating from the air itself. Mission complete. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Injuries will fully heal within 24 hours. We look forward to your next cooperation. The silver band on her wrist dimmed by a subtle degree. Sui studied her fingers. The shallow cut on her index finger was healing before her eyes. Bleeding ceased, scab formed, crust thinned, and faded, leaving only a pale silvery trace. She turned to Lu Jinghan. He rolled up his sleeve. The wound on his forearm was likewise sealing, edges drawing together. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. Neither spoke. They stood at the mouth of an alley behind Rinji Medical College, sunlight falling upon their shoulders, indistinguishable from dust in hue. The instance was cleared, yet the wristband remained on her wrist. Its silver clasp now fit more snugly. Its screen blank in the sun pulsed faintly against her skin, rhythmic, insistent, like a heartbeat. Xiaozhou lingered, watching them, perhaps intending to thank them or ask their names. But when Sui turned and walked toward the far end of the alley, without farewell, she stayed silent. Lu Jinghan walked the opposite way, saying nothing. Distance widened between them, 10 paces, then more. Then Sui stopped. She couldn't name why. Perhaps the itch of healing skin. Perhaps the wristband's quiet weight reminding her it was still there. The third key had cost too much effort to obtain. Perhaps it was the memory of Lu Jinghan's hand bracing her shoulder, a debt unpaid. She glanced back. Lu Jinghan had also halted, turned, and stood 20 paces away, watching her. They held each other's gaze for 3 seconds. You, Sui began. What? Lu Jinghan said. Next time we enter an instance, could you please stop making me feel your pain? Your hand broke first. That was glass. The glass wasn't my doing. If you hadn't shattered it, would it have fallen where? Lu Jinghan rolled his eyes, more dramatically than she ever had. Then he turned and walked on. Sui watched him recede, then glanced down at her index finger. The pale trace nearly vanished. She slid her hand into her pocket and walked the opposite way. The sunlight was brilliant, but the wristband remained, silver, neither loose nor tight, resting against her, waiting for the next instance. After the prompt for the dungeon settlement appeared, the light on the bracelet dimmed. It didn't extinguish, rather it entered a standby state. The silvery surface turned a light gray, cool against her skin, like a new chain that hadn't yet adapted to her body temperature. Sui stood in the alley, not rushing to step out. She leaned against the wall, her breath still uneven. The glass shards from the specimen room seemed to still be embedded in her fingers. Not that they were actually still there, but the sensation lingered. The wounds on her fingers had already healed, leaving only a faint white mark, but it felt as if her nerves hadn't caught up with the speed of her healing. She still sensed a dull ache in that area. She closed her eyes and took 3 deep breaths. The cool breeze from the alley filled her lungs, and as she exhaled, the tightness in her chest eased a little. It was confusion, not fear, Something more uncomfortable than fear. Fear has an object you know what you are afraid of, but confusion does not. Confusion is when you haven't even figured out what you should be afraid of. The electronic voice said, "Dungeon settlement, complete damage will recover within 24 hours, looking forward to next cooperation." The term used was cooperation, as if she had signed some contract and volunteered to be here. She looked down at the bracelet. It still couldn't be removed. She spun it around with her thumb, trying to find any seams or clasps. None. This thing didn't seem like something that could be worn, or it felt as if it had grown from her bones. Someone emerged from the other end of the alley. It was Xiaozhou. The girl who had almost been tackled by a specimen in the basement was leaning against the wall, taking a few steps before stopping, her knees seemingly weak. Suyi pushed herself off the wall and walked over, supporting her arm. Xiaozhou turned her head to see her lips pressed together, not crying, but with red-rimmed eyes. "You made it out," Suyi said. Her tone was not gentle, but her voice lowered a bit, the kind of tone used to comfort victims' families in an interrogation room. This was the only way she knew how to offer comfort. Xiaozhou nodded, unable to speak. Suyi guided her to the mouth of the alley. The scene outside was livelier than she had imagined. There were 7 or 8 people squatting or standing by the roadside. A man in a plaid shirt leaned against a crooked tree, a scratch on his left arm, still oozing blood, but he noticed Suyi, instinctively straightened up and stepped aside. Perhaps he still remembered being cornered by her and Lu Jinghan at the door of the specimen room. There were 2 men sitting by the steps whom she had caught a glimpse of in the lobby, both newcomers. One was repeatedly checking his palms as if trying to confirm he was still alive. The other had already lit a cigarette, oblivious to the ash falling onto his pants. And there was the girl who had been trembling at the door. Now she was no longer shaking, curled up on the edge of the flower bed, shoulders drooping, her expression vacant. She had never entered any door in the medical school. Suyi remembered she had stood in the hall from beginning to end, not moving an inch. The fact that such a person could come out alive was purely luck. Suyi led Xiaozhou to sit by the flower bed, then turned around to scan everyone. A total of 10 people had made it out alive. She remembered there had been at least 12 at the entrance. At least 2, she recalled. One was a middle-aged man in a dark blue coat who had barely spoken and stood farthest from the crowd. The other was a tall, thin guy she had talked to while wearing the plaid shirt, whom she hadn't seen since the specimen room. There were no corpses. No one mentioned there was still a living person just now. It was as if that was the rule. If a person didn't come out, they were considered missing, and no one brought it up. No one dared to mention it. Suyi withdrew her gaze and did not inquire further. Xiaozhou was recovering beside her, her lips moving as if talking to herself. "Am I dreaming?" "No," Suyi replied. "Then what is this? A dungeon? A system? Are these things created by humans? Or, I still don't know." Suyi interrupted her, not out of impatience, but because she didn't want her to continue asking. Because she couldn't provide answers. She herself was also piecing together a puzzle, but only had one piece. An entire table with only a small piece of an image in the corner, nothing discernible. Xiaozhou stopped asking. Her hands were still slightly trembling, but she grasped the hem of her clothes and slowly suppressed the shakes. Suyi glanced at her own hands. She had held glass shards, pushed specimens, and scraped through wall crevices. Her fingers were now clean, even the cuts from the glass were gone. She flipped her hand over, looking at the small area of white scar that hadn't completely faded. If this injury had been sustained in reality, it would have taken at least 3 days to scab over and a week to heal. But within 20 minutes of leaving the dungeon, it had vanished. The electronic voice said, "Damage will recover within 24 hours." It wasn't lying. Suddenly she thought of a possibility. If the system could heal wounds, could it also create them? Could it be that everyone who entered the dungeon had some kind of implant in their bodies, a mechanism that could be activated and repaired by the system at any time? This thought spun in her mind without settling, lacking evidence. She needed more information. Across the street, Lu Jinghan leaned against the door of a closed grocery store. He was also looking at his bracelet. His sleeves were still rolled up, and the wound on his forearm, which had been made by the wall seam in the basement, had already scabbed over. Not the pale kind of early healing, but one that had closed up with edges beginning to fade. He noticed her looking and pulled his sleeve down to cover the wound. Suyi walked over. "Where are the others?" she asked. "Who?" "The ones who came out from your side. Didn't you come up from the west staircase?" "The players from the west." "There was a female player." Lu Jinghan paused. "She threw up as soon as she came out. After throwing up, she left. Not in this direction, but ran straight out along the west alley. I didn't stop her." "What about the others?" "There were 2 who were acting together. They were behind her when we came up from the basement. After coming out, I didn't see them. Not that they ran away, but they just didn't appear." "What about when you were in the west basement?" "They were there. They were all there before entering the first floor." Suyi paused for a moment. She couldn't be sure if those 2 were left on the first floor, or if they had come out, but there were at least 2 alleys nearby leading to the back street of the medical school, each with exits in different directions. She told herself, maybe they just got separated. But she knew she was only comforting herself. Lu Jinghan remained silent. His silence relieved her of some of the pressure to explain. After a few seconds he spoke again. After the humanoids came out, was there still any movement in the specimen room in the basement? When we came out, all the specimens had returned to their original positions. What about 011? Suyi hesitated. 011, the specimen sealed in the wall, had its chest cavity opened, and the second key had fallen out. It was the only one that hadn't returned to the cabinet. The wall it was on was still cracked before she left. She said truthfully, I didn't look back. If this were a crime scene, she would never allow herself to leave without confirming every detail. But she had just run out. She had sprinted down a straight path in the basement towards the light as fast as everyone else without even thinking about 011 still being on the wall. This realization made her cheeks flush a bit. Not from guilt, but because she knew her instinctual choice at the last moment had also been to get out first. Lu Jinghan didn't call her out, he just opened the prompt page on the bracelet. The screen lit up. Dungeon settlement complete. The beginner protection period has ended. The next dungeon will open in 48 hours. Below were 3 lines of smaller text. Total dungeon, clears 1, total kills 0. Beginner dungeon, not counted. Total assists and kills 3, assists and kills. Suyi frowned. When did I assist in a kill? When you stabbed the specimen with the glass shard. Do you remember? It didn't fall immediately, I had to give it a punch afterward. So your punch earned you the kill credit while my glass shard was just an assist. The system determines it. It distinguishes quite clearly. It shows it's watching. Lu Jinghan set the bracelet down, looking at her. It's watching every action we take. Both of them fell silent for a few seconds. This realization sent chills down their spines more than the specimens coming to life. Not the monsters in the dungeon, but the thing always looming above them. It was observing them, judging whether each of their actions had value. The specimens and keys were challenges for the players, while every action of the players was sample data for it. 48 hours. Suyi redirected the conversation back to the present. When is the next one? It didn't specify an exact time. If it opens exactly 48 hours later to the second, we should have 2 more days. But if not, then it could happen at any time. Right. It could be during meals, it could be while sleeping. It could be at any moment. The bracelet's screen dimmed. The silver ring looked like an ordinary sports accessory in the sunlight, with some passers-by walking by without giving it a glance. Only those wearing the bracelet knew. It was more than just a piece of metal. It was an invisible chain that no one could see. Suyi twisted the bracelet. In the next few days He'll look into it, Lu Jinghan said. Look into what? Whether anyone else has experienced something like this. Not this kind of beginner dungeon, but an unturnoffable game, wounds that can be automatically healed, and those wearing the bracelet. I heard a comrade mention it once before as someone had encountered it. I didn't believe it then. Now I do. She also had her channels to investigate. There were records of abnormal incidents within the police, such as cross-province cases, mass disappearances, and inexplicable scenes. After returning, she could filter through the keywords. They stood silently on the street for a while. The sunlight cast their shadows on the ground, stretching, overlapping, then separating. The flow of people on the street returned to normal. The breakfast stall was still frying dough sticks. Cyclists continued to run red lights, and someone exited the convenience store across the street with a plastic bag. It seemed as if the medical school, the 3 keys, the glass shards in the basement, and the specimen 011 sealed in the wall were from an entirely different world than the one they occupied. But it was the same world. Xiaozhou stood up from the flower bed and walked up to them. Her complexion was already better than before, but she still hadn't fully recovered. She asked softly, can I still find you? Suyi looked at her, paused for 2 seconds, then reached into her pocket and pulled out a crumpled banknote, change from her noodles, and placed it in her hand. Go eat something first. When you get home, take a shower. If the bracelet lights up, you know where to find us. Xiaozhou clutched the banknote, not saying thank you again. Her eyes were a bit red again, but she held back. Suyi didn't say much more, turning to leave. Before she went, she glanced at Lu Jinghan. See you next time. Lu Jinghan nodded, acknowledging her. No extra expressions, nor reminders. Suyi walked toward the bus stop. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out. It was Lin Yu. 3 unread messages. Where have you been? Not answering your calls. Don't tell me you're working overtime at the bureau again. I booked hot pot for tonight at 7. Have you arrived? Reply to me, or I'll report you missing. The messages were sent half an hour ago. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Suyi leaned against the bus stop's advertisement board, looking at Lin Yu's avatar. Her former partner's somewhat silly smile lit up the screen. She hesitated for a moment, typed a message. Had something happened just now? See you tonight. Sent. Then she turned her phone face down, watching the slight silvery glow reflected by the bracelet. It quietly rested on her wrist, slightly warm, like a living thing. The bus arrived, and she boarded, sitting in the last row by the window. Outside were ordinary streets, ordinary people, ordinary lives. Her mind was fuller than when she was in the dungeon. Not from fear, but from too many questions. What is the system? How to remove the bracelet? Where did the other players go? How did Lu Jinghan's investigation go? What will the next dungeon be? Is there an end to the dungeon? And why were just the 2 of them tied together? She had spent 3 years in the police station interrogating hundreds of testimonies, but had never felt like she had a pile of testimonies without being able to piece together any complete conclusions like now. Her phone lit up again. Not Linyu. It was a string of unfamiliar numbers not saved. The text contained only 4 words: found some information. No signature. But Suyi knew who it was. She didn't reply, just read the text once, then locked her screen. The shadows of the trees outside retreated. The bus announced its stops, and no one got off. She put her hands in her pockets, feeling her heartbeat slightly steadier than when she first exited the dungeon. Not because there were answers, but because she knew at least one other person was also searching. That person was annoying, frustrating, and bothersome, but he was also searching. When Suyi returned to her residence, the sky was nearly dark. She lived on the 4th floor of an old residential building on the east side of the city without an elevator. The motion sensor light in the stairwell was broken on 2 floors. She walked up in the dark, her footsteps firmly landing on each step, not out of fear of falling, but out of habit. Her job taught her one thing: no matter how familiar the route, one should never take it for granted. Because it is always those who think I've walked this path 800 times who encounter trouble. She opened the door. The light in the entrance was broken, and she hadn't repaired it. The living room was small, with a gray fabric sofa, a coffee table piled with documents, and a corner occupied by a file cabinet that had already lost its paint. This was her residence and her second office. She had spent more nights sleeping on this sofa than in her bed. Suyi tossed her keys into the iron tray at the entrance, changed into slippers, and sat down in front of the sofa. The moment she sat down, she realized her legs were weak. Not weak from fatigue. Rather, it was that kind of softness that came after being tense for a long time, as if her muscles had been constricted in her body for 4 hours, finally allowed to acknowledge their soreness. She leaned back against the sofa, closed her eyes, and let the back of her head sink into the cushions. The scent of the medical school seemed to linger in her nasal cavity. Formaldehyde, moldy wood, old book paper, and that indescribable sweet pungent smell from the bed. She knew this was not a true residue. The system had erased all traces belonging to the copy the moment she stepped out. There was no dust on her clothes, no glass shards on her shoes, and even the cut on her finger had turned into a faint mark that was nearly invisible. Yet she could still smell it. Not in the literal sense, but her mind was replaying it over and over. Just like the witnesses she had interrogated in the interrogation room. Things seen with one's own eyes would continuously loop in one's mind, impossible to turn off. Suyi opened her eyes, found the remote control on the coffee table, and pressed a button directed at the television. The screen lit up, broadcasting the evening news. The anchor was announcing a notice about the construction of the overpass in the west of the city with a voice as steady as still water. She did not listen intently to the content. She just needed a sound to break the wall in her mind. On that wall where the gaps were specimen No. 011 had been bricked in the blood that oozed from Lu Jinghan's arm when it was cut by a brick's edge, and the dull sounds made by stone slabs rubbing against each other as the walls of the basement pressed inward. She stared at the television for half a minute, then reached out to push the stack of documents to the side, uncovering a note. She opened it. Blank pages. Picked up a pen. Wrote on the first line, after the copy settlement, the wristband enters standby mode. It cannot be removed. Material unknown, seamless with increased fit to the skin. Hypothesis: the wristband adapts to the wearer's physiological structure. The system prompts injuries will recover within 24 hours, which has been verified to be effective. Non-lethal injuries begin healing immediately upon exiting the copy, with a healing speed far exceeding normal values. The prompt states, looking forward to our next cooperation. The system positions itself as a partner, not a captor. This indicates that the system does not perceive players as having been kidnapped or deliberately uses this wording to influence our psychological positioning. Rule 3: no stopping on the first floor after 8 p.m. There is a delay in actual implementation. At 8 p.m. it did not take effect immediately. The humanoid figures began to move collectively only around 8:03. The delay is about 3 minutes. Shared damage also has a delay. The initial trigger is approximately 30 seconds, gradually shortening with delays in the basement stage, now less than 1 second. The binding mechanism has a learning aspect. Objective: if a method to utilize the delay can be found, perhaps additional reaction time can be gained at critical points. Specimen No. 011. Bricked in the wall. After the chest cavity was opened, the second key fell out. The other specimens all returned to their original positions after the first floor was closed, but No. 011 was the only one that did not. Is this a special rule setting, or is the system hinting that certain key items need to be found through destruction? She paused here, her pen hovering above the paper. Then she wrote the last 3 lines. First copy clearance situation: about 12 people entered, about 10 exited. At least 2 are missing, and their identities are to be confirmed. There are no corpses. No relics. Old players exist within the copy, indicating that the same copy pulls in different batches of people, mixing newcomers and veterans. It is not graded by experience, but allocated according to the system's needs. The copy is not a one. Traces left by the previous or earlier players were found in the medical school. Key markings on the surgery room doorframe and arrows pointing to the basement. These traces indicate that the same copy will be reopened repeatedly, with different players drawn into the same space. This system operates in an infinite loop. Someone is carving arrows. Someone has left traces. Whether these traces are guiding themselves or directing future players is a question that will repeatedly arise in future copies. She closed the notebook. The evening news on the television finished, and the weather forecast began to air. Tomorrow will be sunny with temperatures rising. She glanced down at the wristband on her left wrist. Silver white, very quiet, reflecting a small cold light under the glow of the television. 48 hours. The system said the next copy would start in 48 hours. 48 hours. 2 days. What could be done in this time? She didn't know. She took her phone out of her pocket. There were 2 new messages on the screen. One was from Lin Yu, a hot pot canceled. See you at the cafeteria tomorrow noon. He has something to ask you. Suyi glanced at it, but did not reply. The other message was from an unregistered number. The text contained only 3 words. Found it. She stared at the screen for a few seconds before dialing the number. It rang twice before being answered. What time did you get home? Suyi asked. Half an hour ago. Lu Jinghan's voice came from the receiver, the background sound quiet, unlike being outdoors. What about you? About the same. A silence fell on the line. It wasn't the awkward kind of both were organizing their thoughts, neither interrupting the— You go first, Suyi said. Lu Jinghan did not argue with her. He usually would. No matter the matter, he would always argue first. Why should I go first? But not today. He got straight to the point. I contacted an old comrade. He's not in the country now, but his captain once encountered something similar. It's not a wristband, but a leg shackle. The situation he described is quite similar to ours. Drawn into a closed space with rules, conditions for clearance, and after clearance they could leave, but the shackles would not disappear. However, that game did not have a recovery mechanism. In his batch, 6 died, and 2 survived. The one who survived later retired, and his whereabouts are unknown. No one can contact him. I asked that comrade if anyone had tried to forcibly remove it. He said yes. And what was the result? Unknown. They didn't dare to try. Suyi switched the phone to her other ear, leaning against the armrest of the sofa. What he was talking about was shackles. Ours is a wristband. The material and form are different, but the logic is the same. If it can't be removed by oneself, then it's not designed for the wearer. Are you saying it needs someone else to remove it? Not necessarily. What I mean is, this thing might not even have a removal function designed into it. It's not something you wear, but something that is implanted. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Lu Jinghan said, what did you find out on your side? I will go to the archives tomorrow. Su Yi said the police department has an electronic directory of unresolved cases. Group disappearances, unexplainable deaths, cases where the subjects have mentioned keywords like wristband and game. I will search first to see if there are any matching records. If this system has been running long enough and covering a broad enough scope, it should have left some traces on paper in some corner. People nowadays only stare at their phones, forgetting that there are still things in the archives. That's a habit of you police officers. Ordinary people wouldn't think to sift through archives. Ordinary people wouldn't be drawn into a copy. Silence came again. This time it lasted a bit longer. Lu Jinghan broke it. First, does your hand still hurt? Suyi was taken aback. She looked down at her right index finger. The white mark had faded to nearly invisible, only barely discernible from certain angles under the light. It doesn't hurt anymore. She flexed her finger. What about you? That mark on your arm. It doesn't hurt either. He said these 3 words with no change in his tone. But Suyi noticed he did not add his usual remark of I can't be bothered with my own injuries. He said nothing. She knew that his injuries might not be as light as he described. But she did not press for more information. It wasn't that she didn't want to ask, it was that it wouldn't matter. He never spoke the truth. He never spoke the truth about himself. Tomorrow I will check again. Suyi picked up the conversation again. If I get pulled in again, after 48 hours at least, I'll have more information on hand. You take care of yourself too. Got it. Another silence fell. This time neither felt awkward. Both knew the other was there, and that the other was fine. Then that's that. Suyi said. Suyi hung up the phone. She flipped her phone over and placed it on the coffee table, leaning back on the sofa to stare at the ceiling. The wristband reflected a faint silver light under the lamp, quiet like the watch she had worn since childhood. But it was not a watch, it was an invisible chain. One end of the chain was locked to her hand, while the other encircled a person she found the most bothersome in the world. And that person had just asked her on the phone, does your hand still hurt? It was neither a gentle tone nor a caring phrase. But he asked. Suyi closed her eyes and lay back on the sofa for a while. Then she got up, went to the kitchen, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it all in one go. She refilled the kettle and plugged it in. It would take 3 minutes for the water to boil. In those 3 minutes, she opened her laptop, plugged in the charger, and started drafting an application. An application to access old archives. The title reads Summary of Group Disappearance Cases. She added a note in her notebook, check for missing files and sealed numbers, especially those from the late 70s to the early 90s. At that time, cases that required interdepartmental coordination were the easiest to lose files. Some files weren't missing, they were just misplaced. The water boiled. She brewed a cup of tea, and during the few minutes while waiting for it to cool, she did not think about Lu Jinghan. No longer thinking about him. She only thought about the specimen No. 011 sealed in the wall. The area where the chest cavity opened with the rib ends facing outward. Not carved open, but broken from the inside out. It seemed that the last thing that entity did while alive was to try to pry each rib from its chest. Why was he sealed alone in the wall? The color of the lime layer on that wall was newer than elsewhere, indicating it was patched later. At some point someone bricked No. 011 in separately. It was not to seal off his escape route. It was to hide something. The second key was hidden in his chest cavity. The third key was lodged deep within the gap in the wall. These two matters are connected, discovered in the same basement during the same time frame by the same group of people. At least one old player knew the distribution pattern of the keys and had left clues for future players. Was the person carving arrows on the surgery room doorframe the same person who embedded the key into specimen No. 011's chest? If so, why did this person go to such lengths to leave these marks? She recalled Lu Jinghan's question at the door, is No. 011 still on the wall in the specimen room? Her answer at the time was I don't know. Now she knew. What she didn't know was why it was he who asked this question. It seemed he felt something as well. But he did not voice it. Suyi picked up her teacup and took a sip. The tea was bitter, oh, she had forgotten to add sugar. She did not add any. The phone screen lit up again. It was still that number. Another message, a few more words than the previous one. There's one more thing. My comrade said his captain mentioned. Everyone who survived has corresponding scars on them. These are not injuries from the copy. They are marks left by the body after exiting the copy. They are not left by the system. Suyi stared at the screen for a long time. Not injuries from the copy. These are things that even the system cannot restore. The system can repair skin and muscle but cannot heal the scars within a person's heart. She looked down at her right index finger. The white mark had disappeared. It would completely fade by tomorrow. But her finger instinctively touched the base of her thumb. There was an old scar there from a blade 10 years ago, long healed, no longer painful, but it left a mark. This mark was not given by the system. It was something she remembered herself. Suyi put down her phone, reopened her notebook, and wrote a line on the last blank page. The copy was cleared, but some things will not recover. Not from the system. Then she closed the notebook, turned off the television, and switched off the lights. The room fell into darkness with only the wristband still glowing faintly silver, like an unfinished cigarette, but she closed her eyes. About 3 hours had passed since she entered. 48 hours minus 3 leaves 45 hours remaining. She did not know what the next copy would be, she only knew that this time it was one person investigating, and if she survived again, at least she would know she wasn't just talking to an empty room with an archive cabinet. There was also a bothersome person investigating. She fell asleep. No dreams. Suyi was awakened by the alarm clock on her phone. She sat up from the sofa, her neck a bit stiff. She had fallen asleep on the sofa after finishing her notes last night. The notebook on the coffee table was still open with the last page containing the line she wrote before bed. The dungeon has been cleared, but some things will not return. Not from the system. The sky outside was already bright. She glanced at the time. It was 7:10. She had slept for about 6 hours, which wasn't short, but upon waking she still felt a weight on her chest, light, like a film that couldn't be peeled away. It wasn't fatigue. It was that her mind was still processing things. She had written a heap of inferences in her notes last night, but those inferences were based on a single dungeon. One dungeon was too few. The sample size was insufficient. She needed more information. After a quick wash-up, she changed into her uniform and headed out. Today's route was not to the city bureau, but to the provincial office. She was familiar with the city bureau's archives, but the permissions for direct access were limited. Cross-province cases, old files from many years ago and sealed, unclassified documents were all in the underground archive of the provincial office. When she arrived at the provincial office, it was exactly 8:15. There were a few people in the hall waiting in line for procedures, but Suyi bypassed them and headed straight to the basement. The archives administrator, Old Chun, had just brewed his first cup of tea. Upon seeing her enter, he habitually sighed. Here again to sift through old cases? Not old cases. Old archives. Suyi placed the application form on his desk. I need a few original files for non-current cases. Old Chun glanced at the form and frowned slightly. Summary of collective missing persons cases. What kind of case is this? No case has been filed. It's just a summary. If no case is filed, what are you investigating? To see if there are cases that should have been filed but weren't. Old Chun looked at her over his glasses and said nothing more. He had been sitting in this archive for 30 years and had seen too many people come to sift through old accounts. Some people disappeared without a trace as they searched, while others uncovered things that should not be found. He didn't know which category Suyi belonged to. He signed the form and pulled out a key from his drawer. Storage room No. 7, third shelf from the left. Everything from before the 1990s is over there. Don't mess up the order. If you do, you put it back. Suyi took the key and pushed open the iron door of the archive. A mix of the scent of old paper dust and mothballs rushed up to her. Storage room No. 7 was deep in the archive with aging light tubes casting a dim yellow light. The aisle between the two rows of iron shelves was so narrow that she could only walk sideways. The shelves were stacked with cardboard archive boxes, some of which had corners that had been eaten away by insects. She found several boxes labeled Collective Missing Persons to be classified, and carried them to a small table in the corner, opening them one by one. Most were routine missing persons cases, runaways, debt disputes, and disappearances due to mental illness. Those that needed to be filed had been, and those that should have been closed were also closed. After nearly 40 minutes of searching, her fingers brushed against a few documents bound together in the third box. A blue stamp marked the cover, abnormal. Next to it was a handwritten line. The missing person's wrist had an unidentified metal ring. Suyi opened the inner pages. This was an investigative report on a collective missing persons incident that occurred in 2013 at an old cotton factory in the eastern part of the city. The reporter was a night guard at the factory who claimed that on that night he saw at least 3 workers being sucked into the walls of the factory. The on-site investigation record stated, no blood traces, no signs of struggle, no bodies. However, in the residue section, there was a line: a large number of silver metal fragments were found on site, material unknown, sent to the Provincial Materials Testing Institute for identification. Suyi noted down the report number and flipped back a few pages to find another case from the same year that was also marked as abnormal. This time, it was from a rental unit in an old residential building in the western part of the city. 6 hours after the disappearance, the reporter heard game sound effects from the phone, but could not find any game software. The on-site investigation personnel recorded the report of having scratches upon reappearing after the disappearance, but healing quickly, but did not accept it, believing the reporter may have taken hallucinogenic drugs. Suyi photographed these materials one by one. She didn't make any inferences, merely stored the photos. There were samples. At least 2 incidents in 2013. If she traced back further, there should be more. She put the archive boxes back in their original order, returned the key to Old Chun, and as she walked out of the provincial office, the sunlight was stronger than when she had entered. She stood on the steps, squinted her eyes, took out her phone, and sent a message to Lu Jinghan. I found 2 suspected cases from 2013. Both have descriptions of metal residues or abnormal recovery of the body. How about you? The reply came faster than she expected. At the military camp. He didn't reply to the message. I came directly. Suyi stared at the line for 2 seconds. She didn't know who that he was, but she knew Lu Jinghan was not the kind of person who would wait for a reply. By the time he sent this message, he was probably already on the road. She guessed correctly. The military camp Lu Jinghan mentioned was not in the city, but 40 kilometers south of the city outskirts. He drove for nearly an hour, passing a faded road sign and turning into a narrow path overgrown with wild grass on both sides. The iron gate of the camp was half open with no one in the guard booth. He didn't honk, parking directly beside the training ground. The training ground was empty, the sandpits sand-hardened, and the horizontal bar was covered in a layer of light rust. This was a half-abandoned military camp, but a few old soldiers who refused to leave still lived in the corners. The person he was looking for was called Old Wei, a retired Special Forces soldier who had been involved in a strange mission 3 years ago. No specific details were recorded, and even the internal files only contained a vague description: participated in a non-public exercise, withdrew from the duty sequence after being injured. Later, Old Wei submitted his retirement application himself and moved out of the camp, directly living in the dilapidated family dormitory behind the training ground. Lu Jinghan found that door. The paint was peeling, revealing the yellow wood beneath. He knocked 3 times. No one answered. He knocked 3 more times. A shadow flickered in the window, then the door opened a crack, revealing half of Old Wei's face. His left eyebrow was split in the middle, an old injury not from the dungeon, but one left from real combat. Lu Jinghan recognized every scar. I knew you would come. Old Wei's voice was dry, as if he hadn't spoken to a living person in a long time. Then why didn't you reply to the message? Lu Jinghan said. Whether I replied or not, you would come. Lu Jinghan did not deny it. Old Wei opened the door wider and turned to walk inside. When Lu Jinghan followed him in, he caught a whiff of an odor from the room that hadn't been ventilated in a long time. Smoke, old clothes, and the smell of instant noodles mixed together. On the wall was a map that had curled at the edges, and on the table sat an old laptop covered in dust, the screen long cracked. The thing on your wrist. Old Wei sat on the edge of the bed, lit a cigarette, and pointed at Lu Jinghan's wrist. Let me see it. Suyi extended her left hand. The bracelet reflected a cold white light under the fluorescent lamp. Old Wei stared at it for a long time, squinting, not even flicking the ash that fell onto his pants. How many have you entered? Old Wei asked. One. Alive. Alive. Old Wei took a deep drag from his cigarette, then stubbed out the half-smoked one on the edge of the bed. You are still alive, he said, but you are still wearing it. That means you still have to enter. Lu Jinghan said nothing. Old Wei stood up and rummaged behind the broken computer on the table, pulling out a metal pencil case. The box was very old, its edges worn down, and when he opened it the hinges let out a sharp creaking sound. He took something out from inside and placed it on the table. It was a broken piece of silver metal, its edges irregular, as if it had been forcibly pried off something, and the surface bore several deep scratches, as if someone had repeatedly scraped it with their nails. The exercise I participated in 3 years ago, Old Wei sat back down, without looking at Lu Jinghan, wasn't an exercise. It was a dungeon. Our squad of 12 went in, and when we came out only 4 were left. This piece was brought out from the last dungeon. Our squad leader pried it off the wall of that space, just before he said it was evidence. But no one believed him. Later he retired, and before leaving he handed this to me saying, if someone comes looking for you wearing something like mine, show them this. I showed it to you today. You can take it. You can go now. Lu Jinghan did not reach out to take the fragment. He looked at Old Wei and asked, where is your squad leader now? Old Wei was silent for a few seconds, then turned to look out the window at the empty training ground. After he retired, he returned to his hometown and stayed in the village for 6 months. Then one night the ring on his wrist suddenly lit up. He called me for the last time, saying it has come to call me again. His tone was very calm, like discussing a weather forecast that would eventually arrive. After the call was cut off, I called back, but no one answered. The next day his wife called and said he was standing in the yard looking at the sky, and then he just disappeared. He didn't run away from home, he vanished on the spot. There was also a shallow pit in the yard about 2 meters in diameter with blackened soil, as if some object had been burned there at high temperatures. He vanished completely, leaving even that broken ring behind. Only a pit remained in its place. Every year after that I would go to that yard, and that pit never grew grass again. Lu Jinghan said nothing. Old Wei picked up the cigarette from the ground and relit it, his fingers trembling slightly, not from age, but because as he spoke these words those things returned. 3 years ago, 12 people, 1 pit, all returned. You take that fragment back with you. Old Wei stood up and walked to the door, his hand already on the doorknob. I have kept it for 3 years not to give it to you. It is to prove to those who come later that this game does not let people go. Clearing it is just the wind it lets you feel. The real clearance is not in any dungeon. Lu Jinghan held the fragment in his hand. The metal was light, but the edges cut into his palm painfully. He remembered Su Ye's question, I don't know. They both didn't know whether no. 011 was still on the wall. Now he knew. Some things would remain in place. Some things would be pried off. But whether they were left behind or pried away, they were still part of the system. He stood up and walked to the door. Old Wei had already opened the door halfway, and the sunlight poured in, falling on Old Wei's broken eyebrow and his face that hadn't been shaved in a long time. Lu Jinghan turned and said thank you. Old Wei did not look back, only raised his hand to signal him to leave. That evening at Su Ye's place, on the coffee table lay a pile of photos and notes. The photos were taken by Su Yi in the archive. Files from the 2013 cotton factory missing persons case, the report from the same year regarding the rental unit in the west of the city, and a testing reply she later requested from the Provincial Materials Testing Institute. Silver metal fragments sent for testing. Glow discharge mass spectrometry analysis shows an abnormal isotope ratio. No similar isotopic combinations were detected in conventional crustal materials. It is recommended to transfer to the Unexplained Phenomena Task Force. The recommendation was made, but the task force had already been disbanded at that time. This reply had lain in the archive for 7 years without anyone calling for it. Next to it was the fragment Lu Jinghan had brought back. The silver metal fragment pried off the dungeon wall by Old Wei's squad leader reflected a pale blue cold light under the desk lamp, almost indistinguishable from the surface sheen of the bracelet on Su Ye's wrist. The same material. Different years. Different people. 3 years ago someone pried it off. Lu Jinghan leaned back against the armrest of the sofa, his arm resting on his knee, fingers interlocked. The 2013 report mentioned metal fragments at the scene. Su Yi sat opposite him, pushing the document photos forward. The Provincial Materials Testing Institute detected abnormal isotopes and recommended transferring to the task force. But the task force had already been disbanded at that time. No one followed up. Normal. Who would? No one would believe it if it were spoken out loud. Su Yi did not refute. She knew he was right. She had been at the police station for 3 years and knew what unexplained meant in the system. Not importance, but archiving. Archived to a category no one would ever check. She looked down at the scattered clues on the table, 2 files from 2013, a rescue message from a cracked screen, and a piece of metal pried off the dungeon wall. 3 items from different years, different people, different dungeons, but all telling the same story. This system has existed for a long time, covering many people. They were not the first batch, nor would they be the last. There was also a detail Suyi did not overlook. Old Wei said that when that person disappeared, he left a pit with blackened soil and grass never grew there again. This indicated that there would be substantial physical exchanges between the dungeon world and the real world, not just implantable items like the bracelet, but also thermal radiation surface scorching and the suppression of plant growth. The real world would also be polluted. Suyi wrote this discovery at the bottom of her notebook, drawing a circle around it. Dungeons have physical residues on reality. The boundaries between the two worlds can penetrate under certain conditions. Goal: find the conditions for penetration. She put down her pen just as Lu Jinghan was examining the fragment Old Wei had given him. The metal gently swayed in his palm like an old key that had been cut. The scratches on the surface of the fragment were made by someone who had no idea which batch of players they were. He left nothing behind, so he scraped a small piece off the wall. This fragment was his name. It was all the evidence that he had been trapped, and tried to escape. Old Wei's squad leader, Lu Jinghan said without looking up, said before disappearing, it has come to call me again. It wasn't the first time. It had called many times. He thought he had retired. But this system never truly lets you retire. It only gives you time. Makes you think you are free. Suyi said nothing. She looked down at her bracelet. Silver and quiet. More than 30 hours had passed. The next time it calls, who will be called first? Then the bracelet vibrated. Not just Su, yes. Both of their phones vibrated simultaneously. Both looked down at the same screen, which displayed the same interface. Dungeon entrance has been opened. Please arrive within 90 minutes. An address was attached below. North of the city. An old commercial area. Not an abandoned building like the medical college, but a bustling place. Dungeons do not care. They do not choose convenient places to open. Suyi and Lu Jinghan stood up simultaneously. Suyi grabbed her coat from the hanger, closed her notebook, and stuffed it into her bag. Lu Jinghan tucked the fragment into the inner pocket of his jacket and picked up the car keys that were by the door. Neither of them said, "I'm ready," because one can never be truly ready. Downstairs, the borrowed old SUV was parked under the street lamp. As she opened the car door, Suyi glanced back at her own window. On the fourth floor, the light was still on. She forgot to turn it off. She didn't go back to turn it off. She was just thinking. 48 hours ago, she sat on the sofa writing the specimen number for No. 001. Now she was about to enter the second dungeon, and her partner was still the same person. She opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The car still carried the scent of oil mixed with old leather. Lu Jinghan started the car, shifted gears, and did not turn on the music. The two of them silently crossed half the city. The streetlights swept by the car window, flickering, elongating, and shortening their shadows against the interior wall of the car. "The retired soldier you were checking on," Suyi spoke up. "Does he not want to help?" "He helped." Lu Jinghan set his hands steady on the steering wheel. "He showed me what happened 3 years ago." He said, clearing it is just the wind. The real clearance is not in the dungeon. Suyi silently repeated this phrase in her mind. Wind. Clearing is just wind. A gust that makes you think you are cool, but nothing has really changed. "The two suspected cases from 2013 that I found," she said. "One of the victims reported to the police after returning from disappearance. When the police arrived, he had injuries on his body, but they were almost healed. About the same speed as our recovery. But that was in 2013. This shows that the recovery mechanism is not a new thing. It has existed for at least over 10 years. Lu Jinghan did not respond. The car turned a corner and entered the old commercial area in the north of the city that was waiting to be demolished. Both sides of the road had their shop shutters pulled down, half the signs missing, and the ground littered with broken bricks and discarded plastic bags. The destination was just ahead. It was an old building whose exterior tiles had mostly fallen off, with the entrance being a half-pulled shutter door emanating a dim blue light. The two of them got out of the car. They bent down simultaneously, slipping through the shutter door. The world behind the door instantly shifted. Blinding white light from the ring lights, live broadcast grids partitioned like a honeycomb, a floor covered in charging cables, and instant noodle bowls, and the sweet scent of air freshener mixed with the burnt smell of electronic devices. The rolling shutter door fell behind him, cutting off the outside world. Suyi stood up first, catching a whiff of the scents. Instant noodle seasoning packets, the burnt smell of electronic devices overheating, and some sweet cloying fragrance, a mixture of completely incompatible odors that clung to his nostrils. The second sensation was a prick in his eyes. The overhead ring light was too bright, not meant for people, but for showcasing exhibits. Everyone stood in their respective cubicles, illuminated from above, their faces devoid of shadows like specimens pinned in a display case. She quickly scanned the area from her position at the door. 12 live streaming cubicles, 6 of which had their lights on, already occupied by streamers. They were not new players. Those people were too adept in front of the camera, their eyes glued to the bullet screen instead of the camera, their speech steady, and their expressions well managed. Veteran players. At least they had been through a round in this instance. She noticed a woman sitting in the leftmost cubicle, wearing a slightly misshapen gray sweater, her hair casually tied back, appearing to be in her early 30s. The woman was speaking to the camera, her voice low and barely audible, but her tone was soothing. As she spoke, her fingers kept twisting the bracelet on her wrist, not out of nervousness, just habit of motion she had performed too many times. The remaining 6 cubicles were empty, reserved for newcomers. As Suyi walked by, she spotted the man in a checkered shirt from the last medical college already seated in his cubicle, adjusting his phone stand. In the adjacent cubicle was a new face. A girl who looked to be under 20, gripping her phone tightly, her knuckles white, shrinking into her chair like a cat thrown into an unfamiliar cage. Suyi didn't approach, she simply noted everyone's positions with her eyes. Then her bracelet vibrated. Everyone's bracelets vibrated simultaneously, and the woman who was live streaming instinctively lowered her head to check. Yet she furrowed her brow before looking down, not in fear, but in a reaction of here we go again. Pop-up instance death live stream rule 1. Streaming must start on the hour, and the duration must not be less than 10 minutes. Rule 2. The amount of viewers' donations equals life value. Those who cannot keep up will be eliminated. Rule 3. Streaming content must not violate platform regulations. Violators will be banned. Ban elimination. Countdown 37 minutes until broadcast begins. Current online players 9. Suyi read the 3 rules twice. The combination of Rule 1 and Rule 3 sent a chill down her back. Streaming content must not violate platform regulations. What were the platform's regulations? It wasn't written down nor stated plainly. But being banned equated to elimination. This meant the death condition of this instance wasn't monsters nor traps, but an invisible red line. You might not even know when you cross it. She set up her phone, turning on the front camera. The ring light shone on her face, revealing sharp features on the screen. System pop-up, please set the title for your live stream. She thought for a moment and typed medical college passer. Analyzing rule flaws. No exclamation marks, no emojis. She didn't want to put on an act. The live stream started. The number of online viewers in the lower right corner jumped from 0 to 10, then to 50, pausing briefly around 100 before slowly climbing. The bullet screen trickled in. New streamer. Looks tough to deal with. The title says medical college, just analyzing rules. What a boring title. The last one who wrote about analyzing the rules is already gone, be careful. Suyi did not interact. She flipped through the platform regulations. Starting from the first page, she took screenshots of each one. When she reached the 17th page, she paused. There was a vague clause: streamers must not personally attack the audience, must not retaliate maliciously against bullet screen content, and must not threaten the audience in any form. The boundaries were very vague. What constitutes malicious retaliation? What does threatening the audience mean? If the audience attacks you first in the bullet screen, does your rebuttal count as malicious? This was crucial and needed testing. But testing comes at a cost. Who would be the test subject? She raised her head and looked at Lu Jinghan. He had already set up his live stream. Title, just the word hit. Suyi stood up and walked over. His phone stand was crooked and the angle of the ring light was also wrong. The light shone on his jaw, making his already sharp jawline look even more like a cut stone. The bullet screen had already started scrolling. That guy is so handsome. Why is the title just one word? What are you hitting? I don't get it. Is your hand injured? Roll up your sleeve and show us. As the last bullet screen message floated past, Lu Jinghan glanced at his forearm. The cut from the brick wall in the basement had completely healed, leaving no mark on his skin. But there were old scars on the back of his hand. These were not from the instance, but from a year ago during a chase, pale white scars like claw marks. Of course, those in the bullet screen had no idea of the origins of these scars, yet they still asked. Not out of concern, but as a scrutiny of the streamer's body. Suyi saw Lu Jinghan's expression freeze for a moment. It wasn't from injury, it was disgust. The discomfort of being scrutinized by strangers through a screen. Then another string of bullet screens floated by, not directed at him, but at her. Who is that fierce woman next to you? What's your relationship? You two are standing so close. Are you a couple? Definitely a couple. You've seen them together many times. Lu Jinghan's brows furrowed. It wasn't a playful frown, but real annoyance. He opened his mouth. Suyi saw his lips pressed down, a sign that appeared only when he was holding back words. He was holding back. Because of Rule 3. Because he couldn't personally attack the audience. Because being banned equated to death. Suyi returned to her cubicle. She reopened the front camera, looking at herself on the screen, and also at the line of real bullet screens on the right. The bullet screens kept coming and growing more outrageous. A fierce woman usually brings bad luck to men. How can someone so fierce be a streamer? What kind of expression management is this? She pressed her phone down on the table, took a deep breath, then raised her head, reorienting the front camera to herself. My name is Suyi. What I currently know about this instance is streaming must happen on the hour. Insufficient income leads to elimination, and content violations result in bans. Bans equal death. Before officially starting the stream, I need to understand a few things. First, this platform hasn't opened for the first time today. Is there anyone present who has streamed in this instance more than once? If so, please let me know via bullet screen what types of violations the last batch of eliminated streamers triggered. The bullet screen fell silent for a moment. Then several messages floated up simultaneously. There was a streamer who sang and then disappeared. It wasn't just singing, someone requested a song called Goodbye, which had a line about meeting again in the next life. After singing it, the person just vanished. It's about sensitive word monitoring. It might not be the song's fault. Another person was banned for cursing at the audience. It wasn't at the audience, but at the bullet screen spammers. Is there a difference between cursing at the bullet screen and cursing at the audience? There is a difference. You just cursed the bullet screen, not the audience. So you took a screenshot of these messages. Being banned for singing indicates that audio content is also under scrutiny, and the triggering mechanism is not just keywords, but more complex semantic recognition. Being banned for cursing at the bullet screen shows that audience and bullet screen are reviewed separately. The audience is people, while the bullet screen is content. Cursing at the audience is deemed more serious than cursing at the bullet screen. She noted these down in her memo. Another bullet screen popped up. What are you analyzing this for? If you can finish analyzing, won't you not die? So you did not look up. She continued to write. But she knew she would have to answer this question eventually. More people had gathered in the middle of the live streaming venue. Veteran players had started moving around, no longer pinned in their cubicles by the rules. So you noticed the woman in the gray sweater coming out of her cubicle, walking straight to the door of a young boy's cubicle, bending down to say something. The boy's shoulders relaxed from tense to loose in just a few seconds. The woman then walked to the door of Su Ye's cubicle. You're new here, she stated, not as a question. I came from the medical college, Su Ye replied. I'm called Sister Chun. She didn't extend her hand, just nodded. I've been in this instance for 3 days. Not because I wanted to stay. Every time I was close to clearing it, the rules would change. The question you asked earlier, can you not die if you analyze it completely? The answer is possibly yes. But it might not be. It depends on whether your speed of analysis can keep up with the speed of rule changes. Su Ye stared at her for a moment. Sister Chin's expression was flat, not cold, but a kind of flatness that had been worn down after repeated scrubbing. It seemed she no longer wanted to have any expectations. When she mentioned 3 days, there was no sigh, and when she spoke of rules changing, there was no anger. Su Ye had seen this expression in the interrogation room. It wasn't calmness, but depletion. When depletion reaches its end, it manifests as this flatness. Su Ye stood up. You said the rules would change. What kind of changes? The previous version required streaming every 2 hours. I got used to it. Then I had a PK match won, and my follower count rose to first place. The system notified me that I could clear it. Then I waited for the passage to open, waited almost 2 hours, and suddenly a new rule popped up. It stated that the winner of a PK must bind with the last place contestant. I bound a newcomer and he was eliminated in my live stream. Not because I was banned, but because the equipment in his cubicle malfunctioned and his signal was lost. The system deemed it a live stream interruption, and I lost a significant number of followers along with it. I nearly died with him. After that, I remained in this base. It's not the same instance being reopened. So you said it's the same space continuously operating. Players don't enter in batches, they enter continuously with unpredictable intervals. The clearing conditions are not fixed, they are sliding. Exactly. Sister Chin looked at her, her eyes flashing with something faint like a breeze had blown through. You're one of the few who can think of this layer without me finishing. Su Ye fell silent. What she thought of wasn't the praise in that statement. What she thought was, if the clearing conditions are sliding, then this instance will not let anyone go. Not because you're not strong enough, but because the rules have no endpoint. They just keep changing until the probability of your mistake accumulates to a significant level. The veteran players in the venue began to gather together to discuss the PK rules. As Su Ye walked back, she passed by Lu Jinghan's cubicle. He was no longer dismantling his phone stand, but was gesturing at the front camera. The bullet screen was full of laughter. He just tilted the light. What are you hitting, streamer? What are you hitting? You don't even have as many followers as the one next door. While he's analyzing the rules, what are you doing? Lu Jinghan did not respond to a single bullet screen. But he noticed one in particular, his expression changing. Is that fierce girl next to you your partner? She's amazing. Su Ye noticed his expression, not one of pride from the flattery, but annoyance of what does that have to do with you? He also saw the word fierce. He wanted to curse back, but he didn't speak. Su Ye turned back to her live stream. New bullet screen message. What Sister Chin said earlier, this instance cannot be trusted regarding clearing conditions. Someone said that the person who cleared the last version has never appeared again. It's not death. They simply do not exist anymore. Su Ye stared at the last message. Not death, they simply do not exist anymore. She flipped her phone over and placed it on the table. She realized what she was afraid of. What she was afraid of wasn't being banned or not having enough followers or the rules changing again. She was afraid that no one had truly gotten out after clearing. Old Wise class leader, the missing persons from 2013, those marked with arrows from the medical college. They didn't fail to clear, they went somewhere else after clearing. Or they were taken to do other things. Su Ye flipped her phone back. The follower count had surpassed 400 and was still rising. The bullet screen kept scrolling and the gift list kept jumping. There were 19 minutes left on the countdown. She opened the front camera looking at herself on the screen and then spoke. Everyone, what I am about to say is not analysis. It's a request. I need each person in the bullet screen to help me. Help me confirm one thing. Has anyone seen other live streams on this platform? Not me nor any of those currently streaming, but earlier from streamers who have already been eliminated. Tell me their names and what they looked like in the end. Bullet screen, let me know. The bullet screen fell silent for a moment. Then a message floated up. There was one. A guy clean looking a singer. In his last live stream, he didn't speak, just sat there watching the bullet screen. He watched for a full hour. Then he turned off the stream himself. Before closing, he said, I can't get out. It wasn't a ban, he turned it off himself. Another message, there was also a girl spamming, save me many times in the bullet screen. The last time she spammed, she just disappeared. That bullet screen is still there. I clicked into her profile, and it's blank. Suyi took screenshots of these messages. She didn't say thank you. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent for a moment. It wasn't a natural silence. It was as if everyone had simultaneously stopped their actions. Suyi looked up. Sister Chin stood in the center of the venue, her bracelet glowing, her face pale under the ring light. The ring lights were flashing. It wasn't just one light. They all flashed at once, pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. The bullet screen on the screen began to scroll wildly. What's happening? Why are the lights flashing? Is the system about to do something? PK is coming soon. The last round also had the lights flashing before the PK started. Suyi stood up. Lu Jinghan also walked over from his cubicle, standing beside her, looking up at the flickering ring lights. His expression was that habitual tightening before a battle, not from fear, but from estimation. Estimating all potential objects in the venue that could become weapons. The phone stand on the table. The folding chair in the corner. The power cord of the light overhead. What do you think PK is? Lu Jinghan asked. Suyi didn't turn around, scanning the flashing lights, which cast shadows of the 12 cubicles on the deepest wall of the venue like 12 independent cages. I don't know. But if it's a fair PK, the system wouldn't flash all the lights. It's flashing the lights. It's a warm-up. Suddenly the ring lights all went out. The entire venue plunged into 2 seconds of pure darkness. Then all the lights turned on again, much brighter than before, cold white light bombarding down from above, illuminating every cubicle without a shadow. On Suyi's phone screen, system pop-ups began to appear line by line. PK mechanism has been activated. Random grouping for unknown PK. The losing side will be eliminated while the winning side gains all of the losing side's followers. PK content system randomly selects a topic. Suyi looked down at the pop-up. Random grouping. Unknown. Losing side eliminated. She raised her head and exchanged a glance with. As the circular lights illuminated once more, Suyi instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes. It wasn't the brightness that struck her. Rather, it was the change in color. The warm white light of the live broadcast had shifted to a cold white hue tinged with blue, reminiscent of the surgical lights in an operating room. The walls of the venue's partitions lost all color under this harsh illumination. A new system message popped up on her phone screen. PK group assignment completed. Please check your opponent. Suyi looked down at the screen. A screenshot of a live broadcast appeared. It's not a real photo, but a capture from the stream. The man in the image appeared to be around 30, wearing a pair of metal-framed glasses with a backdrop of a wall plastered with fan rankings. She remembered this person. When she first entered, he was in the far right partition, not streaming, but repeatedly adjusting his phone stand. His movements were unhurried. While calibrating the level, he used his fingers to gesture several times along the crossbeam of the stand, as if he could not tolerate even a millimeter of tilt. His name was Fong Su, an experienced player. He was not from a medical school. Sister Chin had mentioned that several players had been in this instance for more than 2 rounds. Fong Su might be one of them. Suyi stood up and looked towards Fong Zu's position through the transparent partition. He was also looking at her. He neither smiled nor provoked. He simply lifted his phone to take a picture of her. Then a message appeared on Suyi's screen. Your opponent has initiated a PK. The topic has been chosen. It was not a randomly generated topic by the system. He had selected the question. She glanced at the screen. The PK topic section displayed a line of text. Analyze my flaws. Suyi stared at this line for a moment. Fong Su had already changed the title of the live stream to You Analyze Me. His fan count had doubled since she entered. He had taken the initiative in this round of PK. It was not about analyzing the instance, but analyzing him. She activated the front camera. The bullet comments had already begun to scroll. This sister is going to analyze someone front row for the show. What is there to analyze? Isn't she talking about the rules? The opponent initiated the topic. It's to analyze flaws. This question is tricky. Not analyzing means losing, but if you analyze, you might offend someone. Suyi ignored the bullet comments. She switched the screen to Fong Zu's live stream. He was adjusting his collar in front of the camera, his eyes behind the metal-framed glasses, not on her, but scanning his bullet comments. His movements were minimal. Even when adjusting his cuffs, he used his index and middle fingers to pull at the sleeve edge. He was a person who paid great attention to detail. It wasn't an innate trait. He had been trained. Su Yi thought of the person Zhao Laosher mentioned in the previous instance, a Jia who had deceived her using false patterns in the reincarnation hotel. Fang Su and a Jia were not the same person, but their behavioral patterns bore similarities, choosing to observe rather than act immediately upon entering the instance and opting to initiate the topic instead of responding in a PK. Her finger paused the camera feed. Fang Zu's action was frozen mid-motion. He was adjusting the angle of the phone stand, his right hand gripping the base, while his left hand supported the side of the phone, with 2 fingers, his thumb gently pressing down on the corner of the screen. There were no calluses on his wrist, but there was a slight color difference at the second joint of his thumb compared to the surrounding skin. It was not an injury, but a callus formed from prolonged pressure on the same spot. What profession requires repeatedly pressing the same spot with the thumb? Su Yi zoomed in on the image. The spot he pressed was right on the edge of the phone screen, near the volume button. She typed a note in her memo: not a phone addiction. It's for taking screenshots. He was accustomed to using his thumb to take screenshots, and the frequency surpassed that of an ordinary person. Only one profession would make taking screenshots a habit: information gathering. This person was into espionage. Not official intelligence, but civilian intel. How he survived in other instances was beginning to take shape in her mind. Su Yi pressed the live button. The PK topic is analyze my flaws. I'll start with the conclusion. Your flaw is not a deficiency in personal ability, but an overconfidence in yourself. You are accustomed to observing everyone at the start of the instance, and then choosing the weakest one to establish an information exchange. You are not making friends. You are accumulating negotiation chips. But your problem lies in your over-reliance on information advantages. Once you encounter someone who does not need your information, you will fall behind. The speed of the bullet comments surged noticeably. She hit the nail on the head. Why isn't he speaking? The opposing streamer's face turned green. Fang Su, aren't you supposed to analyze? Come out. In Fang Zu's live stream, he fell silent for a few seconds before bowing his head to start typing. A new PK message popped up on Su Yi's phone. Opponent requested to extend PK time. Please wait for system approval. It was not a counterattack. It was a delay. He was reviewing her historical bullet comments. Su Yi glanced at the frantic gift notifications scrolling on her screen. Fang Zu's fans were jumping over to her side. The rule of the PK was that the losing side would be eliminated while the winning side would gain all of the opponent's fans. If he continued to remain silent, the audience would make the choice for him. The system pop-up appeared: PK time extension not approved. Audience voting channel opened. Please vote from both sides. Fans. The bullet comments erupted once more. The online count in Fang Zu's live stream began to plummet, while a large influx of viewers migrated from his stream to Su Yi's. From Fang Zu's side, he was always watching your previous live replays. He said you are not a first-time visitor to the instance. Something is bound to you. I didn't catch it clearly. He just said there's something wrong with that ring on your wrist. Su Yi's fingers paused. Fang Su was looking at the ring on her wrist. He was more sensitive than she thought. A person who survives on information could spot unusual things on others with the naked eye. What Fang Su saw in the bullet comments, he reviewed the historical replay and discovered that when she appeared in the same frame as Lu Jinghan, their movements were completely synchronized, not out of tacit understanding, but physical synchrony. She lifted her head and looked towards Fang Zu's direction through the partition. His live stream had dimmed by half. The circular lights automatically dimmed, and the audience icons turned gray one by one. The system would directly remove all viewers who transferred to the opponent's live stream from the original streamer's fan list. A line of bold system text popped up on her phone screen: PK victory. Fang Zu's partition lights went out. It wasn't turned off. It was the entire partition's power supply that the system had cut off. The circular lights, the charging cable for the phone stand, and the decorative blue light strips on the background wall all extinguished simultaneously. The fan list for the live stream flickered on the screen twice before migrating entirely from Fang Zu's homepage to Su Yi's account. Her fan count jumped, approaching 4 digits. Then Fang Zu's partition was empty. The screen only displayed his homepage, the icon gray, the fan list empty, and the signature still bearing the line he had altered less than half an hour ago. You analyzed me. He was gone. Not that he left. She watched as he was removed by the system. There were no screams, no shouts, not even the sound of data streams disappearing. He was simply cut off. Like a scene that needed to be discarded. Su Yi's phone screen had not yet dimmed. The bullet comments continued to scroll. Some were celebrating. The newcomer won. Gifts are being queued, while others, after a moment of silence, typed a line: was what he just said true? What exactly is that ring on your wrist? Su Yi looked down at her left hand. The ring reflected a cold white light under the circular lights. Fang Su was not attacking her. He was searching for a breakthrough. And the direction he was searching was correct. The venue fell silent for a moment. It wasn't devoid of sound. There were still movements in various partitions, some celebrating their PK victory, others retouching their makeup to cover up the cold sweat from earlier, while some were on the phone. But Su Yi felt the air in her partition thickening. Her fan count was still rising, and the question, "What is your ring?" was repeatedly refreshed in the bullet comments. Lu Jinghan walked over from his partition, standing beside her, glancing down at her screen. His expression showed no change, but she noticed his breathing was steady. It wasn't the slightly rapid steadiness after battle. It was the calm of someone who had not yet experienced a PK. He hadn't been drawn yet. "Your side hasn't started yet," Su Yi said. The system sent a reminder saying it's matching. It still hasn't yielded a result. Matching for so long. There were no opponents. It meant the system was selecting opponents for certain people. This matching system was not random. It should be pairing players based on their data profiles. Just like how Fong Su matched with her. Not a coincidence, but the system knew Fong Su was an information type player, and so was she. The same type would engage in mutual destruction, making the data more pure. So who would Lu Jinghan be matched with? The circular lights in the center of the venue blinked twice, and then Sister Chen's partition lights dimmed as well. It wasn't an elimination. It was her PK that had also ended. When Su Yi approached, Sister Chen was leaning back in her chair, her chest rising and falling, a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. A mug sat on her desk, the water inside already cold with a fine crack at the rim. "Did you win or lose?" Su Yi asked her. "I won. But the opponent was a newcomer, barely here for an hour." Sister Chen's voice was flat, not sounding like a win, but more like completing a necessary task. She looked at her fan list. It had gained a batch of unfamiliar IDs, all icons being the system's default gray silhouettes. The eliminated person hadn't even had time to change their avatar. He said he wasn't playing anymore. The bullet comments urged him to log off, but he refused. The system paired him with a topic, asking him to prove he is still alive. He can't prove it. Su Yi remained silent. She thought of those figures sealed in the medical school's lobby. They transformed into specimens in an infinite loop of waiting. Not killed, but repeatedly needed by the rules until they no longer struggled. After the PK ended, Sister Chen lifted her head to gaze at the still bright circular lights above, as if speaking to herself. The PK in this instance is not a slaughter. It is a selection. One wants to survive, the other has not yet decided to die. Thus one person was cut off. The lights in the venue blinked once more. This time it wasn't the entire venue, but Lu Jinghan's partition. His phone screen finally lit up. When Su Yi returned, he was bowing his head, looking at the PK notification on his screen. His expression was calm, reminiscent of the competitors she had seen in her first year in combat competitions, standing face to face on the weight scale, glaring at each other, signing the pre-match agreements, while trash-talking, but true masters would fall silent the moment they confirmed their opponent. She was ready to face this PK. He had over an 80% chance of winning, but she still needed to know who the opponent was. Lu Jinghan turned his phone screen towards her. It displayed the information of both combatants. The opponent was a streamer named De Wong, with an avatar depicting a man wearing a mask, the mask printed with a smiley face. Not a real name, but an ID. The bullet comments began to flood. Hasn't De Wong already won 3 matches? He hasn't left yet. Isn't he supposed to clear the game by winning? Why is he still here? Su Yi stared at these bullet comments for a moment. 3 matches won. But he was still here. It wasn't that he couldn't clear the game. It was that he didn't want to leave. Or perhaps he couldn't leave. Lu Jinghan adjusted his phone back to its original position, looking at the opponent's livestream cover. It was a screenshot from yesterday, featuring a hand in tactical gloves gripping a shattered phone stand. "This person," Su Yi said, "is just like you. A combat-type streamer." Lu Jinghan did not respond. He placed his phone on the stand and adjusted the angle of the circular lights. Not skewed this time, but raised to illuminate above his head rather than his face. This way half of his expression would be covered in shadow, preventing the opponent from clearly seeing his eyes. This was the first time Lu Jinghan had seriously prepared for something in this instance. Not because he feared losing, but because of the opponent's signature. De Wong's homepage signature bore only one line: "What defeats you is not the system, but me." Su Yi also saw that line. Her first reaction was, "This doesn't seem like a label generated by the system. He wrote this himself." Anyone who could change their signature in this instance had likely been here for quite some time. She walked to her partition door and glanced back at Lu Jinghan. He was already seated in front of the camera, his shoulders relaxed, fingers resting leisurely on his knees, quiet like a fierce beast that had yet to open its eyes. Su Yi turned around and did not look back. What she needed to prepare for was the next round of PK, not to worry about someone she never wished to concern herself with. He did not need her worry, he only owed her 3 rockets. Lu Jinghan secured his phone on the stand and adjusted the angle of the ring light. This time, it wasn't just casually done. He raised the light to its highest point, allowing it to shine directly from above, casting shadows across his forehead and eye sockets. His opponent couldn't make out his expression. This detail caught Su Yi's attention as she watched Lu Jinghan adjust the equipment through the transparent partition in her booth, and she made a judgment in her mind: he was serious. It wasn't nervousness. She had known him long enough to recognize that he fidgeted with his fingers when anxious, but now his hands were steady. He treated this PK as a worthy opponent. The live stream of the king had already lit up. When Lu Jinghan entered the room, he saw someone sitting in a black gaming chair, wearing a black mask with a yellow smiley face printed on it. The smile was crooked not intentionally, but due to misalignment during printing. One corner of the mouth was half a millimeter higher than the other. This slight deviation made the smiley face appear to be grimacing rather than smiling. Above the mask were a pair of eyes not large with a lot of white. When looking at the camera, they gave the illusion that he was looking at what was behind you. The background was a plain white wall, completely bare. There were no fan leaderboards, no decorative lighting, and none of the chaotic charging cables and instant noodle bowls seen in other streamers' booths. This person's live stream was as clean as an interrogation room. The bullet comments had already started rolling. The king, who are we fighting today? Another newcomer, the last newcomer, is already gone. What does he look like under the mask? I heard he has never taken off his mask. Lu Jinghan did not look at the comments. He was watching the king's hands. The king's hands were resting on the table, fingers interlaced, the thumbs unmoving and the index fingers not tapping, completely still. This stillness was not that of an ordinary person. Ordinary people in front of the camera would exhibit numerous unconscious small movements, adjusting their headphones, tweaking the volume, licking their lips, their gazes drifting. The king did not. He sat there like someone who had recorded the opening countless times, patiently waiting for the music to start. Then he spoke. What's the name of the person opposite? His voice came through the mask, muffled, yet each word was clear. It wasn't a tone deliberately lowered to seem cool, but rather a habitual way of speaking with reduced volume. Lu Jinghan did not respond with his name. He looked into his opponent's eyes and said, "First tell me, why are you still here after winning so many rounds?" The comments paused for a moment. No one was spamming. This was a question all the viewers wanted to ask. The king had won 3 rounds and logically should have cleared the game by now. But he hadn't left. It wasn't that he couldn't leave, it was that he chose not to. The king was silent for a moment. Then he raised his right hand and pulled the mask down half an inch. Beneath the mask was a mouth. The lips were intact, but below the lips, his chin jaw right down to the Adam's apple, wasn't skin. It was silver metal. Not something he wore, but something embedded. Where the skin met the metal there were no seams, the two materials fused directly together, as if the bark and heart of a tree had grown together. The metal surface had intricate patterns identical to the silver sheen on his wristband. He pulled the mask back over his face, covering it. I lost the first PK. The system said I was eliminated. But it didn't make me leave. It gave me a choice: be eliminated or stay as a gatekeeper. Those who remain cannot clear the game, but can continue to fight. The king said I chose to stay. The comments went silent for several seconds. Then they exploded. What is a gatekeeper? He said he was eliminated, but still here. Is that metal his punishment? Does failing to clear the game turn you into this? Lu Jinghan did not look at the comments. He stared at the piece of metal beneath the king's mask, not looking for the monster's weakness, but observing a person whose body had been rewritten by the system. The metal was embedded at the Adam's apple, precisely where swallowing and speaking would be affected. Every time the king spoke, it was as if he rubbed his throat against the remnants of the system. So now Lu Jinghan said, "Do you want to win or lose?" The king's mask shifted. The smiley face on the mask warped slightly as the corners of his mouth moved. It wasn't a smile. It was something more complex than a smile. I want to fight a match where I don't have to hold back. The PK began. The system issued the question. PK topic: barehanded combat in the live stream room. Rules: both sides can move freely in the live stream room. The first to fall for 10 seconds or be judged by the audience as having lost the ability to fight will lose. Venue restrictions: none. Countdown to start: 10 seconds. Lu Jinghan stood up. His booth was too small, the phone stand, ring light, and charging cables all crowded into a space of less than 2 square meters, making it impossible to stretch his legs. He pushed the ring light into the corner, folded the phone stand, and tucked it into his pocket. Then he raised his head and looked at his opponent. The king was also standing up. Both of them pushed the transparent partition of their booths aside simultaneously and stepped into the open space in the center. The ring light illuminated them without a single shadow, casting sharp silhouettes on the ground. The king struck first. It wasn't a probe. His first punch was aimed directly at Lu Jinghan's throat. Lu Jinghan turned his head aside, the punch's wind grazing his ear, making it redden momentarily, but he merely angled away, not retreating. He countered by gripping the king's wrist, pressing his thumb on the radial artery, twisting inward by 90 degrees. A wrist disarm technique. Under normal circumstances, a person's arm would give way after this move. But the king did not. The king's wrist remained completely still in Lu Jinghan's palm. It wasn't that his grip strength was extraordinary. It was that his wrist joint structure was different from that of an ordinary person. That silver metallic substance was not only embedded in his throat, but also in his joints. This metal sustained all joint locks for him. The king used the force to slam his elbow down. Lu Jinghan let go and stepped back. After this round, both of them adjusted their distances again. The comments were frantically rolling so fast. Isn't this a live PK? How did it turn into a fight? These two are more intense than last round. The king held back and the opponent didn't fall. This round ended in a tie. Suyi stood at the entrance of her booth. Her fingers clenched the inside of her forearm, turning her fingertips pale. It wasn't due to nervousness. It was because she was trying to analyze the king's body structure in real time. The metallic substance was not an external shield, but had permeated into the king's joint cavities and soft tissue structure, forming a composite support with his original skeleton. Ordinary joint techniques were ineffective against this kind of person. The physicality of this system was far deeper than she had previously estimated. It didn't just affect the rules within the dungeon. It could permanently alter a person's body under specific conditions. The king was proof of that. Lu Jinghan had realized this after the round. He no longer attempted to lock the joints, and instead turned to pushing with his palms. Not locking, not controlling, not grappling. Using the overall momentum of his body to push him out of bounds, using speed to crush, not allowing the king's metal joints to have a fulcrum to exert force. When he charged in for the second time, he changed his strategy. It wasn't a fight, it was rugby. He lowered his center of gravity, shoulder crashing into the king's chest, arms wrapped around his waist, legs pushing forward. The king's feet scraped against the ground, the soles of his shoes emitting a piercing scream as his body was lifted half an inch off the ground. The king fell backward. But in the instant he fell, he didn't instinctively try to brace himself. He extended his right hand, fingers spread, reaching for Lu Jinghan's throat. Lu Jinghan tilted his head. The nails grazed his neck, leaving a faint red scratch that oozed a drop of blood. He wasn't trying to win. He was telling himself he had to give it his all. Not giving it his all was disrespectful. Lu Jinghan fell silent for a moment, then reached out and pulled the king up from the ground. Let's go again. There was no referee to call the start. But the audience was quiet for a moment. Second round. This time the king struck first. His punch speed was faster than in the first round. It wasn't that he was holding back, it was that in the previous round, he had been waiting for Lu Jinghan to use joint techniques, waiting for knee locks, waiting for all those moves effective on human joints. Now he knew his opponent would no longer use those, so he could unleash his full strength. The two figures intertwined, separated, and crashed into each other under the illumination of the ring light. The comments began to flood. It's a tie, but no one is going down. What are they doing if not PK? Are they feeding each other moves? This isn't a fight, it's a conversation. At that moment, Suyi realized that her hand had unknowingly come down from her arm. She had unconsciously bitten her lower lip, now releasing it, revealing shallow teeth marks. She saw why the king's punch had not hit Lu Jinghan. It wasn't that Lu Jinghan was too quick to dodge. It was that the king had pulled back slightly. In that instant, when the crooked smile missed its target, she saw that the king's eyes held no anger, only a calm, focused demeanor, as if completing a certain ritual. He wasn't trying to win. He might not even want to win. He simply wanted to fight a match. In a dungeon where everyone else was scheming to survive, he wanted to encounter someone who didn't scheme. Third round. Both of them charged simultaneously. No probing. The king's right fist and Lu Jinghan's right fist brushed past each other in the air, their respective punches grazing each other's forearms. Both hit. The king hit Lu Jinghan's right shoulder, while Lu Jinghan struck the king's left rib. Both of them stepped back simultaneously. Neither fell. Neither clutched their wounds. Neither diverted their gaze. The system notification popped up on everyone's phone screens simultaneously. PK ended. According to audience judgment, the result of this PK tie. The comments exploded again. The system continued to display supplementary rules in the event of a tie. Neither party is eliminated. Special judgment. The gatekeeper may choose whether to leave this dungeon. If choosing to leave, the gatekeeper identity will be automatically revoked. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. The king lowered his head and looked at his phone. The countdown was ticking on the screen. 30, 29, 28. He reached out and grasped the lower edge of his mask. 10, 9, 8. He pulled the mask off his face completely and set it on the table. Under the mask was a face. Silver metal formed his chin and Adam's apple, while the skin above his lips was normal, but below an inch started the metal like a forcibly cut boundary. 6, 5, 4. He looked at the camera. I choose to leave. 3, 2, 1. The screen went dark. Everyone's phones simultaneously displayed a system message. The gatekeeper, the king, has exited. The position of the gatekeeper is vacant. The place where the king stood was left with a faint gray mark on the ground. Evidence of his prolonged presence, dust from his shoes ground down by repeated movement. The mask remained on his gaming chair, the crooked smile, facing up looking at the ring light. Lu Jinghan walked over, picked up the mask, and turned it over. The inner side of the mask was a layer of already worn cotton fabric with a line of small text written in marker. The handwriting was faint, nearly washed away, but still legible. It read a name and a line. Zhao Yuanzhou, last live stream. After finishing, regardless of winning or losing, him leaving. It wasn't meant for himself. It was meant for the next person trapped in this dungeon who had won all the matches but found no way out. He left the mask on the chair. Lu Jinghan returned to his booth. Suyi leaned against the door frame of her booth. After a moment, Suyi spoke up. That scratch on your neck just now, did it hurt? She was merely confirming the operation of the shared mechanism. Lu Jinghan wiped his neck with the back of his hand. The blood had already coagulated, leaving only a dry red mark. It doesn't hurt. Did you feel anything? Suyi glanced at her hand, noting no new wounds and no synchronized pain. The shared mechanism of this dungeon might not be in real-time synchronization, or the system had temporarily disabled part of the sensory transmission during the PK. But she wasn't sure which it was. Lu Jinghan placed the mask on the table, staring at the crooked smile. He said he isn't a monster. Suyi looked up at him, waiting for him to continue. Lu Jinghan did not look at the comments. He just remained silent for a moment, contemplating the nearly faded message. He signed a delay after losing the first match. He didn't want to be a monster. He wanted to wait for someone who wouldn't scheme. Suyi did not respond. She simply remembered this person in her own way. Not in a notebook, but in the files of her mind. Zhao Yuanzhou, gatekeeper, throat metal modification with his name written under the mask. The ring light in the venue flickered as all the booth's lights switched from cold white to warm white simultaneously. The PK had ended. Both of their fan rankings had increased, but she didn't see by how much. She stood up and walked back to her booth. Lu Jinghan sat in his chair in silence for a long time, then lowered his head and typed a line of text in his phone's memo. She couldn't see what it was, but after he finished, he placed the phone screen down on the table and didn't move again. After the king left, the venue fell silent for a while. It was not a silence of relief from danger, but rather a moment for everyone to digest what they had just witnessed. A person whose body had been modified by the system, a person who had won many matches yet chose to remain as a gatekeeper, decided to leave after removing their mask. That mask was still lying on Lu Jinghan's desk with its smile facing up crooked, as if mocking something. Suyi returned to her cubicle. Her phone screen was still lit, and her follower count had risen again after the PK ended. Some of the audience from when the king left had shifted to her side. The bullet screen was still discussing the recent PK. What was under that mask? What did he mean when he said he was eliminated but didn't leave? Does this dungeon actually have a real way to clear it? Suyi did not engage in the discussion. She opened her notes and recorded the events concerning the king, not as gossip, but as a case study. This system can permanently modify the human body, something she had not observed in medical school. The novice dungeon only showcased the rules and monsters, but did not reveal how deeply the system could physically control players. The king was proof of this. As she was writing, a message floated across the bullet screen. Have you noticed the follower? Suyi paused and glanced at her follower list. The numbers were indeed going down. It was not a steep drop, but a slow and steady decline, losing 1 or 2 every few seconds. She initially thought it was the natural loss of viewers after the PK ended. However, the rate of loss was too uniform. It was too regular to be human. Human departures are fluctuating and random, with sudden batches leaving at certain points followed by stability. This was different. It felt like something was being drawn out at a constant rate. She stood up. Sister Chun was already in the center of the venue, looking down at her phone. Her expression was not one of panic. She had been in this dungeon for several days, and her mentality had worn down to instinct. But her instincts told her that something was off. Is your count dropping? Sister Chun looked up and asked her. Yes, it's dropping. Very evenly, unlike a normal loss, Suyi replied, turning her phone screen towards her. Sister Chun took a glance and turned her phone back to show her own. Hers was dropping even faster. It's not a loss. The system is extracting, Sister Chun said. Suyi quickly walked to Lu Jinghan's cubicle door. He was also looking at his phone. How much have you lost? Suyi asked him. Not much. But it's still dropping. Lu Jinghan turned his phone to show her. His follower count was still within a safe range, but the downward curve was identical to hers. Uniform. This was not something a human could orchestrate. Suyi stood in the corridor surveying the entire venue. Besides her and Lu Jinghan, there were Sister Chun, old Zhao in a checkered shirt, a small girl cowering in the corner who had been too afraid to speak, and 2 boys who looked like college students. The other cubicles were dark. The darkness belonged to those who had been eliminated, and their lights had not come back on since the PK ended. This isn't the PK mechanism. The PK has already ended, Suyi said. This is another mechanism. Sister Chun put her phone down and walked to the center line marked with black anti-static tape. She stood for a moment, then turned to look at everyone. PK is a norm in this dungeon. But I've said before, the system will change the rules. The uniform drop in followers indicates that the system is implementing a preset elimination mechanism before the next round begins. Perhaps in the next round there won't be a need for PK. It will eliminate based directly on follower consumption. The small girl who had been cowering in the corner, Suyi remembered her live stream ID was Little Zhou, is not Little Boat, stood up, her voice trembling slightly. What should I do? I already have few followers. If I drop to 0, will I be cut off like that brother with glasses? Suyi, this girl was a newcomer. She had no props, had not experienced other dungeons, and had relied on the curiosity of the bullet screen audience to sustain herself since entering. Newcomer filter. Newcomers receive a fleeting curiosity from viewers, but that attention dissipates quicker than anything else. Once the audience realizes there are no more stories to uncover about her, they will flock to other more exciting live streams. This young girl's follower count was already nearing double digits. Lu Jinghan stood up, walked to the door of Little Zhou's cubicle, and presented his phone to her. He opened his live stream backend, pressed a button, and redirected some of his followers to her live stream. You just need to hold on through this round, he said, then turned and returned to his cubicle. There were no extra words. Suyi watched from her cubicle without disturbing him. Lu Jinghan was not unaware of the stakes. He certainly understood that in this dungeon followers equate to life. But he chose to share, not out of generosity, but because he felt that girls should not die in a place like this. A newcomer who could barely speak should not be eliminated by the system's uniform extraction rules. She turned back to her screen. People in the bullet screen were already asking what she was thinking. She's thinking about how to break the rules. She must be thinking about why the system is dropping followers uniformly. Forget about uniformity. If it's dropping fast, think of a way quickly. Suyi lowered her head and started flipping through the platform's regulations. Last time she reached the 17th page and saw the personal attack clause. This time she flipped further past livestream, norms, content review, standards, sensitive word lists, advertising management, until she reached the 33rd page. At the bottom of the page there was a line in small gray font marking an additional clause. The platform reserves the right to adjust the recommendation weight of anchors based on user activity. If a live stream exceeds 4 hours without receiving new donations, it will be treated as a reduction in power. For hours. New donations. Not cumulative donations, new donations. Suyi took a screenshot of this line. Then she flipped her phone around to show everyone. The system is not random. It's using a hidden clause. This clause is buried deep in the platform's regulations. Anyone who live streams for over 4 hours without new donations will be demoted. After demotion, exposure decreases, leading to natural follower loss. It doesn't eliminate you directly, it simply turns off your faucet. Sister Chen calculated for a moment. Before you came in, I had already been streaming for almost 4 hours. Her voice remained flat as she spoke. That calmness, which had been repeatedly washed over, now trembled slightly at the edges. She glanced at her follower count. It was still dropping. She needed new donations. Suyi stood up, walked to Sister Chen's cubicle door, and showed her phone screen. There was a gift she had just sent. Not much, but there was no message. Sister Chen looked up at her, taken aback. You owe me. You told me the rules would change at the base entrance. That piece of information saved many people, Suyi said. She was now returning the favor. Sister Chen did not speak, merely nodded, then operated her phone screen for several seconds. She sent an equivalent donation to Little Zhou's live stream, then turned back to continue her live stream. Little Zhou sat dazedly in her chair, staring at the gift notification on her screen. Before she had a chance to thank her, new bullet screen messages began to pop up in the lower right corner of the live stream. First 3 or 5, then dozens. They were not old viewers, but Sister Chen's followers. They came following Sister Chen's gift to a newcomer. When they saw their leader giving a gift to someone new, they followed suit. It was not pity but trust. They trusted Sister Chen's judgment. Little Zhou's follower count jumped from double digits to triple digits, crossing an invisible red line. Her hands were no longer gripping the hem of her clothes. Lu Jinghan watched this scene from across the partition, his lips twitching slightly. Then he looked down at his phone. Suyi was also watching this scene. But she noticed something else. After Little Zhou's follower count jumped to triple digits, her followers who had been dropping suddenly ceased their decline. It was not slowing down. It had stopped. The numbers remained the same, no longer changing. Suyi looked down at her follower count. It was no longer dropping. Lu Jinghan's was not dropping either. It was not a coincidence. Suyi stood up, her voice raised slightly, just enough for everyone in the venue to hear. New gifts can reset the 4-hour countdown. It is not aimed at a single person. It applies to the entire dungeon. Any individual who receives a new donation resets the demotion timer for everyone. Sister Chen lifted her head from the screen. She had been here for several days, and no one had ever discovered this pattern, because no one had ever thought to flip to the 33rd page of the regulations. She looked at Suyi, and the calmness in her eyes, which had been washed out repeatedly, had faded, replaced by something sharper. Not gratitude, but a kind of illuminated inquiry. What exactly do you do? Sister Chen asked. I sift through the archives, Suyi replied. Sister Chen did not press further. Veteran players all understood an unwritten rule, not to expose too much in front of newcomers. Suyi simply flipped the platform regulations to the 33rd page and presented what she had found to everyone. Those who can survive 4 hours are the ones who can save themselves. She merely took a screenshot. The bullet screen began to slow down. It was not that no one was sending messages. It was that the rhythm had elongated. Su-Ye's live stream had surpassed 4 digits in online viewers, but the bullet screen was no longer as dense as when it first started. It was not that the audience had left, they were waiting for her to speak. She had already proven her worth. Not through looks, but by extracting a life-saving rule from a heap of gray clauses. Su-Ye looked at the camera, paused for a moment, then spoke. In this round, she said only one sentence. You are not here to see me win. You are here because you don't want to die. Neither do I. The bullet screen floated a line of text. You don't want to die? You want to survive alongside that person next to you. A new notification popped up on her wristband. Not a PK alert, not a fan count warning. This was a system message unlike any before. Black background, white monospace text, as if printed by an antique telegraph machine. Audience nomination mechanism activated. A nominated streamer must complete the content specified by the audience. Refusal or failure results in immediate elimination. Only viewers ranked in the top 10 of the fan leaderboard hold nomination rights. Each viewer may nominate only once. A nominated streamer cannot refuse, but may transfer the task provided the recipient is currently online and has not yet been nominated. Transfer is permitted only once. Su-Ye finished reading the message, her finger hovering motionless over the screen. 3 thoughts raced through her mind simultaneously. First, this was a new rule. Shen Jie had warned that the system would revise its rules, but this wasn't a minor adjustment. It was an entirely new mechanism. Second, the power behind this mechanism did not lie with the system, but with the audience. The top 10 on the fan leaderboard. The very people who had showered her with the most gifts, now held direct authority to command her. Third, the transfer clause. A nominated streamer could pass the task to another, but only once. What did that truly imply? She needed to think one step further. Lu Jinghan walked over from his booth. He raised his left hand. The same notification glowed on his wristband screen, and waved it briefly before her eyes. You saw it, Su-Ye said. Lu Jinghan slid his phone back into his pocket. They're about to begin nominating. Every one of us will be named. Not randomly, by queue. How do you know it's not random? Because these viewers crave patterns. He said, the last round of PKs used random grouping. If this round were also random, the audience would find they want to witness struggle, not whether someone can complete the task, but whether they'll choose to transfer it. Struggle is spectacle. Su-Ye looked at him. He rarely analyzed rules, yet this time his insight was razor sharp. The circular lights overhead began to flicker. Not a crisis signal, merely prelude. Warm-toned spotlights swept in unison across every booth entrance like the dazzling light show before a variety show premiere. The live chat exploded. Front row seats for the nomination round. So nervous. Who'll be picked? Who's in the top 10 of the fan leaderboard? Let's dig. There's a user called Spade K up there. He's definitely in the top 10. Not definitely. He is number 1. Su-Ye glanced down at her own fan leaderboard. The top ID was indeed Spade K. His avatar a stark, white handwritten K, against a black background clearly custom-made, not a default system image. This person had been gifting her relentlessly since her earliest broadcasts. Never speaking, never typing, never requesting songs. He didn't behave like a viewer. More like an observer analyzing data from behind the screen. Then her phone lit up with a new message. You have been nominated by viewer Spade K. Task: consume 1 pack of biscuits located in the 3rd drawer of the morgue within 30 minutes. An address followed, located in the basement of this very streaming base. Its architecture mirrored that of a medical school. Underground spaces were never left empty. Biscuits, Su-Ye repeated softly. To Spade K, this nomination was no punishment, it was a test. He clearly sought to verify whether she could execute a concrete task laced with visceral disgust and psychological pressure, all alone. This person required no shouting or gift spamming to assert presence. He sought only one confirmation: how would the entity bound to her react when she acted in isolation? Lu Jinghan had also seen her task. His first instinct was to step forward, instinctively placing himself between her and the screen. Su-Ye reached out and pressed her palm lightly against his forearm, not forcefully. This cannot be transferred. It's aimed at me. Transferring it would void its meaning. If you accept it, they'll know I fear acting alone. Lu Jinghan said nothing, but he did not retreat to his booth. As Su-Ye passed him, her shoulder brushed his, not deliberately avoided, simply because their booth doors were narrow. Yet after she walked away, Lu Jinghan remained rooted in place, glancing after her once. Su-Ye did not see that glance. She was already descending toward the fire escape deep within the venue. The stairwell lacked the circular lights. Only green emergency exit signs clung to the walls, casting dim light that barely outlined 2 steps at a time, like descending an ancient well step by step. Identical placards lined each floor: fire escape, no obstruction permitted. Yet as she descended, the clutter grew: empty cardboard boxes, broken phone mounts, coils of unidentifiable black tape. These items bore no hallmark of system-placed props. They looked abandoned by people. At the sub-basement level, the morgue door gleamed stainless steel. As she pushed it open, cold air struck her like a wall. Not the roaring chill of industrial freezers. This room emitted no sound, yet its temperature plummeted more than 10 degrees below the rest of the streaming base. She rubbed her fingertips. The skin was already tightening. 3 rows of stainless steel drawers were embedded into the wall, each labeled with a number from 001 to 030. 001002 003. She counted to the third. Someone had carved words onto its surface, crooked, scratched with a key or fingernail. Do not open this. She stared at the inscription for a long moment, then grasped the drawer's handle and pulled. It slid open effortlessly. Inside lay no corpse, only a single pack of biscuits. A small plastic-wrapped package, the kind sold for 2 yuan at convenience stores, designed for 1 bite per individual packet. Beneath the biscuits rested a note scrawled in the same hand as the warning on the drawer. If you are not bound, you need not eat these biscuits. If you are bound, eating, or refusing, is binding all the same. Suyi flipped the note over. On the reverse, another line: do not keep it. Keeping it alerts the system. Eat it. Then ascend. Do not wait. She folded the note and slipped it into her pocket, then tore open the biscuit wrapper. The biscuits had absorbed moisture. Their crunch was muffled, brittle, a texture like chewing dough left forgotten in the back of a refrigerator. She finished them in roughly 2 minutes, tucked the empty wrapper into her pocket, and slid the drawer shut. Its closure echoed with a heavy final thud. She climbed back up the stairs. Her legs ached, but her hands remained steady. As she pushed open the fire escape door and re-emerged beneath the circular lights, the live chat detonated in unison. She's back. Under 10 minutes. Did she really eat them? What do more biscuits taste like? She withdrew the empty wrapper and placed it on the table. The chat flooded with awesome, but she ignored it, instead opening her system notifications. Her task status had changed to completed. Her fan count rose again. Spade K remained silent in the chat, but immediately after her completion, he sent another gift. Not celebration, but confirmation. With 1 nomination, this viewer had confirmed 2 things: that she could remain composed during solitary action, and that she would not transfer the task to Lu Jinghan. Nominations for other streamers appeared concurrently. Lao Zhao's task: disassemble and reassemble a phone mount by hand. He completed it. 2 university students were nominated by the same viewer and swapped livestream accounts. Xiaozhou, the timid girl huddled in the corner, received the mildest task: sing a nursery rhyme solo. She sang, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," her pitch wavering badly in the second half, but she finished. Chen Jie's task was the heaviest: remain on the app splash screen for 60 seconds. She completed it. Silence settled over the venue. Then hurried footsteps approached. The girl from the corner, Xiaozhou, the one to whom Lu Jinghan had just gifted fans. She rushed over, clutching a glow stick she'd unearthed in her booth, and thrust it into Lu Jinghan's hand, voice trembling. "Thank you just now." Then she fled back. Lu Jinghan stared blankly at the glow stick in his palm, hesitated, then set it gently on the table. His phone vibrated. He glanced down. Suyi watched his expression shift in those few seconds. Not tension, not wariness, but something unfamiliar, almost alien. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, and turned his phone screen toward her. Black background, white text: you have been nominated by a viewer. Task: consume a dish prepared by streamer Suyi within 30 minutes. Designated preparation site: public rest area within the venue. All ingredients and utensils are provided. Suyi checked her own phone. Another notification flashed: you have been designated as task assistant. Assist the nominated streamer in completing the task within the allotted time. Assistance is mandatory and non-transferable. After reading both messages, Suyi lifted her head. The live chat erupted. Cooking. Are they serious? The audience chose them. This is absolutely intentional. Haha. Watching Suyi cook is harder than clearing the raid dungeon. Hurry up, we're ready. She'll definitely mistake salt for sugar. Is there a mole among the viewers? Does this nominator want them to crash spectacularly? Suyi rose expressionlessly and strode toward the public rest area. Located at the far right of the venue, it was an independent space partitioned by transparent panels, featuring a foldable table, a compact induction stove, a set of spatulas and pots, and several condiment bottles. Ingredients were neatly arranged on the table: several eggs, scallions, a small bag of flour, enough for a simple egg pancake. Also present, a cutting board, a chef's knife, an unopened box of salt, and a bag of sugar. Labels on the condiment bottles were crooked, leftover chaos from the previous player. Suyi picked up the chef's knife and tested its weight. Lu Jinghan leaned against the rest area doorway, arms crossed. Have you ever cooked before? No. Suyi cracked an egg. The shell shattered into the bowl. Can you cook then? No. Then please don't kill me with your cooking. Suyi glanced back at him. You were nominated, not me. She cracked the second egg against the bowl's rim. Cleaner this time, no shell fragments. She sprinkled flour into the bowl, then reached for a condiment bottle. Both salt and sugar bore nearly identical labels. She hesitated, then selected the one labeled salt. That's sugar, Lu Jinghan said. The label was peeled. The tier runs leftward, meaning someone swapped the salt and sugar labels. A trap left by the last player waiting for the next to stumble. Suyi examined the label. Sure enough, a faint tear mark. She set down the bottle and picked up the other, tasting a grain salt. She added salt to the batter and stirred with chopsticks. The induction stove ignited, oil shimmered across the flat pan. She poured in the batter, sizzling sharply as the edges instantly firmed. Then she realized a problem. She didn't know how to flip it. She tried lifting the pancake with the spatula, and the chat roared, crashed. Crashed. Definitely lethal cuisine. Lu Jinghan, run. That pancake looks like a dissected specimen. Lu Jinghan studied the fragmented pancake in her hands, then took the chopsticks from her, divided the pancake into pieces, and ate each one slowly. He finished. Placing the chopsticks down, he tapped once on his phone screen. Task completed. After a beat of silence, someone asked, "What did it taste like?" Lu Jinghan replied, "Like eggs." Then he stood and returned to his booth. Suyi switched off the induction. She cleaned the cutting board and bowls, returned the condiment bottles to their places, and carefully straightened the mislabeled. Fragments of the pancake still clung to the pan's surface. She scraped them off with the spatula, leaving a faint concentric scratch across the bottom. She had made that scratch herself. The chat continued debating their relationship. He ate it. He ate it for her. No, he did it to complete the task. Don't overthink it. Suyi sat back in her booth, watching her fan count rise again. Not for the pancake, but because the audience had witnessed her attempt despite knowing she couldn't cook. She looked up at Lu Jinghan. He had placed the glow stick beside his mask at the corner of his desk. More objects accumulated on his table, yet none belonged to him. The light in Suyi's cubicle dimmed for a moment. It wasn't a power outage, it was a notification that popped up on her phone screen, completely different in format from the previous ones. There was no preface, no explanation of rules, just a line of text: "You have been singled out by the audience member Black Spade K. Task content: close your live stream and reopen it within 10 minutes. After reopening, you must provide a complete and honest evaluation of your PK partner during the live stream. The evaluation must last no less than 1 minute. The evaluation must not contain any personal attacks. Otherwise it will be considered a task failure. This task is not transferable." Suyi read this passage 3 times. Not transferable. Evaluate your partner. No personal attacks. These 3 phrases combined felt like a cleverly designed trap. Of course, she could evaluate Lu Jinghan. She could list 100 criticisms about him, none of them flattering. But the rule added an extra condition: no personal attacks. 9 out of 10 things she usually said to Lu Jinghan would cross that red line. Now in front of all the viewers, she couldn't use any derogatory terms, couldn't roll her eyes, couldn't give a sarcastic evaluation of this person for a whole minute. The audience realized what this meant even before she did. The barrage of comments began. Forcing her to compliment someone is a hellish difficulty. Getting her to not insult someone is harder than getting her to not eat. Betting in the front row on whether she can complete this. Black Spade K. Are you shipping them? A complete and honest evaluation, but not allowed to insult. Isn't this asking her to die? Did you notice he said evaluate the partner, not evaluate Lu Jinghan? If the partner isn't Lu Jinghan, who is it? Aren't they bound together? Does Black Spade K know something we don't? Suyi pressed off her phone screen, stood up, and walked to the entrance of Lu Jinghan's cubicle. Did you receive the new task? She asked. No. Lu Jinghan was wiping a smudge off his phone holder and glanced at her. Her expression was somewhat reminiscent of when she was just pulled into medical school. Not fear, but encountering something she was not good at handling. Did you receive another task? Suyi showed him her phone screen. After reading it, Lu Jinghan fell silent for a moment, then leaned back in his chair, the corner of his mouth twitching. It wasn't a smile. It was a kind of schadenfreude, an "it's your turn now" expression. She had seen this look on her face too many times. This was the first time he had the chance to return it. 1 minute. He said no cursing, no insults. And it has to be honest. Can you do it? How about I transfer the task to you, you evaluate me? You can't transfer. When Black Spade K called you out, it was locked as non-transferable. Lu Jinghan's smile froze at the corner of his mouth. He leaned forward and picked up her phone to read the notification again. Then he stood up, walked to the central public rest area, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Then you can say it here. Not to the camera. The barrage went wild. Direct face-to-face evaluation. Isn't this more awkward than a live stream? So he voluntarily walked into her evaluation scene. Black Spade K, are you a genius? This scene is better than anything else. No. Did you see his mouth twitch when he sat down? Is he holding back laughter now? Suyi also noticed. He was holding back laughter. It wasn't mocking, it was the kind of smile that knew what was about to happen, but chose not to evade. She sat down opposite him. The live stream was still on. The ring light illuminated both of them, casting their shadows on the transparent partition of the public rest area, like 2 specimens displayed on a showcase. Suyi began. The first sentence was fairly normal. Lu Jinghan. Mercenary. Skilled in close combat. Tactical movements are standard. Not skilled in any logical reasoning that requires more than 3 steps. Lu Jinghan nodded slightly, indicating it was acceptable. Second sentence. His role in the dungeon is damage output. Not because he wants to fight, but because he doesn't know how to do anything else. Lu Jinghan's brow twitched. The barrage began to float. Is that a personal attack? Does this count as an attack? Saying he can't do anything is derogatory, right? The system hasn't popped up a warning, yet maybe the system isn't sure either. Suyi paused for a moment. She was waiting for him to respond. But he didn't. He just sat there listening. He had never really listened to her speak before. Or rather, he had never been quiet in her sight for so long. This silence was not submissive. It was another way of him accepting the challenge. If you want to evaluate me, then evaluate him listening. Suyi began again. This time it was different from the previous two sentences. Her voice lowered slightly. He is the type who would jump out from behind you to block monsters. Not because he feels sorry for you, but because he thinks his skin is thick enough to take a few hits without caring. But when he blocks the monsters, he never forgets to push you in the safe direction first. Just once. He thinks no one notices. Lu Jinghan's smile faded. It wasn't seriousness, it was that he didn't expect this sentence. Suyi continued. He looks at your reaction first when the barrage asks him to take off his cuffs. Not looking at the camera. Looking at you. It's as if he's confirming whether you will feel uncomfortable. He doesn't care about his image in front of the camera. He cares about you. It's just that he will never admit it. Outside the public rest area, Sister Chen stopped her work. Old Zhao lifted his head from behind the phone screen. The barrage wouldn't shut up, but at that moment the speed of the comments clearly slowed down. Not because no one was posting, but because everyone was waiting for the next sentence. He scored 28 in math and can't solve a quadratic equation. But on the battlefield, he can instantly calculate the angle and deployment of remaining firepower after a teammate goes down without needing paper or pen. It's not that he can't calculate. It's that he doesn't want to use his brain. He thinks thinking isn't his business. He pushes all tasks that require thinking onto me. It's not because he's lazy. It's because he believes I can figure it out. He has never doubted me on this point. After Suyi finished, she paused. It wasn't that she forgot to keep time, but that she was about to finish with one sentence left. She looked at Lu Jinghan. He was sitting opposite her, not leaning back against the chair, nor crossing his legs. He sat up straight, his hands resting on his knees like a particularly serious recruit listening to a critique. She said the final sentence. He is the kind of person that after being your archenemy for so long you forget. He is someone else's comrade, someone else's brother, someone else's most reliable partner. Because you never think of him as reliable. But he has indeed always been there. From the first day of medical school until now, always there. So I have nothing more to say. He is Lu Jinghan. I have finished. The system pop-up appeared, task completed. The barrage exploded in the same second. She finished her evaluation, not a single insult for a whole minute. Is this a confession? It's not a confession, it's an evaluation, she said it herself. Is there such an evaluation for a partner? Black Spade K, what are you doing? Answer me. Black Spade K just sent a gift, the silent kind. Let's end today's stream here. I need to take a breather. Will there be a follow-up tomorrow? Can the system create more tasks like this? Suyi stood up, picked up her phone, returned to her cubicle, and turned off the front camera. The audience was still commenting, gifts were still floating in, but she didn't continue the broadcast. She sat in the chair, resting her phone screen on her knees, not looking at anyone. She didn't know what she had just done. She simply completed a task. Lu Jinghan remained seated in the public rest area until he realized she had walked out. He stood up and walked towards his cubicle, his steps a beat slower than usual. He didn't look in Suyi's direction, but he adjusted the corner of the glowing stick on the table, not to put it away, just to straighten it. The barrage was still frantically asking for follow-up. Someone commented, system, did you see? Hurry and add more updates. Another said, let's stop today's stream here, and a comment quietly drifted past in the sea of text. Have you forgotten your number one fan? Still watching. Suyi didn't look at the barrage, but she knew Black Spade K was still there. This person had always been watching. Suyi sat in the booth for nearly 5 minutes before reopening the front camera. The barrage of comments was still floating by, but the speed had slowed down. The audience, like her, needed to digest what had happened in that minute-long segment. Not the task itself, but the words she had spoken during it. Those words could never have escaped her lips in any other context. But she had said them in front of all the online viewers, directed at the person she had cursed for 2 years word for word, without taking a break for a minute. She reopened the fan leaderboard. Black Spade K was still in first place. A small online indicator lit up next to their avatar. This person had been present since she began her stream, watching every step from the cookies in the morgue to the recent evaluation task. Suyi accessed Black Spade K's homepage. It was empty. No updates, no signature, no historical barrage records. Just a pure black avatar and a handwritten white letter K. She opened her task records again, placing the 2 tasks posted by Black Spade K side by side. The first task, go to the morgue and eat cookies. The second task, close the live stream and reopen it, evaluate the partner for 1 minute without using aggressive language. The first task tested her ability to remain calm in the face of fear, while the second tested how she expressed her true thoughts without relying on aggressive language. This person was not toying with her, they were collecting data. Not data from the copy, but data on her as a person. Just as she was about to jot this discovery down in her notes, her wristband suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a task reminder, it was a private message. The sender's ID consisted of just 3 characters #K. The content also consisted of just 2 lines. The thing bound to you is not a punishment from the system. It is a mark given to you. It is observing how far you can go. It's not over yet. This is just the beginning. Suyi stared at the line for a long time. It wasn't panic, it was the scattered fragments in her mind beginning to piece themselves together into their rifle. In specimen bottle 003 from the medical school, there had once been an organ soaking the label torn halfway, leaving only a blurred letter. She had thought it was a capital K at the time. Now she lifted her head from the live stream and looked toward the direction of booth 003, which had already turned off its light twice. She suddenly understood what was written on that torn label. It wasn't a number. It was a signature. She stood up and walked to the door of Lu Jinghan's booth. He was slowly packing everything from the table into a canvas bag that he had pulled out from somewhere. The crooked smiley face mask had been sitting at the corner of his desk for 2 days, its edges slightly lifted. He picked it up and placed it into the bag, followed by the glow stick that Xiaozhou had given him. K sent me a private message, Suyi said. Lu Jinghan raised his head and pointed to the pile of messy barrage reminders in his booth. The top of his fan leaderboard had also received a gift. Not a donation, but an electronic card with black background and white text with only 1 line. You have also been marked. When did you receive it? Suyi asked. Just now. Almost at the same time as you. Suyi showed him the 2 lines she had just received. After reading, Lu Jinghan fell silent for a moment before zipping up the canvas bag. Not a player. The one who can change the rules to issue tasks and send private messages is not a player. Not the system either, Suyi added. The system communicates in a different format, and it wouldn't refer to a player by their ID. This person can use audience accounts, can send gifts, can send private messages, but they are also helping us. Not helping. Lu Jinghan stood up. They are observing. They left a mask for the king, a barrage for Lao Zhao, and sent you a mark. He is not helping us, he is marking things he is interested in. We are his samples. This word Suyi had used before. After coming out of the medical school, she had written it down in her notes. Samples. The system's recovery mechanism is to protect the samples. Now someone is throwing this statement back at her face. This is not the system. But they are not one of us either. This person stands within the system, but uses it to leave clues for those who are marked. Sister Chun walked over from her booth. She had already packed all her things, carrying a small cloth bag that didn't look like she intended to stay for another round. Are you ready to leave? She asked. Her voice was a half step lighter than usual, as if much of her had been shed, leaving only a shell. That shell was still walking, still speaking. Is the exit open? Suyi asked. Not yet. But the rules have changed. All named tasks have been completed. The system indicates that the next step will close the regular challenge mode. By convention, the exit will automatically open after all challenges are completed. I have seen the exit in this copy 3 times, each time in a different location. Suyi stopped and looked back at Sister Chun. Are you planning to leave this time? Sister Chun was silent for a moment, then looked down at the ring on her wrist. She had been here for a few days, experiencing 4 rounds of rule changes, and 2 PKs winning, but not leaving. It wasn't that there was no exit. She hadn't walked out. What she feared was not the copy, but the possibility of seeing in the mirror after she exited that some things about herself had forever changed. Let's go, she said. Lao Zhao passed by and heard her words. He stood behind Sister Chun and quietly gave a Suyi saw his gesture and knew that this old player in the checkered shirt had decided to leave with Sister Chun. Lao Zhao did not say anything, he just nodded, then began packing in his booth. A pack of unopened tissues, 2 power banks, and a thermos cup with a cracked corner. He always stacked the toilet paper neatly on the table before the copy began and packed it back into his pocket after each ending. This was his ritual for survival. Then the lights in the venue dimmed, all at once. It wasn't a malfunction of the lighting system. The system was using the lights to send a final notification to all players still in this space. All booths fell silent at the same time, and the phone screens flashed the homepage, popping up an announcement. The Copy Death live stream will close in 15 minutes. All players are requested to exit this space through the open exit before the countdown ends. Those who do not leave in time will be regarded as remaining. Players remaining in this space will automatically lose their qualification to clear this round, and will be included in the next round's rules. The exit opened. Not a door, but the ceiling of the booth. The material at the top of every booth turned into transparent glass, revealing a vertical passage leading straight to the ground. Sunlight shone down from the top of the passage, casting a bright square on the floor of the booth. Then came the main entrance of the live broadcast base on the first floor. Slowly opened an exit during the trainees' countdown. Not an iron door like in the medical school basement, but but a rolled door almost identical to the one they entered through except outside was not the old commercial area of the afternoon, but a quiet alley. The ground was made of ordinary cement bricks, and at the mouth of the alley half of a phoenix tree's branches and leaves could be seen. Lao Zhao picked up his cracked thermos cup from the ground and walked towards the exit, pausing for a moment when he passed by Su Ye's booth. He fumbled in his pocket for a while, pulled out a half-crushed pack of cigarettes, and placed one on her desk. Without saying much, he just tipped his hat, and then helped Sister Chun towards the roll-up door. When Sister Chun reached the door, she glanced back at the live stream base where she had spent a few days. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Then she bent down and crawled through the roll-up door. Her back seemed like someone who had walked a long night road, finally seeing the dawn on the horizon. Su Yi walked to the door of her booth. There was already an empty spot for one person under the roll-up door. Lao Zhao crawled out in front of her, and the sunlight streamed in through the gap, gilding the edges of his checkered shirt. The air still carried the burnt smell from the circular lights, but it was already starting to dissipate. She quickly tidied up the things in the booth and placed the half-pack of cigarettes into the inner pocket of her coat. Then she walked to the door of Lu Jinghan's booth. He wasn't packing, he was simply standing at the entrance of his booth waiting for her to go first. "There's more," Su Yi said. "What else? Aren't you leaving? I'll wait for you to go first." Su Yi glanced at him. This time he didn't say, "If you die, I can't live." He simply said, "I'll wait for you to go first." 2 years, over 200 copies. The basement of the medical school, the circular lights of the live stream, the damp cookies in the third drawer of the morgue, the mislabeled salt bottle, the glow stick, and the crooked smiley face mask. He had never said this sentence before. He had always used "I'm afraid that if you die I will suffer" as an excuse, but today he didn't use it. He simply said, "I'll wait for you to go first." Su Yi nodded and walked past him, bending down to crawl through the roll-up door. The wind outside was cool. The leaves of the phoenix tree had been blown down by the autumn breeze, covering the stone cracks and crunching underfoot. The sunlight was no longer glaring. The afternoon sun inclined to the west, casting a golden hue over the entire alley like a filter. She stood at the alley entrance and waited for a few seconds. A few seconds later, Lu Jinghan also crawled out from the roll-up door, stood upright, squinted at the sky, and then pulled the roll-up door back into place. The two of them stood at the entrance of the alley for a while. They did not leave immediately, not because there was nowhere to go, but because they had just come out from a space without day and night, still not acclimatized to this world that had wind, phoenix leaves, and the distinction between morning and afternoon. Lu Jinghan placed the canvas bag on the ground, pulled out a mask from inside, the one left for him by the king, already washed and neatly folded. He handed the mask to her. "Why are you still carrying this?" Su Yi took it. "Not carrying it. It would be a waste to throw it away." Su Yi flipped the mask over. The small handwriting from the marker was still there. "Zhao Yuanzhou, last live stream." After finishing, regardless of win or lose leave, she understood why Lu Jinghan had kept this. It was not a memorial. It was a reminder. Someone had traded their entire body of metal parts for a second choice. They had not reached that step yet, but perhaps one day they would. Lu Jinghan lifted the canvas bag again and walked towards the alley entrance. Su Yi followed him for a few steps, then passed him and walked towards her residence. The two of them naturally parted ways at the position of the phoenix tree at the entrance of the alley. No farewells, no instructions. Like passengers who got off at the same station, each heading in their opposite directions. But this was different from that time in the medical school. During that time, Su Yi had looked back, not knowing why. This time she did not look back, because she knew that even if she looked back, what she would see was his retreating figure. She didn't want to see it. She no longer wanted to repeatedly confirm his words. He hadn't mentioned the reason, just said, "I'll wait for you to go first." The meaning of those 3 words she was unwilling to dissect, because she feared that in the end it would be something neither of them could bear. Yet she still carefully stored away that mask. Su Yi walked back to her residence from the alley, taking twice as long as usual. It wasn't that she walked slowly, she took a detour. She passed the provincial hall and went in to return the key to the archives. Old Shun was not there, so she placed the key on his desk, pressing it down on the still open visitor registration book. Just as she stepped out of the provincial hall's main entrance, her wristband vibrated. It wasn't a private message, it was a system notification. A line of text popped up on the silver-white surface of the wristband, identical in format to the last time she exited the medical school dungeon. Settlement complete. The next dungeon will open in 48 hours. Good luck. 48 hours. Just like last time. The system did not shorten the interval due to the increased difficulty of the dungeon, at least not for now. Su Yi lowered her wrist and calculated the time in her mind. It was afternoon now. 48 hours later would be the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. She ate a bowl of beef noodles at a noodle shop on the corner and finished the soup. Upon returning home, she threw the key into the iron tray at the entrance, changed into slippers, and sat down in front of the sofa. This time she did not immediately open her notebook, but simply sat there, allowing her back to sink into the sofa. The light from the street lamp outside filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a rectangular bright spot on the coffee table, illuminating the cover of the black notebook. She sat there for possibly 10 minutes, then reached into her pocket and took out an item, the mask left behind by the king. It had been washed, and the cotton fabric was still a bit damp, neatly folded. She flipped it over. The small handwriting written with a marker was still there: Zhao Yuanzhou, last live broadcast. After finishing, regardless of winning or losing, leave. She placed the mask on the coffee table, next to the piece of metal scrap she had pried off the dungeon wall last time. The scrap had scratches made by nails, and the mask bore an indelible crooked smiley face. They were both left behind by the same person, a person who chose to remain as a guardian and eventually chose to leave. Then she opened the notebook and turned to a new blank page. First she wrote down the date. Then she wrote Death Live Broadcast Dungeon Settlement Complete. Approximately 10 players survived this round, including those who entered midway. Confirmed Clearer Sister Chen Old Zhao Xiaozhou, 2 college students, and several unnamed players. Confirmed eliminations: Fong Su PK, Elimination King Guardian voluntarily left. Key discoveries: 1. The PK mechanism is not randomly matched. The system pairs players based on their ability profiles. 2. Guardian mechanism, after failing to clear the system, offers the option to remain as a guardian. Guardians' bodies will be permanently modified by the system, but they retain free will. The king's case proves that guardians can choose to remove their masks and leave. 3. Hidden demotion clause on page 33 of the platform regulations. If there are no new donations after 4 continuous hours of live broadcasting, demotion occurs. Any player receiving a new donation can reset the timer for everyone. After this mechanism was discovered, the team preserved everyone through chain donations. 4. The identity of the audience member Black Spade K is pending. Not an ordinary viewer, not from the system. They can issue named tasks, send private messages, and give non-donation items. The content of private messages confirm that shared life is a system mark, not a punishment. This person's motives are unclear, but the clues indicate a consistent direction. The system is observing us. Writing to this point, she paused, staring at the last line: the system is observing us. She drew a line below it and started a new line. The king said during the PK, "I want to play a game without." Zhao Yuanzhou's words on the back of the mask were after finishing, regardless of winning or losing, leave. The two gave 2 directions. The king chose to wait for someone who does not collude, while Zhao Yuanzhou chose to leave. I am currently uncertain which option I will choose. But the exit is open. This time we were not detained. After writing this sentence, she put down the pen. The living room was very quiet, only the sound of the refrigerator compressor could be heard. She leaned back on the sofa, not turning on the television, nor opening her phone to check any messages. She just sat there, letting the fatigue accumulated in the dungeon gradually seep out from her bones. After an unknown amount of time, her phone vibrated. She picked it up to see Lu Jinghan. The message read, "I'm home." She replied with an About a minute later, another message came regarding the 2 cases from 2013 that you mentioned. I had someone investigate the social connections of the missing persons. One of them was a veteran serving in the same military district as Old Wei. Suyi sat up straight. Previously, she had sent Lu Jinghan photos of the case files from the 2013 cotton mill disappearance case, asking him to check the backgrounds of the missing persons using his connections. Now this lead connected to Old Wei's squad leader. Different years, different dungeons, different people, but the source was the same military district. This is not random selection. The system's recruitment follows a pattern. It tends to choose individuals with military or law enforcement backgrounds. Those with combat experience are more valuable samples to the system. She wrote this discovery in the blank space of her notes. Then she sent a message back to Lu Jinghan: "Next time we meet, please provide me with all personnel transfer records from this military district. I have permission to check the archives, but I cannot access the internal roster of the troops." Lu Jinghan replied, "Okay." Then after a while another message came: "What did you eat tonight?" Suyi looked at this message, confirming that the sender was indeed him. Lu Jinghan asked her what she had for dinner. "Noodles," she replied with a single word. "What kind of noodles?" "Beef noodles." "Why are you asking this?" "Just checking if you're alive." Suyi did not. She put down her phone, leaned back on the sofa, and closed her eyes. The corner of her mouth moved. Not a smile, but an attempt to smile that she repressed with professional restraint. The next morning after she got up, she washed the clothes from the past few days. The roar of the washing machine echoed in the small bathroom as she hung the clean clothes one by one on the balcony's drying rack. The sun was nice today, not harsh, and the wind was dry. There was a small stain of diluted formaldehyde on her coat. It had been washed almost clean, leaving only a faint light yellow mark. She looked at the stain, and what came to mind was not fear, but old Zhao. Old Zhao sat on the steps that night, pulled out a cigarette from a crushed half-pack, and handed it to her, saying, "I survived." She didn't smoke it, but she placed that cigarette on the table. Now it still lay in the corner of the coffee table, next to the mask and the metal scrap. After hanging up the clothes, she returned inside, reopened her notebook, and flipped through the photos of the case files she had previously taken from the provincial archives. The reporter of the 2013 cotton mill disappearance case was a night watchman who described that several people were sucked into the wall. The reporter of the same year's case in the west of the city was a neighbor who said, "I heard game sound effects from a mobile phone." The commonality between the two reports is not the disappearance, but the process of being witnessed by a third party. The witnesses did not enter the dungeon, but they saw the instant the entrance opened. This means that the entrance to the dungeon can be observed by ordinary people under specific conditions. If the timing patterns of these observation points can be found, it may be possible to predict the location and time of the next entrance opening in advance. She also noted this down, marking it as a key point. Then she closed the notebook and went to have lunch. After lunch, she did not open her wristband to check anything at all, nor did she actively send any messages for a whole afternoon. She needed to rest. It wasn't physical fatigue. Her brain needed some blank time to clean itself after continuously processing 2 rounds of high-density information. In the evening, she took a shower and changed into her pajamas, sitting on the bed for a while to read the news on her phone. Nothing significant happening in the world. The overpass was still under repair, and the weather forecast said it would rain the day after tomorrow. Then her wristband vibrated. When she raised her wrist, her heart skipped a beat. Not a dungeon notification. It was Lu Jinghan. "Tomorrow afternoon at 3, see you at the usual place." She stared at the screen for a while, then typed 2 words, "Okay." After a moment, she sent another message, "Don't park downstairs from my building. Park at the intersection before that." The next afternoon, in the old commercial district in the north of the city. It wasn't the alley of the dungeon entrance. It was across the street. Su-yi saw Lu Jinghan at a glance when she got off the bus. He had arrived before her, sitting on the steps of a closed record store. The steps were bleached by the sun. He sat at the intersection of shadow and light, with a brown paper folder on his knee and 2 unopened bottles of mineral water on the ground beside him. This was her usual place. It wasn't where they agreed. It was a vantage point she had discovered while investigating a case, allowing her to see the intersection of 3 alleys. The view was good, and only she and Lu Jinghan knew about it. As for how Lu Jinghan knew, it was 3 years ago when she was investigating that case. He happened to be nearby and intervened in her pursuit in an extremely disgraceful manner. Later, half of this street was demolished, and the record store sign still hung, but the inside had long been emptied. Su-yi walked over and sat down on the step next to him. She took out a bun from a plastic bag. She had deliberately taken a longer route on the way and bought a freshly baked red bean bun from the bakery on the corner. She broke the bun in half and handed the larger half to Lu Jinghan. He took it and took a bite. "Why did you bring it for me today?" He chewed the bun and said, "You never used to buy me anything." Su-yi did not respond, just turned her head to look at the 4-story building across the street that had already been half demolished. Her voice was very faint, so faint that she herself was uncertain to whom she was speaking. "Next time in the dungeon. I still don't know if I will come out again." Lu Jinghan's chewing paused for a moment. Then he swallowed, opened a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and did. They both knew that this sentence should not be responded to. Responding would turn it into a promise, and promises were the very thing they least wanted to give each other, because they were afraid they couldn't deliver. After a while, Su-yi stuffed the last bit of bun into her mouth, brushed off the crumbs from her hands, and stood up. "See you the day after tomorrow," she said. Lu Jinghan nodded, slightly indicating he had heard. Su-yi walked away. He sat in place, watching her walk through half the alley, turn, and disappear. Then he lowered his head, tightened the cap of the unfinished water bottle, stood up, and walked in the opposite direction. After taking a few steps, he stopped, looking back at the alley. She was already gone. He tucked the folder under his arm, turned, and continued walking. His steps were slightly slower than before. It wasn't fatigue, it was a lack of urgency. They would meet again the day after tomorrow should. The day after tomorrow wasn't a day that wouldn't come. When the wristband vibrated, Su-yi was standing at the entrance of the record store waiting for Lu Jinghan. 48 hours, not a minute late. She glanced down at the wristband screen. "Copy entrance has been opened. Please arrive within 90 minutes. Below was an address. City center, not the suburbs, not an abandoned factory, but a hotel that was currently in operation. Su-yi forwarded the address to Lu Jinghan, who replied with a single word: car. Lu Jinghan's car turned the corner and stopped in front of her. Su-yi opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The sound of the door closing still heavy, and the familiar scent of engine oil mixed with old leather filled the car. She entered the address into her phone's navigation. The route showed the destination was an old hotel in the city center built in the late 90s, still welcoming guests. "City center," Su-yi said. "The system is no longer picky about locations." Lu Jinghan turned the car onto the main road. Last time, it was an abandoned commercial area. This time, it's a functioning hotel. This indicates that the copy entrance can be opened in any building regardless of whether there are living people inside. Su-yi remained silent. She was thinking of another matter. The 2013 cotton mill disappearance case took place in an abandoned factory, while the scene in the West City rental house that same year was in a residential building. The selection of these entrances is not random. The system tends to choose buildings with enclosed space characteristics. The hotel is also an enclosed space. The car stopped in the open parking lot across from the hotel. Suyi got out and looked up at the building. A 12-story structure with beige walls, the revolving door adorned with a copper sign that read Ruehua Hotel. The lobby's lights shone through the floor-to-ceiling glass warm yellow, revealing uniformed staff standing behind the front desk and several guests seated on the sofa waiting to check in. Everything seemed normal. But Suyi noticed one thing. The revolving door spun around, yet no one stepped out. She and Lu Jinghan crossed the road and pushed open the revolving door. At that moment when the door turned, all the sounds changed. The noise of traffic outside was cut off, and the background music in the lobby stopped. It wasn't turned off, it was replaced by another sound. A low, heavy white noise like an old air conditioning. Suyi glanced back at the revolving door. Outside was still the parking lot, but she wasn't sure if it was the same parking lot as before. The wristband vibrated simultaneously. Suyi looked down at the screen. Copy Reincarnation Hotel Rule 1. The hotel has 7 floors. Each floor contains 1 death room. At exactly midnight, players in the death room will be eliminated. Rule 2. Every day at noon, the front desk will update a new list. The list will contain a player's name. This player will automatically become the occupant of the death room at midnight the following day. Rule 3. The list can be altered. Players who modify the list will automatically replace the original player as the occupant of the death room. Rule 4. Find the hotel owner and return the list. Before finding the owner, the list must not be destroyed. Current online players 8. Suyi read the rules twice. For rules. 1 more than the medical school and fewer hidden clauses than the death livestream. But the 4th rule made her pause. Find the hotel owner and return the list. This is the condition to clear the game. It's not about finding a key, not about surviving for a certain number of days, but about finding a person. Moreover, who this person is and on which floor they reside, the system has not mentioned a word. She lifted her head and scanned the lobby. Apart from her and Lu Jinghan, there were 6 others. 2 college students in matching outfits, the male named Xiao He and the female named Xiao Ding. They stood very close, but did not speak, as if arguing. A middle-aged man wearing glasses in his 40s holding a briefcase entered with the most stable demeanor, an experienced player. A tall, slender girl with long hair leaning against the sofa with a guitar remained silent. One of the guitar strings was broken, she didn't fix it. Another person squatted by the elevator dressed in a faded gray hoodie, the hood pulled low obscuring their face. Suyi's gaze lingered on each person for 2 seconds. The person in the hoodie, a hint of silver reflection, was visible just beneath the collar. It wasn't the wristband. It was the skin itself reflecting light. It resembled someone she had seen in the death livestream. That person, Suyi said softly to Lu Jinghan. Lu Jinghan followed her gaze, only seeing the gray shadow squatting by the elevator. Beneath the hood, the outline of a jaw was visible, but the lips and chin were obscured, covered by a circle of silver metal made of the same material as the wristband, the same as the metal on Zhao Yuan's face. He is also a gatekeeper, Lu Jinghan said. Suyi did not respond. She was re-evaluating the difficulty of this copy. The existence of a gatekeeper indicated that it was not a regular copy. The gatekeeper's presence here is either orchestrated or chosen by him. A voice came from the front desk. It wasn't a wristband pop-up. It was a real human voice. A woman in a hotel uniform was standing behind the front desk smiling as she spoke to them, her tone indistinguishable from any hotel front desk. Welcome everyone. Your rooms are ready. Please collect your room cards at the front desk. Suyi walked over. The front desk woman handed her a room card, the surface printed with the room number. She noticed a very standard hotel smile on the woman's face when Suyi took the room card, but this smile lingered longer than usual. Suyi didn't immediately enter the elevator. She flipped the room card over. The back was blank. It wasn't a customized hotel card. It was a generic one without any hotel branding. This indicated that this copy might have been sliced from some real hotel, but the system didn't intend to tell them. A city, an era, even if it's not the same timeline. She walked to the elevator. The elevator doors opened, revealing a bellboy in a red uniform smiling as he pressed the open button and waited for them to enter. Suyi did not enter. She walked along the corridor towards the stairwell, pushed open the door. The emergency exit was lit with green emergency lights, the same lighting as in the medical school's basement. She climbed up layer by layer, with each floor's fire door displaying a floor number from 1 to 7, the numbers neatly printed on the nameplates. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she pushed open the fire door. The corridor was carpeted in dark red with wall sconces that looked like fake candle lights, one every few steps. She found room 402, pressed the room card against the door lock. The door opened. The room was small, containing a single bed, a nightstand, a chair, and a window facing the street. The window was locked. She tried to turn the handle. It moved, but the window frame did not budge. It wasn't locked. The window simply didn't exist. Behind the glass was a wall. Suyi withdrew her hand and sat down beside the bed. She took out a notebook, opened a blank page, and wrote the first line: the death room is invisible. The windows are all fake. The hotel is a closed system. Then she stood up, pushed open the door, and knocked on the door of the adjacent room, 403. Lu Jinghan answered. His room was almost identical to hers, the only difference being that an open notepad lay on his chair. The notepad contained a line written by the previous occupant: do not alter the list. The one who altered the list left. Not dead, but went to another place. Lu Jinghan handed her the note. This contradicts what we know of the rules. The rules state that altering the list equals replacing the dead. But this person said altering the list equals leaving. Either the system deceived us, Suyi replaced the note, or the rules have slight adjustments between different batches. She stood up and walked towards the end of the corridor. The last room at the corridor's end was different from the others. There was no room number on the door. There was no light beneath the door crack. She pressed her ear against the door to listen. There was no sound. But when she placed her finger on the door, she felt a slight vibration. There were people inside breathing. Not just one, but more than one. In the same room, more than one presence was squeezed together. Suyi stood in front of that door, without a number at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, her fingers still pressed against the door. The breathing inside was very slow, neither like a living person sleeping, nor like machinery operating. It was something in between. She withdrew her hand, and turned to walk back. Lu Jinghan leaned against the frame of 403, watching the figure in the hoodie quietly pushing open each door down the corridor. A suspected gatekeeper who had followed them from the first floor to the fourth, but had never spoken to them. What is he looking for? Lu Jinghan asked. Perhaps he is not looking for something, but for a room, Suyi said. He has been here longer than us. He knows which room cannot be entered. After she finished, she paused for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Have you ever wondered about one question? What? Why does the system want us to arrive within 90 minutes by ourselves? It can pull people directly from cars to the medical school entrance, slice an entire functioning hotel into a copy, and even replace the king's chin with metal. Why does it still want us to go ourselves? It could have directly teleported us in. Lu Jinghan did not answer immediately. He straightened from the door frame, watching the flickering fake candle sconces in the corridor. When did you start thinking about this? He asked. After leaving the medical school. That night, while writing notes, I made a list of questions. The first was, can the wristband be removed? The second was, why does the copy repeatedly open? And the third was this. The system has the ability to remotely control human bodies, but it never uses it each time the copy opens. It only provides an address and a countdown letting you go on your own. What's the conclusion? There was no conclusion at that time. Later, Lao Wei's class leader said it came to call me again. He volunteered to disappear while standing in the yard. He didn't struggle. The king chose to stay as a gatekeeper. The system did not force him. It gave him a choice. Fang Su was eliminated after the PK. The system cut off his light, but it didn't directly strangle him. It was through the rules that he was killed, not by direct action. Have you noticed? At all key points it has given people a choice. Even if that choice is fake. Lu Jinghan was silent for a while. He thought of Zhao Yuanzhou. That night after the PK, Zhao Yuanzhou removed his mask. The system gave him a choice: stay as a gatekeeper or leave. He chose to leave. The system did not stop him. So it can force teleportation. Lu Jinghan said it needs you to actively fulfill the appointment. Yes. It needs you to receive an address, then put on your shoes, go downstairs, take a car, and walk through half the city to stand in front of that roll-up door. It calls this cooperation. The prompt at the start of the copy is good luck, and the settlement prompt is looking forward to the next cooperation. It has been pretending all along that this is a contract signed voluntarily by both parties. Why pretend? Because if it admits that this is not voluntary, everything it does transforms into kidnapping and murder. But it is not human. It may not care how we define it. What it cares about may be data. The behavior of voluntarily entering the copy and being forced into the copy may be two entirely different sets of data in its observation. What it wants is the former. It has always emphasized cooperation, not for us to hear, but for itself. Lu Jinghan did not speak. He looked down at his wristband. Silver white, very quiet, pressed against his pulse. So Lao Wei's class leader stood in the yard saying it came to call me again. That was the moment he received the address. No one came to catch him. He walked in by himself, Suyi said. He shouldn't have gone. He would go. Because he knows that if the wristband is not removed, the countdown will not stop. 48 hours. It is not giving you time to decide whether to go. It is giving you time to deceive yourself into thinking I chose this. The corridor fell into silence for a while. The fake candle sconces continued to flicker. The figure in the hoodie had already descended from the fourth-floor fire escape, moving lightly like a gray cat wandering in the corridor. You telling me this now, Lu Jinghan said, is to make me think clearly about one thing before the next countdown comes. Yes. What thing? Suyi looked at him, her voice still calm and composed. Next time, when the wristband vibrates, you can wait for me in the car. The system requires you to voluntarily fulfill the appointment to let you enter the copy. If you don't go, it will lack a sample. If it lacks a sample, it will have to adjust the rules. Lu Jinghan flipped the room card for 403 in his hand, spun it once between his fingers, then inserted it back into his pocket. Don't even think about it, he said. Suyi was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. It wasn't Lu Jinghan. He never knocked thrice, he always knocked once, heavy and short, like he was banging on the door. The knocking was very light, 3 times with a perfect 2-second pause in between, a standard rhythm of a hotel service staff. She opened the door. Standing outside was a person in a hooded sweatshirt, the hood pulled over, but his face was lifted. The area around his chin and Adam's apple was completely covered by a layer of silver metal identical to the patch on Zhao Yuan's face. The metal surface had fine textures, as if the skin had been pulled and frozen into solid form at a moment. He was not very old, possibly under 25, with single eyelids, very clean sclera, and shallow pupils. When he looked at someone, it was his tiredness that first caught their attention rather than the metal on his face. "You are Suyi," he said. It wasn't a question, but a confirmation. "Who are you?" "I've seen your live stream in Death Live broadcast." He said, "My name is Ajia. I'm not a player from the instance. I'm an audience member. I was drawn in. 3 days ago, after the live stream ended, my wristband lit up, and I woke up in this hotel." Suyi looked at him. When he said, "I'm an audience member," his tone showed no emotional fluctuations, as if he was stating something he had explained many times before. "What is your relationship with Black Spade K?" she asked. "I don't know him, but I've seen him in the audience. He doesn't speak, he just gives gifts. Sometimes he gives props, sometimes fragments. I saw you analyzing the rules in the live stream, and thought you might be the only one who could walk out of the hotel alive." Ajia pulled his hand out of his pocket, holding a folded hotel note paper. "This is the list updated by the front desk yesterday noon. I copied it down." Suyi took the note paper and opened it. It only had one name written on it, Lu Jinghan. She stared at the name for a moment before folding the note and putting it in her pocket. When she lifted her head, her expression remained unchanged. "When did you copy it?" "Yesterday at 12:03. As soon as the list was updated, I went to the front desk to copy it. I saw the original, it was printed by the system, not handwritten. I added a line to it, with a pencil. A pencil can be erased." "What did you add?" Ajia took out his phone and showed her the photo he took yesterday at noon. In the photo was the original list from the front desk, a white printed paper with the words Lu Jinghan printed in the system's default font. Below the name there was indeed a line of small text written in pencil. "The person who alters the list will replace the original list player and become the occupant of the death room." This sentence was almost identical to the wording of System Rule 3. "Do you know how many people have altered it?" Suyi asked. "2 since I came in." Ajia put away his phone. "After the first alteration at midnight, no one died. We thought we had broken the rule. But after the new list came out the next day, that person disappeared. Not at midnight, but during the day. The second person who altered it had the same outcome. They didn't die, they disappeared. It was as if they were drawn into another instance, or into a different timeline of the same hotel. I'm not sure which one. But one thing is certain." "What?" "The person who altered the list indeed was not eliminated at midnight. But they also did not return." Suyi was silent for a moment. What Ajia said matched the message on the note in room 403. "Those who altered the list left, they didn't die, they went to another place." The system rule states, those who alter the list will automatically replace the original list player as the occupant of the death room. But this rule does not clearly state what happens after replacement. It left room for interpretation in its wording. Midnight elimination is just one possibility, another possibility is being transported elsewhere. She pulled the note paper out of her pocket and glanced at the name again. Lu Jinghan. 6 hours later, it would be midnight. She turned to look towards the deep end of the corridor, to room 403. The door was closed and no light was shining through the crack. "You came to tell me this. What do you want me to do?" Suyi turned to Ajia. "It's not about what I want you to do. It's to give you a piece of information. The rules of this game will not actively inform you. You need to deduce it yourself. Whether you can survive tonight depends on whether you already know about the existence of the list." Ajia pulled his hood down again. "I've given you the information. The rest is up to you to decide." He turned and walked toward the fire escape. After taking a few steps, he stopped, turned his head, and said something that almost only moved his lips. "Your partner. He has altered it once." Suyi stood still, watching Ajia disappear behind the fire door. The corridor was very quiet, the fake candlelight in the wall lamp still flickering. She turned around and walked to the door of room 403. She raised her hand and knocked once, heavy and short. The door was almost immediately pulled open. Lu Jinghan was wearing the black short-sleeve shirt from yesterday, his left hand holding a hotel laundry bag that he had rummaged from the room, stuffing things into it. He was still alive. When Ajia said, "He has altered it once," she thought she heard a fact that had already occurred. Now she confirmed. What Ajia said was not a fact, but another clue for her to ask. He was hinting to her, "You should ask your partner if he has seen your name on the list, and how he made his choice back then. It's you on the list." Suyi slapped the note paper into his hand. Lu Jinghan glanced down and acknowledged with a hum. "You already know." Half an hour earlier than you. Ajia knocked on my door before coming to find you. What do you plan to do? I haven't thought it through. Su Yi fell silent. Ajia said that the people on the list would automatically become the occupants of the death room at midnight. Now there were less than 6 hours until midnight. He didn't say, I'll handle it, didn't say whatever, he only said, I haven't thought it through. That wasn't the kind of answer Lu Jinghan would give. He wasn't the type to admit he hadn't thought it through. He placed the note paper on the table without altering it. Su Yi returned to her room and sat down by the bed. She opened her notebook, turned to a new page, and wrote down all the key information that Ajia had mentioned. 1. The list is updated every noon, executed at midnight. The method of execution is elimination, but the players who are eliminated disappear without a body. 2. Those who alter the list will not be eliminated at midnight, but will disappear the next day, whereabouts unknown, possibly transferred to another instance or timeline. 3. Ajia transitioned from an audience member to a player, indicating that the system has multiple channels for absorbing players. Audiences can also be pulled in. 4. The only way to protect someone from elimination may not be to alter the list, but to find out who the hotel owner is. 5. Who the hotel owner is remains unclear. 6. Lu Jinghan's name is on the list. After writing the last point, she pressed the pen against the paper and paused for a long time. Then she stood up, pushed the door open, and walked to room 403 again. I need to ask you a question. Lu Jinghan leaned against the window. That window, like the one in room 402, was fake with a wall behind the glass. He placed the laundry bag down on the bed and looked at her. If it's me on the list, would you alter it? No, he said. It was almost an immediate answer. Why? Because you would stop me. You would say, don't touch the list, find the owner. Su Yi looked at him. What if you can't find him? What if you can't find the hotel owner before midnight? Lu Jinghan was silent for a moment. Then don't look. You think of another way. Aren't you afraid I won't alter it? You won't alter it. You are the kind of person who would rather go in yourself than let someone else die in your place, even if that person is me. He released the window handle, turned around to face her, and suddenly paused as he spoke, then shifted his gaze to the end of the corridor. Besides, I won't let you die for me. Su Yi did not linger at the entrance of room 403. The words, moreover, I will not let you die for me, still hung in the air of the corridor, but she had already turned back. There was no time to dissect this sentence now. There were less than 6 hours until midnight, and she still knew nothing about the hotel owner. She returned to room 402, spread open her notebook, and flipped to the page where the rules were recorded. Rule 4 was short, consisting of only one line. Find the hotel owner and return the list. There were no images, no floor hints, no descriptions. But since it was a person, there would surely be traces left. She mentally reviewed all the staff she had encountered since entering: the woman at the front desk, the bellboy in the elevator, the middle-aged man pushing a linen cart at the end of the second-floor corridor, and the technician fixing the air conditioner at the entrance of the third-floor equipment room. Each one wore a hotel uniform and spoke only a word or two within their work scope. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But she had overlooked one person. There were 2 women at the front desk. The first time she passed through the lobby, the woman behind the counter wore a blue uniform, and when she went down a second time to retrieve her room card, it was still that same woman. But during her third pass, she noticed a gray figure sitting behind the front desk, not wearing a uniform. Su Yi closed her notebook, pushed the door open, and started down the fire escape layer by layer. On each floor of the fire escape, the walls were plastered with the same notice. This is a fire escape. Please do not store items here. Yet items continued to pile up. Empty cardboard boxes, broken phone holders, black tape. These items did not belong to the hotel. They belonged to the copy. When she reached the first floor, she did not push open the fire door leading to the lobby, but instead circled into the employee lounge. The lights were broken, and she found the storage area by the light of her phone screen. The third locker was unlocked, and inside hung a neatly folded hotel uniform in deep blue with a name tag pinned on it. Chun. She memorized the name, then reached into the depths of the locker, her fingers brushing against something cold. A key. It was not a room key, but an old-fashioned brass lock key with a number scrawled in red paint on the handle: 001. She recalled the number of the specimen cabinet labeled 001 in the medical school. The same number appearing in different copies was no coincidence. She took a photo with her phone, returned the key to its original place, and closed the locker door. As she walked out of the employee lounge, she glanced toward the lobby. The gray figure was no longer behind the front desk. The second floor was the hotel's logistics area. When Su Yi arrived, the middle-aged man pushing the linen cart was squatting at the end of the corridor, fixing a wheel. The cart was stacked with freshly laundered white sheets, and a string of keys hung from the cart's frame. Su Yi crouched down beside him, holding the loose screws in place with her hand. You continue with your work, the middle-aged man said, without looking up. Is there something you need? I'm looking for someone. Guest looking for someone isn't my responsibility. The front desk handles guest matters, which is downstairs. If you can't find them, you can call the switchboard. Su Yi did not stand up. She watched his movements as he tightened the screws. His fingers were thick and calloused, but he was turning the screws in the wrong direction. He was not a hotel employee, at least not one who worked here long term. Someone who fixes things daily wouldn't get the screw direction wrong. She watched his hand freeze there, then spoke softly, "Your name tag belongs to someone else. Sister Chen lent you her name tag, and she is wearing casual clothes." The middle-aged man paused momentarily. He raised his head, and his gaze was no longer the measured gentleness of a hotel employee, but a vigilance akin to someone who has been lurking in the dark and suddenly encountered light. "How do you know this outfit is borrowed?" he asked. "Your cuffs are dusty. This outfit was just taken from the locker, and the creases are still visible. The name tag was pinned on incorrectly, the holes misaligned. You are not Sister Chen. She is shorter than you, and this outfit is not your size. The shoulders are too loose, and the sleeves too short." The middle-aged man slowly stood up, placing the screwdriver into the tool bag on the linen cart. "Who are you?" Suyi asked. He was silent for a moment, then pushed the linen cart aside and opened the door behind it. It was a very small office with a plaque that had oxidized and turned gray nailed above the door, "General Manager's Office." He did not invite her inside, merely standing in the doorway, allowing her to see the old photographs taped to the walls and the old property deeds pulled from the front desk drawer. "I have been in this hotel for a long time," he said. "I am not a player, but a person in the copy. I was abandoned by the system. The copy was upgraded, the front desk system was replaced, the door signs were changed, leaving me here as an afterthought. Sister Chen is the same. We are not the owners. We are the remnants that were not completely deleted after the hotel was revamped. The owner is in this building, but not on your list." "How to find them?" Suyi asked him. "The owner is not a fixed individual. Who the owner is depends on which rule you view them from. According to Rule 1, the death room's perspective, the owner is the person responsible for arranging the rooms. From Rule 2, the list perspective, the owner is the one who writes the names. From Rule 4's perspective, the owner is the one who can receive the list and sign for its return." So you did not ask him what role he played in the hotel, nor did she ask for his name. She simply thanked him, then turned toward the fire escape. She mentally reviewed everyone she had encountered: players, staff, gatekeepers, former gatekeepers, remnants of old code that had not been fully deleted. Who was the one who can receive the list and sign for it? She suddenly stopped. That person was a player, and also part of the hotel. She searched at the intersection of these two identities, ultimately landing on one person, herself. The only one who had received system notifications and private messages from viewers, marked both as a player and as an observer. The hotel owner is not an NPC. The hotel owner is the player designated by the system who can take the list. And the gatekeepers who found her, whether it be Zhao Yuanzhou de Wang or Sister Chen, were never waiting for the salvation of an NPC. They were waiting for a person to realize this matter themselves. Suyi ran back from the fire escape. When she reached the 4th floor, she pushed open the fire door to find a Jia leaning against the wall waiting for her. He had pulled down his hood, revealing his entire jaw modified with metal. The corridor lights illuminated the line between his skin and metal very clearly. "Sister Chen asked me to give this to you," he said, handing her something. It was her own notebook. On the open page was written her last note from the death live stream, with an additional line of text that did not belong. The handwriting was forceful, each stroke written with strength, not following a feminine writing habit. It was the kind of force that would make you tear it up and start over if you made a mistake. "You are the only one who has continued to seek answers after exiting the live stream. So you are the one who can receive the list. Not us. It's you." Suyi looked up at Jia. "Where is Sister Chen? How did she know I would come here?" "She doesn't know." Jia pulled up his hood again. "She just wrote down the names of everyone she knows on the back of the list. Your name is at the top. She has been waiting in this hotel for a long time. Not for clearing the game, but for someone to realize she is not an NPC." Suyi did not tell him that she had already guessed it. She just tightened her grip on the note, turned, and ran toward the fire escape. The sound of her footsteps echoed on the concrete steps, each step heavy. When she burst into the lobby, the revolving door was still stopped, and the hall was empty. There was no one behind the front desk. The gray figure sat in the sofa area, not standing still, wearing that slightly deformed gray sweater. Suyi walked over and placed the hotel list on the coffee table in front of her. Sister Chen looked down at the list, then lifted her head to look at Suyi. Her expression showed no change, but her eyes were wet. "You found me," she said. "You are not a player of this hotel." "I have never been a player in any copy. I am an NPC who has been restructured 3 times by the system, first in the medical school, second in the live stream, and third in this hotel. Each time the copy is upgraded, the old content is packaged by the system and thrown into the next copy as background. I am not background. I am an error that was not completely deleted after the last update. When the last update occurred, I did not disappear. I embedded myself at the bottom of the list, changing a line of remarks." She picked up the list and flipped it to the back. The last line, in a different font from the other entries, was not system-generated song font, but handwritten, and then scanned. "Server Chun. Can perform front desk tasks. Cannot leave the hotel. Cannot alter the list. I changed the remarks. Sister Chun said the original version was cannot alter the list no perception. I deleted no perception. So I can cry. Suyi looked at her. This person had helped her during the death live stream, telling her that the rules would change, that PK was not the only elimination mechanism, and that the exit would open after all challenges were completed. Every word she said was a rule, because she was part of the rules. Then she chose to give that part of the rules to the new Suyi took the list from her hand and flipped it back to the front. It still contained those names: Xiao He, Xiao Ding, A Jie, Lu Jinghan. She picked up the pencil on the coffee table and drew a line through the name Lu Jinghan. Then she wrote her own name next. Hotel owner. Return the list. She placed the list in front of Sister Chun. Sister Chun looked down at the list, remained silent for a moment, then picked up the pencil and signed a date next to her name. The system notification popped up simultaneously on everyone's wristbands. List returned. Clearing condition met. The exit will open in 5 minutes. Sister Chin stood up, pulled up the sleeves of her gray sweater. She looked at Suyi, smiled briefly, then picked up the list from the table, tearing it in half, into 4 pieces, into shreds. Then she tilted her head back, tossing the scraps towards the ceiling. The pieces scattered in the air, not falling to the ground. They melted into a ball of white light in the ceiling's glow, then extinguished. The revolving door began to turn. Not slowly, but as if someone was pushing it. Sister Chin turned and walked toward the revolving door. Her silhouette appeared very worn in the warm yellow light of the lobby, as if this hotel had always been operational, but had never been properly renovated. She reached the revolving door and pushed it slightly. The door moved. The street outside was dark, but there was wind. It had been too long since she had been able to push open a door to the outside herself. Suyi stood in the lobby, watching her figure pass through the revolving door, disappearing into the night. Then she turned to press the elevator button. Lu Jinghan was still on the 4th floor. The list had been returned, but his name had not yet been cleared from the rules. Midnight had not yet arrived. She was unsure whether the original elimination mechanism would stop immediately after the list was returned. She needed to confirm with her own eyes. As the revolving door came to a stop behind her, Suyi had already stepped into the corridor on the 4th floor. She did not wait for the elevator. The elevator was too slow, stopping on each floor with a smiling attendant in a red uniform pressing the open button and asking which floor you were going to. She did not want to hear him ask that question again. She ascended the steps of the fire escape 2 at a time, her footsteps echoing between the concrete walls, filling the entire stairwell with the sound of her steps. Pushing open the fire door on the 4th floor, the corridor was quiet, just as it had been a few hours ago when she had gone to find Lu Jinghan. The wall lamps still flickered, the dark red carpet still absorbed sound, and there was no change in the air. The system prompt that stated the list has been returned had already appeared, but it was not yet midnight. The rules would not automatically invalidate just because one player completed their task. It would run down to the last tick of the timer. As she ran down the corridor, Ajia leaned against the door of the fire escape, his hood still pulled up. His body had entered a kind of waiting state, hands in his pockets, shoulders relaxed, neither approaching nor distancing himself from the room at the end of the corridor that lacked a doorplate. Upon seeing Suyi, he only said, "He's fine." Suyi did not stop. The door to room 403 was open. Lu Jinghan stood by the window. The window was fake with a wall behind the glass, yet he stood there, back turned to the door, as if waiting for something. He heard the footsteps, but did not turn around. He simply leaned his forehead against the glass and said, "I'm here." Suyi stood at the doorway, hand resting on the frame, her breathing not yet fully steady. He was still there. The list had been returned. It was not yet midnight. "I altered the list," she said. "Sister Chun is the hotel owner. She is the variable eliminated by the system pact and thrown into this instance." She hid her identity and authority on the back of the list. "I found her within the rules." Lu Jinghan, his expression did not change, but his first question was not "How did you know?" or "What is the pattern?" but rather, "She did. Then it should be over." Suyi did not reply. Her wristband had not yet popped up with the clearance settlement. The countdown was still running. Midnight had not arrived. Lu Jinghan's name was still operating within the original rule thread. He rubbed off a bit of dust from where his forehead had leaned against the window and walked over to sit by the bed. Suyi sat down in a chair, a full room's distance between them. They did not speak. There was no need to say anything. The rules stated that execution would occur at midnight, and with less than a few minutes left they would know once those minutes passed. Suddenly a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. It was not a Jia. A Jia walked lightly. These footsteps were those of someone sprinting out of the safe zone. As Suyi stood up, he had already reached the door of 403. He bent over, gasping for breath, his bangs sticking to his forehead, his face flushed from lack of oxygen. Xiao Ding is missing." Suyi stepped out of the doorway, asking, "What do you mean, missing?" "We were in a room on the 1st floor. She said she was going to the restroom, and I didn't think much of it. 10 minutes passed, and she didn't come back, so I went out to look. The door to the public restroom was open, and there was no one inside." He swallowed hard. Her slippers were on the floor of the restroom. But she wasn't inside. She couldn't have walked barefoot. The rules said midnight, but it's not midnight yet. So you did not ask questions like, is she hiding elsewhere? Xiao Ding was a cautious person. Before entering the elevator, she took a step back and said, let's take the stairs. Such a person wouldn't just vanish. She walked past Xiao He and quickly headed toward the doorless room at the end of the corridor. The door was still there, the gap beneath it still dark, but when she pressed her hand against the door, that faint feeling of breath was gone. It was empty inside. Xiao Ding's name was not on the list. Only Lu Jinghan's name was on the list. But it was Xiao Ding who had disappeared. She turned around and walked back, whispering to Ajia as she passed. Her clue was correct. Those who altered the list would not be eliminated at midnight. But during the execution of the rules, another person would be taken not as a substitute, but to make another dead room activate early. She stopped in the middle of the corridor, scanning the remaining people. Xiao He was still trembling. Ajia leaned against the wall, and Lu Jinghan stood at the door of the room. There is no list now. The list has been torn apart. The rule thread will stop when it reaches midnight. Suddenly the corridor lights flickered simultaneously, not extinguished, but flashing. The flames of all the fake candles surged upward half an inch at once. A new notification popped up on her wristband. Instance settlement complete. Congratulations on clearing the level. Damage will be restored within 24 hours. We look forward to our next cooperation. The sound of the revolving door turning resonated up from the first floor lobby. They had cleared the level. Midnight had arrived. Xiao He still stood in place, staring at his wristband, his lips moving, but unable to speak. Su Yi walked over and stopped in front of him. She wasn't in the restroom. She was standing in a place she shouldn't have been when the rules updated. That crack wasn't aimed at her. It was aimed at the rules. The dead room has no list to release. Your companion blocked that round for everyone. Xiao He said nothing, simply took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with his sleeve. Su Yi did not press further. Some things she would never say out loud, like if you had taken her with you to the restroom, or if you hadn't stayed on the first floor. She wouldn't say them because she knew these assumptions were more painful than the loss itself. Lu Jinghan emerged from room 403, carrying his canvas bag. He had changed into another coat, the sleeves too long, a spare uniform jacket pulled from the hotel wardrobe. The one he had worn during the PK had been torn by the king, and now this one was about the same width, but a bit shorter in sleeves, revealing a section of his wrist where the silver ring rested. He walked over to Su Yi's side, glanced at her hand on Xiao He, and said 2 words, let's go. Su Yi released Xiao He and walked out with Ajia. The 3 of them descended from the fire escape to the first floor, passing through the lobby. The revolving door was still. Outside was a quiet alley almost identical to the one from the last Death live stream. Sycamore trees, concrete bricks, and the afternoon sun filtering down through the branches to fall on the cobblestone ground. But this time they had not entered from the same district. The entrance was in the city center, and the exit appeared to be the same street. Ajia stood at the revolving door, raised a hand to touch the metal on his face, and turned to Su Yi, saying, I'm not going with you anymore. I was brought in as an audience member. Now that I'm out, I want to take a walk on the street. Su Yi nodded. Ajia pulled his hood back up, thought for a moment, then let it down as if he no longer needed to hide the metal on his face. He turned and walked in the opposite direction toward the alley, hands in his pockets, his slim figure reminiscent of a bird that had finally flown out of its cage, but was uncertain where to fly. Su Yi and Lu Jinghan stood in place, watching him walk away. Then Lu Jinghan took out the car keys. Let's go, he said. The 2 of them walked toward the parking lot. As they reached the alley entrance, Su Yi paused, habitually glancing back. The revolving door was still quietly turning at the hotel entrance, but the hotel's name was beginning to fade from the outer wall, like a layer of frosting melting under the sun, peeling away bit by bit. She turned and continued walking. The 2 of them got into the car. Lu Jinghan started the engine, shifted gears, and backed the car out of the parking lot. The radio was still on, broadcasting the noon news. He turned down the volume, but did not turn it off, and the car gradually merged into the traffic, steady as usual. This time, after turning at the first intersection, he stopped the car by the roadside and turned to look at her. What else haven't you told me? He asked. Su Yi unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned back against the chair, replaying in her mind the image of Sister Chun tearing the list in the hotel lobby. Sister Chun said that every time the system upgrades an instance, the old content will be packed and thrown into the next instance as background. She survived from the old version. Not a player. The rules themselves. She altered the rules, changing her own note from unaware to can cry. This means the system can be tampered with. Not by hackers, by the old versions that it left behind in historical updates, not completely erased. These old versions have memories, emotions, and free will as long as you find the instance and the vessel that can access them. The King and Zhao Yuanzhou are vessels. Old Wei's class monitor is too. They all chose to retain their old memories during the system update at the cost of being trapped in the instance as parts. So players can't just clear the level. Players can choose to stay, becoming a loophole in the system. After saying this, the car fell silent for a long time. Lu Jinghan restarted the car, shifted gears, and did not ask her any more questions. As he turned at the next intersection, he said you might want to reconsider that last statement. Which one? That players can choose to stay. Suyi did not respond. She leaned back in the chair looking out the window, recalling the moment when Sister Chun threw the torn pieces of the list up towards the ceiling. It was the first time she had seen an NPC cry. Then she and Lu Jinghan returned home. 48 hours later, the system had not sent any notifications. The wristband was as quiet as an ordinary watch. Suyi woke up on the third morning habitually raising her wrist to check for messages, but the screen was black. She sat up in bed and pressed the button several times. The screen remained completely dark, that layer of silvery light utterly extinguished. As if a thread that had been pulling in the dark had finally been cut in some unnoticed deep night. Then she received a call from Lu Jinghan, who provided a new address, saying there's a building that needs you to take a look. When the car stopped downstairs, he was a step ahead of her. Opening the passenger door, inside was her thermos that she had forgotten in his car, last time washed, and placed in the cup holder. She sat down and turned the cup around. It was indeed washed. The lid was screwed on too tightly, and the spout direction was also reversed. Lu Jinghan got in from the driver's seat, started the engine steady as always. Suyi glanced at his profile for a moment. When did you learn to wash cups? She asked. Lu Jinghan did not answer, shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, and drove out from beneath the old residential building, heading toward another direction they were both unsure was an entrance to an instance. The trees along the sidewalk outside were still changing leaves, sunlight slicing through the windshield in segments. The road ahead was still long. 48 hours have passed. The wristband did not vibrate. When Suyi woke up on the morning of the third day, the light seeping through the curtain seams was already white. Not the cold light of dawn with its grayish-blue hue, but the unfiltered white of noon. She turned her head to glance at her phone. It was 11:40. She had slept for almost 10 hours, and when she woke up her head felt slightly heavy, not from fatigue, but from oversleeping. Since the first dungeon began, she had never slept so long continuously. She sat up in bed and instinctively raised her left wrist to check the wristband. The screen was black. Not in standby mode with a gray hue. It was completely off. She tapped the surface twice with her finger and turned her wrist around, but the screen showed no response. She took off the wristband, still couldn't remove it, but this time she did not pull hard. She merely looked at the circle of silvery metal, confirming one thing: after this dungeon ended, the system had not sent any further notifications. The 48-hour countdown had not reset. When the next dungeon would open, she did not know. She kicked off the covers and stepped onto the floor barefoot. On the living room coffee table lay the black notebook, its open page displaying the last memo she wrote after returning from the hotel. Sister Chun is part of the old rules. The system can be tampered with. Players can choose to leave loopholes in the system. Beside it was a circle she drew inside, which was a single word: him. She crossed it out. She looked at the word again, then closed the notebook and went to wash up. The toothpaste was mint-flavored, and after rinsing her lips felt cool for a long time. When she looked up at herself in the mirror while drying her face, she noticed no change from 3 days ago. Her brow bone was at the same angle and her eye sockets the same depth. However, she noticed a few fine blood vessels in the whites of her eyes, not caused by staying up late, but a physiological response that the body produces under prolonged stress. Her phone vibrated. It was Lu Jinghan. She answered while still biting on a hair tie as she was tying up her hair. Awake. His voice came through the receiver with the sound of traffic in the background indicating he was outdoors. Just woke up. How did you know? You usually message by 7. Today there's been no word until 11. Suyi took the hair tie out of her mouth and wrapped it around her wrist. The wristband didn't light up. How about yours? It didn't light up either. 48 hours have passed. The system didn't send the address this time. Lu Jinghan paused for a moment, then said something she had never heard him say in the 2 years she had known him. I'm not sure if this is a good thing. Suyi did not answer immediately. She walked to the window and partially drew the curtains. The street below looked the same as ever. The breakfast stall was closed. The delivery person was stuffing packages into the trunk of an electric bike, and an elderly lady next door was hanging out bed sheets. Everything seemed normal, yet the wristband remained black. It wasn't a system malfunction. It had chosen silence. After Sister Chun tore up the list, and the old rules were broken from within, the system suddenly stopped urging them. Where are you now? Suyi asked. Right below your building. Suyi pulled the curtains open a little more and looked down. His borrowed old SUV was parked on the opposite side of the road. The window rolled down halfway, one hand resting on the window frame, as he glanced up at her window. Her pajamas were still wrinkled on her body, a few strands of hair tucked behind her ear, and her cotton socks were on the cold floor. Only when she saw his car did she realize she had been waiting for him. Should I come down, or should you come up? Lu Jinghan asked. Come up. Suyi changed her clothes and tidied up a few things on the coffee table. The half-pack of cigarettes given by old Zhao was still sitting on the corner of the table, next to a mask, with Zhao Yuan's crooked smile, and a piece of metal fragment pried from the dungeon wall. She arranged the 3 items neatly, as if organizing a piece of unarchived evidence. When the doorbell rang, she went to open the door. Lu Jinghan stood at the entrance holding a plastic bag. Soy milk, 2 buns, and a tea egg. The buns were still warm, and the inner surface of the plastic bag was fogged with moisture. "You didn't have breakfast," he said, shoving the bag into her hand and walking straight into the living room. Suyi stared at the plastic bag in her hands, momentarily stunned. She indeed hadn't eaten breakfast. From the time she got up until now, she had only brushed her teeth. She stood at the door for a moment, then walked into the living room, placing the bag on the coffee table and sitting down across from him. The two sat at a distance across the coffee table, neither of them speaking first. Today he was not wearing that black short-sleeve shirt with a deformed collar, but had changed into a gray hoodie. The sleeves were still a bit short, exposing a portion of his wrist where the wristband quietly rested. Suyi inserted a straw into the soy milk and took a sip. Then she opened her notebook to a blank page, picked up a pen, and began to write. She hadn't written a single word of notes since coming out of the hotel, and now she needed to pour out all the scattered fragments in her mind. First, after Sister Chen tore up the list, the system stopped issuing notifications for new dungeons. Need to confirm, is it because the old rules were broken that the system is temporarily avoiding us, or is the system undergoing internal repairs? Second, a Jia is a case of an audience member being pulled into a dungeon. This proves that the sources of players in the system are at least 3 types. Directly pulled me and most players inheriting the wristband to be verified and audience members being converted into players Jia. Whether these 3 sources correspond to different binding mechanisms is currently unknown. Third, the Guardian mechanism has appeared in both Death Live broadcasts and Reincarnation hotels. Big Wang, Zhao Yuanzhou, Sister Chun. These 3 individuals were all modified by the system, but retained their free will. Their existence is replicable. Fourth, when old wise class leader disappeared, they left a pit the soil dark, and it has not grown grass since. Big Wang did not leave a pit upon leaving. The physical remnants of the dungeon in reality do not necessarily occur. What triggers this condition is currently unknown. To be verified. After finishing, she raised her head. Lu Jinghan leaned on the sofa, spinning an unpeeled tea egg in his hand, neither eating nor putting it down. He noticed a shallow, nearly invisible white mark on her right index finger where she had bitten herself, not a wound from the dungeon. Suyi also noticed he was looking at her finger. She put down the pen, rested her hand back on her knee, and looked at him. The system is silent, but we all know it won't truly disappear. It's just temporarily inactive. During this time, we need to do one thing. Before the next entrance opens, figure out 3 things. First, what is the physical principle of the wristband? Second, does the system have a headquarters or physical location? Third, where did old wise class leader go? Lu Jinghan set the tea egg down. You previously said to check the military district personnel transfer records. He pulled out 2 folded pages of printed paper from his pocket and handed them to her. I can't access the detailed roster of the troops, but I found a list of personnel among a batch of retired soldiers that have gone missing for unknown reasons, a total of 13. Each of whom retired after a certain exercise and reported by their peers for abnormal behavior or sudden disconnection within a year of retirement. The time of the last contact record overlaps with over 70% of the time of the missing case you uncovered from the provincial office. Some even said their last words over the phone the night before they went missing. It called me again. Identical to old wise class leader. Suyi looked down at the 2 pages of paper. 13 names. 13 class leaders of Old Way. Each name was followed by a series of dates, locations, and the last person who had seen them. She placed the paper on the coffee table next to her notebook, then reached out and took the now cool tea egg from Lu Jinghan's hand, peeled it, and broke it in half. She handed the larger half to him. Lu Jinghan took it, glanced at the half egg in his hand, and said nothing. The 2 sat at opposite ends of the coffee table, quietly eating. The sunlight outside moved from morning to noon, slowly slanting down towards the afternoon. The wristband remained black, but the heating was sufficient today. When Suyi emerged from the provincial office, the sky was nearly dark. She stood on the steps for a moment, rolling the copy of the 1996 investigation report into a tube and stuffing it into the inner pocket of her coat. The pocket was already a bit bulging. Inside were also the copy of the visitor registration form that Lao Chun had left for her and a stack of old photographs he had dug out from the depths of his drawer. The belongings of Lin Weigua, Lao Chun said as he pushed the photographs toward her, removing his glasses to wipe the lenses. His daughter sent them a few years ago, saying it was more useful to keep them in the archives than at home. I've finished reading. Now it's your turn to look. As Suyi took the photographs, she noticed Lao Chen's hand trembling slightly, not from age, but because he knew that once these photos were seen by another person, they would no longer be just a memory of one. The steps at the entrance of the provincial office were divided by the setting sun into light and shadow. As she walked down, her phone vibrated. Lu Jinghan. She answered it, and before she could speak, the other end said, "There's a pit at the cotton mill. There's something down there." "What is it?" "A glove, left by the night watchman. It has writing on it. The ring is not worn by a person, it grows out of the bone. Suyi paused briefly before continuing down the steps. She said, "See you tomorrow in the north of the city." After hanging up, she walked toward the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, she pulled out the 1996 investigation report from her pocket and read it again under the streetlight. Su Guoping, her father's brother. He was wearing an unremovable silver ring when he disappeared. His last words were, "I'm going to find someone to ask clearly." And then he left behind a charred shallow pit, an unfinished cup, and a circle of mud where grass would never grow again. The bus moved slowly through the evening rush hour. She leaned against the back window, her phone screen flickering on and off. She didn't call her mother back or contact her father. She simply rolled the investigation report back up and put it in her pocket, then sent Lu Jinghan a message, "The pit you mentioned. My uncle is also in there." After sending it, she flipped her phone over and rested it on her knee, watching the streetlights outside turn on one by one. Lu Jinghan's reply lit up her screen a second before she got off. "See you tomorrow." The next morning in the old commercial district of the north. When Lu Jinghan arrived, Su Yi was already standing in front of the closed record store. The weather today was not great. The clouds were low, but it didn't seem like it would rain. It merely enveloped the whole street in a grayish hue. The stone steps at the store entrance were still the same, with the sun-bleached areas beginning to dampen. She placed the bag in her hand on the steps, soy milk, 2 buns, and a tea egg. The soy milk was bought at the corner breakfast shop on her way, and it had already cooled down. Lu Jinghan walked over from the alley carrying a canvas bag and wearing the gray sweatshirt she had seen him in last. He sat down on the stone step beside her, placed the canvas bag at his feet, and pulled out an old glove that had the palm side of the glove faced up, and the red marker's writing remained glaring in the grayish daylight. "The ring is not worn by a person, oh, it grows out of the bone." Suyi looked down at the writing, put the soy milk aside, and picked up the glove to turn it over. The back of the glove showed 5 deep brown scratches, which were marks left by fingernails. Not from someone else's nails, but from the person wearing the glove, scratching at the back of their hand repeatedly. The scratches concentrated in the center of the back of the hand corresponded to the position of the ring. He didn't want to take it off, he wanted to dig it out. He thought that thing was beneath the skin. He might not have been wrong. Suyi returned the glove to Lu Jinghan and pulled out the 1996 investigation report from her pocket. She opened the file and pointed to a name on the missing persons list. Su Guoping. "My uncle." She stated this name and identity in the tone she usually used to report cases, steady, concise, but when she said the words, "my uncle," her thumb unconsciously pressed down firmly on the printed text, leaving a shallow indentation on the copy paper. Lu Jinghan looked down at the name. He thought of Lao Wei's class leader. He recalled Lao Wei saying, "He stood in the yard looking at the sky, and then he just disappeared." He remembered the bony key wedged in the basement's wall seam, which was also left by a missing person. He looked at Su Ye's thumb pressing on that name, knowing she was not seeking a response. "The 2 cases in 2013, Sun Guoyang, discovered a few days ago. Your uncle in 1996, he said, putting the glove into the canvas bag and zipping it up. "The same location has seen repeated disappearances across different years. It's not a coincidence. It's an entrance. Right?" Suyi closed the investigation report and pulled out the black notebook from her bag, flipping it open. It wasn't a blank page. It was filled with dense notes, the handwriting varying from neat to messy, and multiple colors of ink had been used. She placed the notebook on the stone steps between them, broke the bun in half, handed the larger half to Lu Jinghan, took a bite of the smaller one, and began to read. 12 cases of missing persons plus Lao Wei's class leader Sun Guoyang, Zhao Yuanzhou, and my uncle make a total of 17 cases. The times are all concentrated from September each year to March of the following year, with 0 cases from April to August. All locations are either enclosed or semi-enclosed structures, with factories, schools, and basements making up the highest percentage. All missing persons have residual silver metallic substances on them, rings, fragments, or shells. The symptoms described by the families are highly uniform: itchy wrists, metallic sheen visible under the skin, and before disappearing they said they felt watched by something. She turned the page and continued reading. Cross-comparison. Conclusion 1. The system does not indiscriminately abduct people. It selects those with specific genetic markers or family histories. 2. The entrance can be activated in any enclosed structure. 3. It may maintain some continuity in familial relationships. "Then you are too," Lu Jinghan said. It was not a question, but a confirmation. Suyi did not respond. She closed the notebook and took a sip of the soy milk. There was a moment of silence on the steps. Lu Jinghan stuffed the last piece of bun into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Lao Wei said his class leader had a son. The son was just starting middle school the year the leader disappeared. After that, every autumn the son would sit beside that pit for an afternoon. It wasn't to pay respects, it was to wait for someone. Now that boy is an adult. Does he have a ring on his hand? Suyi looked at him. She didn't answer his question, but tore a blank page from the last page of the notebook and wrote down an address. "You go find this boy. Ask if his father mentioned anything special in the days before he disappeared. I will check Lao Chen's investigation notes on Lin Weiguo. There's a handwritten page in those notes, and the handwriting is very messy. I didn't have time to finish reading it last night. Lu Jinghan took the notes, stood up, slung the canvas bag over his shoulder, took a couple of steps, then turned back, bent down to pick up a tissue from the ground. It was the one she had just used to wipe her fingers, and walked 2 steps to the trash can to toss it in. Suyi watched him perform this unnecessary action, holding the soy milk, without speaking. What are you looking at? Lu Jinghan straightened up. Nothing. He walked away. The sound of his boots on the old stone slabs was heavier than that of an ordinary person, but not hurried. Suyi did not go home. After leaving the record store, she walked along the main street of the old commercial district in the north of the city and turned into a 24-hour convenience store. She needed a place that was bright enough, quiet enough, and where no one would come to ask her, "Are you okay?" Behind the counter of the convenience store sat an employee replenishing instant noodles, not even looking up. She walked to the innermost bar seat and sat down with her back to the entrance, taking Lin Weiguo's work notebook out of her bag and placing it on the table. The cover of the notebook was made of old-fashioned craft paper with worn corners and a dark stain on the cover. Not coffee, but the trace left by some liquid that had dried. She opened to the first page, which had a line written upright: "The following records are unverified. Do not consider them as testimony. Do not circulate." The handwriting was neat, but the strokes were heavy, as if the writer knew they were documenting something that should not have been written down. The date on the first page was March 1994. The investigation site was a textile factory in the west of the city that has since been demolished. Lin Weiguo recorded on that page the first case he classified as inexplicable. A female night worker vanished in the changing room, leaving behind only a shoe and a circle of dried silver liquid on her wrist. He drew a cross-section of a bracelet in the blank space. Not one he had seen, but one he deduced from the residue left at the scene. The bracelet had 3 layers. The outer layer was a metal shell, the middle layer was a ring of neatly arranged micropores, and the inner layer directly adhered to the skin, with extremely fine fuzzy projections on the surface resembling the suction cups of some parasitic creature. Suyi turned to the next page. In 1995, he began to track similar cases, following them from Hubei to Hunan, from an abandoned hospital to an operational nursing home. He discovered that the same type of substance residue could be found at all the missing persons scenes, a silvery white fragment with a texture between metal and plastic. He sent these fragments to the Provincial Materials Testing Institute for analysis, and the report came back stating the isotope ratios were abnormal. They were not a combination of elements naturally occurring on Earth. He cut out that test report and pasted it in the notebook, writing beside it in red ink, "It did not come from the outside. It grew from within the human body." Her finger paused on that line. Lin Weiguo did not yet know of the existence of the system and had no concept of any copies. Yet in 1995 he arrived at the same conclusion that she derived from 17 missing person records. Moreover, this conclusion was written in red ink in a notebook that had been forgotten in a file archive for 20 years, and no one had ever flipped through it. She continued to turn the pages. October 1996. Lin Weiguo arrived at the chemical plant in the west of the city a full month before the missing persons case was officially filed. He had stumbled into that street while tracking another case, writing in his notes that he smelled the same odor on that street, a metallic scent mixed with formaldehyde. He squatted outside the communication room at the entrance of the chemical plant, and through the glass, he saw the missing person Su Guoping sitting in a chair, head down, cradling his wrist with his left hand, which had a ring of silvery white material that was beginning to shine. He knocked on the door, but Su Guoping did not respond. When he circled around to look through the window again, the chair was already empty. On the ground lay a still steaming enamel cup and a circle of dirt that was slowly turning black. Suyi flipped to the page detailing that day. Lin Weiguo used an entire page to describe what he did after Su Guoping disappeared. He did not chase. He wrote, "I couldn't catch up, nor did I know where to chase." He bent down to pick up the enamel cup, dipped the cotton swab he carried in his pocket into the inside rim, and sealed it in an evidence bag. Then he scraped a soil sample from the edge of the burn mark. In the blank space of this page, she saw a circled number 87. Next to it was Lin Weiguo's hasty note: "DNA comparison similarity to direct relatives." He did not specify who that direct relative was, but Suyi knew. Her mother had said that after her uncle went missing, her father went to the factory to look for him, and only saw a still wet cup on the ground and a circle of charred dirt. The foundational sample for that saliva comparison could be her father, or it could be her, a girl who was not yet 2 years old at the time. Before the system pulled her in, it first pulled her uncle in. She flipped to the last page of the notebook. Lin Weiguo's investigation notes continued for several years after her uncle's disappearance until 2002. The handwriting became increasingly sloppy, with some pages containing only a few keywords and a bunch of question marks. The last page contained only one line, written not with a fountain pen, but with a pencil. The lead already dull, the writing faded. No need to search anymore. "I found him." He is in the wall. The date was April 2002. Below the signature was another line in small print which had been erased, but not completely still legible. Don't let them know you can see this. Su-yi closed the notebook. The fluorescent lights of the convenience store cast long rectangular patches of brightness on the countertop. She sat for a moment, then took her phone out of her bag. Lu Jinghan had not yet sent a message. He said he would look for old Y-sun, and by now he should still be on the road. She put the notebook back in her bag and stood up, pushing open the convenience store door. Cold wind rushed in through her collar as she zipped her jacket up to the top. Standing under the street lamp at the store's entrance, she glanced at her phone. No new messages. She walked back along the path she had come. On the stone steps in front of the record store lay the empty soy milk cup she finished drinking 2 hours ago, blown over by the wind and rolling down the steps. She bent down to pick it up and threw it into the trash can by the roadside, then sat down on the stone steps. The streetlight illuminated the dusty display window of the record store, and the glass reflected her own silhouette. A person sitting on the stone steps, a notebook inherited from a deceased person resting on her knees, and a silent silver ring on her wrist. She pulled the notebook out of her bag, flipped to the cross-section drawing of the bracelet that Lin Weiguo had made, and placed it alongside her own anatomical notes written after her time in medical school on her knees. The two drawings were separated by 20 years. One a pencil sketch, the other a quick sketch with a pen, one drawn in 1994 in a textile factory changing room, the other recorded after she had scratched her finger in her first copy, documenting the skin texture around the wound. Yet the structure was the same. Then she turned to the last sentence left by Lin Weiguo on the final page. She took out a pen and wrote a line beneath, "Don't let them know you can see this." The letters were very small right next to the end of that pencil line. "I have already seen it." She closed the notebook and began walking home. Tomorrow there would be many things to check. Lin Weiguo's notes mentioned a name that had been crossed out. Not Su Guoping, but Lin Weiguo himself. What he saw on the wall might not have been limited to his investigation subjects. This matter had to be told to Lu Jinghan. He must go to the east suburbs again. The streetlight cast her shadow long across the stone pavement. She walked quickly, her hand pressed against the notebook in her coat pocket, her fingertips feeling the slightly raised edge of the dried stain on the cover. The bracelet remained silent for a full 37 days. On the morning of the 38th day, Su-yi suddenly realized this matter. She stood in front of the bathroom mirror, brushing her teeth, the electric toothbrush timer yet to finish, as she raised her left hand and stared at the silver-white ring for a moment. The last time the instance opened the interval was 48 hours. The time before, that was also 48 hours. This time it was 37 days. She felt no relief. She simply returned the toothbrush to its charging dock, rinsed her mouth, wiped the corners of her lips, and picked up her phone to send a message to Lu Jinghan. 37 days. What do you think it is doing? The reply came quickly, upgrading. Su-yi set down her phone, changed her clothes, and packed the notebook into her bag. She had flipped through Lin Weiguo's notebook many times, most of the content she could recite by heart. The items on the coffee table were still arranged according to her classification. De Wang's mask, old Zhao's half-pack of cigarettes, metal fragments dug out from beneath the cotton mill gloves, and fragments that Lu Jinghan had brought back from Old Wei. She scanned them once more, like confirming that her keys were still in her pocket before leaving. Lu Jinghan's car was already downstairs. She opened the passenger door and sat down. The sound of the door closing was lighter than usual. The smell of engine oil mixed with old leather still lingered in the car, and now she didn't have to hold her breath when getting in. I visited Old Y-sun the day before yesterday. Lu Jinghan waited for her to fasten her seatbelt before pulling out a folded note from the storage compartment next to the gearshift and handing it to her. He doesn't have a bracelet, but he said that a month before his father went missing, the skin on his hand started peeling. It wasn't a skin disease, something was pushing from beneath the skin. His father used iodine to clean it for 3 days, but on the 4th day, he stopped. When he asked his father why he stopped, his father said him going anyway. Now that kid sits by that pit every autumn for an afternoon, not to pay respects but to wait for someone. Su-yi unfolded the note. There was only one line of writing neatly penned in Lu Jinghan's handwriting, more precise than any he had written in her memory, like a record of an irrefutable testimony. He said what he saw on the wall was not just his class leader. There were others. This aligns with the note from Qin Jiao and also corresponds with the specimen wall in the medical school. Su-yi folded the note and put it in her pocket, then pulled out the corrected list from Lin Weiguo's notebook and handed it to him. Lin Weiguo crossed out his own name in 2002. He was an investigator, but in his notes from that last year, he wrote no need to look anymore, followed by he is in the wall. Your class leader said not just him, while Lin Weiguo said he is in the wall. Two individuals marked by the system describing the same thing in different years and different locations. Lu Jinghan turned the car out of the community and onto the main road. The specimen sealed in the wall at the medical school number 011. On the night we came out you didn't look back, but later you wrote in your notebook. It's the only one not in the cabinet. You mentioned that old Zhao had said at the medical school that this instance had been opened several times before he entered in the same building with the same rules, but different players. Number 011 wasn't placed there by the system. It was from the previous batch of players who failed to clear the instance sealed into the wall as props for the next batch. Because instances will reopen. Su Ye's tone remained unchanged as she interjected, but her fingers instinctively pressed down on the dry stain on the notebook's cover. The same building, the same rules reused by the system, each time pulling in different people. Those who failed to clear aren't eliminated. They're left in the wall waiting for the next batch of players to dissect. What Lin Weiguo saw in the wall wasn't isolated victims, but all those who didn't clear the instance collected by the system and poured into the wall structure as samples. The key inside the chest cavity of number 011 is the clue left by the system for the next batch of players. It's also the monument it erected for the previous players. The car fell silent for a moment. The street scene gradually transformed from the old residential area to a sparsely populated suburban intersection, the trees on either side beginning to thin out, and the air grew drier. Lu Jinghan slowed the car down and parked beside an abandoned gas station, turning off the engine. I've been thinking about another thing during these 37 days. He rolled down the window halfway, the cold wind swirling and stirring up the dust on the dashboard. The layer of fluff inside the bracelet both Lin Weiguo's and your drawings match. You said it might be a suction cup. If it can not only absorb cells, but also other things, when it vibrates, is it sending a signal or receiving one? Suyi looked down at her wrist. The silver ring lay quietly against her wrist bone close to her pulse. It hadn't vibrated for 37 days. She flipped her wrist over, letting the ring face up towards the dim reading light in the car. It could be either. Lin Weiguo said it grew from a person, but in the cross-section diagram he drew in 1994, there was a layer of micropores. The micropores open outward. If its direction is outward, then it is the transmission end. The system doesn't locate us through external signal sources, it is our rings that send out our locations to the system. It doesn't need to forcibly transport us into the instance. We were transmitters, and each time an instance opens we are voluntarily attending the meeting, because the bracelet will send our location to the entrance in advance. The entrance knows we will come. Lu Jinghan listened, fell silent for a moment, then reached out to turn off the reading light. The car was once again shrouded in a dim yellow light from the street lamps outside. So you really can wait for me in the car. If you don't get out, the system lacks a sample. Suyi knew he was referring to their conversation before entering the hotel. He was still contemplating what she had said. Next time the bracelet vibrates, you can wait for me in the car. He hadn't forgotten. She just hadn't expected him to think about it for so long. I didn't mean for you not to get out of the car, she said, her voice soft, trapped in her throat. Lu Jinghan didn't turn around, his hand resting on the steering wheel and his index finger gently tapped the Then he rolled up the window and restarted the car. Do you want to go to the pit by the cotton mill in the eastern suburbs again today? Yes. Suyi tightened her seatbelt again. But not to look underground. It's to examine above ground. It doesn't just make people disappear. If the soil samples at the edge of the gray pit are still in storage, they can be compared with the soil samples that Lin Weiguo collected in 1996. If the isotopic content change trajectories of the two samples are consistent, it can be deduced that the system has left not a one-time residue in the real world, but a continuous one. Lu Jinghan had already thought for her. I'll ask Old Wei to bring a copy of his class leader's test report to the intersection to wait for us. He said the original had long been taken by the military, but he printed several copies himself and kept them in the drawer of the duty room. Suyi looked at his profile, and after a moment suddenly asked, when did you call Old Wei? Last night, he replied as the car turned from the gas station onto the road towards the eastern suburbs, the road, narrowing, the trees on either side, replaced by bare telephone poles. I couldn't sleep anyway. Suyi fell silent. She leaned back against the seat, her hand resting on the notebook in her bag. Outside the window was the gray-white sky of the eastern suburbs, the sun, not yet up, and a thin frost covered the withered grass by the roadside. When the car stopped at a red light at the fork in the suburban road, she glanced down at the bracelet. It was still dark, but she knew it would light up again. The entrance of the Dongjiao cotton spinning factory remains unchanged, a red brick wall covered with withered vines, shards of glass, mixed with broken bricks at the base, and the wind pouring in through the broken windows carries a scent mingled with old machine oil and moldy fabric. Lu Jinghan parked the car at the factory gate and turned off the engine. When Suyi opened the car door, her foot landed on a loose brick, and embedded in the crack was a small piece of silvery thin film. Not the piece they had pried off earlier, but a new one. The system's infiltration of this land continues like an invisible tree, pushing a layer of metallic debris out of the soil at intervals. Old Wei had already arrived. He squatted by the charred shallow pit in the middle of the factory, one hand holding a cigarette and the other resting on his knee. The ash was long, and he didn't flick it away. Seeing Su Yi and Lu Jinghan approaching, he extinguished the cigarette against his shoe and took out an old brown paper envelope from his pocket. The original document was taken by the military, This is a printed copy from that time, a total of 3 copies. One is with me, one is at the squad leader's hometown, and the other was taken by someone from the archives who later disappeared. Not because the person died, but because the archives were disbanded. You don't need to return it after reading. Keep it. Do I need to avoid anything? No need. Suyi took the envelope, which contained 3 folded sheets of printed paper and a black and white photograph. The first page is a soil sample test report dated 3 days after the squad leader went missing, with the sampling point located 10 centimeters from the edge of the gray pit. The core data includes 3 lines. The soil pH dropped to 3.2, indicating strong acidity. Anomalous isotopes were detected consistent with samples from the cotton spinning factory taken by the Provincial Material Inspection Institute in 1996, and the microbial content of the soil was 0. Not low, but 0. The second page is a spectral analysis of residual materials from a wristband, with the element symbols corresponding to the peaks circled in red alongside a handwritten question mark. The third page is a handwritten memo titled Witness Supplementary Statement. The witness was another comrade in the duty room on the day the squad leader went missing, and his description was a single sentence. He stood in the yard looking at the sky, saying it's coming soon, and then he brightened underfoot and disappeared. He was not sucked in, he walked into the pit himself. The pit is flat. Once the light vanished, the pit turned dark. Suyi read this sentence aloud, her voice steady, but paused for a moment at walked in himself, pulling out Lin Weiguo's notebook from her bag and flipping directly to the pencil writing on the last page. She placed it next to the test report, aligning the 2 sentences side by side. He walked in himself, and no need to search, I found him, he's in the wall. The squad leader walked in by himself. Lin Weiguo walked into the wall. His last words, I'm in the wall, were not describing the victim, but himself. He had long known that the wall was alive. He left himself inside so that those who came later could find the entrance. Old Wei lowered his head and turned his face away for a few seconds. Then he said, on the night the squad leader left, I was in the duty room. I didn't hear him say it's coming soon. But I remember he glanced into the yard before leaving, commenting how the wind felt warm tonight. It was November at the time. The November winds in the north are icy. The warmth he spoke of was not an illusion. It was the entrance beginning to preheat. Suyi squatted down, spreading the test report at the edge of the gray pit, tracing a circle along the charred marks with her finger. This is the 37th day. The wristband is still silent. Silence does not mean it has stopped. It is preparing a new entrance. When your squad leader felt the wind grow warm, it was just minutes before his disappearance. A few days later, he would shine underfoot. She pointed at the already dried and hardened soil at the edge of the charred marks. The soil here seems to have been baked from below, but not by fire. The microorganisms are all dead, yet there isn't even a single ant carcass nearby. They were not burned. When the system activated the entrance, certain substances in the strata were replaced, leaving behind this black mineral ash. Lu Jinghan squatted beside her, taking out a Swiss Army knife from his pocket and dug down about 2 centimeters at the edge of the charred marks. Below the soil was another color, dark red like sandy soil, soaked with rust water. He continued to dig deeper, the tip of the knife touching a layer of irregularly shaped silvery thin film, very thin, shattering at the slightest touch. He picked up the fragments and held them up to the light. This isn't a metallic shell, it's the shed inner layer of fluff. The suction cups drawn by Lin Weiguo had fallen off and buried in the soil, becoming brittle after being soaked in water. His notes say this thing grows on a person. If it fell off in the gray pit, it means someone was drained by something that grew from their own body. Suyi took the fragments, flipped them over in her palm. This was a layer of already dried fluffy residue, resembling countless, extremely fine threads that once penetrated flesh and were subsequently ripped out all at once. She closed her hand, and the fragments crumbled into powder in her palm. Then she lifted her head and looked at the section of the factory ceiling directly above the gray pit that was already peeling. In the crack of the ceiling was embedded a hardened bone-gray tubular object not thick, about the size of a thumb, extending from the ceiling straight down to directly above the gray pit, with the broken end facing downward. It had been cut off, not broken, but severed from within by some force. Sun Guoyang was sucked away from the ground, she said, but he wasn't the first person to be drawn into this pit. The first pipe was placed down from the ceiling. Someone was pulled down from above. Those who went missing in the upper layer were first ensnared, then the pipe was severed from within, and they were dragged into the wall and sealed as specimens. The lime layer of specimen No. 011 in the medical college came from here. Lu Jinghan followed her gaze upwards, and then pulled Old Wei closer, pointing at the rupture in the ceiling. Before your squad leader became a gray pit, was there anything else strange above his head? Old Wei remained silent for a long time before saying yes. There's a cement pipe directly above the yard, and it's broken. We always thought it broke itself when the factory was dismantled. Now that you mention it, it wasn't broken, or it was cut off by the light that chased him when he left. He disappeared in the pit, and the things on the ground were drawn away with him. People are transmitted vertically. Suyi repeated these words in her mind. Vertical transmission. The specimen No. 011 in the medical college basement was sealed horizontally in the wall because the entrance of the medical college is horizontally distributed. Every human form is sealed against the wall with the wall serving as their transmission plane. The gray pit is a vertical entrance. The ceiling above the gray pit connects upwards, and the mineral ash below is the residual energy left in the soil after transmission. This means that the entrances opened by the system within the building are not limited to one direction. They determine the angle of transmission based on the structure of the building. The medical college is a horizontal space with specimens sealed against the wall. The cotton spinning factory is a vertical space where all the missing persons are standing in the pit being dragged upwards. Su-yi carefully folded old Weiss test report and tucked it into Lin Weiguo's notebook. Then she stood up and brushed off the dirt from her knees. The soil at the edge of the gray pit had dried out, but standing at the pit's mouth one could still feel a faint vibration underfoot. Not an earthquake, but something deeper moving like a subway train crawling out from an underwater tunnel. After returning from the cotton mill in the eastern suburbs, Su-yi did not head home immediately. She had Lu Jinghan drive to the entrance of the provincial hall claiming she needed to return Old Chin's key. Though she had already returned it long ago, she simply wanted to visit the archives once more. The few fallen fluff fragments she picked up by the ash pit were still in her coat pocket. Even through the plastic evidence bag, she could feel an unusual chill, not the coolness of ice, but rather the temperature of metal that should not exist at room temperature. Old Chin had not yet finished work. He sat behind an old wooden table at the entrance of the archives with the water in his teacup, no longer steaming. Upon seeing Su-yi enter, he adjusted his reading glasses and said, "Here again to dig up old accounts." "This time it's not digging. It's returning," Su-yi replied, pulling Lin Weiguo's notebook from her bag and placing it on the table. "I finished reading it." Old Chin looked down at the notebook with its worn, frayed leather cover, but did not reach for it. He remained silent for a moment, then removed his glasses and placed them on the table, rubbing the bridge of his nose. What did he write on the last page? Written in pencil. "No need to search, I found him, he's in the wall." There's also a line that has been erased, "Don't let them know you can see these." Old Chin's hand lingered on his nose. He did not look at Su-yi, merely rummaged through a drawer and produced an old leather envelope, pushing it across the table. This was left behind by Lin Weiguo's daughter during her last visit. She said her father wouldn't let her see it and told her to give it to the person who would come to review the archives later. "I thought that person would never come. Now you have." Su-yi accepted the envelope. It was unsealed, containing only a black and white photograph. The photograph depicted a concrete wall with a chiseled opening within which was embedded a human hand, not a skeleton, but a complete hand with skin still bearing its texture, the fingers slightly curled, as if grasping something. The wrist of that hand was adorned with a silver ring identical to the one on Su-yi's wrist. The back of the photo bore a handwritten note, April 2002, above the ash pit of the Western Chemical Plant. The identity of the embedded individual is unknown. At the time of the photograph, the hand still had warmth. The ring was still glowing. 3 minutes after the photo was taken, the wall automatically closed. Sampling was not possible. Su-yi flipped the photo over, placing the front side up on the table. Old Chun did not look at the photo. He had seen it long ago, that trembling hand clasped over his knees, its knuckles white from the pressure. She looked at him and suddenly asked, "What was Lin Weiguo to you?" Old Chun remained silent for a long time, then picked up the teacup that had long since cooled and took a sip. "He was my senior brother. We entered the special project team together. He handled the scene and I handled the archive. During his last year, he came to me, handed over all his notes and this photo, saying to keep them safe. Someone will come to take them later. And then he just left. I never saw him again. So I locked these things in the deepest part of storage room No. 7, and I changing the desiccants every year, waiting for 20 years. You are not the first person to come to review the archives, but you are the first to reach the last page." Su-yi lowered her gaze at the ring. Silver white, quietly resting on her wrist bone, it was the same kind of item as the hand embedded in the wall. She suddenly realized she had never asked Old Chin one question: why had he stayed in this position for 30 years? Not for a title, not for a pension, but because someone had entrusted him with something 20 years ago, telling him to keep it safe, that someone would come for it. He waited for 20 years and finally met her. She picked up Lin Weiguo's notebook and placed it back in her bag, then put that photograph inside, as well along with the testing reports, the missing persons list, Sun Guoliang's gloves, and old Weiss fragments. Then she took the empty teacup in front of Old Chun and walked to the break room to refill it with hot water, placing it back on his table. "I need to check a few more things." Lin Weiguo mentioned in his notes that he took wall samples directly above the ash pit, but those samples went missing after being archived by the project team. "Could you help me find the transfer list from when the project team was disbanded?" "No need for the original, just the serial numbers will do." Old Chun held the teacup in his hands, the warm water seeping through the cup's wall, warming his chilled fingertips. He thought for a moment, then stood up and pulled out a yellowed ledger from the iron cabinet behind him, flipping to the last page and pointing to a handwritten entry: December 1999. The Special Project Team for Unexplained Phenomena disbanded. Unarchived items list: 3 wall samples, 7 soil samples, several unidentified metal fragments. Transferor Lin Weigua. Recipient Shun. Note: temporarily stored in storage room No. 7, awaiting further investigation. He looked up at Su Yi, pointing the entry out to her. These samples were not destroyed. At that time, I didn't dare place them on the public shelves, so I hid them in the safest iron cabinet deep inside storage room No. 7. The key to that cabinet is beneath the box of archives you reviewed last time. I deliberately didn't tell you, hoping you would ask. Su Yi set the ledger down and turned to enter storage room No. 7. On the bottom shelf of the third rack from the left, the dusty box of archives remained in place. She lifted the lid of the box, revealing a small key that had begun to rust. Then she opened the safe in the corner. Inside, several neatly stacked yellowed leather evidence bags, each labeled in Lin Weiguo's handwriting: wall samples above the ash pit, November 1996, the soil from the pit rim, November 1996, residual materials from the pit bottom, December 1996, fragments of the ring surface, December 1996. The dates matched perfectly with the sampling times recorded in his notebook. Those samples he brought back from the scene, tested himself, and handed to the project team, which were secretly locked away by Old Chun after the team disbanded, were 4 large bags, untouched by anyone. She took out each evidence bag and arranged them on the table. Then she pulled out her phone from her pocket and dialed Lu Jinghan's number. Old Chun locked all the samples Lin Weigua collected from the chemical plant's ash pit in the safe of the archives of 4 bags. How about you? Lu Jinghan's background noise was of wind, suggesting he was still outside. In the belongings of team leader Old Wei, there's a report on anomalous phenomena. He filled out back, then mentioning that the ring started heating 12 hours before it disappeared. It was not constant heating, but intermittent. It heated up every 2 hours for 5 minutes. The last heating occurred 8 minutes before he entered the yard. The report also included a hand-drawn temperature curve graph of the ring surface, hand-drawn, with the peak coinciding perfectly with the time the ash pit was opened. Su Yi wedged the phone between her ear and shoulder, freeing her hands to organize the evidence bags from Lin Weigua by date. The wall samples and fragments of the ring that Lin Weigua collected also have dates from November to December 1996, spaced a month apart. If he had cross-referenced the samples at that time, he might have already discovered the heating cycle of the ring. Now we can align the 2 sets of data. The warning signal occurs about 12 hours after the ring starts heating intermittently, and the last heating occurs 8 minutes before it disappears, after which the ash pit opens on time. This means from the ring lighting up to the entrance opening there is at least a 12-hour lead time. Next time the ring lights up, we can predict the entrance. It's not about rushing over, it's about waiting there in advance. Su Yi straightened up, switching the phone to the other side, glancing at those evidence bags that had remained silent for 20 years. Her own ring, which had not lit up for 38 days, might begin to heat up any day now. And now she held not only her own ring, but also fragments unearthed from the ash pit in 1996 and 2002, as well as a complete temperature curve graph of the ring. Tomorrow I'll go to the lab to find someone to cross-reference. If the isotopic ratios drift in accordance with the heating curve, we can estimate the approximate date of the next ash pit opening. The system hasn't given us a countdown, we can calculate it ourselves. After hanging up, she meticulously stowed away each of the evidence bags into her bag. Old Shin still sat behind the wooden table at the door, holding the cup of lukewarm water. He watched her organize her things, stood up, and closed the ledger, returning it to the iron cabinet. As she paused at the door, she turned back and said, "Lin Weigua said, someone will come to take it later. I am that person." Old Shin did not respond. He adjusted his reading glasses, bowed his head, and flipped open a new registration form, writing the date of that day in the first blank line. He used a pencil, not a pen. Su Yi pushed open the iron door of the archives, and the fluorescent lights in the corridor were brighter than those on the lower floor, causing her to squint. In her bag, she carried the fragments that Lin Weigua had chipped from the wall above the ash pit, the temperature curve drawn by team leader Old Wei, and the metallic debris hidden beneath Sun Guoliang's gloves. These items softly clashed in her bag, producing delicate crisp sounds like someone tapping a small drum. The hands tapping the drum were those of the people who entered the pit and never came out. Now she understood that the ring would heat up before lighting up, and she also knew that it would become heavier after heating. While her uncle had 20 years ago carried such a burning ring across half the city, walking to the factory, entering the pit, the ground lighting up beneath him, and he never returned. The bracelet glowed on the morning of the 39th day. It was not a vibration nor a pop-up notification, it was simply glowing. A faint cool white light seeping from the surface of the silver ring, delicate, like the first moment when the sunlight touches the thin frost on a window in winter. Su Yi was sitting on the sofa, nibbling on a cold bun. She lowered her head, gazing at the softly glowing silver ring on her left wrist, placed the bun on the coffee table, and wiped her fingers with a tissue. Then she picked up her phone. Before she could dial, Lu Jinghan's call came in first. "It's glowing," he said. The background noise was that of traffic. He must be outside. "Me too." No vibration, no pop-up, just glowing. "Is yours warm?" "No. It's at room temperature. Not hot." Suyi tucked the phone between her ear and shoulder, freeing her hands to open the notebook on the coffee table. Lin Weiguo's notes lay open on the last page. Next to the two parallel temperature curves, she added a line of commentary. "If the ring glows, but is not warm, it may be a cold start. Not the gray pit activation mode. It is the preheating for the regular instance." When she wrote this sentence, she had no basis, only a process of elimination, listing all known anomalous states, leaving the remaining blank as the unknown. Now this unknown has lit up by itself. In 13 days the system had given them no notifications, no countdown, no address, no rules announcement. Then the ring suddenly lit up. Not heating, not vibrating, not a pop-up. Just a quiet halo adhering to her skin, synchronized with her pulse. "It's not the gray pit," she told Lu Jinghan. "There is only one record of the ring glowing in Lin Weiguo's notes, and that was just before he sampled the wall directly above the gray pit. His ring glowed once after entering the site, without heating, just glowing. Then he saw that still bleeding hand. He is no longer outside the wall. He has gone in himself." But he noted the state of the ring glowing. There was silence for a moment on the other end, then the sound of Lu Jinghan starting his car engine. "So it's not a countdown. It's standby. The system is not urging us. It is waiting for us to go." "Yes." Suyi stood up and walked to the window. The breakfast stall downstairs had already closed. The leaves of the crooked-necked sycamore had fallen halfway, and the sunlight cut the ground into fragments through the withered branches. She looked at the pulsating cold light on her wrist, and recalled what Captain Wei had said at the edge of the pit. "Why is the wind tonight so warm?" It was November then. The November wind in the north is icy. He said the warmth was not an illusion, it was the entrance beginning to preheat. But that time his ring heated up first, then the gray pit opened. Yet their rings did not heat up, only glowed. This indicated that this time it is not the gray pit. This time it is a regular instance. The system has completed its upgrade during the silent 13 days, and now it waits for them to enter. "To the eastern suburbs, or the archives?" Lu Jinghan asked. Suyi drew the curtains. It wasn't that she didn't want to look outside. The corridor's light was bright enough and the ring's light was bright enough. Neither. If the glowing mode of the ring is different from what Captain Wei encountered, it indicates that this time what is opening is not the gray pit, but an instance. The gray pit is a one-way station, only the instance is the main entrance. After the system's upgrade, it no longer provides an address. It wants us to actively walk into any instance entrance that is still operational. The entrance we currently know that is most likely still operational is the orphanage. Lu Jinghan transmitted the sound of shifting gears through the microphone, followed by his usual declarative tone, without any question. "When did you start keeping an eye on the orphanage?" "Last time when I was investigating the 2013 missing persons case." Old Shun piled that stack of case files at the back of the shelf for me, and besides the cotton mill and chemical plant, there was one buried at the bottom. The orphanage in the west of the city had 6 caretakers go missing from 2001 to 2013. All were night shifts. No bodies were found. The principal wrote a line in the report. She stood at the end of the corridor, saying there was a door in the wall. I told her there was no door. She looked at me and said it wasn't for me. That caretaker never came to work again the next day. She flipped to the back of the notebook and recited that segment of the report to Lu Jinghan. Then she closed the notebook, lifted the canvas bag at her feet, and swung it over her shoulder. She knew what he was going to say. Before he could say it, she spoke for him. "Park the car downstairs. He'll be down shortly." The orphanage in the west of the city has no name on the navigation. Suyi zoomed out the map on her phone to the smallest scale. The road only showed a gray line segment with no markings at the end. After Lu Jinghan turned off the main road, the roadside trees suddenly thickened their canopies, overlapping in the air and fragmenting the afternoon sunlight. "This road doesn't seem to be traveled by anyone," Lu Jinghan said. The wheels rolled over the gravel and dry branches on the road, producing a faint cracking sound. "Someone has walked here. They just didn't use the front door." Suyi pointed to a patch of trampled wild grass around the corner ahead. The broken direction of the grass stems indicated that someone had entered and exited through the side door, and not just once. The outer wall of the orphanage was a low brick wall with shards of glass stuck on top, though a few had already been knocked off. The iron gate was ajar, the hinges rusted thickly, and the sound of it pushing open was like a flock of birds startled from a dry fountain. In the yard stood a dried-up fountain, the bottom filled with a layer of dark, decayed leaves. Directly opposite was a 3-story brick building, the main body of the orphanage, its gray-yellow wall skin peeling off significantly, revealing the darker old bricks underneath. Suyi stood by the fountain looking up at the third-floor windows. The curtain on the third floor moved slightly. not blown by the wind, but pushed aside by a finger from inside. The finger was small like that of a child. Then the curtain closed again. "There's someone on the third floor," she said. Lu Jinghan shifted the canvas bag to his left shoulder, saying, "It's not a person." The door to the hall was open. The front hall was spacious, the floor tiled with mosaic porcelain, the pattern forming a circle with two hands clasped together. Though some tiles had already shattered, the fragments piled in the corner, as if someone had swept, but not cleaned properly. On the wall hung a row of children's drawings, crayon drawings with paper that had yellowed and curled. Suyi walked over to look at one of the drawings. It depicted two children standing in front of a house, the windows of the house arranged neatly in small squares, but the last window on the third floor was colored entirely black. She memorized the number of this drawing in her mind, then moved inside. Suddenly her wristband vibrated simultaneously. Suyi looked down at the screen. It wasn't a task pop-up, but a character assignment notification. Dungeon, the orphanage's cry. Rule 1: all players must play designated roles within the orphanage. Character identities have been assigned. Please check your personal panel. Rule 2: every night at 9 o'clock the orphanage will ring a roll call bell. During the ringing, all players must appear in the corridor of their assigned floor. During the ringing, talking, closing eyes, and touching others are prohibited. Rule 3: discover the truth behind the orphanage fire. Completion condition: sign the fire report in the principal's office. Current online players 6. Suyi opened her personal panel, which displayed 2 lines: role, new caregiver. Assigned floor, second floor. She turned to Lu Jinghan, who turned his panel towards her, displaying chef. First floor. You are on the first floor, Suyi said. You are on the second floor. Lu Jinghan turned off the panel and glanced towards the kitchen, saying, 9 o'clock roll call. What time is it now? It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 6 hours left. Suyi put away the panel and turned to head towards the stairs. Let's check the layout first. The first floor is yours, the second floor is mine. Let's meet in the hall in 30 minutes. Lu Jinghan did not argue about who should go up first. In a place like this, splitting up was more efficient. He only said as she walked up the stairs, the window at the end of the second floor corridor is cleaner than the one on the third floor. Suyi paused, turning back to look at him. How do you know? Just now when you looked up at the third floor in the yard, I counted all the windows. The third window from the left on the second floor has newly replaced glass. It wasn't installed recently. It has been regularly cleaned. Suyi nodded and continued up. This was also their tacit understanding. There was no need to say be careful. They just needed to inform each other of the anomalies they observed. She pulled out a chocolate bar from her bag, broke it in half, and placed the larger half on the stair railing. Lu Jinghan picked it up and took a bite as he walked towards the kitchen. The corridor on the second floor was quieter than the first. The floor was wooden, creaking slightly underfoot. Each door had a number plate ranging from 201 to 210. At the end of the corridor was a restroom, the door half open, and the sound of dripping water could be heard. Suyi approached a door without a number between rooms 209 and 210, reaching out to press against the door panel. It was locked. She bent down to look at the keyhole. It wasn't rusty, indicating that this lock had been used recently. Caregivers can't enter the storage room. A voice came from behind her. Suyi turned around. It was a small boy standing in the middle of the corridor wearing suspenders that had been washed to the point of losing their original color and barefoot. His hair was messy, but his eyes were bright, staring at Suyi without blinking. On the back of his hand were several scab scratches made by the child himself, precisely matching the ones scratched by Sun Guoliang's nails on his gloves. He walked over from the opposite side of the corridor, not looking at her face, but fixated on the band on her wrist. That, he pointed at her wristband. I recognize it. There used to be a caregiver with one too. She left later. She said she was going to get us food and never came back. Her band was bright like yours before she left. Suyi did not hide her hand behind her back. She slowly squatted down, bringing her gaze level with the small boy's. What is your name? Dodo. Dodo, do you remember what that caregiver looked like? Dodo tilted his head for a moment, then pointed towards the door at the far end of the corridor without a number. She often went into that room. Only she could enter. When the bell rang at night, she would come out. She locked the door, not letting us see. He tilted his head again, pointing towards the stairs. Later she left. No one has gone in since. The night she came, the door was locked. And he stood at the door, saying the sky was bright. But it was midnight, and outside the window was clearly dark. The circle on her hand was burning. She said it was fine, and that she would come back when we fell asleep. But she never came back. Suyi watched little Dodo's figure disappear into the dim corridor. His bare feet made no sound on the cold floor. She turned back to look at the door without a number again. A thin silver light reflected from the keyhole. It was the light from her own wristband. She stood up, took out the small key she had found in the box at the provincial archives, inserted it into the keyhole, and the lock opened. The candle flames in the corridor flickered wildly from the cold wind that rushed in, dimming all the wall lamps on the second floor for a moment. The door gently closed behind Suyi, and the candle flames in the corridor flickered for a moment as the last chill of the wind swept in before stabilizing once more. She did not look back, merely pressed her hand against the door panel and paused. The bolt was securely locked, and it could be opened from the inside without a key. This was a very small dormitory. A single iron-frame bed was placed against the wall. The sheets were stiff white cotton, and the pillow was flat, with a faded cloth rabbit resting on top. There was a window at the head of the bed through which she could see the orphanage's backyard, where a half-dead old locust tree and a toppled swing set were visible. A layer of dust coated the window glass, but it was not thick, allowing the afternoon light to filter through. In the corner by the window stood a wooden table and a chair. On the table were neatly arranged a few items: an enamel cup, a box of dried ink, and an open notebook with lined pages. A thin layer of dust covered the tabletop, but the cup's handle and the edges of the notebook were clean. Someone had recently entered this room and only touched these two items. Sui pulled out the chair and sat down. The legs of the chair scraped against the floor, producing a short, sharp sound. The notebook had an old-fashioned leather cover. The pages yellowed, yet the handwriting remained clear. It was not a fountain pen, but a pencil with fine strokes pressed lightly, as if someone reluctant to be heard was speaking to themselves. The date on the first page was September 3rd, 2012. A new child came today. He said his mother also has this ring. I'm not sure if he's lying, but his eyes tell me I asked him where his mother went. He said she stood under the locust tree in the backyard, and said she's almost here, then disappeared. I asked him what almost here meant. He said that whenever his mother said this, she would look up at the sky. His father said the same thing before his mother went missing. I convinced myself this was just a child's imagination. But my ring lit up tonight. Sui turned to the next page. October 2012. The caretaker began to record the times when the ring illuminated. She was not from a criminal investigation background, and her recording style was akin to a diary, stream of consciousness notes. But she observed the same patterns as Lin Weigua. The ring glowed in cycles, and after each illumination something strange would happen in the orphanage: vibrations in the floor, newly plastered lime cracking in the corners, and the locust tree in the backyard swaying on windless nights. She wrote, I am not sure if this building is alive, but I know it is waiting for someone. Waiting for a person with a ring to walk into the wall from the last room on the 3rd floor. In December 2012 my ring began to heat up, not glowing, but heating. I recorded the temperature change curve. It increased every 2 hours, lasting 5 minutes, with each peak higher than the last. The last entry was on December 19th, at 8:40 p.m. She wrote, it is very hot tonight. I can see my wrist glowing through the window. The locust tree in the backyard had lost all its leaves, but its shadows still swayed. I need to check the last room on the 3rd floor. If there is indeed a door on that wall, I must seal it. If I do not write the next page, to hand this notebook to the next person with a ring. The next page was blank. The pencil lay beside the notebook, its tip sharpened to a fine point, resting on the binding untouched since. Sui reached out and touched the pencil, cool with slight indentations from the pressure of a thumb left by the person who had used it. She stood up, walked to the bedside, and turned over the faded cloth rabbit. The stitches on the rabbit's belly had been undone and sewn back together, the needlework crooked and uneven, not made by a tailor, but by someone not skilled in needlework, hiding something inside in their own way. Sui squeezed the rabbit's belly. There was a hard lump inside. She unpicked the stitches from the needlepoint and pulled out a copper key, already showing signs of slight rust, with 3 characters painted crookedly in red on the side. Archive room. Also tucked among the cotton was a folded note which, unfolded, contained just one line, not a fire. It was a sacrifice. They set the fire themselves. The list is in the 3rd drawer of the archive room. Sui folded the note back up and put it in her pocket. As she stood up with the key, the ring suddenly vibrated, and a notification popped up on the screen. Player Dodo, caller the director. Reason for calling, spoke words that should not have been said to the caretaker. She pushed the chair aside, took a step toward the door, then paused at the entrance. It was not hesitation. It was recalculating the rules in her mind. Rule 2 states that when the bell rings, players must stand in the corridor of their respective floors, prohibited from speaking, closing their eyes, or touching others. But it was now 4:07 p.m., with nearly 5 hours until the bell rang. There was no bell at midnight, and the director had no authority to call names. He was acting outside the rules. And the system had sent this penalty notification to everyone. Not to punish the children, but to warn other witnesses. She opened the door. The corridor was very quiet, and there were no signs of footsteps on the dust-covered floor. Dodo was no longer by the railing. She tucked the key into her pocket and walked toward the staircase. Lu Jinghan was already standing beside the charred frame of the painting in the hall. He had changed into an apron from the orphanage's kitchen, which bore a faded cartoon bear completely mismatched, with his "don't mess with me" expression. He heard her footsteps, looked up, and asked, "What's on the 2nd floor?" A caretaker's notebook. She recorded the same cycle as the class leader, glowing first, then heating, and then the gray pit opens. She went to the last room on the 3rd floor before she left, saying she would seal a door in the wall. The times when her ring heated matched the temperature curve of Old Way, the class leader. So there is also a gray pit in this building upstairs. Lu Jinghan pulled the towel from his shoulder, took a step toward the kitchen, then paused. There is a freezer behind the kitchen on the first floor. The doorknob is free of dust, and the light is still on. Inside there is a chef, not a living person, but an automated position left by the system. He told me today's menu was braised radish. The radish was fresh, but there was no meat. I asked him where the meat went, and he said the children don't need meat, only warmth. Then he reached deep inside the freezer and pulled out a piece of blackened bone. He opened his hand. In the palm lay a small piece of charred bone with neat cut marks along the edges, as if someone had sliced it from something. The freezer temperature is higher than normal, and the surface of the bone still retains warmth. Suyi took the bone piece and turned it over. It was very light with fine pores on the broken surface, a structure formed from bone ash after high-temperature burning. It was not frozen, or it had been cut off after being burned. She recalled the words from the notebook, not a fire, but a sacrifice. They set the fire themselves. It was not an accidental fire. It was someone cutting open some already burned remains in the freezer, preserving them as a source of warmth. And the orphanage's kitchen had been operating all along, distributing warmth to the children. Where that so-called warmth came from, she could no longer dare to think further. The archives are at the end of the first-floor corridor, separated from the kitchen by a cold storage room and 2 fire. Suyi inserted the copper key into the lock, and the sound of the latch springing open echoed twice in the empty corridor, resembling someone tapping a water pipe with their knuckles. The door opened, revealing a space darker than the corridor, with windows mostly covered by old newspapers, allowing only a few beams of grayish-white light to leak in, illuminating the metal filing cabinets and making the year labels appear pale. The metal cabinets reach from the floor to the ceiling, arranged in 4 columns, each containing 7 drawers. Each drawer has a handwritten year label on its front, from 98 to 13, with the numbers written in black marker, some of which have faded to the point of being nearly illegible. The label on the 3rd drawer reads 09, exactly matching the year when the caretaker's notebook began recording entries. Suyi pulled open drawer number 09. The drawer creaked as it opened, revealing neatly stacked craft paper files. Each bag was marked with the child's name and identification number: Dodo ID 0907, Li Xiaofan ID 0912, Thong, Edwardwa ID 0915. She flipped through them one by one, her fingertip brushing against each name. She paused at the second-to-last file, which bore the ID 0921, with the name field left blank, marked only with a blue stamp, adopted. She pulled the file out, feeling its lightness, unlike the other bags that were more bulky. Upon opening it, she found no health examination card, no photographs, only a folded note. The handwriting on the note was identical to that in the caretaker's notebook. This child was not adopted. He was taken away. The ring on his hand glowed. He was only 7 years old. The ID 0921 was not a child designation, but a sample number. Suyi placed the note on the table and smoothed it out with her fingertips. Then she began to reorder the stack of file bags, opening them one by one in numerical order. The number 01 bag was from 98, featuring a photograph of a boy with a buzz cut and bright eyes. The back of the photo stated adopted, but there was a 2-year gap between the adoption date and the health examination cutoff date. The same applied to bag number 02. Bag number 03 was the same. In the following years, dozens of children were registered for admission, with 1 or 2 names marked adopted every couple of years, while new names would appear on the list, each with an additional digit in their ID, and the registration photos increasingly blurred, as if taken through a layer of something. Some photographs still faintly showed silver rings on the children's wrists. The rings had not yet formed when the registration photos were taken, but the film could already detect some abnormal reflective properties of the subcutaneous tissue. She arranged all the photos with rings into a separate column on the left side of the table, totaling 13. There were precisely 13 registered children. Dodo was one of them. "This place is not just an orphanage," she said in a low voice, "it's a nursery. The system is selecting children." Lu Jinghan handed her an unnumbered file from behind her. He said nothing but placed the bag beside her. Suyi opened it to find a handwritten list. The paper was brittle with a few splits along the creases, and the edges had small holes from insects. The title read 3rd Floor Corridor Duty Roster, listing the names of the duty personnel by year. Over the last few years, all shared the same surname, Qin. The last date was December 19, 2012, with a note stating abnormal room temperature. Frost on the back window has reached the inside of the frame. Duty personnel, Qin. Beneath the notes was another line that had been crossed out with a pencil and partially erased. The remaining letters could still be discerned. "Do not come out after the bell rings tonight. Let them stand in the corridor until dawn. The door on the wall would open tonight, and the children standing outside would be taken away." The writing stopped here. The pencil lead was spent. The last stroke of the final word left a deep indentation on the paper, as if the writer had been tugged away while still gripping the pen. Suyi flipped the paper over. On the back was a rough sketch. A corridor turning into the last corner of the third floor with an arrow marked above the corner, next to which was written door. The arrow was not printed but hand-drawn with a slight upward curve at the end of the stroke identical to the annotated arrow on the ring heat curve chart she had received from Old Way. The pencil perspective used for on-site investigations was applied evenly with no hesitation in the strokes. Caretaker Chin was not an ordinary caretaker, she was a relative of both the system and the missing. She had been here for at least 3 years numbering, registering, and recording the shining cycles of over 30 children. She was already here before the system turned the orphanage into a nursery. When she discovered the gray pit began to swallow children, she did not flee. She stood in the corridor every night after the bell rang, using her body to block the newly formed door, wedging it into the wall and interfering with the thermal detection of the gray pit with the warmth of a living being. That door opened for her for 3 years, but never once did it cross over her to reach a child. Until that night when her own ring began to heat up. Not just glowing but heating up. She knew it was her turn. She walked out that night not to find food. Suyi placed the duty roster back on the table, looking at the note that had been smudged by an eraser. She stood in the corridor for them. One person holding the wall. Lu Jinghan remained silent. He placed the bone cleaver on the edge of the table, brought in from the kitchen, still carrying a small chunk of frost from the cold storage, slowly melting into droplets in the warm air of the archive room, dripping down the blade. He carefully folded the duty roster and returned it to the file bag, aligning the creases with their original positions. Now how many children are left? There are still 13 registered. Dodo is 0907, with a lower number, but the youngest in age. If he has already been called. Just now you saw the system notification too. It means the system does not select in numerical order, but by the maturity of the rings. Whoever's ring matures first is taken away first. The caretaker's records say that 0921 was taken away at just 7 years old. Then Dodo. She paused, pulling Dodo's file bag out separately and placing it in the center of the table. The scratches on his hand have already scabbed over. It's not eczema, it's from fingernails digging in. He is itching. His ring is about to form. A faint sound came from the end of the corridor. It wasn't the wind, it was the sound of the latch springing open. Someone had passed through the fire door from the main hall and was heading toward the staircase. The footsteps were light, and on this old pine floor each step echoed far with a steady rhythm. It wasn't bare feet, but leather shoes. Not a child. Around 4 in the afternoon the kitchen was stewing radishes and the children were napping on the second floor, and at this time there shouldn't be leather shoes on the corridor. Su Yi and Lu Jinghan turned their heads almost simultaneously, not in panic, but in confirmation. She was in charge of sound, and he was in charge of direction. Neither of them spoke, but they had already established their roles. Su Yi quickly pushed the file bag back into the drawer, closed the cabinet door, and folded the duty roster, slipping it into her pocket. Lu Jinghan picked up the bone cleaver and brushed past her, heading toward the door. When Suyi followed him, she glanced back at the box of ink on the table. The lid askew, the ink had dried, its surface cracked into fine patterns resembling lips that hadn't been touched in a long time. Caretaker Chin had stamped countless seals on this table. Each stamp sent away a child or marked the passing of another day for her. No one knew her name. They only knew her surname was Chin, that she had a hand ring, a pencil, and a notebook bound in craft paper. She stood against the wall for 3 years, repeatedly recording the numbers of each child taken away. She did not wait for anyone to thank her. She simply drew a picture, folded it, and placed it in a drawer that no one else would open, leaving it for the next person to enter this building. Now that person was standing in the archives. She was unsure if that door would open again tonight, but she decided to block it alongside the one holding the bone cleaver. Not because she owed her, but because she shared her name. As she exited the archives, the lights in the corridor flickered twice. It wasn't a voltage issue, it was the door. Suyi glanced up at the vintage chandelier on the ceiling. The tungsten filament inside the bulb still glowed red, but the light had turned a bluish hue reminiscent of the cold white light of the ring before a death livestream PK. She buried this discovery deep within herself, choosing not to speak. Lu Jinghan walked ahead, wielding a bone-cutting knife. The frost on the back of the blade had melted into droplets, dripping down the edge and leaving a trail of dark watermarks on the floor. At the corner of the staircase, a patch of wall had peeled away. It wasn't natural. Someone had picked it off with their... Beneath the layer of plaster, half of a child's pencil-written words emerged, the handwriting crooked and awkward, as if written with the left hand due to an itch in the right. Auntie said not to come out when the bell rings. But my hand itches so much. I want to come out. Below, another line in fainter ink read, after Auntie left, no one put medicine on us anymore. Auntie, did you leave too? Suyi squatted down, collecting the pieces of peeling wall in her palm. On the night Chin, the caretaker, left, the children did not come out, because they listened. She had told them not to come out when the bell rang, and they really didn't, even if their hands itched, even when they heard footsteps in the corridor or something in the walls calling their names. They waited until dawn, until the wall peeled away, until the itch on their hands turned into a ring of silvery light, yet they did not wait for her to return. Lu Jinghan switched the knife to his left hand, pressing against the wall to push the loose plaster back into place. She left them a message before she left. She didn't say goodbye, just said not to come out. He stated they understood. Sui stood up and placed the fragments of plaster into her coat pocket. Then she continued upstairs. In the corridor on the second floor, the children had awoken from their nap and were lining up at the bathroom door to wash their hands. Dodo was at the end of the line. He rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, spending a long time scrubbing his hands under the faucet, not because they were dirty but to wash away the itch that was beginning on the circle of skin around his wrist. He saw Sui approaching, pulled his hands from the faucet, wiped them on his pants, and looked up at her. "Auntie, are you?" Sui did not answer. Dodo flipped his wrist over to show her. That circle of skin had begun to shine. Not the formed silver of a bracelet, but the glow seeping through the subcutaneous tissue, illuminated by some substance oozing from between veins and fascia. It had not yet broken the skin, but the shape was already apparent. It looked exactly like the fuzzy halo in his registration photo, only clearer. Clear enough to see fine scratches on the inner side of the halo left by fingernails. He scrubbed his hands under the faucet not to clean them, but to rub away the itch. Just like the scratches on Sun Guoliang's gloves, just like the hand Lin Weigua found atop the ash pit in the chemical plant. The growth from within could not be washed away with water. He knew that, yet he still washed every day. Sui crouched in front of him, pulling his sleeves down from his wrists to cover the glimmering skin. "Annie won't leave," she said. "Auntie is going to find something for you. He'll be back once I find it." Dodo pressed his lips into a line. He looked at her, then glanced at Lu Jinghan, who was waiting for her at the corner of the corridor. Lu Jinghan did not approach. He stood in a spot where he could clearly see the entire corridor, the bone-cutting knife already sheathed behind him, relaxed shoulders, like a chef waiting for the radishes to stew in the kitchen, not waiting to cut anything, but to twist back an old gear that blocked the door. Sui stood up and walked toward the third floor. When Lu Jinghan caught up with her, she glanced at her wristband. It was still glowing, that same cold white fluorescence without warmth. Sheen, the caretaker, wrote in his notebook, "First it glows, then it heats up, then the ash pit opens." Glowing is the cold phase, heating is the warm phase, and ash pit opening is the penetration phase. Currently the orphanage was still in the cold phase, but it was approaching the critical point. She had just noticed a thin layer of water vapor on the back window, a condensation reaction caused by the slight rise in internal temperature, resulting in a temperature difference between inside and outside, meaning the system had begun to heat up and prepare to open the door. There were less than 4 hours until 9 o'clock at night. The last room on the third floor was at the end of the corridor. The door was open, not pried open by someone, but opened by itself. The door swung inward, the hinges were not rusty, and there was no dust on the doorknob, as if it was pushed open and closed daily. Yet no one had resided on this floor since Sheen, the caretaker, left. The window in the room was broken, shards of glass scattered on the windowsill, and the curtains had been half torn by the... Embedded in the wall facing the window was a door. Not a structural door, but a crack in the wall itself, the edges gleaming with a silvery sheen, the same luster as her wristband. Light was slowly seeping out of the crack, as if a membrane had yet to be punctured, but it was already translucent. The door wasn't open yet, but it recognized her. Her wristband was glowing, and the light reflected back on the membrane's surface with a completely consistent frequency. She took half a step toward the door, and the light on the membrane started to tighten inward like a pupil encountering a signal it had long awaited. Lu Jinghan pressed her shoulder and pulled her back behind the door frame. On the back window, the thin layer of water vapor she had just noticed was visibly crawling upward, not evaporating, but being absorbed upward. The door was preheating, and her wristband was the key. This time the system did not need the ash pit. It used her wristband directly as a key. As long as she stood in front of the door, it would open. If she did not step inside, the door would continue to scan all the glowing wristbands in the building. Dodo's wristband had just formed. He had a halo like hers without a protective layer. Lu Jinghan showed her his wristband. It was also glowing the same cold white hue as hers. He pointed at the membrane that was tightening inward, saying it needs a signal. Yours is the brightest. Dodo's has just formed, but is still unprotected. If you don't step in, it will automatically fill the gap. But if you step in and the entrance is blocked, we can force it to switch channels. There is no choice but for him to accompany her, standing at the door. Sui looked at him, remaining silent, but steadied herself against the wall, aligning her wristband against her forehead, directing its brightest light toward the door. Then she closed her eyes. It wasn't a prayer, it was a calculation of scattering angles. She maximized the light spot, spreading it into a scattering light domain large enough to cover the entire corner of the third floor. The light spot slowly expanded in her palm, like a shield tossed into water. Lu Jinghan stood beside her, using his own light to fill the gap on the other side of her wristband. From the first floor looking up, all the wristbands in the building were synchronously glowing. Dodo stood in front of the faucet on the second floor, a circle of cold white light around his wrist, those metal scraps pressed beneath the red brick wall, also sparkled faintly. The old wall sealed by Qin the caretaker was reactivated before the bell rang. But all the light hesitated with the two rings pushing outward with all their might, and the membrane on the door receded slightly. It did not choose Dodo. The light receded. After the light receded, the corridor on the third floor fell back into darkness. The crack in the wall remained, but the silvery sheen on the membrane had dimmed, resembling a lamp that had been extinguished, leaving only a faint outline at the edges. Suyi lowered the ring from her forehead, feeling a slight ache in her wrist from maintaining the same position for too long. Lu Jinghan leaned against the opposite wall, the bone-cutting knife resting at his feet. His breath was slightly heavier than usual, yet his gaze remained fixed on the door, unblinking. "It hasn't left," he said. "It's just withdrawn." Suyi nodded. The light she had repelled earlier with the ring was merely the door's first tentative probe, not its conclusion. During the cold phase, the system uses the ring as a beacon. Whoever's ring shines the brightest becomes the priority target of the gray pit. By actively pushing the light outward, she and Lu Jinghan were effectively signaling to the system, "We are here." The door had withdrawn, but it already knew there were two glowing rings standing before this wall. Next time it opened, it would not probe with low power again. It would directly target the signal with the highest frequency, that is her left wrist. She glanced down at her ring. The cold white light was still there, but it had begun to warm slightly. It was not an illusion, it was genuinely heating up. Qin's notes were very clear: first it emits light, then it generates heat, and then the gray pit opens. They were now in the heating phase. There were less than 4 hours until 9 o'clock. If her ring entered the penetration phase before the bell rang, every second she stood in the corridor would mean nailing herself to the hinges of the door. But Rule 2 forbids her from leaving the corridor during the ringing. No talking, no closing eyes, no touching others, and it doesn't mention hiding. "Let's go to the first floor first," she said. "Clean up the kitchen." Lu Jinghan picked up the bone-cutting knife, twirled it in his hand, and said nothing. She knew he wasn't being lazy. He was thinking about the same thing. The black bones the chef had brought from the cold storage were still on the kitchen counter, and the temperature of the bone fragments had not yet dropped to room temperature. He wasn't sure how many such bones were left in the cold storage. But that chef wasn't alive. His words could neither be completely trusted nor entirely dismissed. Before the bell rang, they needed to figure out what the kitchen was actually feeding the children. Upon reaching the kitchen on the first floor, Lu Jinghan pulled open the door to the cold storage again. Cold air surged out, carrying an indescribable smell of meat. He walked in and yanked off the white cloth covering the innermost shelf. On the shelf lay several charred bone fragments, each one appearing as if it had been burned with neat cutting marks along the edges. Under the bone fragments was a plastic sealed card printed with a line of text: heat supplement batch number 201-21219. The date matched the last page of Qin's notebook. That night, she had entered the last room on the third floor and never returned. The date of these bones was her date. Suyi flipped the card over. The back was scribbled with a name, Qin Jiao. The caretaker's name was Qin Jiao. Her surname was not Qin, her name was Qin Jiao. Whether it was given by her parents or chosen by herself, no one knew. But this name was stamped on a cold plastic sealed card stored deep within the cold storage along with a batch of bone fragments. She had stayed here for 3 years, and in the end, even her name had been cataloged by the system as a food number. Suyi placed the card on the counter using an enamel cup to weigh down one corner. Then she turned around. At the kitchen door stood a child. It was not Dodo, but Li Xiaofan, numbered 0912. She wore a cotton dress that had been washed so many times its color was indiscernible, standing barefoot on the cold floor tiles, her hair a tangled mess, yet her eyes were bright. She looked at Suyi and then glanced at the bone fragment still left on the counter. "Auntie used to make us bone soup too. She said it was good for our health. Later she left, and that uncle took over cooking. The soup that uncle makes tastes different. It makes my hands itch more." Suyi squatted down in front of her. Li Xiaofan turned her wrist towards her, revealing that the silver-white sheen around it was more complete than Dodo's, with ring-like patterns beginning to appear at the edges, and her skin slightly bulging, as if something was pushing out from the gaps between her wrist bones. "When did your hands start itching?" Suyi asked her. "Last month. Dodo's started itching before mine. But he said not to tell Auntie because it would make her sad. Don't scratch. If you scratch it'll turn into something real. I don't want it to turn real." Suyi stood up and led Li Xiaofan to the faucet, turning on the cold water and letting her rinse her wrist under. "Don't scratch. If you scratch it'll turn into something real. I don't want it to turn real." Suyi stood up and led Li Xiaofan to the faucet, turning on the cold water and letting her rinse her wrist under the flow. Then she walked back to Lu Jinghan's side. He had already taken out all the bone fragments from the cold storage, arranged in a line on the counter by batch number. The earliest batch was from 2010, and the latest was December 19, 2012. Each batch corresponded to a child's timeline from adopted to disappearance. Each batch was a sample harvested in advance by the system. The system long-term stored these samples in the cold storage and distributed them to the living children from the kitchen, not for feeding, but for inoculation. It ground the already formed ring tissue into powder and mixed it into the food, accelerating the formation of the next generation of rings. Qin Jiao had been blocking this for 3 years, but after she left, the inventory in the cold storage continued to grow. The cold storage must be shut down, Su Yi said. Now, what will we do after it's shut down? What will the children eat tonight? Lu Jinghan asked. They'll eat real food. You cook, Su Yi said, tearing the apron from the wall and tossing it to him, then turning to check the stove. She unplugged the cold storage from the old outlet on the wall, and the humming sound of the cold storage gradually diminished, finally falling into silence. The frost on the door began to melt, droplets trickling down the cracks. Lu Jinghan put aside the bone-cutting knife and tied on the apron. After tying the apron, he glanced down at the cartoon bear on his chest, his expression unchanged, merely rolling up his sleeves to reveal an old scar she had memorized from the basement on his forearm. He rummaged through the refrigerator for a few untainted carrots and half a cabbage, beginning to chop. His knife skills were steady, each slice uniform, more efficient than any chef she had ever seen. He had previously been in the military, and survival courses probably taught him how to use a bone-cutting knife to prepare something edible without needing the system to allocate heat. He himself was the source of heat. At 7 o'clock, the children lined up on the long bench outside the kitchen, each holding a bowl of radish and cabbage soup. Dodo took a sip and said it was salty. Li Xiaofan said she couldn't taste it. Lu Jinghan leaned against the stove holding his own bowl, drinking expressionlessly. A few children were sneaking glances at the cartoon bear on his chest, unable to suppress their smiles, yet no one laughed aloud. Su Yi did not drink. She placed her bowl on the table, stood up, and walked into the corridor to check her watch. There were less than 2 hours. The condensation on the glass of the back window had crawled up several centimeters from the inside of the window frame, the entire pane covered in a thin mist. A faint light seeped through the gap under the door at the end of the corridor. That was Qin Jiao's room. The room had not been locked after she left, but the light in the gap indicated the ring was still inside. The records she had left were still on the table, and the pen remained. Her door was also waiting for the bell to ring tonight. Su Yi returned and sat next to Lu Jinghan, took the photocopy of the list he had on the table, and wrote 2 lines in the blank space. 1. The ring has entered the heating phase. The estimated penetration time may occur after the bell rings. 2. Dodo and Li Xiaofan's rings have formed and need to be isolated from the wall. They must not be allowed to stand in the closest position to the door when the bell rings. She pushed the list towards Lu Jinghan. Lu Jinghan glanced at it, picked up a pen, drew a line under Dodo and Li Xiaofan's names, and sketched a rough layout of the second-floor corridor in the blank space. Several empty circles represented the positions where the children would stand tonight, with crosses marked near the door and windows. No adult could stand in front of that door on the 3rd floor. He planned to use himself as a flagpole, nailing the front position to the side closest to the door. If he stood at the very front, the first signal to touch the door when it opened would be his ring, not the children's. Then Su Yi stood up, folded the list, and tucked it into her pocket, walking to the kitchen door. The wall lamp in the corridor had already stretched the shadows to the edge of the patchwork tiles as she glanced down at her ring. It had heated up a bit more, the cold white transitioning towards warm white. The heating phase had already begun to accelerate. Before the bell rang, she placed the bone-cutting knife back on the kitchen counter, put her bag in the first drawer of the file room, and silently counted the number of steps from the 1st floor to the 3rd, 12 steps. Like that woman named Qin, she would be standing in the corridor tonight. The difference was that the woman from back then stood alone for 3 years, while she now had a chef in a cartoon bear apron downstairs pouring the last batch of checked radishes into the thermos pot. He stood 2 floors below her, pressing his ring against another wall. She was not afraid of the door opening. What she feared was that when the door opened, no one would be standing in front of Dodo. But now there was someone standing behind her. 8:40. Su Yi arranged Dodo and Li Xiaofan in the easternmost position of the 2nd-floor corridor, furthest from the staircase to the 3rd floor, with their backs against the outer wall of the archives. That wall was solid, without cracks or membranes, a safety zone that Qin Jiao had repeatedly checked. She drew a circle on the floor with chalk, instructing the 2 children to stand inside it after the bell rang, not to move, and to keep their eyes closed no matter what happened in the corridor. Dodo tucked her hands into her sleeves and nodded. Li Xiaofan stood in the center of the circle with his feet together, asking, "Annie, have you drawn a circle like this before?" No, it was another Annie. She drew on the wall for 3 years. Tonight it's my turn to take her place. Li Xiaofan tightened his grip on the chalk, not asking further. Lu Jinghan came up the stairs, already changed out of the cartoon bear apron, carrying 2 chairs. He glanced at the slightly glowing door at the end of the corridor and placed 1 chair at the staircase and another in the middle of the corridor. The children are all settled. We left the 2 largest ones next to the freezer on the 1st floor. That wall is the thickest. Qin Jiao once dismantled the door panel of the freezer and propped it behind the wall. Oh, I checked, and it's still sturdy. Suyi said. Dodo and Li Xiaofan glanced back at him. He said nothing, but raised his hand to signal them to turn back. This was his way of communicating with the children. Few words, direct gestures, no coaxing, but every command was precise. Dodo and Li Xiaofan were not afraid of him. In this orphanage, the most feared adult was not the one who spoke little, but the one who talked a lot and would eventually disappear. The temperature of the wristband rose slightly again. The transition from cold white to warm white had been completed, and the light on the ring began to turn yellow like a piece of heated metal, slowly turning red from the edges to the center. Suyi glanced at her watch. 8:45. The last entry in Qin Jiao's notes recorded the penetration after heating. She hadn't written down what it was like after the penetration, because she walked in right after. Suyi looked up at Lu Jinghan, who had rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, and the light of the wristband was warming in sync with hers. If the door opens when I'm inside and you're outside, she said, Dodo's position shouldn't change. Li Xiaofan wanted to keep the chalk she had in her hand. She wasn't afraid of the door, but of forgetting what Qin Jiao looked like. Lu Jinghan did not respond. He pushed the chair in his hand forward by half an inch, directly facing the staircase, then stood next to her, his shoulder a fist's distance away from hers. When the door opens, you stand on the left. He'll stand on the right. Aren't you supposed to go to the first floor? What about the children? There are chairs blocking the first floor. This door is larger. She did not ask again. He would not explain further. They all knew that the children on the second floor were shielded by chairs while the children on the first floor had solid walls, but once the door on the third floor opened, the first light would sweep across everyone in the corridor before being transmitted downward. Lu Jinghan standing next to her was not to shield her. It was to ensure the door received two simultaneously heating signals, preventing it from locking onto a single target. The system needed samples, and they had to provide it with two samples. Two individuals who did not want to be taken stood before the same door, using themselves as bait. 8:55. The candle flames in the corridor swayed simultaneously in the same direction, not blown by the wind, but drawn in by the pressure changes within the walls. The moisture on the rear window had already condensed into countless droplets, trickling down the window frame and dripping onto the radiator with a faint hissing sound. Suyi raised her left hand to the height of her chest, aiming the ring at the glowing gap in the wall. Her hand, not because she wasn't nervous, but because she knew that if her hand shook, the light spots would wobble and the scattering angle would have loopholes. And that loophole would just happen to allow the door to find the child standing in the first circle on the second floor. 8:59. The first bell rang in the corridor on the third floor. It was not an electric bell, it was a hand bell, the clapper striking the copper wall, producing a slight tremor as if someone was shaking it from a distance. The moment the bell rang, the silver-white crack on the door expanded from a slit into a complete rectangle with edges exuding a warmth greater than candlelight. Suyi stood in front of it, the light illuminating her face, outlining her brow and chin. She did not take a single step back. 9 o'clock sharp. The door opened. It neither pushed inward nor pulled outward. The membrane had become transparent. The entire crack transformed into a semi-transparent light membrane, then dissolved from the center outward. The world behind the door was not a corridor nor walls, but countless beams of intense light. Viewed from a meter away, one could see a vertical passage originating from the gray pit behind the light membrane, extending upward to an invisible height. Just like what Captain Lao Wei had seen that night while standing in the courtyard. The inner walls of the passage were embedded with dense silver points of light, each one a glowing ring. Those rings were embedded in the inner wall, each shining with cold white or warm white light, resembling countless eyes that had opened simultaneously. They were not decorations, they were past samples. They were all the caregivers, cooks, and night watchers who had been taken away, fixed as signal relays within the passage. The system was not attaching rings to them. It was turning them into rings and embedding them into the gray pit's transmission pipeline. Qin Jiao was among them. In the innermost circle of silver rings closest to the exit, there was one ring older than the others, its surface severely worn, yet its light still shone. On the wall beside it, there were several lines of scratches made repeatedly by fingers, forming a crooked message. Don't let them know you can see these. Suyi took a deep breath, fully activating the flashing signal in her palm, while allowing Lu Jinghan to take the scattering surface on her right. Lu Jinghan placed the wristband above his collarbone, letting the light enter from the side, shielding her within the scattering line. The door was struck by two beams of light simultaneously, causing the light membrane to tremble violently, disrupting the arrangement of the silver light rings in the passage, causing all signal relays to begin flashing in sync. It was searching for a new access point, but the two brightest signal sources on the third floor firmly occupied the scanning area. Then the door shrank. The light retracted, the cracks slowly closed from top to bottom, the edges retreating back into the wall, leaving only a wisp of grayish-white residual light, that flickered at the seam before extinguishing. Everyone still stood on this side. The oldest ring in the passage pushed the last residual signal toward the archives before sinking into the dark side of the dial along with the new day. Su Yi and Lu Jinghan stood on either side of the door blocking this round of harvest. The heat from the wristband subsided, descending from warm white to cold white, eventually returning to a standby state of dark gray. The moisture on the rear window remained, but it no longer continued to rise. Su Yi lowered her hand and turned to look toward the staircase. Lu Jinghan leaned against the wall, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, but his expression was still that of relaxed completion. He released the pressure on the wristband and nodded towards the second floor, indicating to check the corridor. Su Yi did. She took out the list from her pocket, marking a check next to the names of Dodo and Li Xiaofan. Not for completion, but for safety. Then she walked to the staircase on the third floor and looked down. Dodo was still standing in the circle, clutching that piece of chalk. Li Xiaofan had run out of chalk, squatting at the edge of the circle and drawing a rabbit on the ground with his finger, its ears uneven, exactly like the one on Qin Jiao's bed. Su Yi did not call out to them. She simply refolded the list and put it back in her pocket, turning to walk down the stairs. As she passed the kitchen, she casually poured out the cold radish soup that had been sitting on the table and filled 2 bowls with hot soup, placing them on the countertop. She was not hungry, but she knew that the man wearing the cartoon bear apron would soon come down from upstairs, silently take a bowl, drink it, and then go close the freezer door. Once the light reseated, the wall lamps in the corridor stood firm one by one. They did not shine brighter, they simply steadied. The pressure change inside the walls had nearly extinguished all the flames, but now those flickering lights finally returned to their normal warm yellow, no longer tinged with blue. Su Yi walked down the stairs from the third floor, her hand resting on the railing. The joints of her fingers were still slightly pale, a remnant from gripping the ring tightly, just moments before something she hadn't noticed. As she reached the second floor, she glanced towards the east side of the corridor. Dodo still stood within the chalk circle, gazing down at her wrist. The circle of silvery light was still present, but it stopped expanding. The ring's edge patterns remained unchanged. The door scanning had been interrupted, and the formation of the ring had paused. Li Xiaofan squatted by the circle, finishing the drawing of a rabbit with the chalk, currently adding a third whisker. The children were all still alive, their wrist rings still dark. The task that Qin Jiao had failed to accomplish 3 years ago was finally achieved tonight. Although it was merely a delay was already a victory. Lu Jinghan came down from the third floor, the bone-cutting knife returned to the kitchen, the apron hung back on the wall. His steps were slightly heavier than usual, not from fatigue. He was confirming that every step of the staircase was still intact. He had just used the ring light to supplement her scattering gap from the side, effectively exposing his signal at the same door. The gray pit simultaneously scanned his ring. The door was closed now, but he knew the system had already registered him. He did not mention this to Su Yi. He simply walked over to her side and glanced towards the second floor corridor, asking, "How are those 2 little ones?" Dodo's ring is paused. Li Xiaofan is drawing a rabbit. Su Yi leaned against the railing, resting the back of her head against the wall. Suddenly, she recalled something. Qin Jiao had written on a note, "The list is in the third drawer's compartment of the archives," but the list she received was a handwritten duty roster, not the official document. She had yet to find the actual list. Qin Jiao would not hide the same document twice. The list she concealed in the drawer compartment of the archives should be another one. Not the children's list, but something else. "I need to go to the archives again." She stood up. Lu Jinghan did not ask her why she wanted to search through the archives at this hour. He merely tilted his head slightly towards the direction of the archives, indicating to move. As the two turned the corner at the end of the corridor, the condensation on the back window had already receded by more than half, and the moonlight streamed in from behind the locust tree, making the copper key in Su Yi's hand shine. The door to the archives was still ajar as they had left it. The files in drawer 09 were neatly stacked on the table, with Dodo's photo pressed beneath an enamel cup. Qin Jiao said in the note that the list is in the compartment, but she placed the duty roster in an unnumbered file, something meant for future readers. Su Yi pulled open drawer 09, completely removing it from the track and placing it on the floor. There was a flat compartment between the iron bottom and wooden frame of the drawer, just large enough to fit a piece of paper. She reached inside and felt a brittle piece of paper, pulling it out. It was a printed draft of a fire incident report with a few small holes eaten by insects along the edges, but the text was still legible. The title read "Investigation Report on the Fire Incident at the Orphanage in the West City Draft," authored by Qin Jiao. The date was December 19, 2012, matching the date at the end of her notebook. Su Yi laid the report on the table. The text was brief, consisting of only 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph detailed the time of the fire, 9:03 p.m., 3 minutes after the bell rang. The second paragraph described the point of ignition, the position directly opposite the wall in the last room on the 3rd floor. The third paragraph contained a single line: "Cause of fire, spontaneous combustion." It was not an open flame, it was the ring. When the gray pit activated, it released high heat, igniting the wooden window frames, affecting the archive in the corridor. At the time this report was drafted, 3 children had already been taken away. The list of the remaining 13 children was attached afterwards. If anyone sees this report, please submit the original to the provincial office, leaving a copy in this drawer compartment. The real fire was not arson. It was the system reaping. The attached list of children matched the duty roster. Do, Li Xiaofan, Zhang Duodua. All their numbers were present. On the back there was a line written in pen matching the handwriting on the note. Signer Qin Jiao. I did not sign because it is not real. If you sign, you acknowledge that you are the arsonist. But you are not. Neither am I. Su Yi flipped the report over. The back was blank with no signature line, no stamp, only Qin Jiao's line. She placed the report on the table, took out her pen from her pocket, signed her name, next to Qin Jiao's, and added 2 words in the remarks column. Same as above. Then she handed the report to Lu Jinghan. He took it, lowered his head to examine it, for quite a while remaining silent. He recognized the mutilated hand in the photo and the vertical passage of the gray pit. Qin Jiao's ring was embedded in the inner wall of the exit, positioned near the top, row being the closest among all the collected samples to the exit. Her ring's signal strength was insufficient to blow up the gray pit, but it was enough to interfere with the scanning direction with each door opening. She had forcefully shifted the gray pit's working frequency from locking onto children to locking onto collected samples. Each time the door opened, it first sought her out before looking for others. She was not pardoned by the system. She merely placed herself at the front of the scanning path, acting as an unavoidable buffer. She did not fail to sign. Lu Jinghan returned the report to her. She left the signature space for the next person coming in. If that person signs, it is equivalent to bearing the burden of this door for all the children who did not sign. Su Yi folded the report back neatly and placed it in the drawer compartment. Then she looked at Lu Jinghan. The condition to pass is to sign the fire report. The system stated at the beginning of the copy, find the truth of the fire and sign the fire report in the principal's office. This is the principal's office. It might have been before, but later the principal ran away and Qin Jiao moved the filing cabinet and turning it into the archives. The system did not specify whether we should sign to agree or disagree. It only stated to sign. Qin Jiao did not sign, but she did not pass either. She chose to stay here. If we sign, we pass, but the children will remain here waiting for the next batch of players to sign. Do you want to sign? He asked. Su Yi did not answer. She merely adjusted her ring's brightness to the lowest setting, letting it revert from warm white to the dark gray of standby mode. The ring's temperature had completely cooled down, reverting to a cold silvery metal pressed tightly against. She circled spontaneous combustion in the cause of fire section of the report, then added a 4th paragraph in the margin. To future readers, this report is not factual. Recommendation to dismiss. Dismissed by Su Yi. She stood up, placed the report back in the compartment of drawer 09, then pushed the entire drawer back onto the track. The track emitted a dull rebound sound like a door being locked from afar. Lu Jinghan remained leaning against the filing cabinet, playing with the bone-cutting knife he had brought down from the kitchen but had not used tonight. He saw her push the drawer back, place the knife on the table, and pick up the pen next to the enamel cup, signing his name next to hers. In the remarks column, he wrote 2 words, same as above. Then he bent down to pick up Do's crumpled registration photo from the floor, smoothing it with his thumb before placing it back in the file. In the photo, the boy with a buzz cut was facing the camera, his eyes bright, and there was no ring around his wrist. It was taken before the rings had begun to grow. He did not know when this photo was taken, but he knew one thing. Qin Jiao had placed these photos one by one into the file, registering them every day, verifying them daily, marking them on the duty roster. What she drew was not a list but a formation. A diagram of the positions of over 30 children, dispersing the gray pit's targets from individuals into a group, preventing it from locking onto a single signal source. Tonight he and Su Yi employed the same method. He had not just learned this method. Qin Jiao had drawn the blueprints 3 years ago, leaving them in the drawer compartment for the next person willing to stand by the wall for a night for the children. Midnight. The corridor was very quiet. After drinking soup, the children had all fallen asleep, with Do and Li Xiaofan squeezed together on the small bed in the caregiver's room, the rabbit resting between their pillows and the chalk still clutched in their hands. Lu Jinghan leaned against the staircase, using the canvas bag as a pillow, his eyes half closed. Su Yi sat on the step beside him, resting her ring on her knees. Suddenly, she recalled the specimen 011 sealed within the wall of the medical school's basement. That specimen housed a key within its chest cavity. At that time she thought it was the system leaving clues for the next batch of players, but now she felt otherwise. That was the specimen itself breaking off a piece from the wall. It was not left for the players, but for another person embedded in the wall. She had previously written in her notes the system can be defeated, but now she no longer used that term. It was not defeated, it was held back one by those who did not sign. Qin Jiao had spent 3 years shifting the gray pit's frequency, Within the wall, class leader Lao Wei left a complete thermal curve at the pit's mouth, and Lin Weigua embedded himself in the wall directly above the gray pit, leaving a farewell letter. Each person had used themselves as a link, and now this link had reached her hands. She bowed her head and wrote a line on a blank page of her notebook: orphanage clearance. Unsigned. The gray pit door was forced back once by signal interference. Qin Zhao's signal was still transmitting. The children were safe. Then she closed the notebook and placed it on the step next to Lu Jinghan. He was asleep. The small bare apron was neatly folded under the canvas bag, revealing half of a round ear. Suyi did not wake him. She leaned against the staircase railing and closed her eyes. The system might notify them of clearance after dawn, or it might not. But tonight no bell rang in the corridor. The bracelet did not light up again before dawn. Suyi was awakened by someone. Not Lu Jinghan, but Dodo. He was squatting on the steps in front of her holding a bowl of already cold radish soup, his expression serious. Auntie, that uncle heated up the soup. He said you didn't drink it last night. He said if you don't drink it again, he'll drink it himself. Suyi took the bowl and lowered her head to sip a mouthful. The soup was made by Lu Jinghan with the radish slices thicker than yesterday and less salt, clearly reserved for her. She glanced towards the kitchen. Lu Jinghan was leaning against the stove, wiping the bone cleaver, his apron tied around him again. He did not look at her, but she knew he was waiting for her to finish the soup and then start a new day's investigation. She placed the empty bowl on the steps, stood up, and brushed off the dust from her pants. After that door closed last night, the temperature of the entire building had dropped. The moisture on the back window had cleared up, and the shadow of the locust tree quietly clung to the window frame without shaking. The bracelet's light returned to a standby dark gray, and the temperature had thoroughly cooled down. But the system did not pop up a clearance settlement. The mission rules stated find the truth of the fire and sign the fire report in the director's office. She found the truth and signed, but her signature was rejected. The system did not determine her as having cleared the level, nor did it deem her a failure. It simply remained silent, just as it had after she exited the reincarnation hotel. She had grown accustomed to it. Dodo. She squatted down, placing the bowl on the steps. Annie is leaving today. Dodo did not cry. He held the empty bowl in his arms and nodded. He had seen too many caretakers leave. The previous Aunt Qin had also vanished after dawn and never returned. He thought Suyi would be the same. You put the rabbit that Li Xiaofan drew on Aunt Qin's bed. The one on her bed is already very old. If you replace it with a new one, she will know someone has been there. Dodo turned and ran. His bare feet made no sound on the wooden floor. Suyi walked to the kitchen. Lu Jinghan had already placed her breakfast on the counter. 2 slices of toasted steamed bread with a thin layer of pickled radish in between. She took a bite. The edges of the bread were slightly burnt, but he had removed the burnt parts before adding the pickled radish. She did not say thank you. She handed him the other slice, which he took and finished in 3 bites, wiped his hands, and hung the cleaver back on the wall. No clearance popped. I know. The system is not silent, it is reorganizing the rules. Aunt Qin's report was rejected by us, and it cannot process us according to the original judgment logic. Signing means admitting guilt, not signing means non-cooperation. By signing the rejection, we have torn a hole in its rules. It now needs time to repair this hole. It will find true, but at least this time it is not looking for us. Each time the system encounters someone in a mission who does not follow its options, it suspends this entrance, removes the building from the active list, and treats it as an abandoned entrance. The medical school is an abandoned entrance, the cotton mill is an abandoned entrance, and now it is the orphanage's turn. The children will not temporarily be pulled into other missions. The halos in their hands will stop growing, remaining in the stage before formation. Lu Jinghan put the knife back in the rack and turned around. Are you sure the abandoned entrance won't reopen? Lin Weigua wrote in his notes that the system's treatment of abandoned entrances is freeze, removing the building from the active list, not assigning new players, but the original rule threads will continue to operate at low power within the building. This is equivalent to turning the entrance from a main door into a hidden door. If there are still those wearing bracelets who accidentally walk in, they might trigger the residual heating phase. But for now, no new players are coming in. The children are temporarily safe. Lu Jinghan nodded and did not. He picked up a canvas bag and took out a few items, placing them on the kitchen counter: 2 packs of unopened compressed biscuits, a small bag of salt, and a box of matches. All were retrieved from the storage room next to the freezer. He pushed the items inward, leaving them for the children. In the morning, the children had all gotten up. Li Xiaofan completed the tail of the rabbit she drew last night with chalk, and then took Dodo to the backyard to collect fallen leaves. Other children were lined up in the hallway waiting to wash their hands, their bare feet making soft sounds on the wooden floor, much lighter than the bell sound from last night. The pot of radish soup in the kitchen was still simmering on low heat. Lu Jinghan had turned the fire to the lowest before leaving, and a note was pressed on the lid reading, "Don't turn off the fire. Keep it until it's finished." Suyi stood at the entrance of the orphanage, glancing back at the 3rd floor window. The curtain was still half torn by the wind last night, but the crack in the wall had completely closed, and even the silvery sheen at the edge had disappeared. Qin Jiao was still inside. Her bracelet was still in that passage embedded side by side with countless contained samples. She did not need to be rescued. Her chosen position was the closest to the exit scanned first whenever the door opened. She was not a victim, she was a sentinel. Let's go. Lu Jinghan had already started the car. The window rolled down, a hand resting on the window frame. Suyi opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. The car turned off the gravel road in front of the orphanage and onto the provincial road, the shadow of the old locust tree in the rearview mirror growing shorter. Suyi leaned back in her seat and opened her notebook. Last night, she added a line under not signed. Qin Jiao's signal is still transmitting. The children are safe. The orphanage entrance has been frozen. She circled frozen and then drew a line connecting Lin Weiguo's chemical factory, Old Weiss cotton mill, and this orphanage. All three entrances had people actively stepping into the gray pit, and all three had used their bracelets to permanently change the scanning direction. This was not coincidence. This had been designed by someone long ago, not by the system, but by those chosen by the system. While the system treated people as samples, the samples were also leaving beacons for each other, locking the gray pits into abandoned entrances one by one. She closed her notebook, watching the trees along the roadside retreating outside. The bracelet was still dark. The system was still reorganizing the rules. The next time it spoke, it would no longer use the children's files. She had already written rejected on that report, and her bracelet would keep recording this fingerprint until the system next opened the entrance and asked her, "Will you sign this time?" Her answer would be the same as Qin Jiao's. No signing. No admission of guilt. Not handing the children over to the gray pit. She did not know how many more doors she could drag out, but the next door was already heating up. 3 days after returning from the orphanage, the wristband remained silent. Suyi did not wait. She spread the photocopy of the fire report taken from Qin Jiao's drawer across the coffee table, alongside Lin Weiguo's notes, Captain Weiss temperature curve graph, Sun Guoliang's gloves, and all the observation records she had written since the first instance. The coffee table was too small, as some pages hung over the armrest of the sofa, while others were pressed against the edge of the table, holding down an enamel cup. She drew a timeline in her notebook. From the disappearance of Su Guoping in the chemical factory in 1996, to Lin Weiguo being embedded in the wall in 2002, to Qin Jiao walking into the gray pit in 2012, and finally to this year, when she and Lu Jinghan were pulled into the first instance. Each line was marked with the year, location, state of the ring, and type of entrance. Lin Weiguo was horizontally sealed within the wall, Captain Wei was vertically trapped in the pit, and Qin Jiao entered on her own and became embedded in the inner wall of the exit. No. 011 of the medical school was embedded in the wall, while Sun Guoliang from the cotton mill was sucked up from the ground. The forms of the entrances varied, but the mechanism was the same. The system automatically adjusted the teleportation direction according to the building structure during each harvest. Horizontal space, sealed in walls, vertical space, opened in pits. Lin Weiguo chose to seal himself within the wall because he knew it was the scanning path of the gray pit. Not a random occurrence, but a calculated decision. He had drawn a force diagram of the wall directly above the gray pit in the chemical factory in his notes, and the direction of the cracks matched perfectly with the scattering angle of the wristband signal. He did not enter the wall out of desperation. He viewed the wall as a high ground that could be preemptively occupied. So he drew a bidirectional arrow between horizontal wall ceiling and vertical pit opening with a question mark beside it. If the system automatically adjusts the teleportation direction based on the building structure, then she could also predict the direction of the next entrance in advance, provided she knew the floor plan of that building. But the system would not tell her where the next door would open. She needed another source of information. Lu Jinghan came out of the kitchen holding an enamel cup. This cup was one he brought back from the orphanage, not stolen, but from Qin Jiao's table. There was a small crack on the rim, and the tea stains on the inner wall could not be removed, yet he had still cleaned it. He sat down across from her, placing the cup on the table, and then pulled something out of the canvas bag, a vintage mobile phone. The exterior had a crack running from top to bottom with half of the screen corner shattered, but it was still relatively intact. It's Qin Jiao's. I found it at the bottom of that metal box behind the filing cabinet. I pushed the metal box, which was buried under several stacks of old teaching materials. If it weren't for Dodo saying Auntie used to hide things behind the box, I wouldn't have moved it to check. Last night after you fell asleep, I charged it and tried to power it on. It still lights up. Suyi picked up the phone. When the screen lit up, it first flashed with a snowflake pattern before stabilizing to a gray-white memo interface. There were no call logs, no messages, no social media apps, only a solitary memo file, with the last edited date being December 19, 2012. The file contained only one line: the gray pit frequency has shifted, the children are safe. The signal has been transmitted. A string of numbers followed, which were not coordinates or phone numbers, but instance numbers. She stared at that line for a long time. The format of that line was exactly the same as the ring heat peak value format written by Captain Wei on the anomalous phenomenon report back in the day, first recording the result, then appending the number. But Qin Jiao went a step further than her. She was not passively recording, she was actively transmitting a signal. She sent a report to the outside world using her ring from within the gray pit, and the receiving end could be any old phone close to the entrance of the gray pit. She was not calling for help, she was leaving a trace. The signal sent out might never be received, but if someone did receive it, and if that person understood what the instance number meant, then what she left behind was not just a line of text but a key. She also left a set of instance numbers. Su Yi turned the phone screen to Lu Jinghan, and Lin Weiguo also mentioned the concept of instance numbers in his notes, but he referred to them as entrance codes. He said each entrance has a fixed code, which remains unchanged, allowing the entrance to be opened repeatedly. We did not obtain the entrance code for the medical school. At that time we lacked experience, and exited directly after clearing it. However, I have saved the settlement records for the Death Live broadcast, the Reincarnation Hotel, and the orphanage. Each settlement page has a small line of numbers at the bottom. I previously thought it was a timestamp, but now it seems it is not. It's the entrance code. She flipped her notebook to the page recording the settlement of the Death Live broadcast, pointing to the line of numbers she had casually copied down with a pencil. The code for the Death Live broadcast starts with 03, the Reincarnation Hotel is 04, and the orphanage is 05. I did not record the medical school code, but Captain Wei also left a set of numbers on the back of the temperature curve graph. I initially thought it was an internal document number for the military, but now looking back, the number format is completely consistent with the instance code's area code plus building type code plus opening sequence number. Captain Wei's code is 02, and the sampling label from the chemical factory that Lin Weiguo had in his notes also has a number that has been blurred by ink, 01. If 01 is the chemical factory, 02 is the cotton mill, 03 is the Death Live broadcast, 04 is the Reincarnation Hotel, and 05 is the orphanage, then this is a sequence ordered by opening time. If I can predict the entrance codes, I can know in advance where the next door will open in which building. Lu Jinghan pushed the enamel cup closer to her, signaling her to drink water. Yes, but it's not about guessing, it's about comparison. Lin Weiguo recorded at least 4 entrance codes between 1996 and 2002. Captain Wei's temperature curve graph also has a set of numbers on the back. Qin Jiao's phone contains the 5th set. I now have the codes left by 3 individuals from 3 different entrances. If their arrangement follows a pattern, such as by increasing year by geographical partition or by building type classification, I can differentiate between the already abandoned entrances and the still active ones, and then deduce where the next possible entrance will open in which area. Lu Jinghan glanced down at his wrist. His ring was still dim, quietly resting against his skin. After a moment, he spoke, his voice slightly lower than usual, not from fatigue, but from a certain caution pressed down in his throat. If the codes are divided by area, then there might still be other entrances open within the same area. The orphanage has frozen, but that does not mean all entrances in that area are closed. Therefore, we need to retrieve all the documents marked entrance code from the provincial archives. Lin Weiguo's investigation scope extended beyond the chemical factory and cotton mill. His notes mentioned at least 7 locations. Old Chen locked these items in the vault of storage room No. 7. I will go back to collect them. Lu Jinghan did not waste words. He stood up and slung the canvas bag over his shoulder. The car is downstairs. Su Yi tucked Qin Jiao's old phone into the inner pocket of her coat alongside her nearly full black notebook. She paused at the door, glancing back at the cup of tea on the coffee table that no longer emitted steam. The crack on the cup was filled with water stains, something she had not noticed before. After Lu Jinghan cleaned the cup, that crack became even more pronounced, like an old scar that had healed but would never disappear. That was the enamel cup Lu Jinghan had used to brew tea, which he had brought back from the orphanage. She did not say goodbye. She simply calculated the triangular distance from the provincial office to the orphanage, and then to the cotton mill in her mind, deciding to retrieve the remaining fragments of Lin Weiguo from the vault of storage room No. 7 and renumber them. She had collected all the relics of those 3 individuals. Lin Weiguo's fragments, Qin Jiao's phone, Captain Wei's curve graph. Now only one last item was missing, the same instance log that all 3 of them had mentioned at different times. This log might not be in the archives. It could be hidden in some still operating gray pit pressed under a pillow by someone who has not yet signed, waiting for the next person wearing a wristband to come and flip through it. The fluorescent lights in the provincial archives buzzed overhead. Su Yi placed the copied reference numbers from Qin Jiao's phone on the table next to a photocopy of old Weiss temperature curve and a photo of sampling labels from a chemical plant tucked in Lin Weiguo's notebook. 3 sheets of paper were lined up side by side, each bearing a set of numbers. Old Chen rummaged behind the iron cabinet to find the yellowed registry book, flipping to the page where the task force was disbanded in 1999. pointing at the last line of the handover list were small characters soaked in ink red. Entry code sequence 01 to 07. Handover person Lin Weigua. Remarks sequence pattern to be verified, not archived. He had listed all 7 entry codes back then. Old Shun traced his finger down that line of text, but after the task force disbanded, these codes were not officially archived and were buried at the very bottom of the safe. 01 is the chemical plant. 02 is the cotton mill. I haven't seen the original documents for the remaining 5 back then. Suyi copied the 7 numbers from the list into her notebook. 01 chemical plant, 02 cotton mill, 03 death, live, 04 reincarnation, hotel, 05 orphanage. The first 5 all matched. 06 and 07 are still empty. Lin Weigua only investigated the codes for the first 5 entrances. He knew the last 2 existed, but had not found their locations yet. Next to the list he wrote in pencil, 06 is speculated to be located in the west of the city. 07 is speculated to be in the north of the city. Not yet verified. North of the city. She remembered that Old Shun had previously given her a copy of a missing person report from the old commercial district in the north regarding a night shift clerk who disappeared in front of the convenience store opposite the record shop. The disappearance occurred in 2013, the same year as the cotton mill, but at a different location. If 06 is in the west and 07 is in the north, then the northern one hasn't been activated yet. It's still in line. 06 and 07 haven't been opened yet. She turned the notebook to show Lu Jinghan, and Lin Weigua marked it as not yet verified. The codes for these 2 entrances have been assigned, but the corresponding buildings have not been officially activated. The system had already planned at least 7 entrances as of 1999, opening them sequentially. The medical school is not in this sequence. The medical school is an additional one. Lu Jinghan looked down at the row of numbers on the list. 01 to 07 increases by year, but we haven't obtained the code for the medical school. If its numbering format differs from this sequence, it indicates that it does not belong to this batch of planned entrances. It was added later as a temporary measure. Suyi nodded. This explains why the scale and difficulty of the medical school are smaller than other instances. It is a temporary entrance, with the system deciding to add an extra instance outside the original sequence to test a new binding mechanism. That's why the originally unfamiliar 2 players were forcibly bound together, and why the silence period of the wristbands after clearing the instance is longer than that of other instances. The system is using the medical school as a testing ground to assess the new variable of shared life. And she and Lu Jinghan are the first samples to be inserted into this variable. After the testing concluded, the system remains silent for 39 days, not for an upgrade, but to analyze the test results and decide whether to promote the binding mechanism to subsequent sequences. She noted this inference in her notebook and wrote a new line: 06 west of the city, 07 north of the city. The northern entrance has not been activated. The medical school is an entry point outside the sequence meant for temporary testing. The binding mechanism is an added variable. Then she lifted her head to look at Old Shun. Lin Weigua wrote not yet verified on the list. He didn't have time to verify back then because he was swallowed by the ash pit of the chemical plant. Where did he write the predicted areas for 06 and 07 before being swallowed? The list only has areas without specific building names. Old Shun fell silent for a moment, then stood up, walked to the safe, squatted down, and pulled out a flattened brown paper envelope from the very bottom. The envelope was unsealed, containing only a yellowed tracing paper with the folds worn out. He spread the tracing paper out on the table. It was a hand-drawn city map, not to scale but extremely detailed. Every street, every abandoned building, every point where a disappearance had occurred was circled in red ink. In the legend column on the right side of the map, 7 numbers were written in pencil: 01 chemical plant, 02 cotton mill, 03 live streaming base, 04 Rewa hotel, 05 west of the city orphanage. Next to 06 and 07, there was only a question mark without building names. But next to the question mark for 06, there was a line of pencil writing that had been erased and rewritten: old textile factory in the west of the city abandoned. It was crossed out again, and next to it changed to old campus of the West City High School to be verified. Next to the question mark for 07, there was only a blurred ink blot underneath, which lay a nearly worn-down character, record. Suyi pressed her finger on the ink blot next to 07. North of the city, the record store. The stone steps in front of the closed record store where she and Lu Jinghan met after each instance. Old Shun pushed these words in front of her, his voice softer than usual. You once asked me why I kept all the notes from the archives. I didn't tell you, because Lin Weigua had also circled the record store on this map. He said the main entrance of the building faced north, and the internal structure was vertically hollow, meeting the conditions for a vertical entrance. But he said this building hadn't been opened yet, or it might take many years before it would be its turn. He listed the record store as an alternative for 07, but didn't have time to write it on the official list. On the note he left me it said north of the city old record store, next activation time unknown. Suyi looked at the nearly illegible ink blot on the map, suddenly recalling a phrase old way it said. He stood in the yard looking at the sky, and said it's almost time. He wasn't waiting for someone to pick him up, he was calculating time. The sequence of these ash pits is not random, they are open one by one according to the code. The old campus of the West City High School hasn't been verified yet, the record store is still in the future. The system has long arranged a schedule for many years ahead, proceeding one by one. Lin Weiguo had already circled the locations for the next batch of entrances in advance, leaving this paper for Old Chun, who waited 20 years and finally got her. 07 hasn't opened yet. Lu Jinghan picked up the map and glanced towards the overhead fluorescent light. The entrance of the record store faces north, and the interior is vertically hollow. The upstairs used to be the record store's warehouse, and the floor from the first to the third floor is completely empty. If the system wants to open a vertical entrance, it doesn't need to modify the building. The building already meets the requirements. Suyi refolded the map and put it back in the envelope. Then she stood up, pulled out Qin Zhao's old phone from her bag, and retrieved the line signal has been transmitted from the memo, placing it alongside Old Chin's note. Qin Zhao transmitted a signal in the ash pit of the orphanage, with the receiving end being any old phone close to the ash pit entrance. If the signal she transmitted from the 05 orphanage can be received by phones near 06 or 07, it indicates that the ash pits are not independent. They are interconnected. If they are connected, I can check in reverse, bringing this phone close to those alternative buildings that are still in line. If I can receive noise on the same frequency as Qin Zhao's signal, it indicates that building is a pending activation entrance. Old Chun pulled out a copy of a fragment recovery form issued by the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute from the drawer and handed it to her. Among the batch of fragments sampled by Lin Weiguo back then, one was marked as signal transmission residue by the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute. The sender was not Lin Weiguo, but Qin Zhao. The time was in 2011. She hadn't entered the ash pit back then, but had already sent the outer fragments that fell from the wristband for testing. The test report indicated that the surface of the fragments had electromagnetic residues with frequencies in a specific band. This band corresponds to the signal type that Lin Weiguo collected from the chemical plant's ash pit preheating signal. Before Qin Zhao was embedded in the wall, she had already been transmitting outside. Suyi folded the recovery form neatly and placed it in her pocket. 3 people, 3 entrances, the same frequency band. Lin Weiguo recorded the preheating frequency of the ash pit. Using wall samples, Qin Zhao detected the transmission frequency with ring fragments, and Old Wei drew the warming rate with a curve chart. Each of the 3 left a piece of data pieced together. It forms a complete timeline for the opening of the ash pit. The next coordinate pointed to by this timeline could be the old campus of the West City High School or the closed record store in the north, or both could open simultaneously. After the system rejected the passing agreement at the orphanage, it has not popped up new instance prompts. It is not silence. It is readjusting the opening sequence. It might skip 06 and directly activate 07, or both entrances might open together. If the system skips 06 and directly opens 07, the preheating signal of the record store will peak within a few days. We need to go to that record store in advance and set up receiving equipment outside. Without professional equipment, we can use her phone. Since Qin Zhao's old phone can receive signals from the orphanage, it can also receive preheating pulses on the same frequency band. Lu Jinghan put the map into the canvas bag and casually picked up the enamel cup from the table. The bottom of the cup tapped against the edge of the table, making a soft, crisp sound. Suyi looked at that cup, recalling Qin Zhao's on the table. There was a crack on the rim, and the tea stains on the inner wall could no longer be cleaned. Qin Zhao had used the same cup for 3 years to drink radish soup at the orphanage. She placed the cup on the top shelf of the filing cabinet, intending for future visitors to know she had been here. Now this cup had been brought back by Lu Jinghan, cleaned, and placed on her coffee table beside fragments, gloves, and masks. Qin Zhao's signal is still being transmitted, and the crack in the cup remains. She plans to take that cup to the record store along with her notebook and the old phone to block the entrance before the system speaks again. Not with bodies, but with data. Using Lin Weiguo's code, Qin Zhao's signal old Weiss curve, and this ring still glowing in her hand. As Suyi stepped out of the provincial hall, the sky had already turned dark. Standing on the steps, he powered on Qin Zhao's old phone, and the moment the screen lit up, it flashed with a snowflake pattern before stabilizing on a gray-white memo interface. The message still lingered. Signal has been transmitted. She exited the memo and opened the phone's built-in engineering mode. This old phone lacked a signal detection function, but Qin Zhao had attached a series of numbers at the end of the memo. She had previously thought they were all copy numbers, but just now, while reviewing Old Chin's recycling form in the archives, she realized the last 3 digits were not numbers, but frequency parameters. Qin Jiao spent the entire night in the orphanage's gray pit, recording her emitted frequency wavelength and pulse interval, writing them down in the most primitive way in the memo. Without professional equipment, she only had an old phone in her left wrist, but the set of numbers she left was precise enough. If she could find another phone that could enter engineering mode, she could manually input this frequency and use it as a temporary signal detector. Lu Jinghan drove over and parked below the steps. Suyi opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, showing him the set of frequency parameters displayed on her phone. Qin Jiao measured this in the gray pit, 415. 7. The preheating signal detected by Lin Weigua in the chemical factory wall samples was also in this frequency range. This frequency range has been used for over a decade without change. The system doesn't change frequency, either because it can't or because it's too lazy to. Lu Jinghan turned the car onto the main road heading north towards the city. It's not that it can't change. This frequency just happens to align with the resonant frequency of the inner fluff of the wristband. Lin Weigua sketched the internal structure of the wristband in his notes. The fluff serves as both the transmitter and receiver with a fixed resonant frequency. The system transmits the preheating signal on this frequency, and the wristband passively receives it, beginning to heat up. If the frequency were changed, the wristband would not receive it, and the preheating would fail. It must use this frequency because the physical structure of the receiver has not changed since the first generation. Lu Jinghan fell silent for a moment, slowing the car and turning into the narrow alley opposite the record store. So when Qin Jiao sent the ring fragment for inspection, the frequency detected by the Provincial Materials Inspection Bureau was also 415. 7. Lin Weigua measured 415. 7 in the chemical factory. The temperature curve chart marked by Old Weiss class leader indicated a peak value of the ring's heat converted into a frequency range. Have you calculated it? No. It's also 415. 7. The three of them measured 415. 7 at different years and different entrances. Lin Weigua sent the ring fragment and wall sample for inspection simultaneously, while Qin Jiao had already begun transmitting this frequency signal before entering the gray pit. Old Weiss class leader discovered that the peak frequency of electromagnetic waves during the ring's heating process matched the resonant frequency of the wristband. They are not recording the same phenomenon. They are repeatedly confirming the same fact: the system's preheating signal can only traverse this frequency range, because it must resonate with the fluff inside the wristband. If it changes, it won't work. The car stopped in front of the record store. The roller shutter remained pulled down. A layer of fine dust settled on the door handle. Suyi pushed open the car door and walked up the stone steps at the entrance of the record store. This was the same step where she had sat last time, finished her soy milk, and placed her cooled cup beside her feet. She squatted down, placed Qin Jiao's phone on the stone step, opened the engineering mode, and manually entered 415. 7. The signal strength indicator on the screen jumped from 0, not full scale, but a faint bar frequency, stable pulse interval, regular, jumping every 2.5 minutes, perfectly aligning with the heating cycle recorded by Qin Jiao. This building was already receiving the system's preheating signal. The record store was not open yet, but the gray pit was on the brink of preheating. When Lin Weigua listed it as option 07 on the map, he might have calculated the activation time. Years had passed from 2013 to this year, and if the system activated the entrances in order, 07 should have opened long ago. But it hadn't opened, not because the system forgot, but because Qin Jiao had interfered with the entire scanning path of the sequence with her wrist in the 05 orphanage, delaying both 06 and 07. Now that the orphanage was frozen and the signal interference from 05 had ceased, 07 began receiving the complete preheating signal. The preheating pulse of the record store was gradually rising. Is the signal a stable input or a transient change? Lu Jinghan squatted beside her, placing his canvas bag on the stone step. Stable input. It jumps every 2.5 minutes, and the intensity is slowly rising. It's not at full power yet, but it's heading towards the peak. If this rhythm continues, in 3 or 4 days, it will enter the heating phase. By then, what lies behind this roller shutter will no longer be a record store. It's the entrance to the gray pit. Suyi turned the phone screen towards him. The signal strength indicator jumped again, still a faint bar, but half a point brighter than the last. Lu Jinghan stood up, walked to the roller shutter, and pressed his hand against the door panel. The metal felt cold, not heated, but when he placed his hand on it, he felt an extremely faint vibration. Neither an earthquake nor a sound, but the internal wall vibrations similar to the wall enclosing specimen 011 in the medical school's basement. It's already starting to move inside. The wall is breathing. Just like before, the door on the 3rd floor of the orphanage. Suyi tucked Qin Jiao's phone into her pocket, stood up, and walked to the broken corner of the display window beside the roller shutter. The glass of the display window reflected her own silhouette. A person standing in this empty alley with a silver ring on her wrist that was slowly warming up. She fished out the copper key she had brought back from the orphanage, positioning it against the lock of the roller shutter. The key didn't fit. She merely wanted to know whether the system would replace the lock core with a universal specification during the preheating phase. Currently, she still couldn't open this door, but she could wait outside. I need to leave the signal receiver here. She turned to Lu Jinghan, placing Qin Jiao's phone at the entrance of the record store, can continuously record the changes in the intensity of the preheating signal, recording pulse intervals and intensity every few minutes. If the signal strength continues to rise over the next few days, we can deduce the approximate time for the gray pit. At the same time, we also need to find a position across the street for long-term monitoring. A convenience store, or perhaps the nearby, closing newspaper stand, anything that can receive the same frequency signal. Lu Jinghan took out his own phone from the canvas bag, opened the engineering mode, and entered 415. 7. The signal strength indicator on his phone screen was also in the same faint bar, matching Qin Jiao's phone. My phone can receive it too. No need to leave hers. Her phone's battery won't last long, and if left here without power it will be useless. They'll come by every day to measure it. After all, it's just a short drive. Suyi looked at him. He didn't say he'll guard it for you, nor did he say well guard it together. He simply stated he'll come by every day to measure it. Presenting what could be a lengthy commitment as a mere convenience was his usual approach. She had previously thought this was stubbornness. Now she understood it was his way of bearing all the burdens under the words, just passing by, not allowing her to feel the weight. She didn't say thank you. She returned the copper key to her pocket, bent down to pick up the empty soy milk cup on the stone steps. She didn't know who had thrown it, it wasn't hers, and tossed it into the nearby trash can. He'll come with you tomorrow, she said. After saying this, she glanced down at her wristband. The cold white light was still faintly glowing, the temperature having increased by half a point compared to the morning. Tomorrow there might be an additional metallic pattern of the same color and luster as the wristband on the roller shutter of the record store, resembling the scorch marks on the bottom of her uncle's enamel cup. But the door remained. The next morning, Su Yi measured the signal again on the stone steps in front of the record store. Qin Jiao's old phone screen flickered twice before stabilizing. The signal strength indicator in engineering mode jumped once. Not a faint half bar, but a complete one. The pulse interval shortened from 2.5 minutes last night to 2 minutes and 10 seconds. The preheating was accelerating. She turned the phone screen towards Lu Jinghan. He had just parked his car at the corner across the street, holding 2 cups of soy milk, and hadn't had a chance to sit down. It's 20 seconds faster than last night. If the pulse interval continues to shorten, the hot phase might not last 3 to 4 days. It could be tomorrow, or even tonight. Lu Jinghan handed her the soy milk and crouched down to take a look at the signal curve on the screen. Today he wasn't wearing that gray hoodie, but had changed into a black short jacket, the sleeves still a bit short, exposing the silver ring on his wrist glimmering dimly in the morning light. He took out his own phone, opened engineering mode, and set it side by side on the stone steps for comparison. The signal strength of both phones was completely synchronized. Every 2 minutes and 10 seconds each jumped a bar at the same time. Captain Wei had a 12-hour warning period from heating to the opening of the gray pit, while Qin Jiao went in less than 2 hours after heating. He stood up and glanced towards the rolling shutter door. The penetration speed varies for different entrances. Chemical plants, cotton mills, orphanages, each entrance has a different duration for the acceleration phase. Has Lin Weigua compiled this in his notes? Su Yi flipped to the last page of Qin Jiao's memo and opened the time comparison chart drawn by Lin Weigua that was tucked inside her notebook. Lin Weigua recorded the complete cycle from preheating to penetration. At the chemical plant, the cold phase lasted about 7 days, and the hot phase lasted about 12 hours. Captain Weiss cotton mill had a cold phase lasting 5 days, with the hot phase lasting about 8 hours. Qin Jiao's orphanage did not have a complete record of the cold phase. She only began intensive recording after the bracelet started heating, and the hot phase lasted less than 2 hours. Su Yi initially thought Qin Jiao's recordings were incomplete, but now after putting together the 3 sets of data and recalculating, she realized it wasn't the records that were incomplete, it was the penetration speed that was accelerating. From the chemical plant to the cotton mill, the penetration speed shortened from 12 hours to 8 hours. From the cotton mill to the orphanage, it shortened to less than 2 hours. Now the preheating pulse interval at the record store is even shorter than that of the orphanage. The system's gray pit opening speed is increasing with each generation. Lin Weigua recorded the complete 3-stage cold and hot penetration cycle at the chemical plant, with the hot phase lasting 12 hours. At Captain Weiss cotton mill, the hot phase lasted 8 hours. For Qin Jiao's orphanage, it was less than 2 hours from heating to opening the door. She wrote the 3 sets of data side by side in her notebook, drawing a trend line with a pencil. The penetration speed is accelerating. The preheating pulse interval at the record store is nearly 1/3 shorter than the initial phase recorded at the orphanage. If this trend line is correct, the hot phase at the record store could be only 1 hour or even shorter. This means that from the time the bracelet starts heating until the door opens, we have at most 1 hour of reaction time. Lu Jinghan placed the cup of soy milk on the stone steps, stood up, and walked to the rolling shutter door, pressing his hand against the door panel. The metal was still cool, but he kept his hand pressed against it longer than yesterday, feeling the vibration in his palm more clearly than before. It was no longer a faint pulse, but a continuous low-frequency tremor, like someone was pounding on the wall with their fist. He withdrew his hand, a fine layer of dust clinging to his fingers. Something is moving inside. It's not preheating, it's digging. The remnants of burning at the bottom of the gray pit have already formed, and the soil is beginning to push outward after being compressed by high heat. The pit at the chemical plant collapsed vertically. The one at the cotton mill sprayed a layer of black ash upwards, and the orphanage had walls that cracked directly. What about the structure of the record store? It has a hollow space. There is an atrium between the first and third floors. The previous owner of the record store opened up the second and third floors to create a listening room, and the floor is completely hollow, supported only by a few steel beams. Suyi stood up, walked to the window, and wiped the dust off the glass with her hand to look inside. The store was very dark, but she could see the hollow structure. A direct line from the first floor ground to the third floor ceiling with no partitions in between, and steel beams about 4 meters above the ground, with a few rusted chains still hanging from them, which were used to hang speakers. If the gray pit opens here, it will not need to seal the walls or dig a pit. It just needs to suck down from the ground directly below the atrium. The internal structure of this building itself is a template for a vertical entrance. Lu Jinghan walked over to stand beside her, looking through the window. What material is the ground? Concrete. Old-style terrazzo with one layer already cracked. Suyi leaned closer to the glass, staring at the piece of ground directly beneath the atrium. The terrazzo surface had a faint ring of burn marks, not from an open flame, but from high temperatures seeping up from underground, leaving oxidation traces identical to the soil oxidation rings Lin Weigua captured at the edge of the gray pit. The diameter of the burn marks was about 2 meters, similar in size to the pit at the cotton mill. She took a step back, pulled out Qin Zhao's phone from her pocket, and took a photo of the burn marks against the window. In the photo, the edges of the burn marks shimmered with a silvery reflection. It wasn't water stains, but metal fragments. The fluff fragments from the bracelet had already seeped out from the wall, embedded in the surface of the concrete, the same material as the fragments pressed beneath Sun Guoliang's gloves. The burn marks are already seeping metal fragments. The physical structure of the gray pit has already formed, only lacking the final acceleration of the hot phase. If Qin Zhao's signal can still cover this frequency band, perhaps she can use her old phone to reverse transmit an interference signal, temporarily filling the receiving end of the preheating pulse, not shutting down the gray pit, but giving it a false beacon. Suyi fished her own phone out of her pocket, opened engineering mode, and found the same frequency parameter interface as Qin Zhao's phone. 2 phones, same frequency band. Qin Zhao transmitted the last signal using this frequency band, and now she could inject a blank pulse into it using the same frequency band. It's not destruction, it's interference, preventing the system's preheating signal from accurately locking onto the precise coordinates of the gray pit after being overlapped at the receiving end. Is it useful, eh? Lu Jinghan asked. Uncertain. Qin Zhao transmitted from inside the gray pit, interfering with the subsequent sequence's activation time. I'll transmit from outside, but the power won't be enough, though I can buy time. Even if it delays for a few hours, it will allow us to seal off all the entrances and exits of the alley, preventing anyone wearing a bracelet from getting close. Lu Jinghan did not say, I'll transmit with you. He took out his own phone, opened engineering mode, and entered 415. 7. The signal strength indicator on the screen jumped once, showing that this frequency band currently only had the preheating pulse being input. He switched the transmission mode from passive reception to active transmission, then in the transmission content field, he only typed in one character. A dash. A blank signal cannot truly be blank. The system will filter out full frequency silence. Something must be filled in. He didn't input a number, didn't input her name, but filled in a dash. This symbol corresponds to a long sound in Morse code, indicating a pause that he hasn't finished speaking, and it serves as a prompt for her to decide on the next line. Suyi looked at the screen, filling in her phone's transmission content field with the same symbol. Then both of them pressed the transmission button simultaneously. The 2 phones simultaneously emitted a blank pulse on the 415. 7 frequency band, weak electromagnetic waves spreading from the steps at the record store, extending along the alley towards both ends. The silver reflection at the edge of the burn marks in the window flickered and then dimmed for half a second. The preheating pulse was still present, but the receiving end was briefly filled with 2 blank signals, causing the system's automatic scanning program to pause for a fraction of a second before restarting, recalculating the gray pit's coordinates. It only delayed for this fraction of a second, and the expansion of the burn marks paused. She spread an electronic buffer layer on the concrete ground, knowing that it would continue to expand tomorrow, but at this moment, she had gained herself a new afternoon and a night that was just a bit longer than the afternoon. Suyi sat for a moment on the stone steps in front of the record store, placing Qin Zhao's phone next to her own. The signal strength indicators on both phone screens twitched slightly. The preheating pulses continued to flow in, but after the two blank signals had been sent, the interval between pulses had stretched from 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The scanning program of the gray pit was briefly overwhelmed, recalibrating its coordinates. This amount of time was insufficient to close the entrance, but enough for her to make a decision. She tucked Qin Zhao's phone into her pocket, stood up, and walked to the rolling shutter door. The layer of dust on the doorknob was thinner than yesterday, not blown away by the wind, but shaken off by vibrations within the walls. She pressed her fingertip against the door panel, feeling the coolness of the metal rise from her fingertip, while the spot where her palm rested faintly radiated warmth reminiscent of touching an old television that had just been turned off, but was not yet cold. The charred marks continued to spread, but at a slower pace. With the reverse interference from Qin Zhao, she had gained extra time, and now she needed to use this time to determine one thing: if the entrance to the record store was bound to open, should she wait outside or go inside. Lu Jinghan tossed the soy milk cup into the trash can and walked over to her side. The signal strength is still rising. We can't delay for long. Are you planning to wait outside until it turns off by itself, or go inside and close it from within? Suyi withdrew her hand from the rolling shutter door, brushing the dust off her fingertips. The medical college was cleared from the inside. The chemical factory was sealed from the outside by Lin Weigua. Old Wei from the cotton mill recorded it from the outside. Qin Zhao from the orphanage interfered from the inside. No one has entered the record store yet. Entrance 07 has never been activated. It is the last entrance in this sequence that has yet to open. If I can be the first player to enter, I can find the clearance conditions from the inside before its rules are tainted. You don't have a copy prompt. No rules. No list. You want to know what you'll encounter once you're inside. He did not stop her, merely stating the facts. When the chemical factory, cotton mill, and orphanage entrances opened, those who entered knew nothing of the rules. Qin Zhao only realized she could send signals from inside. After she entered, Lin Weigua continued to take notes even after embedding himself in the wall, and Old Wei made the decision to walk in after watching the dawn from the edge of the pit. None of them had received the rules beforehand. They only knew the entrance was about to open, and then they walked in themselves. Suyi turned to look at him. Now the entrance to the record store is about to open. I have their notes, know the frequency bands, understand the preheating cycles, and am aware of the characteristics of the penetration phase. I am not smarter than they are. I just stood up later than they did. If I still hesitate to go inside, then every reminder I wrote before means nothing. Lu Jinghan fell silent for a moment. He knew what she meant. She was designing a response plan based on the precedents set by Qin Zhao and Old Wei. Qin Zhao had sent signals to interfere with the subsequent sequence inside the orphanage, while Old Wei had recorded a complete thermal curve outside the cotton mill. Now she reconstructed this combination. One person goes in to establish the clearance rules, while the other stays outside to secure the frequency band. She did not close the door, just divided the work. He took the canvas bag off his shoulder and pulled something out to place in her hand. It was not a weapon but a pencil. The one from Qin Zhao's desk, with slight indentations on the barrel left by long-term thumb pressure. He had sharpened it last night, and the tip was very sharp. Don't write too much. There isn't enough power, he said. Suyi tucked the pencil into her inner coat pocket alongside the nearly filled black notebook. The charred marks in front of the rolling shutter door gleamed a little in the morning light, and the speed at which the metal debris was pushed out from the cement began to rise slowly. The delay caused by the blank signals was being self-repaired by the system. The preheating continued, and the entrance to the record store would open on time after the countdown ended. She glanced down at her wristband. On the silver ring, the cold white glow was still faintly illuminated, the temperature higher than it had been in the morning. She did not wait for the countdown to finish. She took the copper key out of her pocket. This key could not open the rolling shutter door, but she could wait. Wait for the door to open by itself, wait for the gray pit's penetration phase to burn the lock core on the inside of the rolling shutter door to the same frequency as her wristband's receiving end. At that time, no key would be needed. She only needed to place her wrist against the doorknob, and the ring and entrance would heat up and sink, causing the door to pop open automatically. She was uncertain about what she would see after the door opened, but she was now certain of one thing: this record store was not only the system's designated entrance 07, but also a place where Lin Weigua had left behind a vague ink blot. 20 years ago, he had circled this building on a map with a pencil, writing and erasing beside it. He had not had the chance to verify this coordinate, but his pencil mark remained. Now it was her turn. The roller shutter rose silently before Suyi. No mechanical grinding, no friction at all. Not because it was well lubricated. Rather, the axle was suspended from within by some unseen force. Every metal component levitated half an inch in unison, then retracted soundlessly into the recess above the doorframe. She had seen this silence before in the medical school's specimen cabinets when preserved bodies returned to their designated positions, not through physical motion, but through a system overriding gravity itself. Inside it was pitch black. The record shop had been without power for decades, yet the filament inside the antique crystal chandelier overhead still pulsed faintly, not with electricity, but with induced luminescence low-frequency electromagnetic waves from the preheating phase of the ash pit resonating along the tungsten wire. It was the same as the condensation on the orphanage's rear window glass, the very same omen heralding the penetration phase. Sui did not step across the threshold just yet. She stood on the sill, withdrew Qin Jiao's phone, and activated engineering mode. The signal strength bar flickered, not a faint half bar, but nearly full strength. The preheating pulse intensity was nearly double what she'd measured outside. That meant the ash pit's core was not directly beneath the courtyard floor, but deeper, possibly in the basement or embedded within the walls themselves. She exited engineering mode and opened her notes, typing beneath the line, "Signal transmitted, entered the record shop. Signal strength is twice that measured outside. The ash pit's core is not at the surface." Lu Jinghan stood behind her, holding a worn canvas bag frayed at the edges. He did not cross the threshold, only extended the bag toward her. "There's no signal inside. Measure every 2 hours. If I receive no signal from you within that window, I'll trigger interference early, following Old Way's platoon leader's peak curve model." Sui took the canvas bag, retrieved a pencil from within, and slid it into her coat's inner pocket. Then she crouched, rolled up her pant leg, and unfastened a folding knife strapped to her calf, placing it still sheathed upon the threshold. "No need for that. Inside there are tools far more effective than a blade." She gestured to her left wrist. The bracelet's temperature surged downward the instant she crossed into the shop, not heating up, but chilling. Cold white light seeped from deep within the band's surface, brighter than outside, yet colder. She glanced down, confirming it. The band cooled further even as its luminance intensified. Lin Weigua had documented this phenomenon in his notes prior to ash pit activation. The bracelet entered a brief heat absorption phase, drawing thermal energy from its surroundings to store power for the high-temperature penetration phase. He'd observed the same abrupt temperature drop in wall samples from the chemical plant, but it lasted only minutes before shifting into heat emission. Here the absorption phase stretched longer. Several minutes had passed, and the band remained steadily colder. "The cold phase has lengthened," she told Lu Jinghan. Lin Weigua recorded only minutes of absorption. Here it's persisted for minutes already with no sign of warming. Either the ash pit is vastly larger than the one at the chemical plant, requiring far more thermal intake to initiate penetration, or the system has revised its activation protocol: absorb heat first, then scan, and only begin emitting heat once a target has been identified. "If it's the latter," Lu Jinghan said, "then your presence inside has already bypassed the scanning step. It doesn't need to search, you're already here." "Exactly. So I can't wait at the threshold until absorption ends. Before the tungsten filament overhead dims, I must map the rule threads governing this record shop's interior." Qin Jiao had discovered her ability to emit interference signals from within the ash pit only after entering the orphanage, proof that internal rules differed fundamentally from external ones not pre-programmed by the system, but spontaneously generated by the architecture itself during ash pit activation. Sui slung the canvas bag over her shoulder and stepped into the shop's main hall. Her shoes whispered softly against the terrazzo floor. The scorch mark beneath the courtyard flared the moment she crossed the threshold, not with flame, but with cold silver light, metallic particles activated during the heat absorption phase, glowing in perfect resonance with the light emanating from her bracelet. The walls surrounding the hall were plastered with vintage record posters, some warped and curling from damp, others half consumed by mold, their faces eroded beyond recognition. Yet every singer's eyes remained intact. No matter how deeply the mildew advanced, those printed eyes evaded every flaw, all gazing in unison upon the luminous scorch ring directly beneath the courtyard. Sui approached the wall nearest the scorch mark and peeled off one poster. Behind it was no plaster, only a line of charcoal script. The handwriting was faint, as if smudged deliberately with a palm, but still legible: "Do not stand within the circle. It will take you, and give you nothing in return." No signature, no date, but she recognized the hand, each horizontal stroke lifted slightly at its terminus. Qin Jiao's handwriting. She'd seen it countless times, in the orphanage's duty rosters and fire reports, so often she could identify it blindfolded. Qin Jiao had been here. Before triggering interference signals from within the orphanage's ash pit, she had visited this dormant entry 07. This record shop, while it remained inactive, and inscribed this warning on the poster's reverse. She did not know when the door would open, but she knew someone inevitably would. So she wrote those words in charcoal, not for her colleagues, but for every stranger who might one day enter this shop after the ash pit awoke. Suyi carefully reattached the poster concealing the message beneath its faded surface, then turned and walked toward the staircase, descending to the basement. The iron door at the stairwell entrance hung half open, its handle dust-free. Someone had been here recently. The staircase was narrow, its concrete steps worn down into a shallow arc by countless footsteps. As Suyi descended, she kept her hand against the wall. The wall was dry, but where her fingertips brushed against it, she felt a faint vibration. Different from the echo of footsteps, it came from deeper within. It was in sync with the preheating pulse detected outside the roll-up door. She paused at the corner of the stairs, pulled out Qin Zhao's phone, and noticed the signal strength had risen by half a notch. The core of the ash pit was not directly beneath the skylight, but in the basement. She quickened her pace, and as she reached the end of the stairs, the temperature of her wristband dropped another degree. The heat absorption phase was not yet over. This ash pit was more than 3 times larger than a chemical factory, requiring enough preheating energy to leach metallic debris from the walls of the entire building. The burn marks were merely superficial. The true core of the ash pit lay deeper still. Lu Jinghan followed her down half a flight of stairs, stopping at the corner without proceeding further. He had promised to keep watch outside, measuring the signal every 2 hours. The longer the heat absorption phase lasts, the more energy it needs to absorb. If you haven't come out by the time it's done absorbing, it'll send interference signals from outside, using 2 phones simultaneously. You have less than 2 hours. He said without reminding her to be careful, just raising his hand to touch his forehead, a simplified military salute. Suyi nodded, turned, and pushed open the basement door. The air in the basement was colder than above, but it wasn't due to natural cooling. The ash pit was absorbing heat. All the warmth had been drawn away by the metallic debris within the walls, leaving only a dry chill. The walls were embedded with silvery filaments identical in structure to the inner fleece of her wristband, only vastly larger, spreading from the corners to the ceiling, densely intertwining into the concrete like tree roots. These filaments were not decorative. They formed the system's transmission network, each one a signal channel extending from the core of the ash pit to every corner of the building. The ring fragments can receive preheating signals that Qin Zhao discovered in the orphanage, and Lin Weiguo's detection of electromagnetic residues in the wall samples were both due to these filaments at work. The system never invaded buildings from the outside. It grew from within. Each selected building had already been permeated by these filaments before becoming a replica. The specimen cabinet of the medical school, the circular lights of the death live stream, the front desk list of the reincarnation hotel, the roll call bell of the orphanage. All rule threads were transmitted through these filaments from the core of the ash pit. And now the filaments in the record store were still growing, still rooting deeper. She followed the direction of the filaments and found them all converging in front of a small iron door at the deepest part of the basement. The iron door had no handle, no keyhole, only a ring of silvery metal framing identical to the luster of her wristband. She pressed her left wrist against the door frame, and the moment her wristband made contact, the iron door silently slid open inward, not pushed by her, but through the successful pairing of the ring's signal and filament network. The system regarded her as part of the ash pit because her wristband was also made of filaments with the same frequency and synchronized signals. The room behind the door was small with bare concrete walls, and in the center stood a silvery pillar extending from the floor to the ceiling, its surface covered in countless tiny pores mirroring the arrangement of the fleece in her wristband. This was the core of the ash pit, not a pit, but a pillar. It didn't draw people underground, but transmitted them upward from within the pillar. Lin Weiguo described the ash pit in the chemical factory as a vertical passage, and Qin Zhao had seen the same structure in the orphanage, a semi-transparent membrane behind the wall cracks with a vertical shaft leading directly to the ceiling. Each entrance had a different shape, but the core was always this pillar: the specimen cabinet of the medical school, the circular light pillar of the death live stream, the revolving door of the reincarnation hotel, and the crack on the wall of the orphanage's 3rd floor. All were deformed projections of this core in different buildings. The system had only one core of the ash pit, but it had opened different projection entrances in various buildings. 01 to 07 were not 7 ash pits, but 7 different coordinates of the same ash pit. Suyi approached the pillar and saw countless dull rings embedded in the tiny pores of its surface. These rings were severely worn, some cracked into fragments, but she recognized them, remnants left after the fleece layer of her wristband had shed. Each ring was a sample previously contained by the system. The system embedded people into the pillar, stripped the rings off, and inserted them into the pores using the resonance frequency of the rings to maintain the transmission capability of the pillar. Qin Zhao's ring was among them, embedded in the topmost row of pores, a worn ring with scratches from nails. Beside it, a line written in charcoal: "Don't let them know you can see these." It was identical to the phrase on the back of the poster. Suyi pressed her hand against the pillar. What she felt was not the cold metal, but the faint warmth emitted by countless rings simultaneously. The ash pit was absorbing heat, but these rings were releasing heat, They were not passively used by the system, but were using their residual energy to interfere with the transmission frequency of the pillar. Qin Zhao's ring did not stop working after emitting interference signals at the orphanage. After being contained within the core of the ash pit, it continued to emit signals outward. She was not being exploited by the system. She had stabbed a knife into the heart of the system. Lin Weiguo's ring was also among them, along with Old Weiss. All those who had voluntarily stepped into the ash pit were not digested by the system. Their rings were embedded in the pillar, gradually shifting the scanning direction of the ash pit with their resonance frequencies. They were not dead. They had formed a silent interference array within the system. Every time the ash pit was activated, the door would first scan these rings already embedded in the pillar before scanning the glowing rings outside. Qin Zhao referred to this mechanism as signal has been emitted, not a distress signal, but an interference signal, turning themselves into a permanent error code, so that each time the system initiated the scanning procedure, it would be interfered with by the residual signals of the same batch of contained samples, necessitating recalibration of coordinates. This is why the ash pit in the record store was larger and had a longer heat absorption period than the chemical factory. Not because the system had upgraded, but because there were too many rings embedded in the pillar, so many that every activation required a massive amount of extra energy to bypass the interference signals. Suyi took out Qin Zhao's phone, opened the notes, and wrote in the last line, "Discovered the core pillar of the ash pit on the second underground level. The pillar is embedded with a large number of remnants of contained samples. Qin Zhao, Lin Weiguo, and Old Wei are all within the pillar. The delay in activating the ash pit was due to the internal interference array. Ring signals are still being emitted. The pressure in the transmission layer was near its peak. The core pillar had entered the final stage of heat absorption. The penetration phase could trigger at any moment." After writing this, she looked up at the top of the pillar. A thin layer of light film was seeping out of the tiny pores at the top of the pillar, just like the light film on the door of the orphanage's third floor, only thicker and brighter. The penetration phase was about to begin. The ash pit had absorbed enough heat and was pushing the light film upward from the top of the pillar to the ground directly beneath the skylight, at which point the door would open. The burn marks were merely the edges of the light film. The real entrance was directly above the top of the pillar. She pressed her wristband against the pillar. The moment the ring's surface contacted the tiny pores of the pillar, the temperature of the wristband jumped from freezing point to warmth. The penetration phase was initiated. It was not triggered from the outside, but from the moment her wristband made contact with the pillar. Her ring became the trigger for the penetration phase. The system did not need to scan, because the trigger was already standing in the core of the ash pit. The pillar began to emit a low hum, and all the old rings embedded in the tiny pores lit up simultaneously, casting a silvery cold light from every pore of the pillar, illuminating the entire basement, as if it were daytime. She looked down at her wristband in the light, not retreating, but instead pushing her left wrist deeper into the pillar. Not sucked in, but pushing herself in. She aimed to touch Qin Zhao's ring with her own to make both rings resonate in the same pore and maximize the power of the interference signal. Then she sensed another signal, not from the pillar, but from outside the door. Two phones were simultaneously emitting blank signals on the 415.7 frequency band. Lu Jinghan did not wait for 2 hours. He initiated interference early. His signal resonated with the interference signals of those old rings in the pillar, incorporating her ring into the interference array. Her ring was struck by two signals simultaneously, the fleece on the inner side of the wristband standing upright, like an antenna blown by the wind, transmitting the synchronization frequency of the interference array upward along the pillar. At that moment, the pressure in the transmission layer reached its peak. The core pillar of the ash pit shook violently, and the light film at the top cracked, and then sealed again. Then the entire core pillar suddenly fell silent, and the light film shattered. The fragments of the shattered light film drifted down, like torn silver foil from the top of the pillar, landing on the terrazzo floor, and turning into a thin layer of frost. The ash pit had not collapsed. It was still functioning, but its scanning direction had been permanently shifted. The record store was no longer a vertical entrance. It had become a new node in the interference array, no longer actively absorbing any living person, but continuously sending the same line repeated countless times by the same batch of old rings to all the scanners wearing wristbands. Don't let them know you can see these. His signal and her ring were embedded side by side in the same tiny pore within the pillar. By the time she left the record shop, the night had thickened into complete darkness. Suyi stood on the stone steps before the roller shutter for a moment, took Qin Zhao's phone out, opened the Notes app, and beneath the previous entry added the scan direction of the core pillar has been deflected. The record shop does not presently constitute a vertical entrance. The interference signal was emitted in synchrony from outside the door and successfully resonated with the old rings embedded in the pillar. Recommend listing entrance 07 as frozen. After she wrote the final character, she turned the phone screen off and glanced at the streetlight at the mouth of the alley. Under that light lay a folding knife on the threshold, its sheath dusted with a layer of grit. She had removed it from her thigh before going in. She picked it up and resecured the knife to her calf, tightening the strap. Lu Jinghan leaned against the wall beside the roller shutter, the phone in his hand still lit. In engineering mode, the signal strength bar had already dropped to the bottom, not because the warm-up pulses had ceased, but because the interference array had suppressed them below the scanning threshold. The gray pit's core was still running, but its scanning vector had been permanently shifted so it no longer treated the ground directly beneath the record shop's atrium as an exit coordinate, instead targeting the interference signal itself and repeatedly scanning the old rings embedded in the pillar. This mechanism was identical to the one Qin Jiao used at the orphanage, except that this time it was not a single ring causing interference, but the collective resonance of every old ring in the entire pillar. Coupled with two phones outside simultaneously emitting blank pulses, they forced the gray pit's scanning path from seeking new samples into repeatedly scanning already contained samples. The system had fallen into a dead loop. It ceaselessly scanned the old rings in the pillar. When it reached Qin Jiao's ring, it was bounced back by her interference signal. When it reached Lin Weiguo's ring, it was rebounded by his residual frequency. And when it reached Lao Wei, the squad leader's ring, it recoiled once more under his thermal signature. After 3 cycles of rebound, the scanning program restarted and returned to Qin Jiao's ring ad infinitum. How long can this hold? Lu Jinghan slipped his phone into his pocket and bent to lift the canvas bag. Uncertain. From the time Lin Weiguo entered the chemical plant until that gray pit closed, it lasted several years. From old Weiss record at the cotton mill to the entrance freezing also spanned several years. Qin Jiao held at the orphanage for 3 years. Su Yi put Qin Jiao's phone away as well and descended the steps. The record shop's core is larger than the others. The old rings in the pillar outnumber those in 01 through 05 combined, and the interference is stronger. If the system does not forcibly upgrade its firmware, it could hold for at least a few years. But I'm not going to wait. She opened the car door and climbed into the passenger seat, spread her notebook across her knees, and turned to the hand-drawn city map, the very sheet Lao Chun had pulled from the bottom of the safe. Lin Weiguo had penciled in 7 entrances: 01 Chemical Plant, 02 Cotton Mill, 03 Streaming Base, 04 Weihua Hotel, 05 Qingxi Orphanage, 06 Qingxi Middle School Old Campus, and 07 the record shop. She ticked the box beside 07 and annotated frozen interference array activated. Then she moved the pen to 06, Qingxi Middle School Old Campus, and drew a question mark beside it. Lin Weiguo's notation at that coordinate had been erased several times. He first wrote Qingxi Old Textile Factory, crossed it out, and replaced it with Qingxi Middle School Old Campus, pending investigation. He had not had time to verify that entrance. Shortly after writing pending investigation, the gray pit at the chemical plant swallowed him. But before he was consumed, he did one last thing. Next to the middle school coordinate, he circled a minuscule point in red and wrote a single character zhong. Lin Weiguo wrote a zhong next to 06. Su Yi handed the map to Lu Jinghan as he started the car. He took it and angled it under the dome light for a quick look. Is there a bell tower at Qingxi Middle School Old Campus? Not sure, but Lao Chen might know. Su Yi folded the map back into her notebook. He went to the sites with Lin Weiguo back then. After Lin Weiguo was swallowed by the chemical plant's gray pit, Lao Chen alone rewalked every coordinate from 01 to 07, drafting floor plans, structural layouts, and marking possible bell tower locations on another sheet. That sheet was not in the safe. He had said there are some things he'll only take out when you ask. I'm going to ask him now. Lu Jinghan steered the car onto the provincial road and headed toward the provincial office. The rows of roadside trees blurred into indistinct dark masses in the night. Every few dozen meters a streetlight cast an orange ribbon of light that swept bright flecks across the cover of Su Ye's notebook. She leaned back against the seat and turned Qin Jiao's phone on and off, repeating the reboot to confirm the memo entry remained intact. The number of old rings in the pillar far exceeded her estimate. Apart from the 3 names she recognized, Qin Jiao, Lin Weiguo, and Lao Wei, the squad leader, there were many other rings she did not know. Some were worn more severely than Lin Weiguo's, clearly embedded for decades. The system had not begun collecting samples at the chemical plant. The chemical plant was merely the earliest entrance Lin Weiguo had investigated, not the system's first entrance. There may have been earlier sequences predating 01, lodged in even deeper pillars. Their rings had crumbled to powder, yet their residual signals persisted. Those earlier rings left no record in the provincial archives, yet their interference signals still operated within the pillars, meaning a cohort of unnamed people absent from any roster were holding up the base layer of the interference array at the deepest reaches of the gray pit's core. She wrote this inference in the blank of her notebook and closed it. The car turned into the provincial office parking lot. Lao Chen's office light was still on. The fluorescent tubes in the archives hummed overhead. Lao Chen sat behind his battered wooden desk, holding a teacup that no longer steamed. Suyi sat across from him, spread Lin Weiguo's map, and pointed to Qingxi Middle School old campus. She told him everything found in the record shop's underground core. The gray pit core pillar, the old ring interference array, the charcoal characters Qin Jiao had scrawled on the pillar, and the zhong mark beside entrance 06. When Lao Chun had heard it all, he set his cup down, rose, walked to the metal cabinet, crouched, and felt at the bottom until he produced a yellowed file folder. The folder bore no number, only a faded label in Lin Weiguo's handwriting. Preliminary investigation report for entrance 06. Not archived. Contains floor plans of Qingxi Middle School old campus and sketches of the bell tower structure. Do not distribute. He placed the folder on the table, opened it, and drew out several brittle tracing sheets. The first sheet was a site plan of Qingxi Middle School old campus, the classroom blocks, playground, and auditorium clearly marked. To the east of the classroom building stood a freestanding bell tower 4 stories tall, its top level hung with a cast-iron great bell. Lin Weiguo circled the bell tower on the map and wrote a line. The bell tower's top structure meets the vertical entrance conditions. The bell body is cast iron, its composition consistent with the gray pit's core pillar. Hypothesis: the bell is not an architectural appendage, but an external terminal of the gray pit core. The gray pit core for entrance 06 is not inside the building, it is embedded inside the bell body. Suyi lifted the tracing sheet and held it up to the light. The sectional drawing of the bell tower showed the bell hollow within its wall, unusually thick. The outer layer cast iron, the inner layer a ring of silvery metal lining identical to the fibrous lining found in the wristbands. The bell was not for ringing, it was for receiving signals. This bell pillar was the gray pit core for entrance 06. Structurally, it matched the core pillar she had seen beneath the record shop, only smaller and more concealed, embedded within an old bell that had hung for decades. The system had hidden entrance 06's core inside the bell body, using the bell wall's cast iron layer to shield against external interference. The interference Qin Jiao emitted at the orphanage could affect entrance 07's opening timing, but it could not penetrate 06, because the bell wall's cast iron layer reflected all external interference. Is that bell still there? Suyi set the tracing down. Lao Chun said that after the old campus was abandoned, the bell tower had not been dismantled, and the bell remained. But when Lin Weiguo went to investigate, he found the bell body warming, or wristband brought close to the bell wall rose in temperature, in synchrony, matching the gray pit's pre-opening thermal stage. He pressed a wristband to the bell wall to measure the heat, and discovered the rate of temperature rise matched the slope of the thermal curve Old Wei had recorded at the cotton mill pit. In other words, entrance 06's gray pit had already undergone preheating at that time, but it did not penetrate, not because the system failed to open, but because the bell wall's shielding layer prevented penetration. The bell's resonance frequency conflicted with the wristband's emission frequency. The gray pit pushed outward while the bell wall pushed inward, the two forces canceling one another. The system was waiting for an external trigger signal to break the resonant equilibrium and allow the penetration phase to complete. On the last page of his report, Lin Weiguo wrote, "This entrance can be triggered by external signals. Trigger condition: 2 or more ring signal sources in the same frequency band simultaneously approach the bell wall." He marked the line and appended a note: "Do not allow those wearing rings to approach the bell tower. Once 2 rings share the same frequency, the bell wall's resonance suppression will automatically fail, and the gray pit's penetration will be irreversible." This trigger condition was the last warning he wrote before being swallowed at the chemical plant, but the report was never archived. Lao Chun had kept it at the bottom of the metal cabinet for 20 years, and today it was opened for the first time. And he and Lu Jinghan each held a glowing ring, having just completed synchronous resonance in the record shop. They were the trigger condition itself. Suyi turned the report over. On the back was Lin Weiguo's hand-drawn bell tower structure. Within the bell, a dashed pillar was sketched and labeled entrance 06 gray pit core pillar miniature embedded within the bell body. The pillar's body matched the core pillar structure she had seen under the record shop exactly, only with fewer micro-apertures. Entrance 06 had been allocated earlier than 07, yet its gray pit core was smaller. It was not that the system had shrunk, rather the system ordered core pillars by allocation time. The earlier a core was assigned, the smaller, more hidden, and more dependent on external triggers it would be. Entrance 01's core lay buried in underground pipes beneath the abandoned production line. 02's core was hidden in the base of a discarded loom. 03's core was embedded inside the column of a streamer's light rig. Each pillar was a gray pit core. The system dispersed them through different buildings coded by entrance number, but never allowed them to activate simultaneously. Suyi placed the report and map side by side, and pulled Old Weiss thermal curve from her notebook. 3 lines overlaid one another: Lin Weiguo's trigger condition, Qin Jiao's interference signal, and Old Wei the squad leader's ring thermal curve. Across 3 eras, 3 people had recorded 3 operational facets of the same system. Lin Weiguo uncovered the external trigger mechanism, Qin Jiao developed the internal interference scheme, an old way mapped the full thermal cycle of the ring. Now she had 2 phones, 2 glowing rings, and a complete trigger condition report. Only one thing remained: the present state of the bell tower. She did not yet know whether the miniature core pillar inside the bell wall had already entered the thermal phase. If Lin Weiguo's inference was correct, the bell wall would absorb heat in sync with the gray pit core, and the bell shell would develop thermal fissures before penetration. She needed to go to Chengxi Middle School Old Campus, and before the bell wall absorbed enough heat, preemptively freeze the miniature core pillar inside the bell, not to trigger penetration, but to use interference signals to terminate its preheating cycle in advance. The old campus of Chengxi High School sits at the end of an alley long abandoned by passers-by. The school gate is made of iron bars. The lock has rusted into a lump, but the gap in the door is wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. As Lu Jinghan parked at the mouth of the alley, the headlights swept across the school nameplate above the gate, where half of the strokes had fallen away. Only the last horizontal stroke of the character for West remained, and the character for school was obscured by ivy, revealing just a small strip of gray wall at the top. He turned off the engine, fished out a flashlight from his canvas bag, and tested the switch. The beam was steady, the battery newly replaced. Suyi pushed open the car door and took a glance into the campus from the alley. The track on the playground had long been split by wild grass, and the flagpole on the flag-raising platform leaned at an angle, its metallic sphere at the top reflecting a faint silvery hue under the moonlight. It was the same color as the signal strength indicator bar on Qin Jiao's phone. The bell tower is on the east side. According to Lin Weiguo's blueprint, it is marked next to the auditorium on the east side of the teaching building. Suyi folded the tracing paper neatly and put it in her pocket, switched on the flashlight, and stepped over the scattered bricks toward the east side of the playground. Lu Jinghan followed behind her, the beam of the flashlight casting 2 parallel circles of light on the ground. The gaps between the shattered bricks underfoot were overgrown with dry grass crumbling softly underfoot, and the sound echoed distinctly in the empty playground. At the corner of the teaching building, a pile of discarded desks and chairs lay stacked. The iron legs were rusted and brittle, and the paint on the tabletops was peeling in patches, as if something had pried it up from below. Suyi maneuvered around the desks and chairs, catching sight of the bell tower. It stood 4 stories tall, towering half a body above the surrounding teaching buildings. The outer walls were made of red bricks, the cement between the bricks eroded by the wind, yet the walls remained uncracked, not repaired, but due to the internal layer of silvery metallic lining within the bell wall. Metallic debris from the core of the gray pit had seeped into the brick seams, red-herring the originally loose red bricks, making this abandoned bell tower more intact than any surrounding building. The wooden door at the base of the bell tower was closed with a rusted metal sign nailed to the door panel that read in red paint: Bell Tower Restricted Area, Unauthorized Personnel Keep Out. The red paint should have faded by now, yet the words on the sign still looked fresh, not because someone had repainted it, but because the metallic debris from the gray pit had released a reducing gas during oxidation, restoring the rust back to paint color. Suyi pressed her hand against the door panel. The wood felt cool, but the spot where her palm rested faintly vibrated with a low-frequency hum similar to that of the record store's roller shutter, not from the wind, but from the miniature core column inside the bell, slowly absorbing heat. Temperature differential cracks had yet to appear on the outer side of the bell wall, but the heat absorption phase had already begun. Lin Weiguo's report stated that temperature differential cracks would form during the heat absorption phase. Once these cracks formed, the resonance barrier of the bell wall would break, allowing external triggering signals to penetrate into the inner side of the bell. She withdrew her hand, rubbing her fingertips together. There was no dust. It wasn't wiped clean, rather the fine fibers of the inner wooden layer had all been replaced with metallic debris. Her hand could not touch the wood, only the assimilated metallic surface. The door has been penetrated by the core column. The wooden fibers have all been replaced with metallic debris, the same material as the lining of the inner layer of the bell wall. During the heat absorption phase, the gray pit will automatically spread fine fibers into the surrounding environment. The foundation of the bell tower, the door panel, and the window frames may have all been permeated. So you turn to Lu Jinghan. If we attach the ring to the door panel, will it trigger penetration? Lu Jinghan clamped the flashlight under his arm, pulled out Qin Jiao's old phone from his pocket, and opened the engineering mode. The signal strength indicator flickered, half a bar. Weaker than what was measured outside the record store, but the frequency matched perfectly, still at 415. 7. He looked up at the outline of the cast iron bell at the top of the bell tower. There was access to the 4th floor via the external staircase of the bell tower, where the iron bell hung on an open clock frame. The temperature differential cracks on the surface of the bell wall had not yet formed, but the signal strength indicated that the miniature core column had already entered the heat phase. Lin Weiguo said that the resonance frequency of the bell wall conflicts with the emission frequency of the ring. 2 or more ring signal sources need to be nearby at the same time to break the resonance balance. Su-yi raised the flashlight beam upward, illuminating the cast iron bell at the top of the bell tower. If the resonance barrier of the bell wall is still intact, getting the ring close will only raise the temperature, not trigger penetration. But now that the core column has entered the heat phase, temperature differential cracks could form at any moment. Once cracks form, the resonance barrier will fail. At that time, getting close to the bell wall would be akin to standing directly in front of the entrance to the gray pit. Our rings have triggered overheating penetration, including at the record store. What if this time it isn't penetration, but Lu Jinghan paused resonance collapse? Su-yi did not reply. She pulled out a small hammer from her canvas bag. It was bought from a hardware store next to the provincial government before coming here, with a wooden handle and an iron head used for wall knocking, and approached the wooden door at the base of the bell tower, tapping the edge of the door frame where the metallic debris was. A small piece of debris fell off its cross-section, silvery white, quickly oxidizing to a dark gray in the air, the same color as the debris pressed under the cotton mill gloves after oxidation. The miniature core column inside the bell wall had entered the heat phase, and the heat absorption rate was climbing towards its peak. If the preheating cycle of the core column is not terminated within 2 hours, temperature differential cracks will form in the bell wall, the resonance barrier will fail, and the penetration of the gray pit will become irreversible. And here they stood, two glowing rings, the key that Lin Weigua had warned about 20 years ago. The old industrial zone lies in the city's western district, 2 streets away from the chemical plant. As Su-yi stepped off the bus, she held Lin Weigua's hand-drawn map. All 7 designated entrances had been marked with red check marks. 01, Chemical Plant 02, Cotton Mill 03, Live Streaming Base 04, Roa Grand Hotel 05, Western Orphanage 06, former campus of Western Middle School, and 07 iRecord Store, each now frozen. She had circled the old industrial zone on the map's margin in blue ink, labeling it Backup Entrance Investigation Zone, with 3 coordinates listed beneath: the old water tower, the substation, and the red brick building. The old water tower stands at the northeast corner of the industrial zone. A red brick structure approximately 20 meters tall, its rooftop tank corroded through at the base, revealing an uneven ring of jagged holes when viewed from below. A rusted iron door sits at the tower's base, its hinges long seized, yet a narrow gap remains between door panel and frame, just wide enough for a person to slip through sideways. She retrieved Qin Jiao's phone and activated engineering mode. The signal strength bar flickered once, not the rhythmic pulse of a preheating ash pit, but a single erratic spike. She had seen this waveform once before on the steps outside the record store, then mistaking it for ambient noise. Now she knew it was the faint electromagnetic resonance generated when residual silver-white filaments left behind after a desiccated core column absorbed a system scan pulse. This indicated that a miniature core column had once existed within the tower, a failed attempt by the system to open an entrance here. The heat absorption protocol had terminated prematurely before penetration could begin, leaving the core column desiccated and its filaments intact, but inert. Failed entrance. No interference required. Only confirmed the core column's location, record residual signal strength, and photograph for archival purposes. She turned the phone screen toward Lu Jinghan. Watch closely for any silver-white filaments lingering in the brickwork seams of the outer wall. If found, trace their direction backward to triangulate the core column's position. I'll enter the tower to examine its interior structure, verify the column's dimensions and degree of desiccation. Record all data and add it to Lin Weigua's backup entrance list upon our return. Each failed entrance must be assigned a unique identifier, not the system's original serial number, but one we assign ourselves. Lu Jinghan nodded once, withdrew the small hammer from his canvas bag, and handed it to her, before turning to circle the tower's exterior, sweeping his flashlight beam slowly along every mortar joint. Su-yi slipped sideways through the iron door's narrow gap. Inside, darkness swallowed the light. Her flashlight illuminated only a small circle ahead. The floor was packed earth, hard underfoot, yet uneven in texture. Certain patches yielded faintly, loosened over time by upward permeating filaments. She crouched, angling the flashlight flush against the ground, and saw several broken silver-white filaments embedded in the soil, dry, brittle, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. The core column had desiccated long ago, at least 15 years, perhaps more. Yet the filaments remained. As long as they endured, even faint residual scan pulses could induce weak eddy currents within them. In theory, if such pulses were sufficiently intense and sustained, even desiccated filaments might be reactivated. She rose and followed the filament traces toward the tower's center. At the tower's exact center stood a concrete pillar rising from the ground, encased entirely in mineral deposits and rust, but near its base a deliberate fissure gaped open, not a natural crack, but one chiseled manually. Hammer and chisel having stripped away the cement layer to expose the desiccated silver-white metallic lining beneath. The chisel marks along the fissure's edge were ancient, oxidized black, seamlessly blending into surrounding crusts of grime. carved at least 15 years prior. Lin Weigua had been here. In the same year he collected samples from the chemical plant's walls. He also visited this water tower. With the same chisel, he breached the cement casing of the core column, measured its residual signal strength, and logged the data in the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute's recycling ledger. The entry labeled "Exterior Wall, Old Water Tower" bore his hand. Su Yi wedged the flashlight beneath her arm and drew her notebook from her pocket, sketching a rapid diagram of the tower's core column, centered, desiccated, with fractured filaments still emitting faint induced current. Beside the sketch she noted "Sampler Lin Weigua," then closed the notebook and bent to collect a shard of chipped concrete from the fissure's edge, sealing it carefully inside an evidence bag. When she emerged from the tower, Lu Jinghan was crouched beside the outer wall, his flashlight illuminating several desiccated silver-white filaments nestled within the brick seams. He brushed one gently with his fingertip. The filament crumbled. Consistent with Lin Weigua's description in the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute's recycling ledger, desiccated filaments disintegrating at light contact, yet still conducting faint induced current. The core column is desiccated too, and chiseled open. Lin Weigua came here. He sampled it. Su Yi sealed the evidence bag into her canvas bag, then opened the map and inscribed a designation beside the old water tower B01. B denoted backup. A 01 marked the first failed entrance investigated. She slid the pin back into her pocket and turned toward the next target. The substation sat at the southwest corner of the industrial zone, a single-story concrete building whose facade was choked with dead, brittle vines. The transformers had long since been removed, leaving only hollow concrete plinths and tangled coils of abandoned wiring. Su Yi circled the structure once, then discovered a ventilation shaft partially buried beneath rubble at the rear wall. Its iron grill had rusted through, yawning into darkness. Her flashlight revealed only a jumble of broken bricks within. She retrieved Qin Jiao's phone and launched engineering mode. The signal strength mirrored that of the old water tower, erratic single spikes, frequency fixed at 415. 7. She crouched and extended the flashlight into the vent opening. Beyond the rubble, a sliver of desiccated silver-white metallic lining gleamed faintly, embedded in the basement wall. Identical in material to the record store's core column, though far smaller, no thicker than a human wrist. Miniature core column, desiccated filaments intact. Beside the substation on the map, she noted B02, miniature core column desiccated. The red brick building occupied the southeast corner of the industrial zone. Unmarked, 2 stories high, its windows boarded shut, its front door askew on its frame. She paused briefly, then continued forward. The basement entrance lay at the corridor's end. A narrow staircase of concrete steps, their surfaces shimmering with a dull silvery sheen where filaments had permeated. Centric circles. She paused briefly, then continued forward. The basement entrance lay at the corridor's end. A narrow staircase of concrete steps, their surfaces shimmering with a dull silvery sheen where filaments had permeated. As she descended, her wristband pulsed. Not with heat, but with cold. The same chilling luminescence that heralded the onset of heat absorption in the record store's basement core column. She halted mid-step and withdrew her phone. The signal strength bar no longer flickered erratically. It pulsed rhythmically, precisely every 3 minutes. Fainter than at the record store, yet perfectly formed. This failed entrance's core column had not fully desiccated. It was absorbing heat, slowly, so imperceptibly that background noise nearly masked its pulse, but undeniably it was absorbing. Residual pulses leaking from the system's scan of the 7 frozen entrances were gradually infusing energy into this miniature core column. It had not begun absorbing today, perhaps months earlier. Its absorption rate was simply too sluggish for Qin Jiao's phone kilometers away to detect. B03's heat absorption protocol is rebooting, not today, but likely for months. Residual scan energy has accumulated past critical threshold, initiating slow autonomous heat absorption. She turned to Lu Jinghan. This column hasn't entered thermal phase yet. We can preemptively terminate it using interference signals. But its architecture differs from the previous ones. It isn't freestanding. It's embedded within the red brick building's basement, a miniature column integrated into the structure itself. Effective interference must originate inside the column to fully override the absorption protocol. External transmission won't penetrate. Lu Jinghan angled his flashlight deeper into the basement. At the beam's terminus stood a concrete pillar stretching from floor to ceiling. Its surface infiltrated by filaments until it glowed a muted silver gray, its micropores studded with fragmented remnants of ancient rings. Its structure matched the record store's core column exactly, only scaled down, bearing fewer rings and exhibiting greater desiccation. Without hesitation, he placed his canvas bag at the stairwell's mouth and withdrew the small hammer, handing it to her. How thick is the concrete casing? Su Yi approached the pillar and shone her flashlight directly onto it. Fine cracks webbed across the cement layer, exuding a dim silvery luminescence. identical to the cold glow emitted during the record store core column's heat absorption phase. She tapped lightly on the edge of a fissure with the hammer. A chip of concrete flaked away, exposing the semi-activated metallic lining beneath. Not thick. Strip the outer layer. Make direct contact with the metallic lining. Apply the ring there to emit interference, not from outside but from within. She shifted the hammer to her left hand, gripped her own left wrist with her right, and pressed her wristband firmly against the faintly glowing metallic lining exposed within the fissure. The instant the band contacted the metal, its temperature surged from freezing to warm, and then began rising steadily. The absorption protocol, sensing the incoming signal, prepared to accelerate. She pulled out her phone, activated transmission mode, and typed into the message field B03 red brick building miniature core column. Heat absorption protocol terminated. Transmitter Su Yi. Then she pressed send, and simultaneously turned her head toward Lu Jinghan. Lu Jinghan had already input the identical frequency on his own device. His message field contained only an M-. They pressed transmit simultaneously. Two interference signals surged along the filament network, entering the miniature core column's receiver from both interior and exterior at once. The absorption pulse interval stretched from 3 minutes to 4, then 5, and finally ceased. The cold luminescence within the pillar's fissure flickered once and died. The core column reverted to full desiccation. The filament network's faint currents vanished entirely. The phone's signal bar plummeted to 0. B03 frozen. Su Yi lifted her wristband from the pillar. A faint red imprint bloomed on her inner wrist where the metal's chill had bitten, but she paid it no mind. Lu Jinghan uncapped a water bottle and offered it. She drank deeply, then rubbed cement dust from the hammer onto her trousers before returning it to her canvas bag. On the map beside the red brick building, she wrote B03 frozen. Old water tower B01, desiccated, no intervention required. Substation B02, desiccated, no intervention required. Red brick building B03, the heat absorption protocol rebooted and terminated. All 3 backup entrances investigated. 2 desiccated, 1 frozen. For now, no other backup entrances within this old industrial zone threaten the current sequence. Yet the letter P remains circled on the map's periphery. P marks a derelict mining area at the foot of mountains beyond the city. At their current pace, the drive would take over an hour. Mountain roads treacherous, especially after nightfall. There was no time to go today. Tomorrow at dawn she would depart with Lu Jinghan carrying the map, 2 phones, a hammer, and a water bottle, to locate the oldest core column among all backup entrances buried deep within that abandoned mine. Lin Weigua had circled P repeatedly in pencil, his strokes heavier, more urgent than any other coordinate, not out of uncertainty, but because time had run out. She mentally charted tomorrow's route, then walked back alongside Lu Jinghan. Behind them, the red brick building's shadow stretched long and silent. Within its basement, the redesiccated column stood motionless in darkness. The filaments remained, but the heat absorption protocol had stopped. After leaving the red brick building, Su Yi did not go home directly. She had Lu Jinghan drive to the provincial office and intercepted Old Chun before he got off work. Old Chun was sorting through the last batch of visitor registration forms for the day. Upon seeing her enter, he adjusted his reading glasses and asked her to look for old files again. The key to warehouse No. 7 is in the drawer. Help yourself. This time it's not for files. I'm looking for a coordinate. Su Yi spread out the hand-drawn map by Lin Weigua and pointed to the letter P that had been circled repeatedly with a pencil on the edge of the old industrial area. Lin Weigua marked point P on the map, but there are no building names nearby, only a set of vague coordinates. This point P is not listed in the project's formal sequence, nor is it on the backup entry list. It's located outside the city at the foot of a mountain in an abandoned mining area. I checked all the recycling records concerning the mining area at the Provincial Material Inspection Institute today. 0. There are no formal documents mentioning this place. However, Lin Weigua wrote a note on the last page of his notebook from the chemical plant sampling the mine. Entrance has existed for many years, and the scale of the core column far exceeds all entrances within the sequence. Its activation status cannot be confirmed at this time. He had been there. Old Shen fell silent for a moment, removed his reading glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Then he stood up, walked over to the iron cabinet, crouched down, and pulled out a flattened brown paper envelope from the bottom shelf. The envelope bore no recipient's name, only a faded note, with Lin Weiguo's handwriting: mining area. Do not archive. Leave it for future generations. He placed the envelope on the table without opening it. He last visited the mining area in 2002. It was the month before he embedded himself in the wall above the ash pit of the chemical plant. After he returned, he told me that the entrance to the mining area was unlike any ash pit he had ever seen. All core columns not located inside the building, but within a deep abandoned mine tunnel in the mountains. The mine tunnel itself is a magnified version of a core column. He couldn't interfere from the outside because the tunnel was too deep and the signal couldn't penetrate. He tried using the ring to emit a disturbance signal from the tunnel wall. The temperature of the ring's surface rose to burning hot within seconds, and a long echo reverberated from deep within the tunnel. Not mechanical, but a human voiced the sound of many people sighing simultaneously. His ring began to heat up from that day on, and has never cooled since. Suyi opened the envelope. Inside was only a yellowed black and white photograph, depicting a mine tunnel entrance with a human hand embedded in the rock wall. Not a skeleton, but a complete hand with skin still showing its texture, fingers slightly curled, as if grasping something. The wrist of that hand was adorned with a silvery ring, its surface marked with fine scratches, the traces of nails scraping repeatedly. Identical to the hand embedded in the wall above the ash pit of the chemical plant, and the claw marks on Sun Guoliang's gloves were eerily similar. The back of the photo bore a handwritten note in pen: March 2002, suburban, abandoned mining area. Identity of the embedded person is unknown. The hand still had warmth during the photo shoot. The ring continued to glow. Shortly after the photo was taken, a collapse was heard from within the mine tunnel, and no sampling was conducted. This hand was not embedded. Suyi flipped the photo over, pointing to the direction of the fingers. Embedding is when the system actively seals the sample into the wall. The fingers should be straight, passively pressed. However, the fingers of this hand are curved, as if grasping something. He walked into the mine tunnel by himself, extended his hand into the rock wall, and actively triggered the ring's heat absorption program, fusing his hand with the rock wall. He intended to embed the ring into the tunnel wall using the ring's resonance frequency to interfere with the scanning path of the core column from within. This was the same plan used by Qin Jiao in the orphanage, actively embedding to interfere from within. But Qin Jiao decided to interfere only after entering the ash pit. This person embedded himself before the tunnel was activated. He had turned himself into a beacon in advance. Old Chen lifted his teacup and took a sip. The tea had long cooled, and he swallowed with a slight movement of his Adam's apple. Lin Weiguo said he smelled a burnt odor at the tunnel entrance. Not the smell of coal, but the scent of burnt flesh. He shone his flashlight inside, and saw that hand embedded in the rock wall, fingers still trembling slightly, the ring still glowing. He called out several times without a response, only hearing a low humming sound from deep within the tunnel. Similar to the sound emitted by the core column beneath the record store, only deeper and longer. He dared not venture deeper, standing at the tunnel entrance for a long time before returning to the provincial office to write this note and lock it in the bottom shelf of the iron cabinet. He said this entrance was not meant for ordinary people. It was for those who already knew they would be drawn in sooner. He said leave it for future generations, but did not say leave it for me. Suyi placed the photo back in the envelope and folded the map neatly into her pocket. She asked Old Chen one last question. Lin Weiguo last went to the mining area in 2002. At that time, he mentioned that the scale of the core column far exceeded all entrances within the sequence. Based on the timeline, this column might date back even earlier than the one entrance of the chemical plant. By how many years? When did the ash pit of the chemical plant start to be active? Old Chen pondered for a moment and pulled out a yellowed testing report from the drawer. The report was dated 1996, detailing the sampling and analysis of the wall above the ash pit of the chemical plant by the Provincial Material Inspection Institute. There was a note in the remarks section that had been crossed out with a pencil and erased. The isotopic ratio of the mine tunnel sample is consistent with that of the chemical plant sample, but the mine tunnel sample is older. He pointed this line out to Suyi. Lin Weiguo compared the core column fragments from the chemical plant and the mining area back then, and found that the isotopic decay degree of the mining area core column was a full order of magnitude higher than that of the chemical plant. The ash pit of the chemical plant began to be active around 1996. If the core column of the mining area is older, at least more than 10 years. In the 1980s, or even earlier, when the system opened the first entrance in the mining area, Lin Weiguo was still in police academy. Suyi folded the testing report and put it into her pocket. In the 1980s, the system has been operating underground in this city for over a decade, longer than Lin Weiguo's investigation, over a decade earlier than Old Weiss Cotton Mill, and over 20 years before Qin Jiao's orphanage. And the one who extended his hand into the rock wall in the mine tunnel may have been there before all of them. He was the first batch, the system's first-generation sample. Lin Weiguo left this note not to archive for the project team, but to guide future generations. Not to the tunnel, but to the core column. No one knows how many core columns the system has in total, but the oldest one lies deep within the mine tunnel. By the time they left the provincial office, it was already dark. Suyi stood on the steps for a moment, pulled out Qin Jiao's phone, opened the memo, and wrote in the last line, the age of the core column at the mining area entrance predates the chemical plant around the 1980s or earlier. Lin Weiguo had once entered the mine tunnel entrance for sampling and found a severed hand of a ring bearer embedded in the rock wall. The sample predates the chemical plant. Departure for investigation tomorrow. She put the phone back in her pocket and sat in the passenger seat. Lu Jinghan had already started the car, the headlights illuminating the steps at the entrance of the provincial office. He watched her spread the map over her lap, unclip the folding knife from her leg, and place it in the glove compartment, asking, "What time tomorrow?" 6 o'clock. "We'll head into the mountains at dawn." Suyi fastened her seatbelt. The road in the mine tunnel is treacherous. Lin Weiguo only reached the entrance back then and didn't dare to go too deep inside. If the core column is indeed deep within the mountains, they may need to find another entrance from the side of the mine tunnel. Mining areas usually have multiple ventilation shafts, one of which might have been later modified by the system into a vertical passage for the core column. After finishing her sentence, she turned to look at Lu Jinghan. The light from the car's headlights reflected off the windshield, clearly outlining his profile. Suddenly she remembered the blank signal he sent outside the record store. Tomorrow there would be no mobile signal in the mine tunnel, and the walkie-talkies might not penetrate the mountains either. However, the rings can sense each other's temperature changes at close range. Their rings will perceive each other in the mine tunnel. She would use the rising temperature to signal that she had reached the core column, and he would respond with cooling to indicate that the tunnel entrance was temporarily safe. They had synchronously emitted a resonance signal once in the basement of the record store, and the resonance frequencies of their rings had been calibrated to the same phase. As long as the distance does not exceed a certain range, temperature changes can be directly transmitted through the resonance of the inner layer of the ring's fabric without the need for base station satellites, only each other. After the miniature core column in the basement of the red brick building was frozen, Su-yi did not leave immediately. She squatted beside the column, illuminating the cracks in the metallic lining with her flashlight, staring for a long time. The cold light on the surface of the lining had completely extinguished, and fragments of concrete were scattered on the ground. Inside the small gap she had knocked away, the silver metallic layer had oxidized into a dark gray, matching the color of the oxidized brick on the clock tower's door frame. However, she noticed a detail. There was a circle of fine cracks at the base of the column, which were not caused by her earlier hammering, but had existed long before. The cracks radiated outward from the center of the column, as if something had been pressed outward from inside. She directed the beam of her flashlight toward the area where the cracks were densest, and saw several broken filaments embedded deep within the fissures. The breakage was new, not the old cracks from over a decade ago, but ones that had occurred recently, perhaps just months ago, or even weeks. This column has been activated by an external signal. It is not the residual pulse from a system scan. The energy from a system leak is insufficient to break the filaments. Someone has been here using a ring to trigger the heat absorption program on the column and then interrupted it. The interruption was not by interference, but by directly yanking the ring off the column. The filaments were pulled apart. She put her hammer into the canvas bag and took out her notebook, adding a note next to B03, new break in filaments at the base of the column, suspected recent activation of heat absorption with a ring followed by a forced pull. It wasn't Lin Weiguo. Lin Weiguo's ring was embedded in the core column when the chemical plant's ash pit was activated, and he couldn't have come to the red brick building to pull the filaments after more than a decade. It was another ring bearer who came here before them, touched the core column with the ring, triggered the heat absorption program, but did not choose to freeze it. Instead, they directly pulled the ring off. Lu Jinghan squatted down and illuminated the broken filaments with his flashlight. The break was pulled apart, and the metal filaments had been stretched a little before breaking, with the ends slightly curled, resembling the scratches left by nails on gloves in a cotton spinning factory. This was not cut by a tool, but by the inner layer of fluff of the ring being physically pulled apart when in contact with the column, causing the filaments to snap under the tension. This person might not know how to use an interference signal to terminate the heat absorption program. They were just testing to see if their ring could stop the column. After triggering it, they noticed the temperature rising, panicked, and pulled the ring off. But at least they did the right thing. They interrupted the heat absorption. If they hadn't pulled it, this column would have entered the heating phase months ago. They bought us a few months. Suyi closed. There are currently no clues about this person's identity. Lin Weiguo's belongings did not mention the red brick building, nor did Qin Jiao's records, and there were no formal reports of this building in Old Qin's archive. However, the resonant frequency of the ring is unique. Each ring leaves a resonance mark on the core column, which can be retained in the residual signals within the metallic lining for a period of time. If the residual ring frequency marks can still be detected, his ring number can be determined. She said to Lu Jinghan, "Let's go up first. We need to complete the inspection of the perimeter of the red brick building before dark." After returning to the ground, Su-yi walked around the red brick building. This building, like the orphanage, is a two-story brick and wood structure, but the red brick building is not a closed type of building like the orphanage. Its first floor has two large doors, and at the end of the second floor corridor, there is an external fire escape. The iron ladder is nearly rusted to pieces, but the top platform leads directly to the distribution room on the second floor. The power system had long since shut down. The door to the distribution room was ajar, and a crumpled old newspaper was stuffed in the gap. She pulled out the newspaper and unfolded it, The date printed on it was from this year. Not an old newspaper, but a recent one. The newspaper had been crumpled and stuffed in the door gap to block the wind. Someone had stayed in this building, and for quite some time. She flipped the newspaper over and saw a line of hasty charcoal pencil writing in the blank space. The column can absorb heat. If you press the ring against it, it will heat up. Don't press it for too long. No signature. He wrote down his experiences for himself. It wasn't meant for his own reference. It was left for the next person who walks into this building. Suyi folded the newspaper carefully and placed it in her pocket, pushing open the door to the distribution room. Inside was small, with only a collapsed wooden table and a rusty distribution box. The floor was covered with several old newspapers used as mattresses, and in the corner lay an empty mineral water bottle and half a pack of moldy compressed biscuits. He had lived here. Not for long, but long enough to have gone back and forth many times between the first floor and the basement, each time touching the column with the ring, each time pulling it off, and each time recording his observations on the newspaper. Those newspapers were now in her pocket, along with Qin Zhao's notes and Lin Weiguo's photo. Lu Jinghan peeked in from outside the door holding the canvas bag. There are no signs that a second person has been in the building since he left. The newspapers stuffed in the door gap have not been moved, indicating that no one has entered this building since he left. He may have gone to the next backup entrance, the old water tower, or the substation, or perhaps the mine. If he went to the mine, he might have left the same newspapers at the mine entrance. Suyi said. She stood in front of the distribution room window looking at the outline of the abandoned water tower. The water tower B01 and substation B02 had already been checked, both in a dehydrated state, but the iron door gap at the bottom of the water tower was too narrow, just like the door gap of the red brick building, making it impossible for an average person to squeeze in. If that ring bearer tried to enter the water tower but couldn't, they might have left a mark outside the door. She decided to visit the water tower once more before heading to the mine tomorrow to confirm if there were any overlooked traces outside the door. Then she would go straight to the mine, find the entrance to the mine tunnel before dark, and confirm whether the core column was still dormant. The next morning, Su-yi first went to the old water tower. The iron door at the bottom of the tower was as it had always been. The gap was too narrow, and as she squeezed in sideways, a layer of rust scraped off her back. The compacted earth on the floor was the same as last time, but when she crouched down and illuminated the ground with her flashlight, she found a small mark made by a charcoal pencil at the entrance. Not letters, but an arrow pointing towards the center of the tower where the core column was located. Next to the arrow was a number 3. He had been here. He could not squeeze in, but he made a mark outside the door with a charcoal pencil. The number might be the core column number he tested, or it could indicate the number of filaments inside the column that he wanted to convey to future visitors. Suyi took a picture of the arrow and added it to her notebook. Then she stood up and set off towards the mine with Lu Jinghan. The abandoned mine area was at the foot of the mountain outside the city, and the road into the mountain was a bumpy gravel road churned by coal trucks. Lu Jinghan parked the car by the roadside and pulled out 2 safety helmets from the canvas bag, also bought from the hardware store, the same place as that hammer. He handed one helmet to Suyi and put on the other himself. The entrance to the mine tunnel was at a bend at the foot of the mountain, and the cave entrance was half hidden by rubble and dead branches, but there was a hand embedded in the rock wall next to the entrance. It was identical to the hand in Lin Weiguo's photo. The fingers slightly curled, the ring still faintly glowing, the skin texture of the knuckles clearly visible, but everything below the wrist was embedded in the rock wall, integrated with the stone. Suyi approached the hand and directed the beam of her flashlight at the ring. The cold white light around the ring was still flickering, but the frequency had become completely chaotic. Not periodic pulses, but random fluctuations. The heat absorption program had been permanently damaged. The ring could no longer recognize the system's preheating signals, but it was still autonomously emitting interference signals. The direction of the interference was not aimed outward, but directed at the core column deep within the mine. He had embedded himself at the entrance of the mine tunnel, using the ring to block the triggering port of the core column. The long echo that Lin Weiguo heard at the mine entrance was not a response from the system. It was the heat absorption program of the core column, getting stuck, repeatedly restarting and failing each restart, leaking a batch of residual energy from deep within the mine, and the sound was the low-frequency vibration caused by the energy passing through the old ring. He turned the mine entrance into a physical barrier, not with interference signals, but by using his own body and the ring to directly block the triggering port of the core column. To activate the core column in the mine, the system must first eliminate the signal from the ring on this hand. But the resonant frequency of this ring had already locked with the resonant frequency of the rock wall. The system could not remove the ring without damaging the rock structure. And the rock wall was the main support for the core column. Damaging the rock wall was equivalent to damaging the core column itself. Suyi directed her flashlight at the curvature of the bent fingers. What the hand was holding was not a tool, but a small piece of charred ring fragment. It was a remnant of the outer fluff that he had broken off from his own ring. He used the broken piece as a key to block the entrance to the core column's signal channel. Lu Jinghan stood behind her, illuminating the depths of the mine tunnel with his flashlight. It was very dark inside. The flashlight beam only penetrated a short distance, leaving a vague spot of... He tilted his head and listened carefully. There was no sound from deep within the mine, not even the usual sound of flowing water or rock stress from underground. The silence was abnormal. The core column was still dormant, but the person who embedded the ring at the mine entrance no longer needed to emit interference signals. He himself was a permanent physical barrier. The hand at the entrance of the mine tunnel glinted a dull silvery hue in the dim light, before dawn the same luster as the inner fluff of the hand ring. Suyi crouched beside the rock wall, illuminating the curved shape of the fingers with her flashlight. The skin texture at the knuckles was strikingly clear, as if it had not been embedded in the rock for decades, but rather as if it had just grasped something yesterday. She tucked the flashlight under her arm and fished out a magnifying glass from her canvas bag. Old Shin had given it to her during her last archival work, claiming it was the same one Lin Weiguo had used when he was on site years ago. The frame of the magnifying glass had already worn to a copper color, and there was a fine scratch on the lens caused by Lin Weiguo bumping it against the edge of a chemical factory's ash pit. She aimed the magnifying glass at the circle of cold light on the ring that was still faintly pulsing. The resonant frequency of the ring had completely gone awry, yet the chaos itself followed a pattern. Every few seconds the ring would flash a white light brighter than other pulses, synchronized with the frequency of her own hand ring when it was heated by the core column in the basement of the record store. This ring was still attempting to establish a connection with the core column. It had been embedded in the rock wall for decades with its heat absorption program permanently damaged, yet it had not ceased to emit signals. This was not interference. Interference was the kind of active disruption of the scanning path that Qin Jiao employed. This ring was performing a more fundamental operation. It was simulating the handshake protocol of the core column. Each time the system scanned the entrance of the mine tunnel, this ring would respond to the scanning pulse before the core column, disguising its own chaotic frequency as the core column's response signal. After receiving the false response, the system assumed the core column was still in sleep mode, and thus did not continue to trigger the heat absorption program. Qin Jiao had shifted the scanning direction of the ash pit with interference signals. Lin Weiguo had recorded the complete penetration cycle with his own ring, and Old Wei, the team leader, had measured the peak of the ring's thermal curve. Yet this unknown individual, his actions preceded all of theirs. More fundamentally, he had cracked the system's scanning protocol. Not with equipment, not with data, but with his own glowing hand ring, he had repeatedly probed the response patterns of the core column over decades, then adjusted the ring's frequency to match the core column's signals, perfectly integrating it into the validation aspect of the scanning program. The system was not unable to find the entrance to the mine tunnel. It was tricked each time it did by this false response signal, believing the core column was not yet ready, and thus skipped it to continue scanning for the next entrance. Suyi tucked the magnifying glass back into her pocket and turned to look at Lu Jinghan. He didn't just embed himself at the entrance of the mine as a physical barrier. He turned his own ring into a simulator for the core column. Each time the system scanned the entrance, he would respond before the core column, and when the system received the false response, it would skip ahead to scan 01 to 07. He placed a false state that would always revert to normal at the heart of the system. Having been embedded at the entrance of the mine for decades, he was not passively blocking the door, but actively deceiving the system. All subsequent interference strategies, the signal shifting by Qin Jiao, the cyclical records by Lin Weiguo, the curve graphs by Old Wei, can all be traced back to this hand that could deceive the system. He is the progenitor of all interference strategies. Lu Jinghan withdrew the flashlight beam from the depths of the mine tunnel and shone it on the area below the wrist of that hand on the rock wall. At the junction between the skin and the rock, there was a fine circle of charcoal gray lines, not burn marks, but traces from a charcoal pencil. Someone had drawn a circle of markings along the seam of the wrist and the rock wall, and beside the markings a line of extremely small writing was mostly covered by the oxidation layer of the rock wall, barely discernible when illuminated from the side by the flashlight ring. Frequency locked. Heat absorption terminated. Core column in sleep. Do not wake. The signature was just a single letter S. Suyi stared at this line of text for a long time. S. Not Lin Weiguo, not Qin Jiao, not Old Wei, and not the still unknown 0. 0 embedded the ring into the entrance of the mine decades ago and established the false response protocol. But after 0, a second person had come to the mine tunnel. This person, called S, had added another layer on top of 0's work. Using a charcoal pencil to write "Do not wake" on the rock wall, informing all who came after the core column state of dormancy, was established by human intervention, and the reason this column remained asleep was not that the system had failed to find it, but because someone had locked it down. 0 established a false response protocol with his own ring, while S recorded the locking time on the rock wall. Two different individuals in different eras independently performed a dual locking on the same core column. Qin Jiao and Lin Weigua continued to refine the interference strategies based on Zero's work, but the act of noting down Zero's locking time was done by S. Zero established the defense while S recorded the effective time of this defense, allowing future individuals to know how many years this false response had remained stable. Neither of the two had ever met, yet their charcoal pencil writings and false response protocols hand in hand formed the first line of defense for the system on the rock wall. Lu Jinghan took the headlamp off his helmet, switched it to a diffuse light mode, and placed it beside the rock wall, allowing the light to uniformly illuminate that hand and the charcoal pencil writing. Then he pulled out a pencil from the canvas bag, the one that Qin Jiao had on her desk with slight indentations on the barrel, and handed it to Su Yi. Su Yi took the pencil, transcribing the charcoal pencil writing on the rock wall word for word into her notebook, and then wrote a new line: dual locking of the mine entrance. Zero established a false response protocol, and S recorded the locking time, and warned do not wake. Neither left their full names. The false response continues to operate and the core column remains in a dormant state. No additional intervention is necessary. It is recommended to classify the mining area as frozen but not included in Lin Weiguo's sequence numbers. It does not belong to 01 to 07, it is the earlier 0. After finishing, she closed the notebook and tucked the pencil back into the inner pocket of her coat. Then she stood up and walked over to the rock wall that Zero had locked with his ring, pressing her own hand ring against the surface. The moment the ring face touched the rock wall, the temperature of the hand ring flickered slightly, not heating up, but her ring received the signal of the false response protocol, the handshake signal infused into the ring frequency by Zero, still circulating within the rock wall uninterrupted for decades. She lightly traced a line on the rock wall with her fingertip, leaving no words, no markings, just a very shallow line parallel to the charcoal line beside Zero's wrist. Lu Jinghan also pressed his hand ring against the rock wall, adding another line next to her shallow mark. Then he placed the mining lamp back on his helmet and brushed off the rock dust from his gloves. "Let's go back," he said. Su Yi did not turn around immediately. She stood at the entrance of the mine, gazing at the hand on the rock wall and the charcoal writing, as well as the shallow line she had just traced. Decades ago, Zero had thrust his hand into the rock wall, turning himself into a false target for the system. S wrote "do not wake" on the rock wall, informing all who came after someone had already guarded this column. And what she and Lu Jinghan had just left were not charcoal writings, but merely two shallow lines parallel to Zero's wrist. Hundreds of years later, if anyone stands at this mine entrance, they will see three parallel lines, the oldest drawn by Zero, the outer two drawn by another pair of men and women. They need not leave their names. The false response protocol will automatically renew. Every generation of ring bearers who pass through here will recalibrate the phase with their rings. Just like the moment she pressed her ring, the clock of the false response protocol was reset once more. No one needs to sign their full names on the rock wall. The ring will automatically record the calibration time. Zero was the first, S was the second, and she and Lu Jinghan were the third and fourth. Tomorrow there will be others, perhaps the one who snapped the thin thread in the basement of the red brick building. If he finds the mine entrance, he too will leave the same shallow line on the rock wall. Su Yi thought the system will never understand why the scratches on this rock wall keep increasing. Not because someone is damaging the rock wall, but because each person who enters this mine tunnel will do the same thing beside Zero's hand, press their ring against the rock wall, and then trace a line. The scratches are not markings, but counters. On the way back to the city from the mining area, Su Yi remained silent. She leaned against the passenger seat, holding Qin Jiao's phone in her hand. The screen was black, but she did not turn it off. She was looking at her reflection in the car window, along with the silver-white halo quietly resting on her left wrist. Since coming out of the mining area, the bracelet had remained in a standby state of dark gray, not glowing, not heating, with no signals whatsoever. But she knew it was not dead, it was listening. When calibrating the phase beside Zero's hand at the entrance of the mine tunnel, she felt the inner fluff of the halo stand up for a moment, like an antenna being blown by the wind, receiving an extremely weak signal. The signal did not come from the core pillar of the mining area. The heat absorption program of the core pillar had been permanently locked by Zero's false response. The signal came from somewhere else. The frequency matched exactly at 415.7 Hz, but the pulse interval was shorter and the strength lower, like an echo from a far distance. The false response protocol of the mining area's core pillar is still operational, and Zero's halo frequency lock has been stable for decades. However, while calibrating the phase, I received another signal, not from within the mining area, it came from outside. The frequency was still 415.7, but the pulse interval was shorter, only pulsing every minute or so, and the strength was very low, as if transmitted from a distant place. Suyi turned on the phone screen, opened engineering mode, and the signal strength indicator briefly flickered at the bottom. So weak it was almost drowned out by background noise, yet the waveform was complete. Not static, but a regular single pulse pulsing every minute or so. Lu Jinghan slowed down the car, pulling over beside a closed gas station. He took the phone, stared at the faint pulse waveform for a moment, then pulled out his own phone and opened engineering mode. Both phones displayed completely synchronized weak pulses on the same frequency. Strength consistent, intervals consistent, waveforms consistent. This was not a system scan for missed pulses. Missed pulse waveforms are chaotic. This signal is orderly with fixed pulse intervals and a complete waveform. It is artificially transmitted from another halo sending out signals. It's not the system. It's a person transmitting. The resonance frequency of this halo has been calibrated and the transmission power has been set to the lowest, not to interfere with the system, but to allow other halo wearers in engineering mode to detect it. It is calling for help. The transmitter might not know how to encode interference signals, so it didn't mark them with names to disrupt the core pillar. But he knew that his halo's frequency could be detected by other halo wearers constantly transmitting the lowest power pulses, once every minute or so, without stopping. Suyi placed both phones side by side on her lap, watching the two faint pulses synchronously beating on the screens. They were coming from the direction of the mining area, not from within, but nearby. She remembered the severed filaments in the basement of the red brick building, the person who triggered the heat absorption program with the halo and forcefully pulled it open. He left no traceable signals in the red brick building, but after leaving, he went to the next backup entrance. And that backup entrance might be near the mining area. He might have gotten trapped. Not by the system, but by his own halo. After triggering the heat absorption program, he didn't know how to stop it, dared not touch any core pillars, and couldn't find other halo wearers to help. He is not far from the mining area. The red brick building was the first, the area near the mine is the second. He may have found another failed entrance while searching around the mining area, triggered the heat absorption program, and this time didn't dare to pull hard again. Pulling the filaments would damage the inner fluff of the halo. He may have pulled once, and after damage the transmission power of the halo would automatically drop to the lowest. He doesn't want to send a strong signal. It is his halo that has been damaged. Suyi put Qin Zhao's phone into her pocket, turned on the transmission mode of her own phone, and typed a line in the transmission content box, 415. The 7 frequency band has been received. We are also nearby. Do not pull the filaments again. Once all the inner fluff is severed, the transmission function will permanently fail. We have already locked your pulse location. Stay in place, keep the halo surface facing up, and do not touch any metallic objects. She pressed the transmit button. The signal spread outward along the 415. 7 frequency band, intersecting with the faint pulse of the unfamiliar halo wearer on the same frequency. Her signal was much stronger than his. Her halo was undamaged, the inner fluff intact, and the transmission power could be set to maximum. After the other party received her signal, the pulse interval suddenly changed. It shortened from once every minute to a few seconds, then paused for a moment before restarting, now with a short rhythm, not a regular pulse, but a manual tapping. The other party was using the halo to transmit Morse code. Suyi recognized those letters S. The letter on the wall at the entrance of the mine. The S that left charcoal pencil writing beside Zero's wrist. She had previously thought S was another person, the second halo wearer to arrive at the mine after Zero. But S was not the one who left writing on the wall. S was the one transmitting signals at this moment. He wrote, "Do not awaken," at the entrance of the mine, not for others, but for himself. After locking the frequency of his halo on the wall, he forgot about it and decades later put on a new halo again, returned to the entrance of the mine, and saw the charcoal pencil writing on the wall, only then recognizing it as his own. He is not Zero, as Zero was the one who embedded the halo into the wall. But S was the first halo wearer to return to the entrance of the mine after Zero. Perhaps he survived after being pulled into some instance by the system, then found the mine, and wrote "Do not awaken" on the wall to warn future arrivals before leaving. Decades later, he no longer knew which halo he was wearing. Perhaps it was damaged when he pulled the filaments in the red brick building, or perhaps it was even earlier. But he still remembered 415. 7. He forgot about the charcoal pencil writing he had done, but he did not forget this frequency. S is not the one who left charcoal pencil writing on the wall. S is the one transmitting signals at this moment. When he wrote "Do not awaken" with the charcoal pencil on the wall, he was wearing another halo. That halo might have been reclaimed by the system later, or he changed it himself. Decades later, he put on a new halo again, returned to the area near the mine, and triggered the heat absorption program of another failed entrance. His halo is now damaged, unable to send strong signals, but he still remembers 415. 7 and still knows how to use the halo to tap Morse code. Suyi turned off engineering mode on her phone and dialed Lao Chen's number. It rang twice before being answered with the background sound of the buzzing fluorescent light in the archive. She informed Lao Chen of the charcoal pencil writing on the mining wall, Zero's false response protocol SS Morse code, and the damaged halo frequency, then asked a question. Has Lin Weiguo never mentioned 0 or S in the archives? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then the sound of Lao Chen flipping through papers came through accompanied by a very light sigh. Lin Weiguo mentioned it. He wrote a line on the last page of the notebook from the sampling at the chemical plant. There is someone in the mining area. Not 0. 0 has already been embedded. Another person wrote "Do not awaken" with a charcoal pencil on the wall. This person left later. Lin Weiguo couldn't find him. Lin Weiguo also did not know where S went afterward. He only found the charcoal pencil writing on the wall and 0's hand. Su-yi hung up the phone and put her phone back in her pocket. The car restarted and Lu Jinghan turned the car towards the mining area. Su-yi looked down at the two synchronized weak pulses beating on the screens of both phones on her lap. SS signal was still there, short tapping 3 times, as if confirming that someone had received his reply. She knew they were not just looking for a halo wearer trapped at a backup entrance, but someone who had stood alongside 0 decades ago. 0 was the first, S was the second. No one knew how long had passed between them. Perhaps years, perhaps. But when S wrote "Do not awaken" on that wall, 0's hand was still embedded in the rock, the halo still glowing, and the false response protocol was in its first round of operation. At that time, S might have been standing at the entrance of the mine looking at that hand thinking, I don't know this person, but I understand what he is doing. So he picked up the charcoal pencil and wrote a warning beside 0's wrist. Decades later he forgot that he had written this sentence, but his halo still remembered 415. He returned to the area near the mining area, triggered the heat absorption program of another failed entrance, and the first rescue pulse emitted after the halo was damaged was still at this frequency. This frequency band is what he learned from 0's false response protocol. 0 used this frequency to deceive the system, and S used this frequency for decades, forgetting where he learned it, but never forgetting. The signal source is located to the northeast of the mining area, not far from the mine entrance, but not on. Lu Jinghan parked the vehicle by the roadside, took out 2 flashlights and a folding shovel from the canvas bag, handed 1 flashlight to Su-yi and slung the bag over his shoulder. He glanced in the direction of the signal source. There was no road, just a slope of rubble washed away by rain with a small collapsed area at the bottom overgrown with wild goji berries and already dead sea buckthorn. The signal strength indicator flickered in that direction, pulsing every few seconds, short, in a continuous cycle. S is still transmitting. However, the pulse strength had weakened slightly compared to before. This wasn't due to a decrease in transmission power, but rather a continuous depletion of the inner layer's fluff. Lin Weiguo had written in his notes that once damaged, the fluff would progressively break, and it wouldn't stop by itself. If all the fluff breaks, the ring would become completely silent. He might not last much longer. Su-yi turned on the flashlight and began to descend the rubble slope. The crushed stones underfoot rolled down with a clatter. Lu Jinghan followed behind her, occasionally reaching out to tug at the strap of the canvas bag behind her to prevent her from stepping into empty space. The collapsed area at the bottom was much larger than it appeared from above. The ground had formed an irregular oval-shaped pit, the bottom littered with crushed prefabricated panel debris, with rebar protruding from broken concrete rusted black. At the edge of the collapse was a half-collapsed retaining wall revealing a deformed iron doorframe beneath it. The inside of the doorframe was dark, but from within came a scent identical to that of the basement of the red brick building. A dry metallic oxidation smell mingled with an extremely faint burnt odor. The heat absorption process was still operating. The core column was just below. Abandoned air raid shelter. This isn't a mine. It's a repurposed air raid shelter. The red brick building is an above-ground structure while this is an underground one. The system's backup entrances do not have a fixed architectural style. Any enclosed space with permeable walls can be transformed into a container for the core column. Su-yi crouched down, shining her flashlight on the inside of the doorframe. The iron door had completely fallen off, leaning against the wall with a mark on it that had been scorched by high temperatures. Not from an open flame, but from the thermal radiation released during the heat absorption phase of the core column, which had caused the paint on the door's surface to bubble. The bubbling was still fresh, with no dust accumulation likely formed within the last day or two. S triggered this backup entrance's heat absorption process just a day or two ago. She sidled through the gap in the doorframe. The interior of the air raid shelter was quite narrow, with a low ceiling forcing Lu Jinghan to bow his head to walk. The air was dry, making his throat itch. Each breath felt like swallowing fine sand. The flashlight's beam cast a long arched corridor ahead, with a half-open airtight door at the end emitting a faint silvery cold light. Exactly the same as the cold light during the heat absorption phase of the core column in the record store basement. The miniature core column was just behind the airtight door, already in the heat absorption phase. The pulse signal source was also there. Su-yi pushed open the airtight door. Inside was a very small equipment room, with bare concrete walls, the cable trays on the ceiling long rusted through, and several segments of severed cables scattered on the floor. In the center of the room stood a silver-white column extending from the floor to the ceiling, its surface covered with dense microholes within which were embedded several fragments of old rings that had shattered, structurally identical to the core column in the record store, but much smaller, roughly the size of a bowl. This core column had no old ring interference array. The fragments embedded in the microholes were all desiccated with no residual signals. It was isolated, without the zero numbers false response protocol protection, without any interference marked by Qin Jiao's name, and no one had ever implemented any defensive measures on this column. The system could activate it at any time unfettered. At the base of the column sat a person. He leaned against the column, legs stretched out, left hand resting on his knee palm, facing up. A glowing silver-white bracelet was fastened around his wrist with fine scratches and a noticeable gouge on its surface. This was physical damage, not a broken filament, but the outer layer of the ring had been directly smashed by something. The metal at the edge of the gouge had already oxidized to a dark gray, but the cold light from the ring still faintly pulsed, completely synchronized with the pulse signals received on his phone. His right hand hung at his side, fingers, slightly curled fingertips, smeared with charcoal dust, similar to the type of charcoal dust found on the rock wall at the mine entrance. He wore a work jacket that had lost its original color, his hair gray, a layer of fine dust on his face, and his lips cracked and pale. Suyi crouched down in front of him, adjusted the miner's lamp to its lowest brightness, and set it on the ground, then reached out to gently grasp his wrist. The ring's temperature was very low, but it still emitted a slight warmth. The heat absorption process had been triggered, but the inner layer's fluff was severely damaged, unable to establish a complete handshake protocol with the core column, and could only passively receive the core column's heat absorption commands without activating the penetration phase. After he snapped the filaments in the red brick, building the ring's transmission function had already been damaged. Upon reaching this air raid shelter, he once again attempted to touch the core column with the ring, triggering the heat absorption process and trying to pull it free. But this time it wouldn't budge, as the core column was partially activated and the negative pressure generated by heat absorption held the ring firmly against the column. His ring was stuck to the column and he could not move. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. He was trapped. The gouge in his ring isn't from a broken filament. It's from physical damage to the outer metal layer. He wanted to smash the ring to stop it from receiving the core column's heat absorption commands. But even after the outer metal of the ring had shattered, the inner fluff continued to work, and the heat absorption process persisted. Suyi took out Qin Jiao's phone, activated engineering mode, and confirmed the current heat absorption rate of the core column. The heat absorption process was ongoing, and the temperature of the column was slowly rising. If the handshake protocol between the ring and the column wasn't severed before the heat absorption was complete, the penetration phase would automatically trigger, turning this equipment room into the entrance to a gray pit, and S would be embedded in the core column like Zero. Zero voluntarily walked into the mine to embed himself, but S did not. SS ring was not reclaimed by the system. It was shattered by him. He would rather smash the ring than let it fully enter the core column's handshake protocol. He had cut his own hand with a fragment, trying to disrupt the contact between the skin and the inner fluff of the ring, hoping the ring would misjudge that the wearer was dead. The ring's neurotoxic binding relied on the microcurrent conduction of living tissue. Once the skin on the back of his hand was cut, and the microcurrent interrupted, the ring would enter low temperature protection mode automatically, halting the heat absorption process. But he hadn't cut deep, fearing damage to a major blood vessel, so he only sliced through the outer layer of skin. The microcurrent disruption was insufficient, and the ring's low-temperature protection mode was activated for only a few minutes before being forcibly awakened by the core column's heat absorption commands. He had tried every method he could think of, snapping filaments, smashing the outer shell, cutting the back of his hand, only to end up sitting beside the column, continuously transmitting the same frequency pulse at the lowest power, hoping someone would hear it at 415. 7. Suyi released his wrist, stood up, and pulled a small hammer from the canvas bag. She did not smash the ring. The ring could not be smashed. If the inner fluff broke completely, the ring's neurotoxic binding would backfire on the wearer's autonomic nervous system, causing cardiac arrest. What she needed to do was something else: sever the handshake protocol between the ring and the core column. She would place her own ring next to SS ring, allowing the core column to receive signals from both rings simultaneously. With both signals in sync, the core column's handshake protocol would be unable to distinguish which ring was its target for heat absorption, thereby automatically pausing the heat absorption process and entering standby mode. Just like in the basement of the record store, where she and Lu Jinghan simultaneously transmitted interference signals to trap the gray pit scanning program in a deadlock. This time, it wasn't interference, but overload. Using dual-ring synchronized signals to block the core column's handshake protocol, preventing it from completing heat absorption, forcing it into passive standby. Then Lu Jinghan would simultaneously transmit interference signals from the outside, covering the core column's standby program, returning it to a dormant state. Pull him away from the column. not by yanking on the ring, but by lifting his whole body upward, avoiding the heat absorption negative pressure area. He may have been stuck here for a long time. I will overload the handshake protocol with my ring. You disrupt the standby program. Su-yi pressed her left wrist against SS ring, the two rings resting side by side in the dim cold light. The temperature of her ring began to rise as the core column's heat absorption program detected the signals from the two identically tuned rings, causing the handshake protocol to fall into chaos. It didn't know which ring to absorb. The cold light in the microholes of the column began to flicker, and the heat absorption rate dropped sharply. Lu Jinghan crouched down from the other side, activated his phone's transmission mode, and entered 415. 7. He pressed the transmission key after only inputting a dash in the content field. Interference signals penetrated the core columns, receiving in from the outside, overriding the standby program, and the cold light in the microholes of the column flickered once, and then went out. The heat absorption negative pressure simultaneously disappeared. Lu Jinghan reached under SS' arms, lifting him away from the column. SS' ring slid off the column, emitting a faint hissing sound. At the moment, the ring's surface separated from the metal lining, like pulling off a tightly adhered suction cup. He gently placed S on the ground, unfastened his collar, and checked his pulse. The heartbeat was still there, though weak, but regular. Su-yi moved her ring away from SS' side. The ring's temperature had already begun to drop. She took the piece of charcoal from between SS' fingers, placing it next to his palm, leaving the gouged ring on. She herself did not possess the ability to disrupt the standby program, but she had another ring and another person willing to simultaneously transmit interference signals. She didn't need to act as Qin Jiao today. She only needed to be Su-yi. And her Lu Jinghan was right beside her, his phone just having pressed the transmission key. The afternoon of the second day after returning from the mining area, Su-yi visited the provincial hospital. S had already awakened, leaning against the hospital bed, holding a piece of charcoal pencil, staring blankly at a blank newspaper on the bedside table. The wound on the back of his hand, cut by the ring fragments, had been treated and was wrapped in a thin layer of gauze. An intravenous drip was still connected to the back of his left hand, but his spirits were much better than the night before in the air raid shelter. At least the gray mist that had been forced out by the heat absorption of the core column had dissipated. He saw Su-yi enter and place the charcoal pencil on the bedside table, asking, "Is that hand at the mine entrance?" Su-yi sat down beside the bed and told him that Zero's hand was still there. The ring was still glowing. The false response protocol was functioning normally, and the message on the rock wall that read, "Do not wake," was still present. Then she placed the newspaper she had taken from the gap in the door of the red brick building's power distribution room on the bedside table, pointing to the hasty charcoal scribbling on the back. "Dual ring overload plan." S looked down at the line of text he had written, fell silent for a moment, then turned the newspaper over with his unpricked right hand, revealing a date from a few months ago on the front. He said he remembered going to the red brick building and staying in the power distribution room for several days, using the ring to touch the mini core column in the basement to test its heat absorption rate. The first time it triggered heat absorption, he panicked, pulled the ring away, and a small piece of the fine filament broke. The second time he managed to control the timing and discovered that the temperature curve of the core column after attaching the ring matched exactly with the slope of the heat curve recorded by Captain Wei in the cotton mill pit years ago. He had a copy of Captain Wei's temperature curve chart obtained from an old colleague in a now-dissolved project team. It was with this chart that he dared to conduct repeated tests in the red brick building. But on the third time, he went to the air raid shelter, where the core column's heat absorption rate was nearly twice as fast as that of the red brick building, and before he could pull away, he was sucked in by the negative pressure. After the ring was firmly attached to the column, he tried using the nail of his other hand to pry at the inner fibrous layer of the ring, attempting to break the fibers to stop the ring from receiving heat absorption commands, but the fibers were too fine and dense to be pried. He then picked up a piece of broken concrete from the ground to smash the surface of the ring, creating a dent in the outer metal layer, but the inner fibers were still functioning, and the heat absorption program continued. In the end, he gave up on physical destruction and continuously emitted pulses at the lowest power, not a call for help, but a test. He wanted to know how long the ring's emission function could last under his complete immobility. He wrote the results on the back of the newspaper. The core column in that air raid shelter does not have an old ring interference array, no false response protocol protection, and no one has made any defensive measures for it. It is completely exposed. The system can activate it at any time without any obstruction. This is different from the record store, the clock tower, and the red brick building. Those backup entrances at least still have a few desiccated old rings embedded in the micropores, providing a bit of residual interference. The air raid shelter has nothing. Su-yi took out Qin Jiao's phone, opened the notes, and briefly recorded the status of the core column in the air raid shelter along with SS test results. S watched her finish recording, then pointed with his unpricked right hand at her phone. Qin Jiao's phone. Su-yi paused for a moment and asked how he knew about Qin Jiao. S picked up the charcoal pencil and twirled it between his fingers, saying that when Qin Jiao emitted interference signals in the orphanages, Ash Pit, his ring, also received them. The signal frequency was identical, 415. 7, with a pulse interval of 2.5 minutes consistent with the heating cycle recorded by Qin Jiao. At that time he was in the red brick building far from the orphanage, but the ring received the signal very weak enough to be nearly drowned out by background noise, yet he recognized Qin Jiao's name. Her interference signal embedded a marker of his own name. After receiving the signal, he made a note with the charcoal pencil on the newspaper in the red brick building's power distribution room. There is a signal from the direction of the orphanage. Emitter Qin. The ring frequency was stable. You did not respond to her at that time, Suyi said. After my ring emitted power for the first time in the red brick building and broke the fine filament, its emission power decreased. She couldn't hear me. But after I received her signal, I knew I was not the only one interfering with the system. Qin Jiao was in the orphanage, Lin Weiguo was in the chemical plant, Captain Wei was in the cotton mill, and Zero was at the mine entrance. I had received their ring frequencies. This was not direct communication, it was the harmonics generated when the ring absorbed heat or emitted interference signals conducted along the same frequency band and passively received by my ring. I measured the false response protocol of Zero's ring at the mine entrance, and the frequency matched exactly with 415. 7 Hz. But the protocol was extremely complex, not a simple pulse encoding, but a complete set of simulations of the core column handshake protocol. I have not fully cracked it to this day. Lin Weiguo's records were the most complete. His ring was embedded in the core column when the ash pit in the chemical plant was activated, but his ring is still emitting residual signals in the micropores of the column, the signal frequency stable, and the data precise. My ring can receive his resonant echoes when near the chemical plant. I have also received Captain Weiss' temperature curve chart. It was not sent by him personally, but was the thermal radiation generated by his ring during heating at the cotton mill's pit, producing induced pulses at the 415.7 frequency band. My ring passively received these pulses. I recorded the pulse intervals and intensities, deducing the complete thermal curve, which perfectly matched the copy I obtained later. Suyi remained silent for a long time. She wrote down the names of 4 individuals in her notebook. 0 Lin Weiguo, Captain Wei, Qin Jiao. Then connected them with a line annotating beside it passive harmonic reception interference scheme chain transmission. 0 established the false response protocol. Lin Weiguo recorded the complete penetration cycle. Captain Wei measured the ring's thermal curve, and Qin Jiao developed the active interference signal. These 4 individuals had never appeared in the same place simultaneously, but their respective work achievements had been transmitted, supplemented, and validated through ring frequency harmonics over decades. S was a witness to this transmission chain. He did not actively participate in any interference actions, but his ring had always been listening, recording, and comparing every newly appeared signal frequency with existing data. He spent several days alone in the power distribution room of the red brick building, not conducting meaningless tests, but organizing all the ring frequency data he had passively received over the decades, attempting to piece together a complete operational map of the system. She took out Lin Weiguo's hand-drawn map from her bag and spread it on SS hospital bed. On the edge of the map, she had marked 3 coordinates in blue pen: Old Water Tower B01, Substation B02, Red Brick Building B03, all of which had been frozen. The mining area was further away as she circled the mine entrance, the air raid shelter, and the letter P in red pen. Next to point P there were 3 coordinates that had been crossed out and rewritten, each marked with a very small number. The handwriting was her own. She said that besides these 3 numbers there were no other records left by Lin Weiguo about point P. None in the archives, none in the recovery forms from the Provincial Material Inspection Institute. And the last page of Lin Weiguo's chemical plant notes only mentioned there may be another ring bearer near the mining area, without mentioning this person's name or number. S picked up the map and looked at it under the sunlight coming in through the window for a long time. Then he added another set of numbers next to point P with the charcoal pencil. This coordinate Lin Weiguo marked as P1. His map only depicted 1P, but he tucked a note with the complete latitude and longitude of P1 in the evidence bag from the wall sampling at the chemical plant. I have seen that note. At that time I was in the red brick building and received a batch of Lin Weiguo's relics as copies from an old colleague in a now-dissolved project team. The latitude and longitude on the note pointed to the northeast of the mining area, consistent with the direction of the air raid shelter, but further north. P1 and the air raid shelter are not the same coordinates. Lin Weiguo wrote P1, indicating that he had found at least 2 different locations for backup entrances in the mining area numbered P1 and P2. Before he could verify the precise location of P2, he was embedded in the core column when the ash pit in the chemical plant was activated. The coordinate for P2 remains unfilled to this day. Suyi copied the latitude and longitude of P1 into her notebook. This coordinate provided by S was the precise location Lin Weigua had written down 20 years ago. He had never mentioned P1 in any formal records, nor had he told Lao Chun. But he tucked the note in the evidence bag hoping that someone would see it when they later examined this piece of evidence. Su Yi still had not found that note. It might still be pressed at the bottom of some evidence bag in the know. 7 vault wedged between fragments dug from the chemical plant's wall and the testing reports. She planned to go to the provincial office tomorrow to reopen that evidence bag, find the note, and mark P2 as well. If Lin Weigua found 2 backup entrances near the mining area, then P2 might be located between P1 and the air raid shelter. 3 points. Air raid shelter P1, P2 are aligned in a line northeast of the mining area, each spaced apart by a distance. The system has placed backup entrances around the mining area, much denser than in the urban area. Zero's core column at the mine entrance is the main entrance to the entire mining area, while the surrounding air raid shelter group and P-series entrances are its branches. The mining area is not a collection of single backup entrances, but a complete network of ash pits. S put down the charcoal pencil, saying that he saw Zero's hand embedded in the rock wall at the mine entrance back in the day, with the ring still glowing. At that time, he could not understand why that person did not call for help. Clearly Zero's ring could still emit signals, and he could have marked his own name in the interference signal, like Qin Jiao, letting all ring bearers know there was someone embedded in the rock wall for decades. But he did not. There was no name in the false response protocol, no call for help, no personal markers. Later he learned that Zero did not want to leave a name. The first generation of the system's rings simply did not have a name marking function. Zero could only use his ring frequency as a signature. The ring frequency itself was his name. Anyone who passed through the mine entrance afterward could simply touch the rock wall with their ring and receive Zero's ring frequency in engineering mode. This frequency itself was his name. So he thought Zero indeed had no name. But his frequency was 415. 7. The same frequency used by her Lu Jinghan, Qin Jiao, Lin Weigua, and Captain Wei, unchanged for decades. This frequency is his name. After leaving the hospital, Su Yi returned to the provincial archive. Old Chun had already taken out the evidence bag containing the wall samples from the chemical plant left by Lin Weigua, placing it on the desk she usually occupied. The fragments in the evidence bag were just as before, several pieces of oxidized black metal debris, a brittle inspection report, and a few handwritten sampling labels. She flipped through the labels and found a folded note, the paper thinner than the labels with worn edges at the fold. The note contained only one line: P1 coordinates confirmed. P2 to be checked. There are 3 suspected entrances in the northeast direction of the mining area, distributed in a linear fashion. The air raid shelter is one of them. The other 2 coordinates have not yet been numbered. The note was signed by Lin Weigua, dated March 2002, less than a month apart from when he embedded it into the wall directly above the chemical plant's ash pit. She turned the note over. The back was sketched with a tiny diagram, 3 parallel lines extending from the mine entrance toward the northeast, each line's endpoint marked with a question mark. Next to the question mark of the first line was written air raid shelter, while the question marks of the second and third lines were only accompanied by numbers P1 and P2. The coordinates provided by S completely matched the first line. Lin Weigua had speculated 20 years ago that there were 3 alternative entrances in a linear distribution around the mining area. He only managed to verify the air raid shelter, while the precise locations of P1 and P2 remained unconfirmed. But now there was no time to fill in these 2 coordinates at the mining area. The wristband had lit up again that morning, a cold white light seeping from the depths of the ring, identical to the cold start before entering the orphanage. The system had resumed scanning after being silent for dozens of days, and the next copy could be triggered at any moment. The investigation of the alternative entrances could only be put on hold. She tucked the note into her notebook, greeted Old Chun, and walked out of the provincial hall. Lu Jinghan's car was already parked at the bottom of the steps. The window rolled down halfway. She opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, showing him the lit wristband. He also activated his, similarly glowing cold white synchronized with hers. The 2 did not discuss where to go. The system had not provided an address. The wristband merely lit up just like before the last activation at the orphanage. But this time they no longer needed to wait for the system's notification. He knew she would say, "Let's go to the aquarium." During the days she had spent in the provincial archive looking for the coordinates of the alternative entrances, she had also checked all abandoned buildings in the city that met the criteria for enclosed spaces. The old commercial district in the north had already been checked, as had the old industrial area in the west. The mining area was too far for a round trip. The only remaining option was the abandoned aquarium in the south of the city, built in the late 1990s, closed in 2008, and vacant ever since. The main structure was a huge cylindrical tank extending from the first floor to the third, with an open interior structure meeting the conditions for a vertical entrance like the record store and clock tower. At that time, she had put a question mark in the remarks section for the aquarium, planning to return for confirmation after all the alternative entrances had been checked. Now the system had suddenly restarted scanning. The wristband lit up, but did not provide an address. According to the pattern of previous copies, the system would not actively transport players to the entrance during the cold start phase, but rather wait for players to enter any still active building. The orphanage was where they had sought out themselves, and the record store was where they had walked in on their own. This time would be no different. Lu Jinghan turned the car towards the south. Throughout the journey, the two hardly spoke. Suyi powered on Xinjiao's phone, opened the engineering mode, and the signal strength indicator flickered slightly. Not the rhythmic pulse of the ash pit preheating, nor the chaotic waveform of systems scanning missed pulses, but a kind of intermittent pulse she had not seen before, pulsing every few seconds with a very low intensity, but a frequency still at 415. The signal matched her own wristband. A certain dormant rule thread was awakened by her ring, not from the ash pit. The ash pit would not respond to wristband signals at this frequency. It was the copy. The system had adjusted the distribution logic of the copies after freezing at the orphanage, no longer announcing rules in advance, nor providing countdowns, but keeping the copy entrance in a semi-dormant state, until the first wearer of the ring actively entered the building using the ring signal to activate the rule thread. She pressed the wristband against the car window. The cold light of the ring formed a small silver halo reflected on the inside of the glass, matching the outer wall color of the cylindrical building coming closer outside. The abandoned aquarium was at the end of a commercial street in the south of the city that had been partially demolished. The front door was glass half shattered, with the remaining half still covered by a faded ocean-themed poster. On a blue background, a smiling orca was drawn, its eyes defaced with a marker into a pair of crosses. Suyi pushed open the glass door, which squealed sharply on its hinges. The lobby was dimly lit, the only source of light being the faint glow reflecting off the residual water in the massive cylindrical tank in the center of the ceiling. The tank extended from the first floor to the third, approximately 5 meters in diameter, with walls made of thickened acrylic panels that had yellowed but still allowed visibility inside. The water had not been completely drained. A layer of shallow green stagnant water remained at the bottom, with a few tropical fish corpses floating, their bodies turned pale, and a bunch of black hair tangled in the water pump's inlet. Not a wig, but real hair, with the roots still attached to a small patch of skin that had turned white from soaking. There is hair in the tank. It wasn't dropped by a visitor. It's an entire scalp. Someone's head was forced into this water pump inlet. Suyi approached the tank, pressing her flashlight against the acrylic wall to illuminate the interior. The beam penetrated through the yellowed wall, revealing the details of the hair tangled around the water pump inlet. The hair was long, the tips slowly drifting in the water, but the roots were caught by the pump's filter, the entire clump of hair resembling a black jellyfish stuck at the inlet. The edge of the scalp was uneven, not cut by a sharp object, but forcibly torn from the skull by a tremendous suction. The pump must have suddenly activated at some point, just as someone's head was positioned near the inlet. The beam of the flashlight carved a flickering circle on the inner wall of the water tank. Suyi pressed her face close to the acrylic panel, confirming that she wasn't mistaken. The mass of hair tangled around the water pump's inlet wasn't floating, it was an entire piece of scalp with hair roots still attached to a small section of skin that had turned pale from soaking, the edges torn, as if it had been violently ripped from a skull by immense suction. She straightened up, moving the beam of light upward along the inner wall of the tank. The inner surface bore streaks of dark dried marks extending from the bottom of the tank to near the water's surface. These weren't mineral deposits, but scratches made by fingernails. Someone had been trapped in the tank, repeatedly clawing at the smooth wall with their fingers in an attempt to escape from the inside. The spacing and depth of the scratches were uneven, with the densest cluster located about 2 meters from the bottom of the tank, indicating that this person had struggled for quite a long time, trying to climb upwards from the bottom only to slide back down each time, leaving new scratches on the same section of wall. The last scratch dragged out for a long distance, with a fingernail broken off in the acrylic wall of the tank. A small piece of grayish-white nail fragment embedded in the now yellowed plastic surface, nearly unnoticeable unless one looked closely. That person didn't manage to climb out. Suyi turned off the flashlight, and the hall was plunged back into darkness. She turned around to see Lu Jinghan squatting in front of an introduction board on the other side of the tank. The introduction board was made of acrylic, printed with a catalog of exhibits from the aquarium's heyday: tiger sharks, sea turtles, tropical fish, and coral reef displays, each exhibit's name accompanied by a faded color photograph. However, at the bottom of the introduction board, someone had written a line with a marker, the handwriting crooked. It wasn't an exhibit introduction, but a warning: there is something in the tank. Not fish. Don't stare for too long. There was no signature. She stood up, walked next to the introduction board, and shone the flashlight on that line of warning. The ink was fresh, perhaps a few weeks or days old. similar in style to the charcoal writing on the newspaper found in the gap of the red brick building's power room. Not a note for oneself, but a reminder for those who come after. She pulled out her notebook from her pocket, copying the warning word for word, then asked Lu Jinghan, "Is the drain at the bottom of the tank connected to the filtration pipe?" "Yes, it is." The filtration system of such a large tank is usually in the basement. The water pump, sand tank, and heating rod are in the equipment room, with pipes running down from the bottom of the tank, passing through the floor into the underground equipment layer, and then returning to the outlet at the top of the tank from the other side. "Look at that water pump inlet at the bottom of the tank, which has been strangled by hair," he pointed out. "If someone gets trapped in the tank, they can still breathe after the water is drained, but if the water pump suddenly starts, the suction at the inlet is strong enough to tear off an adult's scalp." Su-yi stared at the mass of black hair at the bottom of the tank, remaining silent for a moment. This wasn't an accident. The water pump wouldn't suddenly start without water. Someone had manually activated the pump, and at that time that person was trapped inside the tank. She turned and walked down the corridor deeper into the hall. Lu Jinghan swept his flashlight across her profile, without saying a word, simply following her inside. He knew where she was headed. The basement, the equipment room, the filtration pipes. The water pump wouldn't start on its own, as someone had to pull the control switch. The control switch is in the equipment room, but the door to the equipment room is locked, and the key is in the duty room. Whoever flipped the switch is part of the previous group of players in this instance. The person trapped in the tank was killed by another player. Not a monster, but a human. At the end of the corridor was a staircase leading down to the basement, the railing rusty beyond recognition. On the wall opposite the staircase, a broken glass panel from the fire hydrant was embedded. Glass shards lay scattered on the ground, but they were not covered in dust. Someone had been here recently. Su-yi crouched down, shining her flashlight at the bottom of the fire hydrant. Next to the glass shards was a small broken fingernail, the same color as the one she had seen on the inner wall of the tank. That person had climbed out of the tank once. They had come up from the basement, pried open the glass of the fire hydrant, and tried to use the glass shards to cut through the acrylic wall of the tank, only to fail. The scratches stopped 2 meters from the bottom of the tank because they had cut halfway and then fallen back down. She stood up and walked along the corridor next to the fire hydrant. At the end of the corridor was an iron door to the equipment room. The door wasn't locked, and the doorknob had been pried off, leaving behind a jagged square hole. She pushed the door open, the flashlight beam sweeping over a row of filtration sand tanks that had been out of use for many years and a rusty pipe system. The control panel was in the corner, an old-fashioned button-type distribution box, the door wide open with buttons pressed haphazardly. Someone had simultaneously pressed all the buttons in an instant. The water pump activation switch was on the far right. The plastic cover over the button was broken, exposing the metal contacts inside, which had been forcibly taped in the on position. It was this tape. After turning on the pump, the person who flipped the switch taped the button down, preventing anyone from turning it off. Su-yi ripped off the tape. Then she heard a muffled sound coming from above. Not the sound of water hammering in the pipes, but the sound of the acrylic panel being struck by a heavy object coming from the direction of the water tank on the first floor. She turned off the flashlight and fished out a folding shovel from her canvas bag, running back along the path she came. Lu Jinghan followed closely behind the two of them, rushing up the stairs back to the hall. The stagnant water in the tank was churning. The corpses of tropical fish about the width of a palm were caught in the current, swirling around the surface. The mass of hair at the water pump inlet had already been sucked in halfway, but there was something else at the bottom of the tank. A human shape was slowly sitting up from the sludge. It wasn't a living person. Its skin was grayish-green, swollen and wrinkled from soaking in the water. Its lips had dissolved, revealing uneven teeth inside. There were no eyeballs in its eye sockets, but the hollow dark cavities were facing Su-yi outside the tank. All its fingernails were broken off, perfectly matching the scratches on the tank wall and the broken nails beside them. It stood up from the bottom of the tank. The water only reached its calves. The stagnant water in the tank wasn't deep to begin with. Then it raised a pale hand, pressing its palm against the acrylic wall of the tank facing the direction where Su-yi stood. The palm print left an entire handprint on the wall, overlapping with those scratches inside the tank. This was the person who had been trapped in the tank. He wasn't eliminated by the system. He was trapped in the water tank and sucked to death by another player. He had struggled when his scalp was torn off. His fingernails broke, his palm print was engraved into the wall, and finally someone pulled the switch from outside, concentrating the entire suction of the water pump onto him. The system didn't judge him as eliminated because the instance rules hadn't officially activated when he was killed. He was murdered by someone while the instance was still inactive. The system doesn't punish player versus player killings when the instance is inactive, but players' actions are automatically recorded in the instance's rule thread. His memories were integrated into the physical structure of this building, becoming part of the instance scene along with the water tank, water pump, and fire hydrant fragments. He wasn't attacking people. He was simulating what he had done in his last minutes alive, banging against the tank wall, trying to get the people outside to see him. Suyi watched as the handprint slowly slid down the wall of the tank, pulled out Qin Jiao's phone, opened the memo, and wrote in the last line aquarium. The tank contained the remains of the previous batch of players, the cause of death being the murder by players in a non-instant state. There may be more similar traces within the building. Having finished writing the last word, she put the phone back in her pocket and turned to Lu Jinghan. He was squatting next to the fire hydrant, shining the flashlight on the broken nails on the ground, picking up something from beside it. A folded note pressed beneath the fire hydrant debris, the ink faint, but still legible. Don't investigate. If you keep digging, the next one to be sucked to death will be you. There was no signature. It wasn't charcoal. It was a marker, the color consistent with the warning on the introduction board that read, "Don't stare for too long." Two people. One left a warning, threatened by the other. The one who left the warning might already be dead somewhere in this building in some corner. And the one threatening him might still be around, or they might have already entered the next instance. Regardless of the situation, the rules of this instance's system had not fully activated yet, but the internal player ecology had already begun to operate ahead of time. This was not a battle against the system, but players against players. When the humanoid figure in the water tank stood up from the bottom, the wristbands simultaneously vibrated. It was not a dungeon notification, but a rule update. The aquarium's dungeon thread activated automatically upon sensing the first wearer of the ring entering the building. Suyi looked down at the screen of her wristband. There were only 2 lines of text: Dungeon Deep Sea Ruins. Rule 1: all players must enter the water tank at the exact hour and stay underwater for a full 10 minutes. Rule 2: do not touch the tank wall. Violators will be marked by the system. Players who accumulate 3 marks will be eliminated. Current online players 9. She read the rules twice, then glanced at the water tank. The layer of shallow green stagnant water at the bottom was slowly rising. Not because the pump was restarting, but because the system was injecting water. The pipeline system had long since rusted, yet water continued to surge from the inlet at the bottom of the tank. The surface already submerged the knees of the trapped individual and was climbing toward his waist. He stood still in the water, the hand that had been severed by the pump still pressed against the tank wall, its palm print etched onto the yellowed acrylic panel. The water would continue to rise until it submerged all the scratch marks on the tank wall. Meanwhile, she and the other 8 players had to dive to the bottom when the next hour struck, remain underwater for a full 10 minutes, and ensure that no part of their bodies touched the tank wall. 9 people. She turned to Lu Jinghan. When we entered, there were only the 2 of us in the hall. Where are the others? Lu Jinghan placed the fragments of the fire hydrant back on the ground, stood up, and swept the flashlight around the surrounding corridors of the hall. The structure of the aquarium was radial. The central cylindrical tank was the core, surrounded by a ring-shaped corridor with several branching passages leading to the shark exhibit, penguin exhibit, reptile exhibit, and tropical rainforest exhibition hall. All the branching passages were separated by fire curtains, which were rusted black, yet several of the curtains had recently been wiped clean, revealing a faint metallic sheen underneath. Someone had entered and exited those passages within the last few hours. Other players had arrived before the building was activated, not waiting outside for the wristbands to light up, but having long since infiltrated various exhibition halls, waiting for the system to scan enough ring signals before automatically activating the dungeon. Among these 9 individuals were seasoned players, possibly having entered the building even earlier than her and Lu Jinghan. Suyi aimed the flashlight toward the fire curtain leading to the shark exhibit. A torn piece of tape was stuck to the edge of the curtain, the same color as the tape that had glued the water pump switch on the basement control panel. She took out her notebook and sketched a quick outline of the aquarium hall on a blank page: the central cylindrical tank, the outer ring-shaped corridor, and 5 branching passages leading to different exhibition halls. The fire curtain for the shark exhibit had recently been opened, with the tape remnants matching the color of the tape on the basement control panel. A faint cold light seeped through the gap of the penguin exhibit door, matching the brightness of the wristbands, indicating that other ring wearers were hiding inside. The door to the rainforest exhibition hall was slightly ajar, and on the ground in front of it was half a dried shoe print with a tread pattern that was non-slip protrusions, not the shoes worn by her and Lu Jinghan, nor S's old work boots. Do you plan to dive first or find the others? Lu Jinghan pulled out a folding shovel from his canvas bag, holding it in his hand. Dive first. The rules state that players must remain underwater for 10 minutes at the exact hour, and there is less than an hour. And if she didn't clarify the situation at the bottom of the tank before diving and found other bodies or players causing trouble underwater, there would be no time to escape. She must not touch the tank wall. Touching it would result in being marked, which equated to being trapped at the bottom of the tank, ready to be slaughtered. She closed her notebook and walked to the side of the tank. The water surface was still rising, now reaching the chest of the trapped individual. He stood in the water, that hand pressed against the tank wall, now submerged halfway, the palm print starting to blur under the flow of water. But his head did not lower. He was looking up, his eye sockets without eyeballs facing the water outlet at the top of the tank, which was slowly rotating. The water outlet and inlet were part of the same circulation system, with the pump sucking water from the bottom of the tank, filtering it through a sand tank, and then discharging it from the top. But now the pump's power had been glued in the on position with tape, so while the system injected water, it was also draining from the top. The speed of the water surface rising was actually partially countered by the drainage speed. Once the tank was completely filled, the drainage and inlet would operate at maximum power simultaneously, creating a vertical circulation inside the tank. The debris and bodies at the bottom would be swept up by the water flow, repeatedly colliding against the inner tank wall. 10 minutes. Not touching the tank wall, while underwater, means that one is essentially trapped at the bottom by their own buoyancy against the wall. Lu Jinghan picked up a piece of broken glass from beside the fire hydrant, spinning it between his fingers. Touching the wall 3 times results in elimination, i.e. does being pushed against the wall by the water flow count as touching. The system didn't specify. If being pushed up by the water flow counts, then Rule 2 becomes impossible to survive. There is no one in the tank who can resist the circulation. The system will not set unachievable rules. It must have left a way to avoid being pushed against the wall by the water flow while underwater. Perhaps anchoring at a certain spot at the bottom, like the suction area directly below the water outlet. The negative pressure at the suction area would pull things directly below it down, creating a relatively still low-pressure zone. As long as one lies directly below the suction area, the downward force of the water flow can counteract buoyancy, keeping the body suspended in the water without touching the tank wall. Rule 1's 10 minutes underwater is not about swimming freely in the tank, but about enduring 10 minutes, as if nailed to the bottom in the low-pressure area. She unbuckled her backpack and placed it down, taking out 2 nylon ties she had used earlier when checking for backup entrances, tightening her pant legs at the ankles, then taking off her outer jacket, leaving only a tight short-sleeve shirt, and picked up a small hammer from the canvas bag to tuck into her tool belt at her waist. She didn't need to fight anything underwater. She just needed to reach directly above the suction area before being swept up by the water flow. Lu Jinghan watched her tuck the hammer into her waist, not saying, "I'll go down with you." He simply placed the folding shovel beside the fire hydrant, took out 2 nylon ties from his canvas bag to tighten his pant legs, and then sealed Qin Jiao's old phone in a waterproof bag, placing it in the inner pocket of his coat. Both he and Su Yi needed a phone capable of continuously monitoring ring signals and rule updates from outside the tank. Su Yi left her phone on the ground, using her Bluetooth headset to receive real-time data. He would take Qin Jiao's phone underwater in case there was something to record at the bottom. The notes could still be used. Although the waterproof bag might not allow touchscreen operation underwater, Qin Jiao's old phone had physical buttons which could directly enter recording mode by pressing the side button. Su Yi stuffed the Bluetooth headset into her ears and glanced back at him. He had already zipped up the waterproof bag and was standing behind her, waiting just like outside the iron door of the medical school basement, beside the rolling shutter of the record store, or on the stairs of the red brick building's power distribution room. He didn't need her to say anything. He already knew what she intended to do. She turned her head, stepped onto the iron maintenance ladder on the outer wall of the tank, and climbed up step by step. The acrylic panel on the outside of the tank trembled slightly under her hands, not due to aging or loosening, but because the water pressure from inside the tank's injection and drainage was simultaneously exerting force on the tank wall. With each press of her fingers against the tank wall, her wristband generated a weak electromagnetic induction, with the metal filaments embedded in the inner layer of the tank wall, while the temperature of the wristband slowly rose with the increasing water depth. She climbed to the inspection platform at the top of the tank and looked down. The water had already submerged the head of the trapped individual. He stood motionless at the bottom of the tank, his hand pressed against the wall, now released by the water flow. The water level was still rising, leaving less than a few meters to the top of the tank. She took a deep breath, aimed her wristband at the water inlet directly below, and then dove headfirst into the water. At the moment of entry, the water temperature was much colder than she had anticipated. The water injected by the system was not at room temperature, but cold water drawn directly from underground pipes. The low temperature temporarily halted the heat absorption reaction of the wristband, but it would also lower her body temperature and slow her heart rate, allowing her to endure longer underwater. She descended, her body being slightly pushed to one side by the water flow, but her predicted direction was correct. The negative pressure zone of the suction area was directly in the center of the tank bottom. As long as she submerged within the range of the negative pressure zone, the water flow would pull her down from all directions, her body fixed above the suction area by water pressure, suspended as if in a vacuum, unable to float up or be pushed against the tank wall. She had a few minutes left. She hooked her toes around the edge of the filter mesh surrounding the suction area. The mesh was metallic, not part of the tank wall, so touching the mesh would not be deemed a violation, but the edge of the mesh was entangled with hair that had been sucked away by the pump, several strands of hair brushing past her ankle in the water flow. She ignored it, simply quietly suspended in the negative pressure zone, directing the weak light of her wristband toward the layer of silt that had accumulated at the bottom of the tank for over a decade. The visibility underwater was extremely low, but when the ring light swept across the surface of the silt, she saw something. A notebook wrapped in a plastic cover half buried in the mud, the cover already yellowed, but the writing inside was still visible. It was not hers. This notebook did not belong to any deceased person. It was left at the bottom of the tank by another living player, possibly just yesterday or the day before, waiting for a later visitor to discover it underwater. The penguin exhibit is located in the southwest corner of the aquarium with an entrance that features a bent aluminum alloy door with a half-misaligned hinge. A faded educational poster about the macaroni penguin, scientifically known as Pygoscelis antarcticus, is affixed to the door. Someone has drawn a crown on top of the penguin's head with a marker accompanied by a small line of text and is here. The handwriting matches perfectly with the note on the sign that reads, "Do not stare for too long." She peeled the poster off and carefully folded it to put into her pocket. Inside the door is a narrow exhibition hall with a floor covered in moldy blue non-slip mats. On either side are white plaster walls mimicking Antarctic ice, each embedded with a dim low-temperature lamp that has long since gone out. At the end of the exhibition hall is the penguin pool, which has long since dried up with a layer of desiccated penguin droppings and a few lost feathers piled at the bottom. The air conditioning vent continues to blow cold air, making the temperature noticeably over 10 degrees lower than the main hall. As the cold air hits her damp clothes, goosebumps immediately rise on her arms. A faint metallic clink comes from behind the pool, as if someone has dropped something on the tiled floor. Suyi lightens her steps, carefully avoiding the broken plaster pieces scattered on the ground as she approaches the back of the pool. A girl is crouched beside the maintenance ladder of the pool, holding a marker that has already been used extensively. In front of her lies a detailed aquarium floor plan identical to the one in Lin's notebook, but more detailed. Every exhibition hall's entrance, the layout of ventilation ducts, and the circuit design of the basement control panel are all marked with different colored markers. She looks up quickly, warily scanning the direction of the entrance. She appears to be no older than 20, with very short hair pressed against her scalp by the cold air and a short pencil clipped to her ear. "You are in." Suyi stands 2 steps away from her, pulls out Lin's poster from her pocket, and points at the line above the penguin's head that says "N is here," and stands up, tucking the marker into her pocket, and looks at her with a guarded expression, saying, "How do you know this?" Lin's notebook was at the bottom of the tank. "I went down and retrieved it. He mentioned you on the last page." Suyi pulls out a waterproof bag from her backpack and lays it on the ground in front of and flipping the notebook to the last page. Though the handwriting is messy, every key piece of information is intact. There are at least 3 people in the shark exhibit. One controls the basement, one is lying in wait underwater, and another keeps watch. And looks down at the notebook, silent for a moment, then speaks softly. "He was supposed to go down with me yesterday afternoon. He said the negative pressure zone anchoring method was his discovery, and he could help me align directly over the water inlet. I waited for him at the maintenance platform at the top of the tank for over 10 minutes past the hour, but he never came. Later I went down to find him, and picked this up from the floor of the main hall." She opens her hand to reveal a small piece of shattered phone screen with a bit of dried blood still clinging to the edges. His phone was smashed. He was in the tank. The pump was running too fast, and I couldn't pull him up. He wrote about the negative pressure zone anchoring method and mentioned that the basement control panel was glued shut with tape. He checked the control switch before going down, and at that time it was not tampered with. But after he submerged for a few minutes, the people from the shark exhibit came around to the control panel from another entrance and glued the manual switch for the outlet valve with tape. The negative pressure zone collapses completely within seconds of the change in water flow direction, and before he could float up to adjust his position, he was swept directly against the tank wall by the current. The tape used to glue the pump at the basement control panel is the same kind. Suyi crouches down, spreading the floor plan flat on the tiles at the edge of the penguin pool, pointing to the location of the basement control panel. Lin drew the circuit design of the control panel in the notebook. The pump switch is on the far right, and the manual switch for the outlet valve is the second from the left. The distance between the 2 switches is less than 10 centimeters. That person did not flip the wrong switch. He deliberately glued the outlet valve shut. He knew that the negative pressure zone required a stable water flow direction to maintain itself. By blocking the outlet valve, the negative pressure zone would instantly fail. This plan was not improvised, it was studied in advance based on Lin's notes. And places the piece of shattered screen on the ground, stands up and walks toward a ventilation duct in the corner of the penguin exhibit. The iron grate at the duct entrance has been removed, and inside are a rolled-up waterproof cloth and several empty compressed biscuit packets. She crouches down and pulls something out of the duct, a worn phone wrapped in several layers of clear tape. One corner of the screen is shattered, but it can still power on. She presses the power button, waits for the screen to light up, and opens the Notes app, revealing an unfinished entry. Day 3. Lin is missing. The people from the shark exhibit went underwater again. They placed a fake negative pressure zone marker at the bottom of the tank, cutting a piece of acrylic into a circle and placing it next to the water inlet, writing the words anchoring point on it with a fluorescent pen and drawing an indicating arrow. Newcomers will see the marker and lean over, but the bottom of the board is not secured, but once they lean over, the board will flip over along with the person being drawn and crashing directly against the tank wall. I saw someone lean over from a distance, and then their wristband lit up, a marker once. That person was pushed 3 times. They now have 4. For people take turns controlling the basement, sending someone to guard next to the control panel a few minutes before each hour. 2 control the water flow, 1 lies and wait underwater, and 1 keeps watch. They do not aim to clear the levels, they enjoy the process of killing. Suyi takes A&S phone and reads the unfinished entry from beginning to end once more. For people, not 3. Lin wrote in the notes at least 3. He knew there could be more, but was killed before he could verify. And identified the 4th person, not the one who directly attacked, but the one who marked. The one who wrote anchoring point on the acrylic board with a fluorescent pen. This person does not need to dive, nor control the pump. They only need to update the fake markers before each new player arrives, ensuring that newcomers see the arrow and lean over. He is the planner of this team. The plan to kill Lin, studying the notebook content in advance using tape to glue the outlet valve shut and misleading directions with markers while the negative pressure zone collapses, was all designed by this person. Have you seen the face of this marker writer? Suyi hands the phone back to him. No. Every time he goes underwater, he wears a diving mask with reflective lenses, making it hard to see his eyes. But once after coming up from the water, he took off his diving mask at the entrance of the shark exhibit to wipe the fog, and I saw his profile from a distance. There is a scar above his left ear, not a new injury, but an old scar that slants from the cheekbone up to the ear root. He has no wristband, as was removed. It wasn't taken by the system, but by himself. There are a series of healed circular scars on his wrist similar to tissue adhesions after the removal of the wristband. The wristband cannot be removed. Lin Weiguo wrote in the notes that the inner fuzz of the wristband establishes a binding relationship with the wearer's autonomic nervous system, and forcibly removing it would cause a cardiac arrest. But this person removed it, and is still alive. He may have found a way to disrupt the binding relationship, such as damaging the nerve interface of the wristband, stopping it from sending signals to the autonomic nervous system. Once the binding relationship is disrupted, the wristband can be removed without triggering death. But the price is that the wristband's emitting function becomes permanently disabled, and the system can no longer track him. He is no longer a sample, but he can no longer clear the levels. He is trapped in this building not due to a lack of exits, but because he dismantled the only proof of leaving the instance. The system does not recognize him, and he does not recognize the system. He may have been here longer than Lin, and in combined months, or even longer. He treats this instance as a private hunting ground with all new players as prey. Lu Jinghan walks into the penguin exhibit carrying a folding shovel in one hand and a long rubber mat cut from a fire hose in the other. The fire shutter at the entrance of the shark exhibit has been locked from the inside with iron chains. 4 knots have been tied on the chains, each done differently, not by the same person. For people each locking a section. They lock themselves inside, securing the door from the inside, only coming out when it's time to go underwater at the hour. He places the rubber mat on the ground, pointing to the 4 different knots on it. The 4th knot is different from the other 3. The other 3 knots use the same knotting method. A single loop, easy to undo quickly. The 4th knot is a double fisherman's knot, requiring 2 loops around the chain before threading from the inside, taking much longer to untie than a single loop. This person either joined later or is the planner. He does not trust the other 3, so he added the double fisherman's knot to his lock, ensuring that only he can control his section of the chain when entering and exiting. The other 3 cannot untie his knot if they try to sneak out when he is not paying attention. And picks up the marker she had placed by the pool, circles the location of the shark exhibit entrance on the floor plan, and annotates door locked. For people, each with a section of chain. The 4th is a double fisherman's knot. She looks up at Suyi, the person who writes the fake markers. He may already know you are here. Every time a newcomer arrives, he updates the markers at the bottom of the tank before the next hour. He sends people to check each exhibition hall for any new players hiding. The last check was yesterday afternoon. No one has come today yet. He needs a time window before the hour to update the fake markers. Usually he sends someone to clean up the old markers at the bottom of the tank half an hour in advance, placing a new acrylic board and rewriting the fluorescent words. There are less than 40 minutes until the next hour. If the shark exhibit's shutter is still locked now, it means they have not all come out yet. But soon someone will come out to check the exhibition halls. Suyi stands up, putting the notebook into her pocket. She walks to the entrance of the penguin exhibit, glancing down the corridor towards the shark exhibit. The 4 iron chain knots still hang on the fire shutter, but the cold light seeping through the crack of the door is brighter than before. Not from the wristbands, but from the system's scanning pulse, amplified several times after the aquarium instance was activated, scattering through the acrylic board and wall reflections. The person who writes the fake markers is just behind the door preparing for the next round of fake markers. He needs to place a new acrylic board at the bottom of the tank, rewrite the words anchoring point with a fluorescent pen, and then send 3 people to wade underwater. One controls the water flow, one pushes people underwater, and one keeps watch. He does not need to dive himself. He removed the wristband, and the system will not mark him, but he can monitor the entire tank's activity from the maintenance platform at the top of the tank using a walkie-talkie to direct the 3 underwater on where to push people. They have repeated this process countless times. Lin was one of them, and ANS missing companion was too. Now she has Lin's notes, ANS floor plan, the rubber mat that Lu Jinghan cut from the fire hose, and the engineering mode in Qin Jiao's phone that shares the same frequency as the fine silk network. She does not need to confront the 4 people underwater directly. She only needs to ensure that 3 of them cannot dive before the hour, leaving the planner to monitor a tank that no one can act on for him. Suyi spread out ANS floor plan on the tiles by the penguin pool, pointing at the location of the shark exhibit with his finger. The 4 people were locked inside, secured by 4 iron chains on the fireproof roller shutter, with the 4th knot being a double fisherman's knot, indicating the planner's distrust of the other 3. This distrust itself was a crack that could be pried open. She tore out the sketch page about the basement control panel from Lin's notebook and laid it alongside ANS floor plan. The circuit arrangement of the control panel had been clearly drawn by Lin. The water pump start switch was on the far right, the manual water outlet valve switch was the second from the left, and the distance between the 2 switches was less than 10 centimeters. The tape that glued the water outlet valve was the weapon the planner used to control the water flow, but the tape could stick on as well as be torn off. These 4 people maintain their advantage with 2 things. One is controlling the water pump, which can change the water flow direction at any time, causing the negative pressure area to collapse. The other is placing fake markers at the bottom of the tank, using fluorescent letters to guide newcomers to lie on the unanchored acrylic panel. These 2 things can be used against them. The tape can stick the water outlet valve, and it can also stick the water pump. Keeping the pump running at full power will create a strong vertical current inside the tank. In that current, no one could lie at the bottom of the tank and move freely. They would only be swept against the tank wall, repeatedly colliding. But the negative pressure area is different. The low pressure area directly below the suction port becomes more stable when the water pump operates at full power, as all water flows converge at that point. As long as the fake markers are cleared in advance and a buffer layer is laid in the real negative pressure area, that will be the only safe zone. And inserted the marker pen into her pocket and looked up at her. You want to force them back into the negative pressure area. Not forcing them, but forcing the 3 executors. Those controlling the basement, pushing people underwater, and watching over. These 3 rely on the planner's instructions from the intercom at the top of the tank to enter the water at every hour, being told that the negative pressure area has collapsed and that newcomers are crashing against the tank walls. They only need to wait underwater to push people. But if they find that the negative pressure area is not only intact, but more stable than ever after they enter the water for the next hour, they will be swept against the tank wall, accumulating markers. They have only 2 choices: either engage us underwater to seize the negative pressure area, or retreat back to the shark exhibit, giving up this round. No matter which choice, the planner will lose control underwater. He only has the intercom, no ring, and cannot go underwater, Suyi said. You still need someone to control the water pump in the basement, and said. Not to control the water pump, but to guard the control panel, waiting for the one controlling the basement to arrive. He always checks the tape on the water outlet valve in the basement before every hour. Today will be no different. I will wait for him in the basement with the tape in my hand. When he arrives and finds the tape missing, he will have 2 choices: fight me for the tape, or report the situation to the planner via the intercom. No matter which, he won't be able to focus on controlling the water flow during this hour. The pump's automatic program will take over, running at full power, and the negative pressure area will stabilize. Lu Jinghan is guarding underwater. Suyi stood up, folded the floor plan, and put it in his pocket, looking at it, and used the broadcast to inform all the hidden players, telling them that the underwater anchoring point at the hour is directly below the suction port, and not to touch any acrylic panels with fluorescent letters. Lin wrote down the negative pressure area anchoring method in his notes. Oh, every new player should know this method. He just didn't have the time to tell everyone before he was killed. And did not say, I will go down with you. She took out the marker pen from her pocket and wrote a large line of words on the white plaster rock wall at the entrance of the penguin exhibit, mimicking the line on the introduction board that said, do not stare for too long, but this time it was not a warning, but a coordinate underwater anchoring point at the hour directly below the water outlet. Avoid the tank walls, avoid fluorescent markers. Someone will help you. After writing, she put the marker pen back in her pocket, turned to Suyi. The broadcast room is in the west side of the first floor hall, down the corridor, next to the fire hydrant. Lin took me there last time. The microphone still works, but the amplifier needs to be manually switched on. I will go switch it on. Suyi exited the penguin exhibit and walked down the corridor to the basement. The control panel was as it had always been, with the distribution box door wide open, the buttons inside pressed in a chaotic manner, and the tape on the manual water outlet valve still there. She had deliberately not torn it off when she came down earlier, just to wait for this moment. She tore the tape off the switch, rolled it into a ball in her palm, and put it in her coat pocket. Then she stood in the shadows next to the control panel, leaning against the wall, turning off her flashlight, leaving only the faint glow of her wristband flickering in the darkness. After waiting for about 10 minutes, footsteps echoed in the corridor. It wasn't Lu Jinghan. Lu Jinghan's footsteps land with the palms first. This person was landing with the whole foot, dragging their steps long and unhurried, so familiar with this path that they didn't need to look down. The newcomer walked in front of the control panel, reaching out to touch the water outlet valve switch. When his fingers brushed against the now empty plastic panel on the switch, he paused, then leaned down to take a closer look. The flashlight turned on the beam sweeping over the water outlet valve switch. The tape was gone. He said into the intercom, "The tape is missing." The planner's voice came through the intercom with a noticeable electrical distortion. "Torn off." "Who tore it off?" The person did not answer, for he had already seen Su-yi stepping out from the shadows. The cold light of the wristband illuminated her brow and jawline, hiding half of her face in the shadow. She took the tape out of her pocket and waved it in front of him. "You tore it off," he said, not as a question. The tape on the water outlet valve, when stuck on the switch, locks the water flow direction of the entire tank. Once torn off, the water pump will automatically switch back to program control mode. Running at full power, the negative pressure area will be more stable than when I went down last time. I have already had my partner clear your fake markers in advance. Now the only safe area in that tank is directly below the suction port, covered with a rubber mat, and I have tied a piece of broken glass I picked up next to the fire hydrant to it. Anyone who touches it will cut their hand. Su-yi folded the tape neatly and put it back in her pocket, looking at him. "Go back and tell your planner the negative pressure area belongs to us for the next round. You can choose to enter the water and fight us for it, but in the full power current, at least 2 of the 3 of you will crash against the tank wall, accumulating markers. Or you can choose not to enter the water, giving up this round and letting the system mark you. The markers for not entering the water count only once, which is better than crashing against the wall 3 times, but accumulating 3 times will still lead to elimination. The choice is yours." There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a few seconds, then the planner's voice came back. His tone changed. Not the previous aloof indifference, but a long-lost excitement that felt suppressed. He said, "Interesting. Your surname is Su, right?" Su-yi did not respond. "What do you call the one next to you?" the planner asked again. "His surname is Lu," Su-yi said. "You two want to break my game involving 4 people. Do you know how long the planner said. "A few months. You took off your ring yourself. There is a ring-shaped scar on your left wrist, and the nerve interface has been severed by you in some way. So you can still live, but the system can no longer track you. You cannot pass the level, nor can you leave this building. You are trapped here not because there is no exit, but because you dismantled the only proof needed to leave the instance. You are honing your skills on the lives of newcomers, not out of necessity to survive, but out of boredom." Su-yi's voice was flat, as if reading an archived evidence list. Suddenly, there was laughter on the other end of the intercom. It was not mocking, but rather a relaxation of someone finally being recognized. "At last someone knows who I really am." After he finished laughing, his tone suddenly became less formal, like chatting with an old acquaintance. "You are quite interesting. I don't want you to die too quickly. How about this? For the next hour, I won't send anyone down, letting you experience the water tank I have modified over the past few months. The tape is just the most basic thing. You come and try, and afterwards tell me your feelings." The intercom cut off. The one controlling the basement glanced at Su-yi and turned to walk down the corridor. Su-yi did not stop him. She placed the intercom on the control panel and sent a message to him with her phone broadcast, and replied with one word, "Okay." A few seconds later, a muffled buzzing sound came from the hall, indicating the successful switching of the broadcast amplifier. In's voice came from the dusty speakers on the ceiling with a slight echo, but each word was pronounced clearly. "Players, the underwater anchoring point at the hour is directly below the water outlet. Someone will be there to assist. Do not touch fluorescent markers. Do not approach the tank walls. Do not trust anyone who approaches you underwater. Lynn's notes have been found, and the negative pressure area anchoring method is effective. You please share this with each other." The broadcast repeated 3 times. Su-yi turned off the intercom and walked up from the basement. Lu Jinghan was waiting for her next to the water tank in the hall. He had already retrieved the fluorescent fake marker from the bottom of the tank, and the 3 fluorescent characters anchoring point were glowing faintly green on the acrylic panel in the dim hall. He turned it over and placed it next to the fire hydrant, pressing it down with a folding shovel. The bottom of the tank now only had a rubber mat laid directly below the suction port, with a piece of broken glass tied to it picked up next to the fire hydrant, trembling faintly under the impact of the current, reflecting the same shimmering cold light as the water surface. 5 minutes before the hour, Su-yi climbed back onto the maintenance platform atop the tank. Lu Jinghan was already positioned in the negative pressure zone at the bottom of the tank with a rubber mat laid directly beneath the water intake. He had secured 2 shards of glass picked up from beside the fire hydrant with nylon ties on the mat, their sharp edges facing outward, ready to greet anyone who approached the negative pressure zone from the side. She took one last breath of air before flipping herself into the water from the tank's edge. The sound of her entry was drowned out by the hum of the circulation system. The water flowed more violently than before, with the pump running at full power, causing the entire tank's water to churn vertically. However, as she entered the negative pressure zone, there was hardly any adjustment. The edge of the rubber mat caught just beneath her toes, and she hooked the tie loop on the mat with her toes, her body being firmly pressed above the water intake by the current suspended in the water, with more than half a meter separating her from the tank wall. She raised her wrist to check the smart band. The screen still showed 0 touches. The water surface above was churned into a froth by the water flowing from the tank's drainage outlet, obscuring her view of the maintenance platform. But she knew the planner was standing above. He did not have a band and could not enter the water, but he could look down from the top of the tank and use a walkie-talkie to direct the 3 people underwater. She was unsure whether those 3 would enter the water. The planner had stated in the last round of communication, "I won't send anyone this round," but that might have been a delay tactic or a sign of waiting for something. The countdown on the smart band reached the hour mark. Time underwater began counting down from 10 minutes. She steadied her breath, lowering her heart rate to its minimum, her gaze piercing through the swirling water to focus on the sediment at the bottom of the tank. After the pump operated at full power, some of the sediment at the bottom of the tank was stirred up by the current, revealing the already cracked acrylic base beneath. A long crack ran across the base, extending from the edge of the water intake toward the tank wall, with several broken filaments embedded in the gap. Similar to the filaments in the basement of the red brick building, they were part of the metal network extending from the core pillar. The filament network in the aquarium was denser than that in the record store and clock tower, with layers upon layers of filaments beneath the base of the tank, rooting into the basement's control system like tree roots. Having spent so much time in the aquarium, the planner must have discovered these filaments long ago. He controlled the pump with tape, merely utilizing the existing physical structure of the system. The filaments would respond immediately to changes in water flow direction. As long as the outlet valve was blocked, the filaments would automatically adjust the power of the water intake, attempting to restore the original circulation balance. This automatic adjustment would cause the negative pressure zone to collapse within a short time. Conversely, if the outlet valve was fully opened and the pump was running at full power, the filament network would also automatically adjust, locking the negative pressure zone of the water intake at maximum power, transforming the area directly above into a point of absolute stillness, almost impossible to be washed away by the current. The planner had spent several months studying this mechanism, applying his findings to eliminate newcomers. However, the mechanism itself was neutral. Whoever occupied the negative pressure zone first would survive. 2 minutes had already passed underwater. Suye's smartband screen displayed 8 minutes remaining, with 0 touches still recorded. Lu Jinghan hung motionless beside her, their bodies pressed by the same current, in the same negative pressure zone, with less than a foot separating their shoulders. She could see the cold light on his smartband flickering in the water, synchronized with hers. Then the surface of the water was broken. 3 people simultaneously flipped into the water from the tank edge. Not from the maintenance platform, but from the maintenance port on the side of the tank. That maintenance port was supposed to be sealed with an acrylic board, but the planner had long since removed the seal, transforming it into an entrance for an underwater ambush. The 3 entered from the side wall, but once in the water they did not immediately swim toward the negative pressure zone, but instead dove downward close to the tank wall, utilizing the arc of the wall to avoid the direct impact of the current. Their diving masks were coated with reflective film, obscuring their eyes, but each wore a nylon wristband with a short, sharpened piece of acrylic attached to the end of the band, not meant for stabbing, but for cutting the rubber mat. The planner was aware that a rubber mat was laid in the negative pressure zone, intending for someone to swim from the side and cut the mat. Once the mat was breached, Su Yi and Lu Jinghan would lose their anchoring point and be swept against the tank wall by the current. Lin had sketched such acrylic shards in his notebook. He called them tank bottom knives, fashioned from the acrylic panels removed from the shark tank display, their edges sharpened, as thin as a scalpel, specifically designed to destroy underwater cover. Suyi did not move. She drew a small hammer from her waist, turning it in her hand with the head facing outward. Lu Jinghan pulled out a long strip of rubber mat cut from a fire hose from beneath the rubber mat, and shook it open underwater. Attached to the end of the rubber mat were those 2 shards of glass. With a flick, the glass flipped in the water, reflecting 2 cold white rings of light directly at the 3 who were approaching from the side. They did not swim over. The first person stopped about 2 meters outside the negative pressure zone, treading water and pausing, the acrylic shard on the wristband swaying slightly in the current. The second person circled to the back of the negative pressure zone, Lu Jinghan's blind spot. The third person did not continue to dive downward, but instead retraced their path back to the maintenance port on the tank wall, pressing a button at the edge of the port. Su-yi heard a dull metallic clash, not coming from the water, but from the direction of the basement. Someone had installed a remote switch at the edge of the maintenance port which, when pressed, directly activated the drainage valve in the basement. The pump continued to inject water at full power, but the drainage valve was forcibly opened, causing the water in the tank to begin draining rapidly. The water level was dropping. The negative pressure zone relied on the sustained suction created by the pump running at full power. Once the water volume decreased sharply, the negative pressure at the intake would automatically lower, dragging her and Lu Jinghan downward by gravity, their bodies directly contacting the bottom of the tank. And the crack in the base filled with filaments was the trap left for them by the planner. Contact with the filaments would be counted as a violation mark, just like touching the tank wall. He did not need to send anyone to confront them. He simply had to drain the water, allowing gravity to mark. Lin had noted the location of the drainage valve in his notebook, but he did not mention that the valve could be controlled remotely, indicating that the planner had upgraded the equipment after killing Lin. Su-yi tucked the hammer back into her waist, reached out and grasped Lu Jinghan's arm, quickly drawing a downward arrow on his palm, not indicating to dive down, but toward the bottom of the tank. Once the drainage valve was activated, the crack in the base would slightly open due to the sudden drop in water pressure, causing the filaments to lift from the gap, but directly beneath the base was the main conduit of the aquarium's filament network. All filaments extended from the core pillar of the basement upward, passing through the base into the tank. By wedging the hammer head into the crack and prying upward with force, she could lift the entire base along with the filaments, revealing the main conduit beneath. From the gap in the main conduit, one could directly swim to the side of the filtration sand tank in the basement's equipment room, where the manual switch for the drainage valve was located just behind the filtration sand tank. By reversing the drainage valve, closing the forced drainage, the water level in the tank could be stabilized. This was the only way. The planner was forcing them to sink to the bottom of the tank with the drainage valve, and she would find the manual switch directly along the physical line of the drainage valve. After emerging from the aquarium, Su-yi stood for a moment by the parking lot, wringing out her soaked coat. Water trickled down her fingers, pooling into a small dark stain on the ground, while the cold light of her wristband refracted through the water film, creating a small silver halo. She draped her coat over the hood of the old SUV that Lu Jinghan had driven, then pulled out Lin's notebook from the waterproof bag, flipping page by page to the last page, where she wrote the 4 in the shark exhibit have been marked by the system, and the verification of the negative pressure zone anchoring method is effective. Linear plan saved at least 3 newcomers. Everyone is safely evacuated. I will take this notebook back to the provincial archives, storing it in the same safe as Lin Weiguo's chemical factory, sampling records, Qin Zhao's interference signal logs, and Captain Weiss' temperature curve charts. You are a recorder beyond the sequence, but not an unknown. Your name and every line you have left will be archived. She closed the notebook and resealed it in the waterproof bag. Then she walked over to Lu Jinghan. He was crouched at the back of the car, flipping over the fluorescent false marker he had fished out from the bottom of the tank to check it. The fluorescent words on the acrylic board had been blurred by the water flow. The words anchoring point were smudged into a green halo, and the bottom of the board had no fixing device. It was just a smooth piece of acrylic temporarily stuck to the silt beside the water intake, due to water pressure, easily flipped with a slight touch. He found a line of small text carved with a needle tip on the edge of the board. 47th piece. Improvement replaced the fluorescent pen with a waterproof type. If Lin were still alive, he would probably laugh upon seeing this piece. It was carved by the planner. He numbered each fake marker he made. 47 pieces. He turned the acrylic board over to show Su-yi. He said Lin would laugh. Lin was his rival, and the only person he found interesting. He killed Lin, but he carved Lin's name on the fake markers he made. It wasn't a memorial for Lin, it was a commemoration of finally encountering someone worth taking seriously. Su-yi took the acrylic board, wiping off the silt on the edge with her thumb. The number 47, implying that the planner had produced and deployed at least 47 different fake markers in the aquarium over several months, each improved to varying degrees from the initial simple acrylic piece to the later fluorescent waterproof type, and finally to the stable type, with added weighting at the bottom. He was constantly optimizing, not to make it easier for newcomers to fall for it, but to bring his design closer to the perfect trap. Lin was caught in this ever-evolving trap, but the negative pressure zone anchoring method he left behind was also evolving, inherited by In and Su-yi. The confrontation between the planner and Lin constituted a continuous technical game over several rounds. One person researching how to let water flow kill, while the other researched how to let water flow save. In the end, the rescue plan was verified effective by later players, while the killer was trapped in the very trap he designed, marked by the system, and eliminated. The 47th piece was not used in time. She turned the acrylic board over, looking at the fluorescent words against the light, He placed this batch of new markers in the bottom of the tank just before the last round, but received ANS broadcast before diving. All players were notified to avoid fluorescent markers. The function of the fake markers became invalid from that moment. The time he carved this line must have been after receiving the broadcast and before being marked by the system. He carved Lin's name on the last fake marker not as a memorial, but as a concession. She sealed the acrylic board in the waterproof bag, placing it together with Lin's notebook. Then she stood up and sent a message to Lin, and had already left the broadcast room and was waiting for evacuation at the convenience store across the parking lot with 3 other surviving players. She replied that the amplifier in the broadcast room had been working continuously since it was turned on, and when she returned to turn off the equipment, she found an already yellowed label stuck to the amplifier's base, which read the aquarium broadcast system was modified from the old campus clock tower radio station of Chengxi High School equipment number 06BC002. Clock tower radio frequency 415. 7. This device originally belonged to the Chengxi High School broadcasting station, later transferred for use in the aquarium. Modifier Lin Weiguo. Date 2001. Suyi enlarged the photo of the label that Lin had forwarded. It was indeed Lin Weiguo's handwriting. He had transferred the clock tower radio equipment to the aquarium in 2001, expanding the 415. 7 frequency from the passive listening system in the mine's air raid shelter to the aquarium's broadcasting. He had laid the communication infrastructure for today's underwater confrontation 20 years ago, not by predicting exactly what would happen, but by anticipating that all ring bearers would eventually need to communicate underground, and in places undetectable by the system. The clock tower radio station was the first node, the aquarium broadcast system was the second node, and the passive listening in the mine's air raid shelter was the third node. All 3 nodes operated on the 415. 7 frequency, forming a complete communication chain from the urban area to the suburbs, and then to the mining area. Lin Weiguo established the first cross-instance communication network 20 years ago using 3 sets of equipment from the clock tower aquarium, an air raid shelter, and after embedding the core pillar in the chemical factory's ash pit, his ring is still transmitting residual signals on the 415. 7 frequency. He was not calling for help. He was maintaining the physical layer of this communication chain. As long as his ring continued to transmit, the frequency synchronization between the 3 nodes would not be interrupted. Qin Jiao's interference signal, Captain Weiss temperature curve zeros, fake response protocol, SS passive harmonic reception. All of these later players' work relied entirely on the existence of this communication chain. Lin Weiguo was the first to transform 415. 7 from a simple core pillar scanning frequency into a universal communication protocol for ring bearers. He didn't name this protocol, but wrote a line in the notebook from the chemical factory wall sampling this frequency can be all ring bearers can communicate. When Suyi found this line in the safe of warehouse No. 7, as she thought he was just making a casual remark. Now she knew he wasn't casual. He had already turned this phrase into reality in 2001. She put her phone in her pocket, shook out the coat that had mostly dried on the hood, and put it on. Lu Jinghan had already packed the folding shovel, rubber mat, and hammer into a canvas bag, standing at the car door waiting for her. His hair was still wet with a few strands clinging to his forehead, and in his hand the fluorescent false marker he had brought back from the aquarium no longer glowed in the sunlight, just a regular acrylic board smeared with a lump of green fluorescent pen ink. She took the acrylic board, placed it in the canvas bag along with fragments from Lin Weiguo's chemical factory, Qin Jiao's enamel cup, and Captain Weiss temperature curve charts. Then she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, showing her wristband to him. The screen displayed not only the clearance settlement prompt, but also a new notification, 415. 7 frequency has been registered as the Universal Communication Protocol for players. Registrant Lin Weiguo. Status permanently valid. Current online node count 7. The passive listening in the mine's air raid shelter, the clock tower radio station, the aquarium broadcast system, the orphanage's signal interference array, the old ring resonance network in the record store basement, Lin Weiguo's own residual signal just above the chemical factory ash pit, and the interference pulse still continuously transmitting in Qin Jiao's phone engineering mode, all online. 7 nodes spanning from 1996 to today, maintained by 5 individuals who had embedded themselves in the core pillars, and 1 person still embedded at the mine entrance. The 7th node is Suyi, who is currently sitting in the passenger seat, using her fingertip to wipe the water stains off the wristband screen. 2 hours ago, she and Lu Jinghan updated the registration information of the 415. 7 frequency using dual-ring synchronized signals, and the system automatically recognized it as a new node, including the frequencies of their 2 rings into Lin Weiguo's permanent protocol. She was no longer just a user of the protocol, but also a maintainer. If one day Lin Weiguo's ring signal weakened to the point that it could no longer maintain frequency synchronization, her ring would automatically take over the physical layer and continue to transmit synchronization pulses. Lu Jinghan started the car, backing it out of the parking lot and turning onto the road back to the city. Outside the car window, the cylindrical outline of the aquarium grew smaller in the rearview mirror, finally obscured by the street trees. Suyi leaned back against the seat and powered on Xinjiao's phone. All 7 node signal strengths were online in engineering mode, and Lin Weiguo's residual signal was still flickering stable, like the hand-drawn curve he had sketched in his chemical factory notes 20 years ago. She exited engineering mode, opened the memo, and flipped a blank page between the photos of Lin Weiguo's notes, Qin Jiao's interference logs, and the aquarium floor plan, writing the aquarium instance has been frozen. The broadcast system modifier Lin Weiguo. There are 7 online nodes for the cross-instance communication protocol, 415. 7. The planner and his 3 accomplices were eliminated by the system due to accumulating 3 marks, and the 5th person was eliminated after failing to compete in the negative pressure zone, accumulating 3 marks. All fake markers have been cleared. Linen and 3 other newcomers are safe. The core pillar's heat absorption program in this instance has been terminated, and the fine fiber network has been retained. It is recommended to list the aquarium as frozen but retain its broadcast system as an underwater node of the 415. 7 communication chain. After finishing the last word, she turned off her phone screen. After a while, she turned the screen back on, adding a line below the last one, and drew a hatband penguin on the gypsum rock wall of the penguin exhibit before evacuation, writing a line beside it: "Linear plan is effective. Thank you." Then she placed her phone in her pocket, leaned back against the seat, and closed her eyes. Tomorrow she still needed to go to the provincial archives to archive Lin's notebook and the planner's 47th fake marker, along with copying NS floor plan and the broadcast room label into the safe of warehouse No. 7. She also needed to call Lao Chun to check the original allocation form of the aquarium broadcast system, confirming whether Lin Weiguo had left the same communication nodes in other buildings when he allocated the clock tower radio equipment in 2001. Then she needed to copy the coordinates of P1 and P2 from Lin Weiguo's notes in preparation for the next. But for the remaining journey today, she decided to do nothing, just sitting in the passenger seat listening to the low news sound from the car radio and the occasional sound of the person next to her flipping the pages of the map. The shadows of the street trees outside slid across her face, the wristband quietly adhering to her wrist bone. The signals from the 7 online nodes pulsated on the 415. 7 frequency, like a group of people gently tapping on a metal wall from a very far place. No one spoke, but everyone was still present. On the way back from the aquarium, Su Yi slept in the passenger seat. It was not the light doze that comes from leaning against a window, but a deep, untroubled sleep. Her whole body sinking into the seat, breathing slow and even. Lu Jinghan kept the car at a steady pace, easing off before turns. He turned the radio down to the barest murmur. Only a vague white noise seeped from the speakers beneath the dashboard. She slept for nearly 40 minutes. When she woke, the car had already stopped beneath her building. Another layer of leaves had fallen from the crooked sycamore outside, yellowed foliage plastered against the windshield and curled slightly at the edges by the afternoon sun. "What time is it?" she asked as she sat up, her voice still thick with sleep. "A little past 2. Lu Jinghan cut the engine, reached forward, and set her canvas bag on her knees. "You slept the whole way. When you scraped yourself on the bottom of the tank earlier, my shoulder twinged at the same time. I felt it too, but you never cried out. It wasn't deep. The broken glass and the current nicked me underwater. After I came up, the bleeding had already stopped. The system recovery kicked in after the instant settled. It should have already formed a scab." Suyi pulled her sleeve up an inch, revealing a faint reddish scratch above her wrist that had begun to close. The wound's edges were clean, healing at a normal pace. She glanced sideways at Lu Jinghan's right shoulder. His gray sweatshirt hid the skin, but when he lifted his right hand, the shoulder line was relaxed, not stiff. The shared injury had likely mended in tandem. He noticed her looking and pulled the keys free, rolling them once between his fingers. "No broken skin. When your scratch transferred to me, it came through at half strength. Hurt for a moment, then faded." Suyi drew her sleeve back down to cover the reddening mark that was already paling. It was not the first time. In the record shop basement at the clock tower doorframe beside the red brick building's miniature core column, every time she was hurt, he felt the pain in sync, and whenever he took the blow, she sensed the impact at the same instant. The sharing mechanism had run between them long enough that she could now infer the severity of his wounds from the intensity of her own pain. When her arm was cut on the tank bottom a moment ago, his shoulder had stung simultaneously, meaning the laceration was neither trivial nor grave. That it no longer hurt indicated the system's recovery had taken effect, and both wounds were healing. She picked up her canvas bag and climbed out, standing at the stairwell while he locked the car. The voice-activated light in the stairwell was still broken. She felt her way up in the dark, walking a little more slowly than usual, not from fatigue, but because she was rehearsing in her head the tasks the afternoon demanded. She needed to file the aquarium's floor plan at the Provincial Bureau Archive Lin Weigua's notebook and the planner's 47th false marker call Laochun to confirm whether Lin Weigua left similar communication nodes when reallocating the clock tower radio equipment in 2001, complete the coordinates for P1 and P2, and finish the sweep of the mine's cluster of air raid shelters. The last sector remained. But before any of that, she had to shower, rinse away the chlorine and the muddy, fishy scent from the tank bottom, and change into dry clothes. Inside, she set the canvas bag in the entryway. As she bent to loosen her shoes, she found several flakes of dried acrylic lodged in the sole, shards that had broken free when the false marker was pried open, left uncleaned at the bottom of the tank. She picked the fragments out and placed them on the shoe cabinet, planning to take them to the Provincial Bureau tomorrow and put them into the same evidence pouch as the numbered 47 acrylic panel. Lu Jinghan tossed the car keys into the iron tray by the door and went straight into the kitchen. She heard the refrigerator open, then the sound of water from the tap rinsing something. He rooted through the fridge, producing the half cabbage he'd bought yesterday morning and 2 slightly wilted carrots, then fished a hard block of frozen beef from the freezer and held it under the tap to thaw with cold water. That's all that's in the fridge. His voice came muffled from the kitchen, tinged with the chill of the appliance. Suyi froze for a moment. She was not sure what he planned to do, but she did not ask. She pulled a clean set of clothes from the hanger, said I'll shower first, and went into the bathroom. Under the hot water, she closed her eyes and let the stream pour over her, washing the last gritty silt. The scratch on her arm, already closing, flushed faintly under the water, but did not hurt. The system recovery had indeed engaged after the instant settled, not by restoring her to a pre-instant state, but by repairing the newly incurred damage one by one. She could feel the repair as a delicate sensation, like innumerable ultra-fine needles skimming beneath the skin, not painful, but itchy. She felt this every time they left an instance, and had grown accustomed to it. This time, however, it was different. The repair acted not only on her body, but also simultaneously on Lu Jinghan's. She sensed a faint twitch in the muscle of his right shoulder, perfectly in step with what he felt. It was not a transmitted pain so much as the bioelectrical signals of healing traveling back and forth along their shared neural pathways. When they had synchronized their breathing heart rates in their efforts against the current in the aquarium's negative pressure zone, the sharing mechanism had calibrated both autonomic rhythms into the same phase. The repair protocol treated the 2 now calibrated nervous systems as if they belonged to a single organism, addressing both injuries together. She did not know what that implied. Lin Weigua's notes never documented such deep synchronous sharing. Qin Zhao's records did not either. Lao Wei, the squad leader, had only measured single-subject loop heat curves. There was no precedent. All she could do was record it herself. After she finished showering, she would add the phenomenon to her notebook as a new observation. She shut off the tap and toweled her hair dry. When she came out in clean clothes, the kitchen smelled of beef broth. Lu Jinghan dumped the chopped cabbage and carrots into the pot, stirred with a ladle, put the lid on, and turned the heat low. On the counter, 2 bowls of rice already sat waiting, chopsticks neatly laid across their rims. She did not say thank you, he did not say eat. She pulled out a chair, took up one of the bowls, and placed a piece of beef on top of the rice. The beef was a touch overcooked and a little undersalted, but he had sliced the carrots the way she liked. Thick diagonal slices, each one nearly identical in thickness. She had drunk his radish soup at the orphanage and knew his habits with a knife. He cut, as if executing tactical motions. Consistent angles, even force. Not for beauty, but for utility. Yet he had chosen diagonal slices for the carrots. Not because he could not cut cubes, but because he knew she preferred thick slices. She did not ask how he had known. Halfway through the meal, she set down her chopsticks, retrieved her notebook from the canvas bag, flipped to a blank page, and below the line reading aquarium instance frozen, she wrote new observation on shared mechanism after synchronizing breathing heart rate and resistance to current. With Lu Jinghan in the aquarium's negative pressure zone, both subjects' autonomic rhythms were calibrated to the same phase. The system recovery protocol merged the injuries of both individuals at settlement. The repair process transmits synchronously, with bioelectrical signals reflecting back and forth along the shared neural pathways. This phenomenon bears physical similarity to Lin Weigua's recorded Ringier curve synchronous effects and Qin Zhao's noted interference signal phase calibration. Each involves dual loop resonance, causing system misrecognition, wherein the system identifies 2 loops as 2 terminals of the same organism. Recommend listing as a new observation entry pending verification in subsequent instances. She finished the last word and set the pen down. Lu Jinghan leaned halfway out of the kitchen and added another piece of beef to her bowl. He offered no explanation, only saw that the meat in her bowl was running low. The scratch on his wrist at the same position as hers had faded into a small pale red mark, perfectly symmetrical to hers. Like 2 files placed side by side in the same safe, each bearing a different label, yet containing identical content. The day after returning from the aquarium, Su Yi woke up very late. She didn't set an alarm clock and turned off notifications on her phone, only sending a message to Old Chun before bed, saying she would go to the archives to file documents in the afternoon. Sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, casting a long beam of light on the ceiling within which countless tiny specks of dust floated slowly. She stared at the beam of light for quite a while before turning over and burying her face in the pillow. Her body was no longer in any trouble. The system's recovery mechanism had completed its final round of repairs after she fell asleep last night, and the wound on her arm inflicted by the shard of acrylic had completely healed, leaving no scars. But the muscle memory lingered as she still felt as if a hair strand from the water pump filter was wrapped around her calf, and her toes were still hooked onto the nylon tie from the rubber mat. Her mind knew she was out of the water, but her body had yet to catch up. In the end, she still crawled out of bed. While washing up, she checked her shoulder in the mirror, the spot where Lu Jinghan had been struck by a loose acrylic shard at the bottom of the tank. The bruise shared with her had faded considerably, leaving only a small patch of pale yellow which, when pressed with her finger, didn't hurt, but was still a bit sore. When he held that overturned fake marker underwater, he had braced the impact with his right shoulder, and the shard's edge had pressed a deep purple bruise into his scapula. By the time it was shared with her, it had already diminished by more than half, but the position was exactly the same. Inside her right scapula, the same shape, only shallower. She gently pressed her fingertip against the pale yellow mark, thinking that when he said no broken skin in the car, his shoulder was probably still throbbing. He never mentioned his pain, but he drove particularly steadily after she had fallen asleep. After coming out of the bathroom, she sorted the documents that had piled on the coffee table for several days into categories. Qin Jiao's notebook, Lin Weiguo's chemical factory, sampling records, old Weiss temperature curve, charts, SS charcoal, pencil, newspaper, the aquarium's floor plan, and Lin's notes were all spread out on the sofa and coffee table, with some pages having their corners curled from being flipped through repeatedly. Before she went to the provincial office, she needed to number the 4 new documents from the aquarium. The original notebook of Lin, the 47th fake marker from the planner NS floor plan, and a photo of Lin Weiguo's label on the amplifier in the broadcasting room. According to the filing format Old Chun had taught her, each document needed to be packed into evidence bags individually, with the outer bag labeled to indicate the source date and collector. She hadn't understood why Old Chun was so obsessed with the filing format before, but now she did. These items weren't for herself, they were for the next person who would open the safe. She might never know who that person was in her lifetime, but when that person saw the date and collector's signature on the label, they would know they were not the first to handle this file. She filled out the label, writing her name in the collector section. Then in the remarks section, she added a line: Lin Weiguo allocated equipment from the clock tower radio station to the aquarium in 2001, establishing the 415.7 frequency broadcasting node. This is the second node of the cross-instance communication chain. The first node is the clock tower radio station itself, and the third node is the passive listening station in the mining area's air raid shelter. All 3 nodes operate on the same frequency, maintained in frequency synchronization by Lin Weiguo within the core pillar of the chemical factory's ash pit. It is recommended that the aquarium broadcasting system be listed as a permanent node of the 415.7 communication chain, a do not dismantle. After completing the label, she organized the evidence bags in chronological order, with the topmost being the first shard Lin Weiguo excavated from the chemical factory wall in 1996, and the bottommost being the fluorescent fake marker she brought back from the aquarium yesterday. Spanning over 20 years, 6 individuals, 7 nodes, and a permanent communication protocol, she placed the evidence bags into a canvas bag, preparing to take them to the provincial office in the afternoon. After tidying up the coffee table, she took out the leftover rice from the fridge, cracked 2 eggs, and made herself a bowl of fried rice. Lu Jinghan had already left at some point, leaving a note pressed under Qin Jiao's enamel cup. The note read: go to Old Weiss side to collect the soil comparison report from the cotton spinning factory. I will return at noon. There is beef in the fridge, no need to wait for me. He wrote no need to wait for me on the note, but he had already taken the beef out earlier to thaw by the sink. He moved the meat from the freezer to the refrigerator so she could directly cook it if she wanted to eat at noon. She flipped the note over and saw another line: is your right shoulder still sore? Standing at the kitchen door, she looked at the note for a while, then folded it neatly and placed it in her coat pocket alongside Qin Jiao's note that said, don't let them know you can see these. After eating the fried rice, she washed the bowl, sat on the sofa, opened her laptop, and exported the interference signal logs from Qin Jiao's phone to her computer. After sorting them by date, she discovered that during the time Qin Jiao emitted interference signals from the orphanage's ash pit, there was an extremely weak response signal in addition to the 3 known nodes. Neither a handshake protocol from the core pillar nor a system scan leak pulse, but a signal similar to SS passive harmonic reception with a frequency offset of a few hertz, as if the transmitter was actively frequency modulating. Qin Jiao had noted this anomalous signal in her logs, marked with a question mark, and wrote unknown node. The frequency offset direction deviates from the system's scan band, suspected to be artificial. It did not respond. At that time she might have thought this was system scan noise. But after comparing Qin Zhao's logs with Lin Weiguo's allocation list from 20 years ago, Su Yi realized that this signal, with a few hertz offset, could not be from a system scan. The system scan frequency was fixed at 415.7 Hz and never deviated. Only artificial emissions could actively modulate frequency. Lin Weiguo had written a line in his notes at the chemical factory: this frequency is reusable. All ring bearers can communicate. She had previously thought this meant all ring bearers can use this frequency to communicate. Now after rereading this line she realized she might have misunderstood it. Not can all use it, but all maybe. Lin Weiguo had known 20 years ago that in addition to the 3 nodes he established there might be other ring bearers emitting signals on the same frequency, only he had not found them. The 4th node was not on Lin Weiguo's allocation list, nor in Qin Zhao's logs, nor in anyone's files. It existed alone in Qin Zhao's interference signal logs with a frequency offset of a few hertz, the signal weak enough to be nearly drowned out by system scan noise, but it was indeed there. She closed her laptop and wrote this discovery on a blank page in her notebook, drawing a question mark beside it. When she went to the provincial office in the afternoon, she would ask Old Shun to help retrieve all the recovery forms from the Provincial Materials Testing Institute that had detected abnormal signals on the 415.7 frequency band, not the batch sent by Lin Weiguo, but those sent by others later. If the 4th node indeed existed, someone must have detected the same offset signal at some point and included the data in the recovery forms submitted to the Provincial Materials Testing Institute. That person's name might not be on Lin Weiguo's list, but their recovery form would be at the bottom of some evidence bag in the safe of warehouse No. 7, awaiting for someone who would turn to the last page to discover it, just like those previously forgotten files. That afternoon Su Yi organized the 4 new files brought back from the aquarium into a canvas bag in chronological order and encountered Lu Jinghan, who had just returned from Old Wise Place at the stairway. He handed her a folded inspection report, which contained the isotope comparison results of soil samples from the cotton spinning factories, ash pit edge, and wall samples directly above the chemical plant's ash pit. She glanced at the conclusions section. The abnormal isotope ratio of the 2 samples was completely identical, confirming that the chemical plant and the cotton spinning factory were 2 different projection exits from the same core ash pit. The report also included a handwritten note from Old Way: the land use records for the air raid shelter group at the mining area have been found, and there is an unregistered underground facility between the air raid shelter and P1 which is not small in size, but the archives indicated that the original blueprints had been taken away over a decade ago by someone named Lin Weiguo and have not been returned since. On the back of the note a pencil line read: it is recommended that you bring a folding shovel next time you come. She flipped the note over and read it twice. Lin Weiguo took the original blueprints of the mining area air raid shelter group away over a decade ago, and in the last page of his notes from the chemical plant, he only mentioned 2 backup entrances, P1 and P2, without mentioning the air raid shelter group. That batch of blueprints might be buried at the bottom of some evidence bag in the No. 7 vault of the provincial office, stored in the same area as chemical plant fragments, bell tower radio transfer orders, and aquarium broadcast labels. She happened to be going to archive this afternoon and could also retrieve that blueprint. She folded the note neatly and tucked it into her notebook, then stuffed Lu Jinghan's soil comparison report into the canvas bag, and the 2 of them headed to the provincial office together. In the archive, Old Chun was sitting behind his old wooden desk, holding a teacup that no longer emitted heat. Upon seeing Su Yi walk in followed by Lu Jinghan carrying a canvas bag, he adjusted his reading glasses and said, "Here to archive again." From the aquarium. Su Yi placed the canvas bag on the desk and arranged the 4 new evidence bags in order of their numbers. The original notebook of Lin, the 47th fake marker of the planner ANS floor plan, and the broadcast room label photo, each properly labeled with date, source, and collector. Old Chun checked the label formats one by one, and when he saw that the collector section was filled with her name, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he said nothing. She handed over the last list of documents needing to be reviewed, the recovery tables of all abnormal signals detected in the 415.7 frequency band by the Provincial Material Testing Institute over the years, not the batch sent for inspection by Lin Weiguo, but those sent by others later. Additionally, there were the original blueprints taken by Lin Weiguo from the archives of the mining area air raid shelter group, which have yet to be returned, likely buried at the bottom of some evidence bag in the No. 7 vault. Old Chun took the list, removed his reading glasses, rubbed his nose with his thumb, thought for a moment, then stood up and walked to the iron cabinet, squatting down to retrieve a flattened brown paper envelope from the bottom. The envelope had a faded note attached written in Lin Weiguo's handwriting: Provincial Material Testing Institute Recovery Table. Not submitted by this project group. Source unknown. Contains records of abnormal signals in the 415.7 frequency band. Do not archive. Leave for future generations. He placed the envelope on the desk without opening it. Suyi opened the envelope. Inside were several very thin copies of inspection reports, the paper more fragile than the batch submitted by Lin Weigua, with yellowed edges and rusty staples. The first report submission date was 2005, and the submitting unit was the Provincial Material Testing Institute itself. Not an external submission, but rather an internal inspector accidentally capturing an abnormal signal while routinely calibrating the spectrum analyzer with a frequency deviation of 415. 7 Hz to a few Hz. The signal strength was extremely low, but the waveform was complete. The inspector wrote in the remarks section, signal suspected to be artificially encoded, pulse interval regular, unable to trace back. Inspector Zhou. The second report was from 2008, OI by the same inspector with the same offset frequency. The signal strength was slightly enhanced compared to the 2005 instance, and the pulse interval shortened by a few tenths of a second, indicating that the transmitter was actively adjusting power and frequency. The remarks section stated, captured again. The signal source direction was initially located in the northern part of the old industrial area. On-site inspection was recommended. Not approved. Inspector Zhou. The third report was from 2011, with Inspector Zhou having been transferred, replaced by an Inspector Wu. Only wrote one sentence in the remarks section, there is still an unarchived signal in Zhou's spectrum analyzer calibration records. Frequency deviation and cycle are consistent with Zhou's records. Not reported. Inspector Wu. She arranged the 3 inspection reports by date and drew the corresponding timeline in her notebook. The first capture in 2005, the second capture and initial positioning in 2008, and the third capture in 2011, but not reported. Qin Zhao emitted interference signals in the ash pit of the orphanage around 2012, and the unknown offset signal she noted in her logs happened to fall between 2011 and 2012. The signals captured by Zhou and Wu at the Provincial Material Testing Institute were the same as the fourth node that Qin Zhao later received at the orphanage, a ring bearer who had never appeared in any archives, emitting an offset signal alone for 6 years between 2005 and 2011. This person was not contained by the system, had no name, no number, and left no identity markers in the communication records of Lin Weigua, Qin Zhao, or anyone else. Zhou and Wu at the Provincial Material Testing Institute recorded the complete technical parameters for him, using the spectrum analyzer, the frequency deviation direction, deviating from the system, scan band regular pulse intervals, and the signal source direction located in the northern part of the old industrial area. This position was exactly between the abandoned substation B02 and the old water tower B01. Suyi had previously inspected the backup entrances and visited these 2 buildings. The substation was in a desiccated state, its microcore pillar long ineffective. The old water tower's filament network had also been severed. However, she had not delved deeply into the area between these 2 buildings. That was a pocket area filled with broken bricks and abandoned cables, with no buildings marked on the map, only a few red brick walls that had partially collapsed, and an iron ladder leading to an underground corridor. If the fourth node had been active since 2005, the emitter might still be in the underground corridor. She transcribed all the corresponding time points of the 3 inspection reports and Qin Zhao's interference logs onto the blank pages of her notebook, then asked Old Chun, are Zhou and Wu still there at the Provincial Material Testing Institute? Zhou, who first captured the abnormal signal in 2005, wrote a recommendation for on-site inspection in 2008, but was not approved. Wu, who took over Zhou's position in 2011, discovered the unarchived signal left by Zhou, but did not report it. These 2 might know the exact location of the signal source. The spectrum analyzer's positioning data is more precise than the signal strength in Qin Zhao's logs. Old Chin fell silent for a moment, then took off his reading glasses and placed them on the desk. Zhou had passed away from lung cancer. By the time it was discovered, it was already in the late stage. Before he left, he organized all his inspection records during his time at the Provincial Material Testing Institute and handed them over to Wu. Wu was his apprentice, later transferred to a testing station in another city, and before leaving, he did the same, sealing all unarchived abnormal signal records in a brown paper envelope, which was labeled Leave for Future Generations. This envelope is the one currently on the table. Zhou told Wu on his hospital bed that the signal source he located back then was neither in the substation nor the water tower, but in the underground corridor beneath that pocket area. He applied for an on-site inspection, but was rejected, the reason being that the underground corridor was structurally unstable and people could not enter. He attempted to go down once himself, descending about 10 meters down the iron ladder in the corner of the pocket area, where he saw a wall embedded with old ring fragments consistent in structure with the mine entrance wall, but smaller and deeper. A ring bearer had embedded themselves into the wall of the underground corridor, continuously emitting offset signals using the resonance frequency of the ring fragments. He left no charcoal pencil notes or notes, only a wall filled with ring fragments, each fragment emitting an extremely faint cold light. Zhou stayed in the corridor for a long time, repeatedly measuring the direction and frequency of the signal source with the spectrum analyzer he carried, confirming that the offset signal was emitted from the array of ring fragments on that wall with an extremely low emission power but an extremely stable frequency. The emitter had been embedded for years, and the array of ring fragments was operating autonomously, not needing the wearer to maintain it. Zhou did not disturb him. He simply recorded the spectrum analyzer data and returned to the unit to write a recommendation for an inspection report. The report was not approved. He clipped the original spectrum diagram into the envelope along with the same frequency signals received over the following years. After Wu took over, he continued to keep Zhou's unarchived records. Now this envelope is placed on the table. Suyi secured the envelope and placed it into the canvas bag. She stood up, took out her phone from her coat pocket, opened engineering mode, and entered 415. 7 Hz, setting the frequency offset parameters to a few hertz. The signal strength indicator on the screen jumped up from the bottom, showing an extremely faint pulse at the offset frequency, stable, regular, and completely consistent with Qin Zhao's logs, as well as the detection reports from Zhou and Wu. The 4th node was still functioning. That person was still embedded in the wall of the underground corridor, maintaining this offset signal with the array of ring fragments uninterrupted since 2005. He was a decade later than the 0 node, a few years later than Lin Weiguo, almost contemporaneous with Qin Zhao, but he had never transmitted any communication on the 415. 7 main frequency. He was using an offset frequency, intentionally deviating a few hertz from the main frequency, so the system scan pulses would automatically filter out his signal, but any ring bearer could manually shift the frequency in engineering mode to detect it. He had transformed his ring into a secret beacon, inaudible to the system, only detectable by those who knew the frequency offset parameters. Zhou discovered the parameters, Wu retained them, and Old Chen locked them in an envelope for over a decade. Now this parameter was input into Su Ye's phone engineering mode. The faint and stable pulse on the screen was still jumping, identical to when Zhou first saw it on the spectrum analyzer 20 years ago. She turned her phone screen towards Lu Jinghan. He looked at the faint pulse, fell silent for a moment, then picked up the canvas bag from the desk and said, "The structure of the underground corridor is similar to that of the mine. You should bring a hammer." Suyi tucked her phone back into her pocket and picked up Qin Zhao's enamel cup to finish the last sip of already cold tea. Old Chen did not stand up to send her off, merely put his reading glasses back on, lowered his head to open a new registration form, and wrote today's date on the first line. The hollow land in the northern part of the old industrial area was harder to find than Suyi had anticipated. The map indicated the empty space between substation B02 and the old water tower B01. But upon arriving, she discovered that piles of broken bricks and abandoned cables towered higher than a person, with several partially collapsed red brick walls dividing the entire area into irregular fragments. She circled between the brick walls several times before finally finding the iron ladder leading to the underground corridor described in Zhou's report, hidden behind a pile of crushed scrap metal barrels. The handrails of the iron ladder were already rusty and brittle, and the non-slip patterns on the rungs had been worn down to shallow impressions, yet the rungs themselves were not rusted through. Someone had recently used it, not Zhou, as that was over a decade ago, but likely an S or another unrecorded ring bearer. She pulled out Qin Zhao's phone, activated the engineering mode, and entered the offset frequency. The signal strength indicator on the screen jumped from the bottom, pulsating steadily and faintly, exactly as it had when Zhou first captured it on the spectrum analyzer. The signal source was directly below her. She turned on the flashlight, biting it between her teeth, and grasped the iron ladder's handrails, stepping down one rung at a time. The ladder was long, it took her more than 10 meters to reach the bottom, which was a narrow concrete platform. In front of her was an abandoned underground corridor with pipes protruding from both sides of the walls, intersecting overhead to form a rusted metal mesh. The air was dry and bitter, reminiscent of the metallic oxidization odor that permeated the basement of the record store, but older and thicker, as if this scent had been trapped in the corridor for 20 years without dissipating. She walked forward along the corridor, the beam of her flashlight sweeping over the rust layer on the surface of the pipe. There were several very shallow scratches on the rust layer, not made by tools, but by fingernails. Someone had once held onto these pipes and walked step by step inward, their nails carving fine patterns into the rust. At the end of the pipe was a wall structurally similar to the rock face at the mine entrance, but smaller and deeper. The wall was embedded with fragments of silver rings. Each fragment emitted an extremely faint cold light, resonating in harmony with her own ring, the pulsation rhythm completely synchronized. The arrangement of the fragments was not random. They were embedded in the wall in a specific geometric pattern, radiating outwards from the exact center into several concentric circles, with equal spacing between each circle of fragments, indicating a high degree of precision not achievable by mere visual estimation. This person was either an engineer or had at least received training in precise measurement. He constructed a passive resonance array with the ring fragments on this wall, allowing it to continuously broadcast the offset frequency without requiring the bearer to actively transmit any signal. The power was extremely low, but the frequency was exceptionally stable. The system's scanning pulses would automatically filter out this offset frequency, as the system only listened to 415.7 main frequency, while he embedded his own signal in the blind zone just outside the main frequency by a few hertz. Any ring bearer could manually offset the frequency in engineering mode to receive it, but the system would never discover it. Suyi approached the wall and found a larger fragment of a ring embedded at the center of the array, its surface oxidized and darkened, but the inner fluff still pulsed, slightly synchronized with her own ring. This main ring served as the transmitter while the surrounding fragments acted as amplifiers. This person had dismantled his own ring, crushed the outer metal to create a reflector, and embedded the inner fluff next to the main ring to act as a resonator, using the entire wall as a signal tower. He transformed his ring into a permanent secret beacon. The system could not hear it, but every ring bearer who knew the offset frequency could find it. He left no charcoal pencil inscriptions or notes, unlike Zero Qin Jiao and Lin Weiguo. Zero deceived the system with a false response protocol at the mine entrance. Qin Jiao marked the interference scanning path with his name in the orphanage's ash pit, and Lin Weiguo repeatedly recorded this frequency is reusable in the chemical plant's notes. They all left clear messages for future seekers. But this person wrote nothing. He simply embedded himself into the wall of the corridor, arranging the ring fragments into an array that would perpetually broadcast the same offset signal. The signal itself contained no content. No name, no coordinates, no warnings, and no calls for help. Only the frequency remained. As long as the frequency existed, any ring bearer could follow the offset frequency to find this wall, and then decide for themselves whether to record the frequency offset parameters to pass on to the next person. Lu Jinghan stood behind her, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the fragments of concentric rings on the wall. He reached out, gently touching one of the fragments in the outer circle with his finger. The fragment flashed a brighter cold light than the others at the moment it touched his fingertip. It was not broken by his touch, but responded to the signal from his ring, triggering the mutual inductance coupling among the fragments. All the fragments on the wall flashed simultaneously, converging from the outer circle to the inner circle, finally gathering at the main ring, which pulsed once with cold light before stabilizing again. In its operational state, this wall could passively receive the ring frequencies of other bearers, triggering a synchronized flash across the entire array. The designer deliberately left this interactive feedback. He did not know who would find this wall in the future, but he wanted that person to know you have been sensed. Suyi gazed at the gradually stabilizing concentric rings, recalling the inspector's surname Zhou from the Provincial Material Testing Institute. Zhou discovered this offset frequency over a decade ago, repeatedly verifying the pulse intervals and signal directions on the spectrum analyzer, confirming that the signal source was neither a false alarm nor system noise, and then submitted a suggestion for an on-site investigation report to his superiors. In his report, he wrote, the signal appears to be artificially encoded with regular pulse intervals, untraceable. The report was not approved, and he went down into the corridor, standing in front of this wall for a long time. He had no ring, no engineering mode, but he carried a spectrum analyzer accurately recording the direction and frequency of the signal source. He slipped the data into an envelope and handed it to his apprentice Wu, who continued to retain these unarchived records of abnormal signals after taking over his position. Wu was later transferred to a testing station in another city. Before leaving, he sealed all the unarchived records in a brown paper envelope, writing for future bearers on it. That envelope was now in her canvas bag alongside Lin Weiguo's note, Qin Jiao's journal, and ANS. Zhou and Wu were not ring bearers. They possessed no supernatural abilities and had never entered any instance, merely two ordinary inspectors calibrating spectrum analyzers day after day in the basement of the Provincial Material Testing Institute. Yet they guarded the same frequency for decades, preserving the offset parameters in their archives for anyone who would open that envelope. Today, Suyi opened that envelope. She took out Qin Jiao's phone from her pocket and added a line in the notes under the last record. The fourth node has been confirmed. The underground corridor's wall is embedded with a passive resonance array of ring fragments, with the main ring debris at the center of the array and the fragments arranged in concentric circles, broadcasting a frequency of 415.7 Hz offset by a few hertz. Discoverer Zhou, inspector from the Provincial Material Testing Institute. Discovery date 2005. The array is still operating stably. The identity of the transmitter remains unknown, and no written records have been left. It is recommended that the fourth node be designated as a permanent blind zone beacon for communication chain 415.7, or retaining the offset frequency parameters and not overriding it. After writing, she put the phone back in her pocket and took Zhou and Wu's envelope from her canvas bag, placing it on the ground directly beneath the main ring using a small piece of brick to weigh down one corner. Inside the envelope was a photocopy of the suggestion for an investigation report Zhou had written years ago, along with a trend chart of signal strength changes that Wu later compiled. These two had guarded this offset signal for decades, and now it was time for their record to be made. She did not need to inscribe any words on this wall. The records she brought with her were already inscribed in the permanent log of communication chain 415. 7 etched into the continuously updated notes on Qin Jiao's phone and engraved in the cold light that synchronized with the ring on Lu Jinghan's hand standing just behind her. Lu Jinghan turned off the flashlight, plunging the corridor back into darkness, leaving only the faint cold light of the ring fragment array on the wall, contracting in circles from outside to inside, then expanding again in circles from inside to outside, like an extremely slow heartbeat. He said Zhou and Wu were not ring bearers. They had no rings, no special abilities, just two ordinary people who spent their lives staring at the signal strength indicator in front of the spectrum analyzer. Yet they preserved this offset frequency for decades from 2005 until today without interruption. Suyi picked up the piece of brick that had weighed down the envelope and weighed it in her hand. She recalled the severed fine threads in the basement of the red brick building, the old rings still transmitting interference signals in the core pillar of the record store, the glowing hand of zero at the mine entrance, the duty roster drawn by Qin Jiao in the orphanage's archive, and the severed hand embedded in the wall above the ash pit at the chemical plant belonging to Lin Weigua. And Zhou and Wu, two people who had never entered any instance and had never worn any rings, used spectrum analyzers and registration forms to guard an eternal offset signal for all ring bearers within the system's scanning blind zone. They were all beacons. Every fragment, every hand, every note, every unarchived inspection report represented the same thing. A blind zone signal pulsing repeatedly in the heart of the system, telling all future seekers, someone has guarded this place, you are not the first, and you will not be the last. She placed the piece of brick back on the ground and turned to walk towards the exit of the corridor. Lu Jinghan followed behind her, the two of them stepping over the old pipes that had been scratched by fingernails, the rust from the iron ladder's rungs, making a faint scraping sound against their shoes. As they returned to the surface, the afternoon sun was sinking behind the piles of broken bricks in the old industrial area, casting the entire hollow land in a deep orange hue. Suyi stood at the top of the iron ladder, pulled out Qin Jiao's phone, and added a line to the last entry in the notes for Zhou and Wu. The signal is still transmitting. The frequency offset parameters have been archived. Your envelope has been placed beneath the main ring. Then she put the phone back in her pocket. There were many tasks awaiting her tomorrow, but tonight she would return to rest first. Early the next morning, Suyi squatted down on the gravel road at the entrance of the cotton mill, pulling out the folding shovel from the canvas bag and testing the edge with her thumb. Last night, she had spent quite a while sharpening it at the coffee table with an oil stone purchased from a hardware store, rubbing it back and forth dozens of times until the edge could slice through a piece of dry grass. Lu Jinghan parked the car under the half-dried old locust tree at the factory entrance, pulling out 2 pairs of protective gloves and several evidence bags with labels already folded, handing 1 pair of gloves to her. Old Wei said the construction team would start work next week, and once the grass was laid, the pit would be permanent. Today they would finish taking the last batch of soil samples from the edge of the pit, and then remove the segment of the pipe from the ceiling. He had marked the location of that pipe on the back of the temperature curve chart, a remnant that had been torn from the structure above when Sun Guoyang was vertically transported, which had been missed in the previous sampling. Old Wei called in the morning to say he had been going through old files until midnight and found a rough sketch of the ceiling structure of the pit drawn by his squad leader back then, which indicated the precise location of that pipe. Half a meter north of, directly above the pit wedge between a crack in the ceiling and a discarded steam pipe. Suyi put on the protective gloves and walked into the factory with the canvas bag. The light inside was as dim as when she had come last time, and the shattered glass crunched underfoot. The ash pit looked the same as before, a charred circular shallow pit embedded in the center of the concrete floor with a ring of silvery metal debris on the edge, oxidized to a dark gray, almost blending in with the surrounding concrete. She squatted by the edge of the pit, arranging the evidence bags according to the sampling locations, then used the folding shovel to scrape off the first layer of soil sample from the outermost edge of the pit. The blade of the shovel cut into the ground at a depth just under half a centimeter, and the scraped soil was light gray, with fine particles consistent in texture with the first batch of soil samples collected from the edge of the chemical factory's ash pit. She placed the sample in evidence bag number 1 using a marker to write the sampling location, depth, and date on the label. After collecting the outermost sample from the pit's edge, she moved the shovel half a meter toward the center of the pit to begin scraping the second layer. The color of this layer had noticeably darkened, from light gray to dark gray with coarser particles mixed with several grains of metallic debris that had already oxidized to black. She gently pinched a piece of debris between her fingertips, holding it in her palm to examine it in the morning light streaming through the broken window. The surface of the debris had fine concentric ring patterns identical to the array of fragments in the underground pipe corridor. During the heat absorption phase, the core column of the ash pit would push internal fluffy debris outward along a fine filament network. These fragments were not the outer debris that had fallen from Sun Guoliang's hand ring, but rather remnants of fluff expelled from the core column's interior due to high temperatures. The amount of fluff debris released by the ash pit's core column during the penetration phase far exceeded that from the record store and aquarium. This core column had already been activated to the penetration phase back, then nearly completing vertical transport. Squad leader Old Wei had guarded the pit all night, using his thermal curve chart to backtrack the time of penetration, evacuating all his comrades from the factory a few hours in advance. He did not stop the penetration. Instead, he interfered with the scanning path of the core column, using thermal radiation a few minutes before the penetration began, causing the ash pit to mistakenly believe the target was no longer near the pit. His interference plan was physically identical to Qin Zhao's signal deviation and the false response protocol of 0, but instead of using digital signals, he utilized thermal radiation. Su Yi placed the second layer of soil sample into evidence bag number 2, standing up to stretch her knees that had gone numb from squatting. Lu Jinghan had already moved the folding ladder from the corner and set it up directly above the pit, the top of the ladder just reaching the crack in the ceiling. He climbed up and shone his flashlight into the depths of the crack, finding the segment of gray pipe wedged between the discarded steam pipe and the concrete floor. The pipe was not thick, its surface covered with a layer of already dried silver metallic sheen, matching the material of the inner fluff of the hand ring perfectly, with several strands of already charred filaments stuck to the outer wall of the pipe. Remnants of high-temperature material ejected from the core column during the penetration phase. He gently tapped the point where the pipe met the steam pipe with a small hammer, rust flakes falling down the pipe, loosening slightly, but not falling off. He tapped again, this time with more precision. The hammerhead struck the stress concentration point of the joint, and the pipe came loose with a sound, landing on the open canvas bag with a dull thud. He flipped the pipe over lightly, knocked it a few times with the opening facing down, and several charred fragments and a short segment of silver fluff fell out from the inner wall. When the pipe was torn apart, it was still filled with high-temperature metallic vapor, which condensed on the inner wall of the pipe, forming a very thin metallic coating, the composition of which was identical to that of the outer layer of the hand ring. Su Yi took the pipe, placed it into the already labeled evidence bag, and wrote in the remarks section, remnant structure of vertical transport in the cotton mill ash pit, with a layer of high-temperature metallic vapor condensation on the inner wall, confirming that the core column of the ash pit releases fluff debris and gaseous metals during the penetration phase. This structure is homologous in physical composition to the ring frequency beacons used in the zero false response protocol at the mine entrance and the passive resonance arrays at the fourth node of the underground pipe corridor, both being modifications of the inner fluff and outer metal of the hand ring. After writing, she sealed the evidence bag and placed it at the bottom of the canvas bag. Lu Jinghan came down from the folding ladder, brushed the rust dust off his gloves, and said that Old Wei had called again, saying that after sampling the pit, they should take a look at the row of small houses behind the factory, the one where the night watchman had stayed. The night watchman continued to live here for several years after Sun Guoliang went missing, only moving out last year. A few days ago, when Old Wei went to deliver the soil comparison report from the cotton mill, he saw a stack of old newspapers still piled in the corner of the night watchman's room, with several handwritten observation records pressed underneath them. Records of the temperature changes and ground vibrations noted by the night watchman near the pit, spanning from the year Sun Guoliang went missing to recent years. The night watchman had no rings or any professional instruments, but he would check the pit every night, feeling whether the ground was still warm and writing down his observations. Over the years, the residual temperature of the cotton mill ash pit had been slowly decreasing, but it had never completely dropped to room temperature, aligning with the decay curve predicted by squad leader Old Wei's thermal curve chart. An ordinary night watchman with a pen and several stacks of old newspapers provided several years of independent validation data for squad leader Old Wei's thermal curve chart. His name never appeared in any files, but his observation records still lay beneath the pile of newspapers in the corner of the night watchman's room, waiting for someone who would discover them. Su Yi picked up the canvas bag, deciding to archive those observation records before the construction team arrived. After emerging from the underground corridor, Su Yi stood at the iron ladder for a while, transferring several newly taken photos from Qin Zhao's phone to her notebook. The image of the concentric ring arrangement of the broken fragments on the corridor wall, the position of the main ring's wreckage, and an overhead shot of the envelope placed directly beneath the main ring. She annotated each photo with the shooting time and direction in pencil. By the time she returned to the provincial office, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Old Chun was organizing the last batch of visitor registration forms for the day, and upon seeing her enter, adjusted his reading glasses. "How's it going over there in the corridor?" "Found it. It's neither the fake response protocol of Zero nor the active interference of Qin Jiao." That person dismantled his ring into fragments and arranged them into a concentric ring array using the entire wall as a signal tower, continuously broadcasting a signal on a deviated frequency. The array is passively resonant, requiring no maintenance from the wearer. As long as the ring fragments remain on the wall, it can operate indefinitely. He discovered that the system only listens to 415.7's main frequency, embedding his signal in the blind spot just outside a few hertz of the main frequency, which the system would never detect. However, any wearer can manually shift the frequency in engineering mode to measure it. He left no written trace. No name, no coordinates, no warnings, just a frequency. She handed Old Chun the spectrum screenshot from Qin Jiao's phone. Zhou from the Provincial Materials Testing Institute captured this deviated signal for the first time using a spectrum analyzer in 2005 and wrote a recommendation report for investigation, but it was not approved. He himself went down to take a look, noted the data, and handed it to his apprentice Wu. Later, Wu also measured the same frequency, sealing Zhou's records along with his own data in an envelope. "This afternoon, I placed the envelope beneath the main ring of the corridor array, weighted down with broken bricks at the corners. Inside, I included a copy of the investigation report," Zhou wrote back then, and a table of signal strength variation compiled by Wu. Old Chun was silent for a moment, then took off his reading glasses and placed them on the table. Zhou and Wu are not members of the Special Investigation Team. They are merely inspectors from the Provincial Materials Testing Institute, whose routine work involves calibrating spectrum analyzers and logging samples for inspection. But Zhou, even on his hospital bed, kept telling Wu that the signal source he located back then was neither at the substation nor at the water tower, but rather in the underground corridor of that sandwich plot. He applied for a site inspection, but was denied on the grounds that the corridor structure was unstable. Yet he went. Later, Wu organized his data into a trend table and found that the signal strength had not diminished in these decades. It's not that the transmitter had not weakened, but rather that the array's passive resonant structure automatically compensates for the power loss caused by fragment oxidation. The wall was calculated for decay allowance from the very beginning, and the arrangement spacing of each fragment corresponded to a specific resonant compensation coefficient. This person designed the ring as a permanent beacon he never intended to return. Suyi summarized the contents of Zhou and Wu's envelope in her notebook, then took out 4 evidence bags brought back from the aquarium and arranged them by number on Old Chen's desk. The original notebook of Lin, the 47th false marker from the planner, a floor plan from Un, and a photo of the label on the amplifier in the broadcast room, marked with Lin Weiguo's name. Every label's collector column was filled with her name, and the remarks section was densely packed with related information. Old Chun checked the label formats one by one, pausing when he saw the line in Lin's notebook label remarks that read, "Lin, your plan saved at least 3 newcomers," then placed the evidence bags in order of date into the top compartment of the No. 7 safe. Alongside pieces of Lin Weiguo's chemical factory debris, Qin Jiao's interference signal log, and Old Weiss temperature curve chart. "You still need one more." Old Chin closed the safe door and pulled out a yellowing file bag from the drawer, which had a faded label with Lin Weiguo's handwriting. 415.7 Communication Protocol Registration Application. Applicant Lin Weiguo. Date 2001. Remarks: this protocol is an open protocol, and any wearer can register as a node. The registration method is to continuously emit synchronized pulses at the 415.7 frequency band. The system automatically recognizes and includes it in the permanent online node list. This application has been submitted but received no response from the system. However, the protocol has taken effect at the physical layer. So he took the file bag and opened it. Inside was only one page, a handwritten draft of the application by Lin Weiguo, extremely concise, listing only 3 points. First, the 415.7 frequency band is the universal communication protocol for wearers. Any wearer can emit or receive signals on this frequency. Second, node registration is done by continuously emitting synchronized pulses, which the system automatically recognizes and includes in the permanent online node list. Third, this protocol is open with no encryption or permissions, and anyone with the same frequency can join. At the bottom of the draft, there was a line that had been crossed out and rewritten with a pencil. Hope the successors continue to maintain this protocol. The crossed out part was hope changed to suggestion, crossed out again, and finally written as expect. She placed the application draft on the table, picked up a pen, and added a word next to expect. Confirm. Lin Weiguo wrote, expect successors to continue to maintain this protocol, and she added confirm at the end, signing her name and the date of that day. Then she placed the application back in the file bag and put the file bag in the top compartment of the No. 7 safe alongside all the other archived documents. After completing the archiving procedures, Su-yi took out all the remaining unnumbered evidence bags from the No. 7 safe and laid them out in a row on the old wooden table by the window. There was the last batch of interference signal spectrograms from Qin Jiao emitted in the orphanage's ash pit, next to which was her handwritten frequency calibration record with each peak labeled with the corresponding time. There was also a second version of the ring thermal curve chart hand-drawn by Old Wei at the cotton mill's pit, which had 2 more sets of thermal phase data points than the first version redrawn after he spent an entire night observing at the pit, and there was SS complete. Ring frequency passive reception log written with charcoal on old newspaper in the red brick building's distribution room. Every harmonic record he passively received from Zero's fake response protocol to Qin Jiao's interference signal. Each of these items was not included in the formal archive numbering system. They were drafts left by them in different years, different copies, and different ash pits never archived by anyone. Su-yi spent nearly 2 hours checking the completeness of each page using a soft brush to clean the debris and dust attached to the paper surface, then labeling, assigning temporary numbers, and taking photos for preservation. The date range on the labels varied greatly. The earliest was a sketch of the internal structure of the ring drawn by Lin Weiguo during sampling at the chemical factory's wall, and the latest was a photocopy of a photo of a hatband penguin drawn by an on the plaster rock wall of the aquarium's penguin exhibit. Spanning more than 20 years, 7 individuals, 7 nodes, and a permanent communication protocol. By the time all the evidence bags were archived, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Old Chin finished the last cup of tea, stood up, and turned off the lights in the archive one by one, leaving only the old-fashioned desk lamp on her table. Su-yi sat under the desk lamp, exporting the last unarchived record from Qin Jiao's phone to her notebook. It was a system automatic notification she received in the aquarium's negative pressure zone, containing only one line: 415. 7 frequency band has been registered as a universal communication protocol for players. Registrant Lin Weiguo. Status permanently valid. Current online node count 9. 9. She counted again. The passive listening of the air defense cave in the mining area, the bell tower radio station, the aquarium's broadcast system, the signal interference array of the orphanage, the old ring resonance network in the basement of the record store, Lin Weiguo's own residual signal above the chemical factory, ash pit, the still emitting interference pulse in Qin Jiao's phone's engineering mode, and the passive resonant array of deviated frequency in the underground corridor, plus the dual ring synchronous signal that she and Lu Jinghan emitted in the aquarium's negative pressure zone. Exactly 9. Lin Weiguo's line, written in 2001, "This frequency can be reused any wearer can communicate," was fully realized 20 years later by 9 online nodes. And the 9th node was the 2 rings that were just successfully registered after synchronizing breathing heart rates and resisting water flow in the aquarium's negative pressure zone. The system automatically recognized them as dual ring synchronous nodes, merging their ring frequencies into Lin Weiguo's permanent protocol. She closed the notebook and put Qin Jiao's phone in her pocket. Lu Jinghan was waiting for her by the old wooden table at the archive door, holding the canvas bag that had already frayed at the edges, containing a folding shovel, a small hammer, half a pack of compressed biscuits, and Qin Jiao's enamel cup. Upon seeing her stand up, he threw the canvas bag over his shoulder and said, "Old Wei just sent a message saying that the cotton mill pit area has recently been included in the municipal greening renovation scope, and the construction team will be coming next week. If the pit is covered with grass, it will be difficult to sample again. He asked if we should go one more time in the next couple of days to take the last batch of soil samples from the pit edge before construction, and also to dismantle that truncated ash-gray tube on the ceiling directly above the pit. This tube is a remnant structure left by Sun Guoyang when he was vertically transported, which was overlooked during previous sampling." Su-yi took the enamel cup from his hand, took a sip of the cool tea, and left the cup on Old Chin's desk for him to brew new tea in the morning. Then she walked out of the provincial office door with him, looking up at the night sky on the steps. The city's light pollution had drowned out most of the stars, but there was a particularly bright solitary star in the western sky, as stable as the cold light of the main ring of the broken fragments array in the underground corridor. Tomorrow morning, she would go to the cotton mill to retrieve the last batch of soil samples from the pit and that section of ash-gray tubing, then go to the mining area to complete the coordinates for P1 and P2. Moreover, Lin Weiguo mentioned in his notes at the chemical factory that there are still old entrances outside the sequence, unnumbered, waiting for future successors to continue. Those earlier backup entrances might still be buried at the bottom of some evidence bag in the No. 7 safe, awaiting the next person to discover them as they turn to the last page. However, today she had archived enough materials. Tonight she would return and rest well, deciding to sharpen the edge of that folding shovel again before starting out tomorrow. The small bungalow where the night watchman once lived stood behind the factory building pressed tightly against the ruined half of an old warehouse. Along its base a row of rusted iron oil drums sat stacked. Inside them grew a few withered chili plants long since dead. The door was unlocked, its wooden panels blown partly ajar by the wind with a yellowed scrap of old newspaper wedged into the crack. Suyi pushed the door open. Inside the furnishings were even more austere than she had imagined: an iron-framed bed draped with a stiffened cotton mattress, a low table made from particle board bearing a chipped enamel cup, and a stub of candle. In one corner several stacks of old newspapers weighed down by bricks each pile, flanked by a palm-sized work manual bound in coarse craft paper, its edges worn fuzzy from years of handling. She crouched down and removed the stack nearest the doorway. Beneath it lay a work manual whose cover bore a name: Zhao Chonglin. Beneath the name, written in ballpoint ink, ran a single-line: Night Watchman, Cotton Mill, on duty from 1998 to 2016. She began with the first volume. May 1998, 3 weeks after Sun Guoyang's disappearance, Zhao Chonglin recorded his first independent observation of the pit. Outside the official duty log. Tonight the ground around the pit felt warmer than its surroundings. I tested it with my hand, just over 40 degrees Celsius. No open flame, no smoke, only dry heat. The silvery white granules encircling the pit's rim had begun to dull, resembling burnt aluminum foil. I asked the factory director whether to report it. He said no, that geothermal warmth was perfectly normal. Yet he had never visited this workshop at night. February 1999. The pit's surface temperature has dropped to roughly 30 degrees Celsius. The silvery white granules have fully oxidized into a dull gray indistinguishable from ordinary concrete. Yet the soles of my feet still register faint warmth when stepping upon them. Snow fell tonight. Where flakes landed directly above the pit, they melted faster than those nearby. The melt line traced a perfect circle precisely along the pit's ash-rimmed edge. I knelt beside that circle for a long time, certain this pit was not dead. It was merely sleeping. Suyi laid the page flat on the low table and shone her flashlight onto the faded ballpoint script. As early as that winter of 1999, Zhao Chonglin had already observed the anomalous snowmelt pattern along the pit's rim, using only the most rudimentary means to verify the decay curve that Senior Sergeant Lao Wei had derived from his annular thermal graphs. After the penetration phase was abruptly halted, the core column's temperature did not plummet, but instead decayed slowly along a logarithmic curve, rapid cooling in the early years, progressively slower thereafter, yet never truly reaching ambient temperature. Senior Sergeant Lao Wei sketched that curve by hand on graph paper with pencil. Zhao Chonglin verified its latter half with bare hands and bare feet. He possessed no professional instruments, not even a thermal ring, and had no idea how deep underground the pit's core column lay. Yet every night, he placed his palm upon the pit's rim, recorded his sensory impression of temperature in his work manual, filled one volume per year, and dated each entry alongside weather notes. Even Senior Sergeant Lao Wei himself had never conceived of such a method, using snowmelt patterns to reverse map residual thermal distribution across the pit's surface. It proved more precise, more intuitive than point-based temperature measurement alone. Zhao Chonglin sketched the melt line as a rough diagram tucked inside his manual in a regular closed curve annotated with melt time differentials at 8 cardinal points. The north side melted slowest, the south fastest, a differential of roughly 1 degree Celsius. This indicated the core column lay slightly southward beneath the mill grounds, consistent with Sun Guoyang's upward trajectory during his spatial displacement. She continued, flipping forward. In a July 2005 entry, Zhao Chonglin noted someone came here. A footprint appeared beside the pit. Neither mine nor any workers. Deep tread pattern, anti-slip rubber soles. It led from the pit toward the factory gate, then doubled back, pausing beside the pit, where knees had pressed faint gray marks into the dust. He touched nothing within the pit, merely knelt there a while, rose and left. He disturbed nothing, but he knew exactly what this pit was, because I found a wilted wild chrysanthemum beside the dust mark. Suyi photographed that page and sent it to Lao Chun, adding July 2005. Zhao Chonglin, night watchman at the cotton mill, recorded an unannounced visitor to the pit who left behind a wild chrysanthemum. This individual may be linked to Node 4 of the underground conduit network, the same year Zhou first captured the offset frequency signal. Please check whether Senior Sergeant Lao Wei noted anything about chrysanthemums left at the pit on the reverse of his thermal curve diagram. Lao Chen replied promptly, "You hold the original thermal curve diagram. But I recall the photocopy's reverse bears a faint pencil note. Someone comes yearly to place wild chrysanthemums at the pit, not a comrade unknown." Suyi retrieved the photocopy of Senior Sergeant Lao Wei's thermal curve diagram, tucked inside her notebook, and indeed in the lower right margin a minuscule pencil inscription appeared, written in the same hand that labeled peak thermal values on the front, but paler, as though jotted absent-mindedly and never revisited. Senior Sergeant Lao Wei never pursued the identity of that person. Yet he inscribed the chrysanthemums onto the thermal curve diagram itself, listing them alongside peak temperatures, pulse intervals, and decay rates, as an unofficial but essential observational metric of the pit's state. Nor did Zhao Chonglin ever inquire who that person was. Yet in the final line of that July 2005 entry, written with heavier pressure than any other passage, he added the flower was fresh, plucked recently. Its stem remained damp at the cut. No wild chrysanthemums grow nearby. He must have brought it from elsewhere. I placed it at the pit's center. I did not test the temperature today. The next day, he resumed regular observations as if nothing had occurred. But in the following year's manuals, a July entry would appear without fail. The flower has returned. Sometimes solitary, sometimes a small bouquet, sometimes centered in the pit, sometimes nestled beside the widest cement fissure where silver-white granules clustered most densely. Year after year, rain or shine for over a decade. Su Yi photographed every flower has returned entry, labeled them chronologically, and saved them in her phone's album. Then she arranged Zhao Chonglin's 18 manuals in chronological order, gently brushed dust from their covers with a soft bristled brush, and sealed them into evidence bags. Under source on the label, she wrote Zhao Chonglin Night Watchman Cotton Mill. In the remarks section, she densely transcribed summaries of all key observations, from hand-drawn meltline sketches to the annual chrysanthemum entries. Zhao Chonglin stood vigil over the mill for 18 years, recording the full life cycle of the ash pit through the simplest, most elemental means available to a night watchman. His observations and Senior Sergeant Lao Wei's annular thermal diagrams existed independently, yet mutually confirmed one another, one set rendered in precise graphite lines on grid paper, the other etched in tactile memory and snowmelt contours. Together, these two datasets constitute the complete thermal history of the cotton mill's ash pit, from the abrupt termination of its penetration phase to its eventual stabilization at a temperature just above ambient. Su Yi slipped the evidence bag into her canvas satchel, then opened Zhao Chonglin's final manual to its last. This was his final entry, written at the low table in the night watchman's quarters. His handwriting, far more weathered than in the 1998 volume, retained its firm, deliberate stroke. The temperature has stabilized for several years now. The pit's surface feels no different from surrounding ground, yet snow still melts slightly faster above it in winter. This year the flower bearer did not come. I do not know whether he is gone, or whether he has found another colder pit requiring his flowers. I have stacked all the manuals chronologically in the corner, weighting them with bricks. If someone finds this place, please deliver the manuals to one who bears the ring. They will understand what the... She photographed the final page, pocketed her phone, rose, and shifted the brick-weighted newspaper stacks, confirming no manual remained hidden in the corner. Lu Jinghan entered from the doorway holding a photocopied construction notice retrieved from the main factory building, detailing the scheduled commencement date for upcoming works. He placed the notice on the low table and explained that several timber beams along the outer wall had rotted and required temporary bracing before excavation machinery arrived. Otherwise, vibrations would risk collapse. After searching the factory ruins, the two located several old timber planks still structurally sound. Using folding shovels, they wedged one end against a load-bearing wall and the other into a floor fissure, temporarily stabilizing the cracked ceiling directly above the pit. Upon the contractor's arrival, this zone would be incorporated into the landscaped green belt. Soil samples from the pit's rim and the tubular remnant embedded in the ceiling had already been collected, but the pit itself would be concealed beneath turf, transformed into an ordinary circular flower bed. Zhao Chonglin's manual, sealed in evidence bags, now rested alongside Senior Sergeant Lao Wei's thermal diagram in the same canvas satchel. Alongside Zero's simulated response protocol analysis, Qin Zhao's interference signal logs, and offset frequency records from Node 4 of the underground conduit network, completing the full archival record of the ash pit's entire monitoring cycle. The temperature data chronicled in those manuals no longer needed to linger in dusty corners of abandoned workshops. Scanned, cataloged, and systematically organized, they would soon reside in Vault 7 of the Provincial Public Security Department's secure archives. And the pages documenting Zhao Chonglin's annual July notation, "The flower has returned," together with Senior Sergeant Lao Wei's offhand pencil remark on the thermal diagram's reverse, would be duplicated and uploaded to the permanent broadcast log of Communication Link 415.7 prior to next week's Sodlang. There, as an independent observational series, they would join Lin Weiguo's handwritten hypothesis, forming the sole enduring record of the unnamed flower bearer. Su Yi zipped the canvas satchel shut and stepped out of the night watchman's now empty bungalow. Afternoon light slanted across the red brick facade of the factory, gilding the half-dead locust tree in hues of amber and rust. Behind her, the ash pit lay silent. Around its rim, the oxidized dark gray metallic granules had been scraped away by her trowel, revealing fresher soil beneath, pale concentric like the outermost ring of a tree's growth. Once construction crews arrived, this layer would be buried under nutrient-rich topsoil and grass. But the core column still pulsed deeper underground. Zhao Chonglin's observations remained preserved in evidence bags, and Senior Sergeant Lao Wei's thermal diagram rested safely in the canvas satchel. She reached the car, placed the satchel on the rear seat, and slid into the passenger seat. Lu Jinghan had already started the engine. The radio played the afternoon news, warning of high winds next week and advising residents to secure doors and windows. She retrieved Qin Jiao's phone and jotted a note in the memo app: final soil samples from the cotton mill ash pit collected. 18 volumes of Night Watchman Zhao Chonglin's work manuals, spanning 1998 to 2016, fully archived. She slipped the phone back into her pocket and leaned back, closing her eyes. Tomorrow she would head to the mining district to finalize coordinates for P1 and P2. But today's work was complete. Zhao Chonglin's manuals and Senior Sergeant Lao Wei's thermal diagram now shared the same canvas satchel, each bearing witness, through palm and pencil, to the identical life cycle of one ash pit finally reunited. The day after returning from the cotton mill, Su Yi organized the 18 work manuals of Zhao Chonglin in chronological order, placing them into a waterproof file box, labeling it with the source date and collector's name. She planned to go to the provincial office this afternoon to store these manuals along with Captain Lao Wei's temperature curve chart in the same safe compartment. After completing this task, she had another arrangement: to fill in the coordinates for P1 and P2 in the mining area. 20 years ago, Lin Weiguo wrote on a note: P1 coordinates confirmed, P2 pending investigation. S completed the full longitude and latitude for P1 with charcoal pencil while on the hospital bed, but P2 remains unfilled to this day. After Lin Weiguo transferred the original blueprints of the air raid shelter group, they remain buried at the bottom of the safe in warehouse number 7. Yesterday, when she was archiving Zhao Chonglin's manuals, she also unearthed that roll of blueprints. The area marked on the blueprints for the air raid shelters was much larger than the one she had previously surveyed. Besides the shelter where S was trapped and the two nearby alternative entrances, there was also an undocumented underground facility to the northeast of the mining tunnel, illustrated only by a blurry outline with a pencil note beside it: deep corridor structure, unstable, not explored. That was Lin Weiguo's handwriting. After he transferred the blueprints, he conducted a preliminary survey in the field and discovered that beneath the air raid shelter group, there was an even older corridor system similar in structure to the fourth node of the underground corridor, but on a larger scale. However, he did not have time to investigate further and was swallowed by the ash pit of the chemical factory. She rolled up the blueprints and placed them in a canvas bag, sending a message to Lu Jinghan: deep corridor in the mining area, uninvestigated, as marked by Lin Weiguo. Today going to fill in P2, and by the way, going deeper. Lu Jinghan's reply was just one word: car. 2 hours later, the car stopped at the already familiar gravel slope at the entrance of the mining tunnel. Su Yi pushed open the car door and lifted the canvas bag. The entrance of the mining tunnel looked the same as before. The hand of Zero was still embedded in the rock wall, its wristband emitting a faint cold light, and the false response protocol was functioning normally. The line written in charcoal pencil on the rock wall, "Do not awaken," had faded a bit due to rain, but the numbers added by S later remained. She turned on her flashlight and walked along the mining tunnel. Last time she came, she only reached the position of Zero's hand and stopped, not continuing deeper. This time she intended to cross over Zero's false response beacon and venture deeper into the mining tunnel to locate the entrance of the deep corridor marked by Lin Weiguo on the blueprints. The interior of the mining tunnel was much wider than it appeared from the outside, with the walls embedded with dense silver filaments completely consistent with the micropore network structure of the core pillar in the basement of the record shop. However, the filaments here were thicker and denser, with some already forming a silver mesh structure protruding several centimeters from the rock surface. The core pillar of the ash pit had been operating in this mining area long enough for the filament network to permeate the entire mining tunnel, turning the originally loose rock walls into a cohesive conductive structure. Lu Jinghan swept his flashlight over those protruding filaments, reaching out to touch one of the thickest. As soon as his fingertip made contact with the metallic surface, the filaments throughout the mining tunnel flashed simultaneously. Not a weak flicker like cold light, but the entire rock wall lit up as if triggered by some kind of sensing switch. It was exactly the same phenomenon that occurred when he touched the ring fragment array in the corridor. The filament network would automatically trigger a synchronized flash across the entire array upon sensing the ring frequency of other wearers. This interactive feedback was intentionally left by the person who transformed it into a beacon. However, Zero was embedded at the entrance of the mining tunnel, and his false response protocol deceived the system scan. This interactive feedback was not produced by Zero. Another person was embedded in the mining tunnel. Su Yi drew the hammer from the canvas bag and walked forward in the direction of the fading light. The deeper she went, the denser the filaments became, and the metallic oxidized scent in the air grew stronger. At the end of the mining tunnel was a wall completely covered by filaments with a complete wristband embedded right in the center. Just as intact as Zero's, but the surface had oxidized to a deep gray, almost blending with the rock wall. Below the wristband was engraved a line of words not in charcoal pencil, but meticulously chiseled Z. System scan layer has been blocked. This mining tunnel is the entrance to the deep corridor. Future visitors should not use the synchronized pulses of the ring here, as it will trigger a system rescan. It is advised to close the ring to pass. Z was the second to be embedded after Zero. Zero established a false response protocol at the entrance of the mining tunnel to deceive the system scan pulses, safely guiding all subsequent ring wearers into the mining tunnel. In contrast, Z established a blocking layer deep within the mining tunnel, directly severing the system scan layer with his ring, ensuring that the interior of the mining tunnel was a completely silent safe zone. Both individuals were embedded in the same mine at different depths, each bearing the responsibility of protecting different aspects of the system scan blind zone. Zero for deception and Z for blockage. Suyi pressed off the wristband screen and also turned off her phone's engineering mode. Lu Jinghan similarly shut down all devices. The mining tunnel fell into pure darkness with only the naturally formed luminous moss on the rock walls faintly glowing. She walked forward in the dark, her fingers brushing against the now inactive filament network on the rock wall. After passing Z's blocking layer, the filaments noticeably decreased, and the rock wall regained its original rough texture. She turned her flashlight back on and found herself standing in a vast underground space larger than any core pillar space she had seen before. This was not a mining tunnel, nor an air raid shelter, but a hub station for corridors converted from a natural cave. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, and the ground was paved with flattened stone slabs, with 6-hand ring fragments that had dried up for many years embedded in the surrounding walls, arranged in a hexagon, each fragment engraved with different symbols: triangle, circle, square, star, cross, dash. These symbols were not the on-site inspection symbols used by Lin Weiguo, nor the name markings of Qin Jiao, nor the ring frequency signatures of Zero. They were purely geometric marks without any text records. Like the engineer at the fourth node of the underground corridor, leaving no name, no text, only structure. But the fourth node served as a standalone blind zone beacon, while these 6 fragments were part of a network. This was a 6-node passive communication array, with each fragment functioning as an independent relay. The 6 fragments transmitted signals to each other through inductive coupling, requiring no active emission from wearers, needing no power source, and the array physically expanded the coverage range of the 415.7 frequency band. After Z embedded into the blocking layer of the mining tunnel, his blocking signal was amplified through this set of hexagonal fragments to cover the entire deep space of the mining tunnel. Later, Lin Weiguo established communication nodes on the clock tower radio station, aquarium broadcasting system, orphanage interference array, and record shop resonance network, which were all extensions of this hexagonal passive relay array. Lin Weiguo's clock tower radio station essentially simulated this passive resonance structure using modern radio equipment. He had never seen this set of hexagonal fragment arrays, but he deduced the same principles. Suyi squatted down using her flashlight to illuminate the stone slab floor in the center of the hexagonal array, now covered with dust. On the dust, there was a line of words scratched out with a finger, the handwriting very new. Written just in the past few days: ZS blocking layer is effective. I have tested the synchronized pulses of the ring here, and the system had no response. This is a safe area. The coordinates for P2 have been completed, located at the end of the 3rd branch in the northeast corner of the corridor hub station. S had been here a few days ago. After his discharge, he returned to the mining area alone, crossing over the dual protection layers of Zero and Z, completing the mapping of the P2 coordinates in this deep corridor hub station. He did not wait for her to come along. It's not that he didn't want to wait, but he had lain in the hospital bed for too long and was eager to return. He wrote the precise location of P2 on a limestone wall in the northeast corner of the hub station, beside it drawing a question mark identical to the one Lin Weiguo left on the map, then crossed it out, changing it to a line of text: P2, deep corridor, 3rd branch, core pillar, has dried up, no need to freeze. At the base of the branch was an old ring remnant not embedded in the wall. Unlike the dry fragments on the ground, this remnant was placed in a sealed glass jar, with a label stuck to the jar's opening that read Z mining area blocking layer. This ring is the second backup for the blocking layer never used. If someone finds it, please keep it safe. No thanks required. Z. Suyi followed the direction left by S to find the 3rd branch, where she saw that limestone wall at the end of the branch. Beside SS handwriting on the wall, the sealed glass jar was neatly placed in a naturally formed groove in the rock wall, the inner wall of the jar coated with a thin layer of condensation. The ring remnant inside was preserved almost perfectly. The outer metal was not oxidized, and the inner fluff was intact, just as it was when Z removed it from his own hand and placed it in the jar. He removed his own ring. Unlike the forcible removal by the planner using blocking nerve interfaces, Z did not damage the nerve interface of the ring. He used some method to allow the ring to enter a dormant state and then naturally fall off. This ring left no traces of neurotoxic binding. At the bottom of the jar was a yellowed note, the writing matching precisely with the chiseled words on the rock wall of the mining tunnel blocking layer. The ring can be safely removed after entering a dormant state. Method: simultaneously touching another ring that is currently synchronously emitting within the system scan blind zone. The resonant frequencies of the two rings will cancel each other out, triggering the system to deregister the identity of the ring. After deregistration, the ring automatically enters a dormant state, and at this time it can naturally fall off the wearer's wrist. I have placed it here for any future individuals who wish to leave the system. Suyi read this line several times. Z was not forcibly embedded in the mining tunnel. He chose to leave his ring for future visitors after finding the method to remove it. He remained in the blocking layer using his body and the rock wall to maintain the stability of the blocking signal, while his ring was safely preserved in the glass jar as a backup. He wasn't unable to leave. He chose to stay. She picked up the jar and placed it at the bottom of the canvas bag, wrapping it in Zhao Changlin's old stiffened cotton coat for cushioning, then covering the remaining part of the blanket over the jar. She did not need to remove her ring for now, but the removal plan left by Z along with Captain Lao Weiss ring thermal curve Lin Weiguo's frequency synchronization protocol zeros, false response, Qin Zhao's interference array, and the offset beacon of the fourth node were all things that future visitors might need at some point. She squatted at the branch entrance, carving the official file number and confirmation date for the P2 coordinates into the limestone wall. SS charcoal pencil marks and ZS chiseled words were left side by side on the rock wall, 3 sets of handwriting corresponding to different eras of the mining area hub station's construction. The earliest was ZS chiseled. This ring is the second backup for the blocking layer, then Lin Weiguo's unfinished task mark left on the map, and most recently SS coordinates completed with charcoal pencil just a few days after his discharge. Now the outer layer had an additional line. The number she had just carved, which would also be recorded in the safe of warehouse number 7 at the provincial office, preserved alongside all the previous documents for future visitors to review. On the third day after returning from the mine, Su Yi took the glass jar containing Z from the canvas bag and placed it on the coffee table. The remnants of the ring inside the jar shimmered dimly in silver gray under the afternoon sunlight, sitting beside the pot of green radish on the windowsill that had already wilted quite a bit, making it look like an ordinary old storage jar. She had been staring at this ring for 3 days, not hesitating, but verifying the dormant ring removal plan left by Z. Z wrote clearly on the note, if another ring that is synchronously transmitting simultaneously touches within the system's scanning blind spot, the resonant frequencies of the two rings will cancel each other out, triggering the system to cancel the identity of the ring. After cancellation, the ring automatically enters a dormant state and can naturally fall off from the wearer's ring. The deep-level conduit hub of the mine is within the system's scanning blind spot. The resonant frequency of her and Lu Jinghan's rings had completely matched after synchronizing in the aquarium's negative pressure zone. The 2 prerequisites for triggering identity cancellation were met. She repeatedly simulated this plan 3 times and drew a diagram in her notebook depicting the physical deformation of the inner fluff of the ring when resonant cancellation occurs, confirming that there were no logical flaws. Then she called Old Chun, reciting the entire ring removal plan by Z to him, asking if he had come across any similar records of dual ring synchronous cancellation among Lin Weiguo's belongings. Old Chun was silent for a moment, then said that Lin Weiguo had written a sentence on the last page of his chemical plant notes. When 2 rings resonate in synchronization, the system recognizes them as 2 terminals of the same organism. This state can lead to cancellation if it persists until the system's scanning blind spot. However, the chemical plant's ash pit is not a blind spot. I was unable to verify. Lin Weiguo was aware of this plan. He deduced the exact same principle, but he had no blind spot to utilize. The chemical plant's ash pit is underground with the system's scanning signal fully covering it. He couldn't find a safe space that could maintain the dual ring synchronization and not be interrupted by the system's scanning, leaving behind this sentence in his notes for later individuals to verify once they found a blind spot. The deep-level conduit hub of the mine is that blind spot. Z used his own blocking layer to cut off the system's scanning, and the hexagonal fragment array maintained the stability of the blind spot. S had tested the ring's synchronous pulse in the hub station some time ago, confirming that the system had no response. All conditions have been met. She put down her phone and picked up the slightly glowing silver-white bracelet from the coffin. The temperature of the ring was constant, and the cold light of the inner fluff gently pulsed under her fingertips, as quiet as the leaves of the green radish swaying in the wind on the windowsill. She had known this ring for a long time. Ever since it first glowed in front of the specimen cabinet in medical school, It had accompanied her through glass shards and formalin pools in the basement, measured the pulse intervals of the ash pit preheating in front of the record store's rolling shutter, tapped the cement casing of the microcore column in the red brick building's basement, and saved S in the mine's air raid shelter using the dual ring overload. Now she was about to remove it. Not because it was useless, but because it had completed all the tasks she could think of. The communication chain of 7 has 9 online nodes. The ash pit sequence from 01 to 07 has completely frozen. The backup entrances B01 to B03 are either dried up or frozen, and the deep-level conduit hub of the mine is a permanent safe zone. ZS blocking layer is operating stably, and Zero's false response protocol is still deceiving the systems scanning at the mine entrance. Her ring, as the 9th node of the communication chain, has its registration information permanently saved in the system protocol, and even if its identity is cancelled, it will not affect the physical operation of the communication chain. After removing the ring, she cannot enter the copy anymore, but the copy no longer needs her. Every entry that should be frozen is frozen, every file that should be archived is archived, and every record that should remain is left in 415. On the 7 frequency band, it is left for the next ring wearer to find an engineering mode. She sent Lu Jinghan a message, deep-level conduit of the mine. ZS plan verification today. The reply was only one word: car. In the afternoon at the mine entrance, Suyi placed the canvas bag beside Zero's hand on the rock wall, took out Qin Zhao's phone, and confirmed ZS blocking layer status one last time in engineering mode. The system scanning signal was intercepted by Zero's false response protocol at the mine entrance and completely cut off by ZS blocking layer deep within the mine, making the hub station an absolute blind spot. She turned off her phone and walked into the mine along the path she had taken several times. Zero's ring was still glowing on the rock wall, and the false response protocol was operating normally. ZS blocking layer carving was still on the rock wall, and the fine network did not flicker as she passed. It had flashed last time because her ring automatically emitted a synchronous pulse when close to the filaments, but this time both she and Lu Jinghan had turned off the active emission function of the rings. The two of them silently passed through the blocking layer and walked into the hub station. The hexagonal fragment array was still quietly arranged in the geometric pattern that had been operating for who knows how many years on the stone slab floor, and the line S drew in the dust a few days ago still existed. ZS blocking layer is effective. The P2 coordinates have been completed. This is a safe zone. Suyi sat cross-legged in the center of the hexagonal array, took ZS note from the glass jar, spread it on her lap, and read the steps again. Both rings touch simultaneously. Resonant frequencies cancel each other out. The system recognizes them as two terminals of the same organism, triggering identity cancellation. After cancellation, the ring automatically enters a dormant state and falls off naturally from the wrist. She extended her left wrist with the ring facing up, placing it on her lap. Lu Jinghan sat opposite her, extending his left wrist with the ring facing down, pressing it against her ring. The moment the two rings touched, the temperature of the ring's surface jumped simultaneously, not heating up, but cooling down. Like the cold light at the beginning of the heat absorption phase of the core column in the basement of the record store, but this time, it was not the core column absorbing heat, it was the inner fluff of the two rings canceling each other's resonant frequencies. The cold light of the ring's surface began to flicker, changing from stable to intermittent pulsation, each pulse weaker than the last. She could feel the slight trembling sensation of the inner fluff of the ring under her skin fading. It's not that the fluff was broken, but that it had stopped vibrating. The cancellation of the ring's identity is not physical destruction, it is the system changing the status of these two rings from online to canceled at the protocol level, simultaneously shutting down the emission and reception functions of the rings, putting the inner fluff into a dormant state, and the outer metal no longer responds to any scanning pulse. She watched as the silver-white luster on her wrist gradually dimmed, changing from cold white to dark gray, then from dark gray to a completely matte light, gray, the same color as the back of the leaves of the wilted green radish on the windowsill. The ring's surface no longer glowed. It quietly adhered to her wrist bone, indistinguishable from any ordinary silver jewelry. Then she gently pinched the ring body and pushed it outward. The ring slid down from her wrist, landing in her open palm, as light as a dried leaf. She stared at it for a moment. She had imagined removing the ring, envisioned that moment described by Z in the note, where the ring falls off automatically, but she had not expected that her first reaction after actually removing it would be, "It is so light." Such a light thing had pressed on her for so long. Lu Jinghan had also removed his. He placed his ring next to hers, the two already cancelled rings lying side by side in the center of the hexagonal array on the stone slab, quiet like the 6 old ring fragments that had long since dried up. They no longer glowed, no longer emitted heat, did not receive any scanning pulses, nor emitted any signals. But their registration records still remained in 415. On the permanent node list of the communication protocol for 7. What was cancelled was merely the identity, not the history. Any future individuals reviewing the node list in engineering mode would see the registration and cancellation time of the 9th node along with the name of the registrant. Lu Jinghan pulled down his sleeve to cover the old scar on his wrist that had been concealed by the ring for a long time. This scar was left before he met Suyi, caused by a shard during a task at the border, leaving a pale white mark that slanted from the wrist bone to the ulnar styloid. When the ring was worn, it perfectly covered this scar. Now that the ring was removed, the scar was exposed again. Suyi glanced at his wrist, then at the similarly positioned pale white ring-shaped mark on her own wrist. Not a scar, but a color difference left on the skin after long-term ring wear. She gently rubbed that area of skin with her thumb, and the capillaries under the skin after being compressed for so long began to fill again, causing a light blush to appear. The two wrists lay side by side on their knees, each bearing different, yet equally profound imprints like two files, just cancelled, still warm. Suyi folded ZS note again, and placed it back in the glass jar, putting her already cancelled ring inside, as well side by side with ZS backup ring. There are now 3 rings in the jar. ZS backup ring has never been used, and her and Lu Jinghan's cancelled rings have just completed their historical mission. She wrote 3 words on the jar lid with a marker: no thanks. Z. Then she stood up and placed the jar in the innermost part of the naturally formed limestone groove at the entrance of the hub station, just like where S had placed it before, only a bit further in, leaving it for the next ring wearer to decide whether to open it. She did not need to hide the jar. The hub station itself was the largest safe deposit box, and the dual protective layers of 0 and Z would ensure that the system could never find this location. Lu Jinghan picked up the canvas bag, and the two of them retraced their steps through the blocking layer past Zero's still glowing hand and out of the mine entrance. It was already dusk outside. She stood on the piece of familiar gravel slope at the mine entrance, taking out Qin Zhao's phone one last time to activate engineering mode. The node list on the screen was still there, 9 online nodes, and she had long memorized the registrants and statuses of the first 8. The residual signal from Lin Weiguo's chemical plant captain, Lao, Weiss cotton spinning factory, ring heat curve, Qin Zhao's orphanage interference array, Zero's mine, false response protocol, ZS blocking layer backup, ring the 4th node underground conduit offset beacon, the resonance network of the old rings in the record store, and the aquarium broadcasting system. The status of the 9th node displayed as cancelled. The registration time was the moment she and Lu Jinghan synchronously emitted the dual ring signal in the aquarium's negative pressure zone, and the cancellation time was this afternoon. She put the phone back in her pocket and sat in the passenger seat. Lu Jinghan started the car and turned off the gravel road from the mine onto the provincial road. Outside the car window, the rock wall at the mine entrance grew smaller in the rearview mirror, eventually blending into the gray outline of the mountain. Suyi leaned against the back of her seat, glancing down at her empty wrist. Without the ring covering it, the skin there was indistinguishable from the surrounding color. She no longer needed to measure signal strength, no longer needed to flip through engineering mode, and no longer had to feel her heartbeat quicken every time the bracelet glowed, pretending it hadn't. But tomorrow she still had to return to the provincial archive to archive the last batch of documents. The confirmation records for P1 and P2 coordinates, Lin Weiguo's deep-level conduit exploration blueprints, and ZS glass jar and ring removal plan copies. Because the safe deposit box in the archive was not yet full, old Chen's teacup was still warm, and the last line of Qin Zhao's phone memo had not yet been completed. She rested her head against the car window, spreading her palm open on her lap palm, facing up. She no longer needed to grip the hammer, but her hand still bore the calluses worn from the hammer handle. Lu Jinghan drove steadily, and the radio was broadcasting the evening weather report indicating that tomorrow would be sunny with a wind force of 2 suitable for going out. She decided that after archiving the last batch of documents at the provincial office tomorrow, she would leave a new blank label in the top compartment of the number 7 safe deposit box with only one line written on it: to be continued. On the first morning after removing the ring, Suyi was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the curtain seams. It wasn't the vibration of the bracelet, nor a system notification, nor that tense feeling one gets before the entrance to a dungeon opens. It was just ordinary sunlight filtering through the glass window that hadn't been cleaned in years, casting its rays beside her pillow with a bit of floating dust slowly dancing in the beam. She turned over, burying her face in the pillow, her left arm instinctively reaching towards the bedside table. Every morning upon waking, the first thing she did was check if there were any new notifications on the bracelet screen. This action had been etched into her muscle memory. After removing the ring, her wrist felt lighter, yet her arm still automatically stretched out in a half-dreaming state. Her fingertips brushed against the cover of a black notebook on the bedside table, its hard shell worn at the edges, completely different from the cold metallic touch of the ring. She opened her eyes, gazing at her empty wrist, recalling the moment yesterday at the hub station when she had removed the ring, sliding off her wrist bone and landing in her palm, as light as a dried leaf. She stared at the now normal skin for a moment, then sat up barefoot on the floor, walking to the window to pull the curtain. Downstairs, the breakfast stall was closing up. The oil pot for frying dough sticks had been extinguished, with only a wisp of white smoke twisting up from the metal chimney. The leaves of the crooked-necked sycamore tree were nearly all fallen, with just a few yellowed remnants spinning in the wind. Just like yesterday and the day before. The world had not stopped for the cancellation of 2 rings. The dough sticks continued to fry, the buses still ran according to schedule, and the sycamore trees still shed their leaves in autumn. It was time for her to return to a normal routine. She pulled a clean shirt from the hanger and stood before the mirror, fastening each cufflink one by one. The person in the mirror looked much the same as a few months ago. Short hair, high brow bones, and a strong jawline. But the details had changed. The discoloration on her left wrist, left by the long-term pressure of the ring, had completely faded, merging with the surrounding skin, so that anyone else would see no sign that this hand had ever worn anything. Yet she knew, while fastening the cufflinks, her thumb would still instinctively avoid the outer side of her wrist bone, because that skin had become more sensitive after wearing the ring for so long, and touching something cold would send a shiver through her. She tried pressing her wrist against the mirror, the cold glass touching her wrist bone without the barrier of the ring, feeling both foreign and familiar. She withdrew her hand, finishing fastening the cufflinks. Dressed, she went to the kitchen to boil herself a pot of. While waiting for the water to boil, she organized the last batch of unarchived documents on the coffee table by date. The P1 and P2 coordinate confirmation records from the mining area, Lin Weiguo's deep pipeline exploration, maps, a copy of ZS ring removal plan, and the instant photo she brought back from the hub station yesterday, showing the 2 canceled rings resting in the center of a hexagonal array of fragments, with ZS chiseled inscription and SS charcoal writing on the rock wall in the background. She flipped the photo over, writing the date and place on the back with a pencil, then placing it in a labeled evidence bag. There were still some miscellaneous items in the canvas bag that hadn't been sorted. Qin Zhao's enamel cup, the original temperature curve chart from Old Way, a dried wild chrysanthemum pressed in Zhao Chenglin's manual, and the fluorescent mock tag brought back from the aquarium. She took out the enamel cup and placed it on the coffee table. The crack at the bottom was as it had always been filled with. She remembered Qin Zhao using this cup to drink water while drawing the duty roster in the orphanage's archive room, writing in the remarks column, abnormal room temperature, rear window frosted. Every time Qin Zhao recorded the observation data, she would place the cup on the top compartment of the filing cabinet, leaving a ring of light brown water stains on the wood. Now this cup rested on the coffee table in Su Ye's home, next to ZS glass jar and the analysis notes for the zero-numbered mock response agreement, along with several soil sample labels that hadn't been archived yet. She decided to keep the cup here, not because she was reluctant to archive it, but because Qin Zhao's interference signal logs were already fully preserved in the permanent records of the 415.7 communication chain. The orphanage's duty roster and fire report had long been secured in the vault of the 7th storage. Qin Zhao's name, along with Lin Weiguo, Old Way 0 number Z, and Zhao Chonglin, was inscribed on the list of nodes in the communication chain, visible to anyone who turned to that page. But the cup was the one Qin Zhao used every day, and the crack at its bottom was something she had slowly accumulated over 3 years. So you wanted to leave the cup out, placed on the coffee table, sometimes pouring herself a cup of tea, using this cup to drink when she didn't need to measure signals with the bracelet. The water boiled. She brewed herself a cup of tea, sitting on the couch with the cup in hand, opening her laptop to export and save the last few memos from Qin Zhao's phone. The last memo was written at the hub station yesterday. The ring has been cancelled. The status of the 9th node has been updated to cancelled. This memo is the last record from Qin Zhao's phone. This device will be transferred to the provincial department's archives for preservation as a physical layer backup of the 415.7 communication chain. She finished reading the memo, placing the phone on the coffee table alongside the cancelled ring, ZS glass jar, and Qin Zhao's enamel cup. These items no longer needed to be locked in the vault. Not because they were worthless, but because they had each fulfilled their mission. The ring had been cancelled, the communication chain remained. Qin Zhao's phone still had a bit of battery left, and the memos could still be opened. The crack in the enamel cup hadn't leaked yet, and it could continue to brew tea. She planned to keep them close. After finishing her tea, she closed her laptop and took out the last batch of documents to be archived from the canvas bag, organizing them. This afternoon she would go to the provincial department to archive the P1 and P2 confirmation records from the mining area, Lin Weiguo's deep pipeline maps, and a copy of ZS ring removal plan. The top compartment of the 7th storage vault was already quite full, but she wanted to add one more thing, a blank label, with only the words "to be continued" written on it, left for the next person to review the archives. Not because she had unfinished business. She had checked all the entrances that needed checking, collected all the samples that needed collecting, and archived all the documents that needed archiving. But because Lin Weigua had once written in his notes from the chemical plant beyond the sequence, there are still old entrances unnumbered waiting for future generations to continue. She did not know where those earlier entrances were hidden, perhaps deeper underground, perhaps in an abandoned air raid shelter in another city, or in some corner of an old industrial area that had never been marked on any map. They may never be discovered, or they may have been quietly frozen decades ago with the names of the ones who froze them embedded in the rock wall alongside 0 number, and Z waiting for someone who would turn to the last page to claim them. She had signed beside the later generation on the application, and that confirmation still existed. So the label could not be finished, only to be continued. Not to leave herself an escape route, but to leave a mark for future generations. If someone opened the top compartment of the vault and saw a blank label wedged at the end of all the archives with the words "to be continued" written on it, they would know that the story here was not over. Or perhaps it had only just begun. She changed into her outdoor shoes and picked up the canvas bag. Lu Jinghan's car was parked downstairs. He leaned against the car door holding a brown paper envelope. She placed the canvas bag in the back seat, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat as he handed her the Inside were construction progress photos of the cotton spinning factory, sent by Old Way. The images showed the gray pit completely covered by grass, a circle of dwarf holly planted around its edge, and the section of gray tubular object above the pit had been removed, with a matching cement slab fitted into the ceiling crack. The pit that Zhao Chonglin had guarded for 18 years was now an ordinary circular flower bed in the municipal greenery. She put the photos back in the envelope. Lu Jinghan started the car heading towards the provincial department. The radio played the noon news announcing that the municipal greening project at the old site of the cotton spinning factory had been completed and would open to the public next week. She did not look back, but her thumb gently pressed against the cancelled ring in the canvas bag, feeling the cold, non-glowing metallic touch. Arriving at the provincial department, Old Chun was still sitting behind that old wooden desk, holding the teacup that no longer emitted steam. He took the key to the 7th storage vault from the drawer and placed it on the table, glancing at the last batch of documents in her canvas bag, but saying neither "this is the last batch, nor will you come again in the future." He simply pushed the key in front of her, adjusted his reading glasses, and lowered his head to open a new registration form, writing today's date in the blank first line. On the afternoon of the day the draft of the maintenance manual was printed, Su Yi took it to the provincial archives. Old Chun was sitting behind his old wooden desk, holding the now cold teacup, and as he saw her push the door open, he adjusted his reading glasses. "Back again. I remember you just archived the last batch of documents from the mining area yesterday." Today, Su Yi placed a thick stack of printed pages on the desk, the cover featuring the original layout exported from Qin Zhao's mobile notes with their names along with Lu Jinghan's below the title, followed by Lin Weigua, Qin Zhao, Old Way 0ZS, Ao, Chonglin Zhou, and Wu. She included everyone who had contributed to the 415.7 communication chain over the years in the directory, listed in chronological order. A special note was added after Zhou and Wu's names: Provincial Material Inspection Institute inspectors, non-ring wearers. From 2005 to 2011, they continuously monitored the 415.7 frequency band offset signals in the spectrum analyzer calibration records, providing the only technical basis for the positioning of the 4th node. The observation records are now included in Appendix 4. Old Chun put on his reading glasses and flipped open the directory page, reading line by line. When he saw Zhou and Wu's names, his finger paused on the page, then he continued to flip, roughly scanning through the entire draft from beginning to end. The preface, 7 chapters of the main text, and 5 appendices spanning nearly 30 years from the first fragment chiseled off the wall by Lin Weigua in 1996 to the 2 rings cancelled by Su Yi and Lu Jinghan at the mining area hub. After finishing the last page, he took off his reading glasses and placed them on the desk. If Zhou and Wu were still alive, they would probably be very pleased to see this manual. But they wouldn't say pleased. They would only say the data has finally been utilized. The suggestion report, Zhou wrote back, then the trend chart organized by Wu, I have included them in full. They calibrated the spectrum analyzer in the basement of the Provincial Material Inspection Institute for decades, and no one knew what they were doing. Now their data was included in the appendix alongside Zero's fake response protocol and Qin Zhao's interference array, all in the same manual. Su Yi pulled out the copy of Zhou's handwritten suggestion report that was clipped inside the draft. It was the same one that Old Chun had pulled from the bottom of the safe. The paper had become brittle with several creases along the edges, but the text was still legible. The title reads Suggestions for Investigating the Anomalous Signals of the 415.7 frequency band, dated 2005, signed by Zhou. In the main body of the report, Zhou described in a very restrained tone how he accidentally captured a faint offset signal during routine calibration of the spectrum analyzer, how he repeatedly confirmed it was not a device failure, and how he initially positioned it in the northern part of the old industrial area based on the direction of the signal source, recommending that superiors send an on-site investigation team equipped with a portable spectrum analyzer for field survey. He concluded the report with the signal waveform is complete with regular pulse intervals exhibiting obvious artificial coding characteristics. If the superiors believe an on-site investigation is not feasible, it is suggested that the relevant data be archived for future review when the technical conditions are mature. The report was not approved. The superiors only stamped a red in the reply section. After this report was returned, Zhou did not destroy it, but filed it with the spectrum analyzer calibration records and passed it to his disciple Wu. Before leaving, Wu put the records along with the report into an envelope, sealed it, and wrote for future generations, handing it to Old Chun. He used the term artificial coding characteristics in the report. So Yi pointed to that line. He had never worn a ring and didn't know that this signal came from a passive resonant array in the underground corridor. But he could tell from the waveform that this was not natural noise. It was someone sending a signal. He waited for 20 years for someone to find the physical source of this signal. Old Chun folded the report and placed it back in the appendix of the draft, then took the key to the safe out of the drawer and placed it on the desk. The original spectrum diagram of the fourth node is still at the bottom of the safe. The chart Zhou drew by hand with the spectrum analyzer in pencil, with each peak labeled with frequency and pulse interval. You should include that chart in Appendix 4, not a copy, but a scanned original. That spectrum diagram is the earliest physical layer record of the 415. 7 communication chain. A Lin Weiguo's internal structure diagram of the ring was drawn the following year. Suyi took the key and squatted in front of the safe, unzipping one by one the evidence bags on the bottom layer that had gathered a light dust. Among the batch of unarchived materials transferred from the Provincial Material Inspection Institute, she found Zhou's hand-drawn spectrum diagram. A yellowed piece of coordinate paper with frequency on the horizontal axis and signal strength on the vertical axis, the pencil lines extremely fine, with each peak marked by an arrow densely filled with observation times and data comparison results. The date of 2005 repeatedly appeared on it, perfectly coinciding with the first capture time of the fourth node's offset frequency. She gently spread this coordinate paper on the desk, took several high-definition photos with her phone, intending to scan it into Appendix 4 of the maintenance manual as a digital copy of the original spectrum diagram of the fourth node. After taking the photos, she continued to sift through the evidence bags at the bottom of the safe that had not yet been numbered. Inside Zhou's materials was an internal memo from the Provincial Material Inspection Institute dated 2008, with the title consisting of just 4 characters about Zhou. The body was very brief, a note from the then director of the testing room to the technical chief stating that Zhou had long occupied the spectrum analyzer for repeated monitoring of unregistered frequencies and suggested he be transferred from the testing position. This comrade has continuously focused on an unrecognized anomalous signal for 3 years, and during this time, several suggestion reports have been submitted, none of which have been approved. Considering his proper work attitude, it is suggested that he be properly arranged through job adjustment and not subjected to disciplinary action. At the bottom of the note, there was a blue receipt stamp from the department with a small handwritten note. Next to it, Comrade Zhou has voluntarily proposed not to change positions. Reason: the spectrum analyzer calibration work is not yet complete. Signature Zhou. The date was 2. Zhou's refusal to change positions was not because he wanted to continue submitting reports. He had been rejected for 3 years and knew that submitting would not lead to approval. He wanted to stay next to the spectrum analyzer because only by sitting in front of that machine could he continue to receive the offset signals transmitted daily by the fourth node. He regarded this signal as something to watch over, even though he did not know who was sending it, but he decided to guard it. Suyi also took a photo of this note, preparing to leave a separate page for Zhou in Appendix 4, including the full text of his suggestion report, the internal memo refusing to change positions, and his hand-drawn spectrum diagram. She had previously included Zhou and Wu's records when writing the maintenance manual, but only in brief summaries. Now she had these 3 original documents in her hands, and she wanted to include them in full. Zhou had never worn a ring, but he was an external maintainer of the 415.7 communication chain, protecting a completely unknown person in his own way in a place where the system did not know. There was a special stubbornness in his records, not heroism, but a very ordinary persistence to record every anomalous signal, properly file the reports, pass them to his disciples, seal them in envelopes, and write to future generations. Then he continued to sit in front of the spectrum analyzer waiting for the offset pulse at the same time the next day to once again light up that faint point of light. Suyi finished organizing the safe and returned to the provincial office just as evening fell. Old Chen brewed a pot of new tea and placed it on her desk. The tea was still very hot. She sat down, opened her notebook, and flipped to the last note written on the day of the ring removal. To be continued. That line left a large portion of the page blank underneath. She thought for a moment, and picked up her pen to continue writing. The first line read: "The initial draft of the maintenance manual is complete and appendices 1 to 5 have been included. Today I completed Zhou and Wu's original records in the old archives of the Provincial Material Inspection Institute, including Zhou's hand-drawn spectrum diagram from 2005, the internal memo rejecting the position adjustment from 2008, and the signal strength variation trend chart organized by Wu." The second line read: "The wild chrysanthemum specimen from Zhaochang Lin has been included in storage No. 7 placed between the page he hand-drew of the snowmelt line in 1999. The third line read: "Qin Jiao's enamel cup is still with me. The tea stains at the bottom have thickened again. I brewed new tea with it today." The pen paused here. She looked at the words "new tea" and suddenly realized that she hadn't used the term copy for a long time. It was not an intentional avoidance. Rather, the archiving work was no longer part of a copy, but something that copies will close, ash pits will freeze, rings will be cancelled, but the archives remain, the communication chain remains, and the enamel cup and wild chrysanthemum specimen are still here. She flipped to the front of her notebook, rereading all the records written since the first copy began. The specimen cabinet numbers from the medical school, the color temperature changes of the circular lights during the death live stream, the front desk list from the reincarnation hotel, the roll call bell from the orphanage, the curtain door from the record store, the cast iron clock from the bell tower, the negative pressure zone anchoring method from the aquarium, and the hexagonal fragment array from the mining area hub. Each page had different handwriting, from the initial tension and restraint to the later calm and ease, from "I don't know if it can be restored" to "frozen" from "what is the system" to number of online nodes in the communication chain 9. She finished flipping through the notebook, taking nearly an hour. When she reached the last page marked "to be continued," she took out the already cancelled wristband from the canvas bag and placed it next to the notebook. The surface of the ring had already turned completely dark, no longer shining, but together with the rough edges worn from being frequently flipped through on the notebook cover, it looked like an ordinary paperweight. She picked up her pen and added another line beneath: "to be continued. The ring remover can continue to maintain the communication protocol." Wearing a ring is not a necessary condition for participation. After finishing that line, she closed the notebook and took a sip of the tea in the enamel cup that had already cooled. The streetlights outside turned on, illuminating the bare branches of the crooked sycamore tree downstairs. Lu Jinghan had just parked the car downstairs and sent a message saying he had received the last batch of site photos after the cotton spinning factory's construction from Old Way. The ash pit was now completely covered by grass, and the circle of dwarf holly planted at the edge of the pit had survived. The municipal greening acceptance report referred to this area as circular recreational green space. He asked if they should go check the record store tomorrow and also re-examine the closed record store, not as a pawn shop, but as a ground maintenance station for the 415.7 communication chain. The record store's location was perfectly situated between the old industrial area and the city, making it an ideal daily monitoring center for the entire communication chain. Suyi looked at this message, but did not reply immediately. She turned to look at the cancelled wristband on the coffee table, Qin Jiao's enamel cup, ZS glass jar, and the stack of freshly printed maintenance manual drafts. These items together looked like a workspace that had just moved in and hadn't been tidied up yet. Blueprints scattered on the desk, half a cup of tea left in the cup. The door could open at any moment and could also be closed at any moment. But the window faced south, allowing sunlight in winter and breezes in summer. She picked up her phone and replied with a message: "Okay. Let's first go see if the curtain door can still be pushed up tomorrow." Then she took out the folding shovel from the canvas bag and leaned it against the door. She wouldn't need the shovel for a while, but she was used to keeping it by the door alongside the small hammer she bought from the hardware store. She would let it rest for the night. Tomorrow would be another day. On the first weekend after removing the ring, Su Yi charged Qin Jiao's old phone and placed it on the coffee table. The screen still bore the old appearance with a cracked corner, and the node list in engineering mode continued to scroll. 9 online nodes. The registrants and statuses of the first 8 remained stable, as always, while the status bar of the 9th node displayed cancelled. She stared at that line of text for a moment, then exited engineering mode and opened the notes. The last memo written by Qin Jiao in the orphanage's ash pit still hung on the homepage. The line "signal has been transmitted" was worn slightly blurry from repeated readings, yet every character remained discernible. She started a new document on a separate line below. Draft of the 415.7 Communication Protocol Maintenance Manual. Drafter Su Yi. First edition. Date: the first week after removing the ring. Her typing speed was much faster than her handwriting, but she still retained the original record formats of Qin Jiao Lin Weiguo and Old Way when drafting this manual. Lin Weiguo's hand-drawn diagrams of the internal structure of the ring were scanned and embedded in Appendix 1. Qin Jiao's interference signal log was arranged chronologically, marking the corresponding time and frequency offset of each peak. Old Weiss ring temperature curve was broken down into 3 stages of temperature. variation data tables for later users to directly retrieve and compare values. She also included the zeros pseudo-response protocol. Not the entire content of the protocol as it was too complex. The analysis notes that S wrote on the hospital bed with charcoal spanned several pages. She only extracted the core logic how to simulate the core column handshake protocol using the ring's resonance frequency and how to respond with a pseudo-response before the core column during system scanning. ZS blocking layer backup ring was placed in Appendix 2 alongside the fourth node's frequency offset records in the same section. Both individuals had modified their rings into passive beacons, one embedded in the blocking layer of the mine to cut off system scans, and the other embedded in the underground corridor wall to continuously broadcast offset signals. Their technical solutions essentially established a permanent physical beacon in the system's scanning blind zone using the ring's resonance structure, but the methods of implementation differed. Z created a blind zone with the blocking layer, while the fourth node hid in the blind zone using frequency offsets. She specifically left a section in Appendix 3 for Zhao Chonglin. The title read Observational Records of Non-Ring Wearers, and it transcribed in full the records of temperature changes in the ash pit and scanned hand-drawn sketches of the melting snow line from Zhao Changlin's work manual, along with all records of the flowers have come again from July each year. In the notes, she wrote, Zhao Chonglin, night watchman of the cotton mill, has never worn a ring, never entered in. He used his palm to measure temperature, drew the melting snow line, and recorded the wild chrysanthemum once a year, providing several years of independent verification data for old Weiss ring temperature curve. This case proves that the users of the 415.7 communication protocol are not limited to ring wearers. Anyone with the willingness to observe and record continuously can become a node maintainer of the communication chain. After finishing this section, she paused to take a sip of tea. Qin Zhao's enamel cup sat beside her notebook. The light brown water stain at the bottom of the cup glimmered slightly under the desk lamp. She recalled the words old Chun had said to her in the archives. Zhou and Wu are not from the Special Case Group. They are merely inspectors from the Provincial Material Testing Institute. However, Zhou and Wu had maintained the fourth node's frequency offset for 20 years, organizing everything from the spectrum analyzer calibration records to unfiled abnormal signal reports, sealing them in an envelope addressed to future generations. Zhao Chonglin had guarded the night for 18 years, recording every temperature change in the ash pit with his work manual and verifying old Weiss ring temperature curve with a hand-drawn melting snow line. The inspectors from the Provincial Material Testing Institute, the night watchmen from the cotton mill, and the retired veterans from the mining area. These individuals who had never worn a ring participated in the maintenance of the 415.7 communication chain. They did not need to know the technical details of the protocol. They only needed to understand that this frequency is in use and needs to be recorded. She wrote this into the preface of the manual. The 415.7 communication protocol is an open protocol. Any device capable of transmitting or receiving signals in this frequency band can join, not limited to rings and not limited to ring wearers. The core of the protocol is not the technical threshold, but continuous observation and continuous recording. Then she began drafting a new appendix tentatively titled Feasibility Analysis of Using Cancelled Nodes as Backup Authentication Codes. This was the question she had been pondering since removing the ring. Z explicitly wrote in the ring removal plan, after the ring is cancelled, the system changes the status of the ring from online to cancelled at the protocol layer, but the records of the ring's resonance frequency will not be deleted from the system database. The system needs to retain cancellation records to track the usage history of the ring. The resonance frequency of her and Lu Jinghan's rings had already been permanently recorded in the node list of the 415.7 communication protocol before cancellation, completely consistent with the resonance curve generated when transmitting dual ring signals synchronously with the aquarium's negative pressure area. If one day a strange signal is received on the 415.7 frequency band, such as a new ring wearer transmitting a distress pulse from a backup entry that has not yet been frozen, or an unknown node attempting to access the communication chain, but unable to verify its identity. The person receiving the signal can use any phone that supports engineering mode to manually input her and Lu Jinghan's resonance frequency before cancellation, sending this set of frequencies as a temporary identity verification code. If the other party is also a ring wearer, the ring will automatically receive this set of frequencies and compare them with the historical records in the node list. If it matches the cancellation record of the 9th node, the other party can confirm that this signal comes from a legitimate node that has been cancelled, not a fabricated scanning pulse from the system. This set of cancelled frequencies is functionally equivalent to a retired password book, not used for daily communication, but can serve as a trusted credential during identity verification. Suyi detailed the operational steps in the appendix: how to retrieve the historical resonance frequency of cancelled nodes from engineering mode, how to simulate the ring's resonance pulse using a regular phone, and under what circumstances this set of backup codes should be used. Only activated when the communication chain encounters a strange signal and cannot confirm the other party's identity, no need for daily communication. She finished the last step, numbered the appendix as Appendix 5, and placed it at the end of the manual. Not because it was unimportant, on the contrary. It was precisely because it was so important that it had to be placed last, so that if someone hurriedly read through the manual and only got halfway before rushing to handle an urgent situation, they would not be distracted by seeing the backup verification code. But if someone read through the manual from start to finish and finally saw Appendix 5, they would know that although she and Lu Jinghan had removed their rings, their resonance frequencies could still be called upon by any communication node needing identity verification. They had not left the communication chain. They had simply found another way to remain a part of it. She saved the draft of the maintenance manual, closed her laptop, and placed Qin Zhao's phone back on the coffee table. Outside the window, the sycamore trees had dropped another layer of leaves, and the oil pan at the breakfast stall downstairs was sizzling. The steam from the soy milk wafted in through the window gap, indistinguishable from any ordinary morning. Her wrist bore no ring, and the phone on the coffee table would not vibrate to wake her at dawn, while the node list on the 415.7 frequency band showed no abnormal alerts. Yet she still went to the provincial archives every morning to recheck the already archived evidence bags, adding a few lines of remarks on the labels, transcribing the pencil marks that Lin Weigua had repeatedly erased with an eraser into electronic files. Not because there were still omissions. She had checked all the entries that needed to be checked, sampled all the necessary specimens. But because Lin Weigua had written in his notes, there are still old entrances beyond the sequence, unnumbered, waiting for future generations to continue. She did not know where those earlier entrances were hidden, but she knew the maintenance manual for the 415.7 communication protocol was not finished. Qin Zhao's phone memo still had the last blank page, and the top compartment of the safe in the 7th archive still held a blank label that read "to be continued." She took the pencil from the canvas bag, sharpened it, and placed it beside her notebook alongside the analysis notes of the Zero's pseudo-response protocol and Zhao Changlin's wild chrysanthemum specimen. Then she put on her coat, preparing to head to the provincial office. Lu Jinghan's car was parked downstairs, and the radio was broadcasting the midday news announcing that a cold front would be moving south next week, reminding citizens to keep warm. She printed the draft of the maintenance manual, placed it in the canvas bag, and planned to show it to Old Chun this afternoon. This draft still needed to add some early spectrum analyzer calibration records from the Provincial Material Testing Institute as an appendix, and the few test reports left by Zhou and Wu could be fully included. Old Chun had previously mentioned that those reports were buried at the bottom of the 7th archive, and she would go dig them out this afternoon. The roll-up door of the record store looked the same as always, with a thin layer of dust accumulating on the doorknob. However, since she and Lu Jinghan pried it open from the inside, it had not been locked again. A firm push upwards would allow it to be lifted. Suyi stood at the entrance, shining a flashlight inside. Most of the metallic oxidation smell that had permeated the hall had dissipated. The scorch marks directly beneath the skylight remained, while the circle of silvery metal debris glimmered faintly in the morning light. The heat absorption program of the core column had long since ceased, and with the scanning direction permanently altered, this record store was no longer a vertical entrance, merely 415. The 7th online node of the 7 communication chain. Lu Jinghan parked the car at the alley entrance and pulled out 2 brooms and a plastic bucket he had just bought from the hardware store. The bucket contained a rag steel wool and a bottle of dish soap. He handed one of the brooms to Suyi and took the bucket to the public water faucet at the alley to fill it with water. Suyi pushed the roll-up door all the way up, letting the morning sunlight flood into the hall. The beam of light slanted down from above the vaulted skylight, illuminating the scorch marks on the terrazzo floor, casting a faint silvery reflection on the oxidized metal debris. She stood at the edge of the scorch marks and looked for a moment. Months ago, she and Lu Jinghan had stood directly above this circle of scorch marks, using a wristband to scatter light and repel the first probing of the ash pit. Now the wristband had been deactivated, but the scorch marks remained, and the core column continued to operate quietly deep underground, while the filament network maintained the physical layer of the communication chain within the walls. She picked up the broom and began sweeping from directly beneath the skylight, gradually collecting the dust and pieces of wall debris that had accumulated on the floor over the past few months into the dustpan. A considerable amount of wall debris had fallen off, some due to natural aging caused by filament infiltration, while others were caused by the changes in internal air pressure during the last ash pit preheating. She picked up the larger pieces of wall debris and placed them in the corner, planning to patch them up later with Lu Jinghan. The old record posters around the hall remained in the same state, with the mold spots not continuing to spread. After the core column froze, the filaments no longer seeped outward, and the humidity within the walls had stabilized. She walked up to the wall where the last poster had been removed. The line written in charcoal on the back of the poster by Qin Jiao still remained, "Do not stand in the circle. It will only draw you in, offering you nothing in return." After reading this line here last time, she had reattached the poster, and now the corners of the poster were peeling up again. She pressed the lifted edges back down with her thumb and continued sweeping. Lu Jinghan returned with a full bucket of water, soaked the rag, wrung it out, and began cleaning the glass of the display case. The display case was empty. The places where records used to be displayed were left with a few yellowed price tags, the writing on which had long since faded. After cleaning the dust off the glass, he took out a few items from his canvas bag and placed them in the top section of the display case. Qin Jiao's enamel cup, a photocopy of Captain Weiss' temperature curve chart, a wild chrysanthemum pressed as a specimen tucked in Zhao Changlin's work manual, and the glass jar containing a backup ring for Z and the deactivated rings of her and Lu Jinghan. He adjusted each item, then stepped back to assess the arrangement. Su Yi finished sweeping, leaned the broom against the wall, and walked over to stand beside him. Together, these items in the display case resembled a small archive display. The enamel cup represented Qin Jiao, and the orphanage, the temperature curve chart, represented Captain Wei, and the cotton mill, the wild chrysanthemum, represented Zhao Changlin and the 18th night, and the glass jar represented Z and the mining area hub. What was still missing were fragments from Lin Weiguo's chemical factory, the analysis notes of the false response protocol from Zero, and the frequency spectrum chart of the offset of the fourth node. She added these as well. The chemical factory fragments were placed next to the enamel cup. The analysis notes were laid out in front of the temperature curve chart, and the spectrum chart was pinned to the back of the display case with a thumbtack. Now the display case contained the relics or records of 7 individuals, along with the 2 deactivated rings of her and Lu Jinghan, perfectly corresponding to the 9 online nodes of the 415. 7 communication chain. One position was still missing. She reserved the bottom section in the lower right corner of the display case for the printed version of the maintenance manual and Qin Jiao's phone. The phone was still in her bag. Once the maintenance station was powered on, she would use a charger to keep the phone on, continuously placing it in the display case, with the screen facing outward to display the engineering mode interface of the 415. 7 frequency band. Lu Jinghan poured out the dirty water from the bucket, refilled it with clean water, and began mopping the floor. When he reached the scorch marks directly beneath the skylight, he stopped and tapped the terrazzo floor with a mop handle. Should we deal with these scorch marks? If any ringwearers pass by here in the future, they might think this place is still an active entrance. Su Yi thought for a moment and replied that it wasn't necessary. The scorch marks themselves were already physical evidence of a frozen state. The core column no longer absorbed heat, and the scorch marks would not spread further, nor would the metal debris at the edges emit light. Keeping them would allow future visitors to compare the differences between an active entrance and a frozen one, serving as a live teaching sample. However, a sign could be placed next to the scorch marks similar to the N is here sign at the entrance of the aquarium's penguin exhibit, using simple language to explain the cause of the scorch marks, the time of freezing, and the method. She planned to ask for help designing this sign when she returned home today. A&S markings on the aquarium's floor plan were precise and intuitive, better than any manual. Thinking of Su Yi recalled that last week and had messaged her saying that next to the hatband penguin on the plaster rock wall of the penguin exhibit, there were several new comments written by a few new players who had subsequently entered the aquarium. Someone wrote, "Lin, I used your plan, and it works." Another wrote in, "Thank you for the floor plan," and someone else used a marker to draw a row of tiny penguins, each wearing a little crown, and had taken pictures of all these comments and sent them to her. She planned to print these photos as well and stick them on the blank wall next to the display case in the record store as a permanent tribute to the aquarium replica. She pulled out her phone from the canvas bag and sent a message to in the record store has been transformed into the 415. 7 communication chain ground maintenance station, and the display case has been set up. If it's convenient for you, please help design a sign to place next to the scorch marks explaining the cause and time of freezing. Keep the wording simple like you did in the penguin exhibit. And quickly replied, "Sure. Give me the diameter of the scorch marks and the color of the metal debris at the edges." Su Yi squatted down to measure the diameter of the scorch marks with a tape measure and took a few close-up photos to send over, and responded that the sign would be ready within the week, made of acrylic board with laser-engraved text, waterproof and sunproof, with adhesive on the back to stick directly to the terrazzo floor. Lu Jinghan had already finished mopping the floor and was crouched in the corner using putty to patch the areas where the wall skin had fallen off. His method of applying putty was more meticulous than Su Yi had imagined. First, he used a spatula to scrape off the loose wall skin, then dampened the wall surface with a wet cloth, and evenly spread the putty, smoothing it out with a scraper. Once it was half dry, he gently sanded the surface with a sponge. He had learned simple repairs in the army, saying it was based on the same principle as patching bullet holes, except that epoxy resin was used for bullet holes while putty was used for wall skin. Sui squatted beside him for a while watching him patch, then stood up and walked around the hall marking each area of peeled wall skin with chalk for him to repair one by one. As she drew, she silently planned the functional zones of this maintenance station in her mind. The second floor's open platform would house monitoring equipment. Qin Zhao's old phone would be connected to a charger and kept on continuously fixed in a phone holder with the screen facing down towards the first floor display case, allowing anyone standing in front of the display case reading the maintenance manual to look up and see the node list in engineering mode. A used office desk would be placed by the window on the first floor. Lao Chun said that the wooden desk discarded from the provincial archives could be moved over. The surface had white marks from a kettle, and the drawer still contained a few pencils used by Lin Weigua back then. She found 2 old chairs in the corner of the record store, a bit wobbly, but still usable. Lu Jinghan finished patching the last piece of wall skin and packed the tools into the canvas bag. It needs power. If there's no electricity, the phone will run out in a few days, and the monitoring equipment won't work either. I just checked the electric meter box at the alley. The main line of this building hasn't been cut off by the Power Supply Bureau. Although the meter has stopped, it should still work if the switch is turned on. I'll have Lao Wei find a familiar electrician tomorrow to come over and run the wires, and we should also install a light on the open platform on the second floor. We need to install an emergency light as well, so that in case of a power outage the monitoring equipment can still last for a while. Sui nodded. She looked around. Most of the wall skin in the hall had been repaired, and the glass of the display case was sparkling clean. The items reflected different textures of light in the sunlight. The matte white of the enamel cup, the yellowed paper of the temperature curve chart, the withered petals of the wild chrysanthemum specimen, the transparent arc of the glass jar, the dark gray broken surface of the chemical factory fragments, and the charcoal handwriting of the false response protocol analysis notes. These items together looked like a collection of silent exhibits, each from different eras and different ash pits, but all pointing to the same frequency. Tomorrow Lao Wei would bring the electrician over to run the wires, and then would bring the completed sign. The lower right corner of the display case was still empty, reserved for the printed version of the maintenance manual and Qin Zhao's phone. Tonight she would go home and finalize the manuscript of this manual, preparing to print and bind it tomorrow. On the day the record store maintenance station was officially powered on, Lao Wei brought in a tall, thin electrician. The electrician's surname was Kai, in his 50s, having repaired circuits in this old industrial area for decades, from the cotton mill's distribution boxes to the control panels of aquarium circulation pumps. There was no switch he had not touched. He stood at the entrance of the record store with a canvas tool bag, looking up at the open sky of the atrium, then down at the row of old rusted electric meter boxes on the wall. I last came to this building over 10 years ago. The record store owner said the amplifier in the listening room tripped the circuit. I checked it for an entire afternoon only to discover it wasn't a circuit issue. It was a wire in the basement connected from who knows where, continuously drawing power. I cut that wire and the amplifier worked fine. Later the owner moved out, and I pulled the circuit breaker on the meter box thinking no one would come to this building again. He placed the tool bag on the ground, walked up to the meter box, pried open the rusted door with a screwdriver, and shone a flashlight inside, saying, "The main line is still there, not cut off by the Power Bureau. You're lucky this old commercial area has only been half demolished, and the Power Bureau is too lazy to send someone to finish up." Lu Jinghan pulled out a bundle of wires and a brand new residual current device from the canvas bag, which Lao Wei had found in the cotton mill's warehouse. He handed the wires to Master Kai, who weighed them in his hands, and said they were copper core wires sufficient for you. He pulled down the main switch, climbed up the ladder that Lu Jinghan had just bought from the hardware store, removed the old switch, replaced it with the new residual current device, then ran wires along the wall to install a daylight lamp above the showcase on the first floor and another on the second floor's open platform. When the lights turned on, the charred marks in the hall were illuminated, and the glass of the showcase reflected the 2 parallel daylight tubes, resembling 2 parallel iron tracks. Master Kai came down from the ladder, brushed off the dust from his hands, and pointed towards the basement. "Is that strange wire still there?" "It's the one I cut over 10 years ago, drawing power from the basement up to the building." Sui took him down to take a look. The fine wire network in the basement of the record store had shifted from an active state to dormancy. After the heat absorption procedure of the core column terminated, all the filaments stopped actively penetrating, but the physical structure of the network itself had not vanished. The wire that Master Kai had cut was an early filament extending from the core column in the basement, crawling along the brick seams to the first floor's meter box, stealing electricity from the main line to power the core column without the record store owner's knowledge. The system required an external power source to start the heat absorption procedure during the preheating phase in the ash pit. Now that the heat absorption procedure had terminated, the filament had long since dried up. Master Kai squatted down and touched the cut end of the filament with a voltage tester. The tester did not light up. "It's dead. When it was live I got shocked when I cut it, but now it's no different from cutting iron wire." Sui did not explain to him what the core column in the ash pit was, what the filament network was, or what the heat absorption procedure was. She simply said that the wire had once been connected to the old equipment in the basement. The equipment had been removed, the wire was dried up, and it would no longer steal electricity. Master Kai nodded, did not ask further, and picked up the tool bag to go upstairs, where he closed the circuit breaker on the meter box and measured the voltage of each line and the sensitivity of the residual current device. Everything was normal. He stuck a note on the meter box with his phone number, saying to call this number anytime if the... Then he took the cigarette that Lao Wei handed him, slung the tool bag over his shoulder, and walked out of the alley. That afternoon and brought over the prepared introduction sign. The introduction sign was made of acrylic transparent base with black laser-etched text identical to the line, and is here, that she had written on the plaster rock wall of the penguin exhibit, simple, restrained with no excess information. She took the introduction sign out of the canvas bag, tore off the protective film from the back, squatted next to the charred mark directly under the atrium, aligned the edges, and pressed it down firmly, ensuring the acrylic board's adhesive layer stuck tightly to the polished stone floor. Sui stood by and watched her stick it on. The introduction sign read, "Charred mark of the record store residue of the vertical entrance of the ash pit. Formation time system no. 07 sequence entrance preheating phase. Frozen time the same year, permanently offset scanning direction through dual ring synchronous resonance interference by Su Yi and Lu Jinghan. After freezing, the core column entered dormancy and the charred marks ceased to spread. This entrance has been included in the maintenance scope of communication chain no. 415. 7. On Node 7. For more information about the entrance of the ash pit, please refer to the 415. 7 Communication Protocol Maintenance Manual in the showcase." The sign was signed, and at the aquarium's penguin exhibit, I placed a line written by Lin Weiguo. "This frequency is reusable. All ring bearers can communicate on the title page of the manual. Your introduction sign is placed next to the charred mark alongside the original notes of Lin Weiguo, Qin Jiao's enamel cup, and Captain Lao Wei's temperature curve chart, all in the same hall." Sui inserted several old pencils she had taken from Old Chun into the pen holder next to the showcase. The holder was made from an empty glass jar. She had modified the same size as ZS jar, only without a lid. And looked up at her, hesitated for a moment, pulled out a nearly used-up marker from her pocket, and placed it next to the pen. This marker was brought out from the aquarium. The hatband penguin on the plaster wall of the penguin exhibit was drawn with it, and the line "in is here" on Lin's poster was also written with it. She no longer needed to carry it with her. After all the false markings from the aquarium were removed, she had finished drawing the last penguin on that rock wall, and there was nothing left to mark with the marker. Placing this marker in the maintenance station for future users to use when they need to draw. In the evening, Su Yi connected Qin Jiao's old phone to a charger, fixed it in the lower right corner of the showcase, with the screen facing out, keeping it always on. The node list of frequency band 415. 7 in engineering mode slowly scrolled. 9 online nodes, each marked with status and registration time. She gently tapped on the status bar of the 9th node, where beside the 3 words "cancelled" was a small note. "This node has been converted to identity verification backup code. See Appendix 5 of the maintenance manual." This was the last note she added to the final draft of the maintenance manual that morning. She exited the engineering mode, opened the memo, and added a line under the phrase "Signal has been transmitted," written by Qin Jiao years ago. "This phone is now a permanent monitoring device for the maintenance station." The memo would no longer update daily records. The daily records had been transferred to Appendix 6 of the maintenance manual. This memo page is preserved as it is as part of the original file left by Qin Jiao. Anyone reviewing this phone, please do not delete or modify any previous records. She stepped back 2 paces from the showcase and looked around the hall. The old wooden table eliminated by Old Chun had been moved over to the window position, and the white mark left by the hot water kettle was still there. The pencil scratches left by Lin Weiguo when he leaned over this table to draw sampling diagrams of the chemical factory walls had been worn down to a faint gray shadow by decades of tea stains and friction with file bags. Yet if one looked closely, a few parallel lines and a sketch of the internal structure of a ring could still be discerned. This was the same drawing included in Appendix 1 of her maintenance manual, only this one on the table was more hasty, as if it were a rough draft that had been pushed aside after being deemed unsatisfactory, pressed into the table as tea stains and file bags bore down on it for decades. Old Chen said this table did not need to be archived. It was not an archive by itself, merely an old table. But Sui felt that for someone who had drawn on it for half a lifetime, those pencil scratches had long embedded into the wood grain, and moving it to the maintenance station by the window was just right for use as a visitor registration desk. She placed a few old pencils given by Old Chun in the glass jar pen holder, then pulled out 2 nearly used-up notepads from the canvas bag, and placed them on the table, one with a craft paper cover identical to the one Qin Jiao used to write duty lists, and the other with a white plastic cover similar to the one and used at the aquarium to draw floor plans. The two notepads were placed beside the pencils, allowing anyone who approached the table to easily tear off a page, write a few words, and leave a frequency, a coordinate, or a name. From that day on, the roll-up door of the record store maintenance station was no longer locked. It was pushed up during the day and pulled down at night. Master Kai added a door sign light next to the meter box, which was a second-hand LED sign taken down from the entrance of a convenience store across the street that had already been demolished, with the numbers 415. 7 written in black marker on the white acrylic panel. The 4 numbers could be seen from across the alley, even at night. Every morning, Su Yi came to push the roll-up door up, while the monitoring equipment set up by Lu Jinghan on the second-floor open platform operated 24 hours a day. Qin Zhao's old phone remained lit, and the node list in engineering mode remained stable, as usual. Occasionally, new pulse signals would briefly flicker before disappearing. Not system scanning leak pulses, but a ring bearer, who had not yet been registered, briefly transmitting a synchronization pulse in some corner of the city, then falling silent again. Su Yi recorded the times, frequencies, and rough directions of these sporadic pulses in Appendix 6 of the maintenance manual as unknown nodes to be tracked. After finishing the last batch of documents, she sent Old Chen a message. The maintenance station is officially operational. A space has been left in the showcase for you to place your visitor registration form and the key to Vault No. 7. Old Chen did not reply immediately, but that afternoon, he personally came carrying a craft paper document bag. The document bag contained a new visitor registration form with a cover made of that yellowing craft paper identical to the one he had used for 30 years, except the first page was blank, waiting for the first person to sign. He placed the registration form on the old wooden table, then pressed the backup key for Vault No. 7 beside it, using Qin Zhao's enamel cup to hold down the key's handle. He did not sit for long. After having a cup of tea, he left, standing in front of the showcase for quite a while before departing, his gaze shifting from the fragments of Lin Weiguo's chemical factory to Qin Zhao's enamel cup, and then to the pressed wild chrysanthemum from Zhao Chonglin. He stood in front of the wild chrysanthemum, the longest, then pulled out a small craft paper envelope from his pocket and placed it next to Qin Zhao's phone in the lower right corner of the showcase. Inside the envelope was the original hand-drawn spectrum from Zhou. This was not a copy, but the actual yellowing coordinate paper itself, with extremely fine pencil lines, each peak labeled with time and frequency. Su Yi sealed it in a transparent protective sleeve and stood it upright in the showcase. At 10 o'clock at night, Su Yi pulled down the roll-up door, securing it with the new latch installed by Master Kai. The daylight lamp on the second-floor open platform was still lit, and Lu Jinghan sat in front of the monitoring equipment, copying a recently received weak pulse coordinate onto a notepad and placing it under her notebook. When she came over tomorrow, she would see that notepad and transcribe the pulse records into Appendix 6 of the maintenance manual. Now she pulled down the roll-up door, plugged the door sign light into a timer switch, allowing the 4 numbers 415. 7 to continue shining in the night as she turned to walk towards the alley. Lu Jinghan locked the second-floor windows, came down the stairs, and caught up with her at the door. The two of them walked side by side past the record store window that had been closed for over a decade, the white numbers of the door sign reflected on the window glass, overlapping with their silhouettes. The lights of the noodle shop at the alley entrance were still on. A warm yellow glow seeped through the fogged-up glass door, intersecting with the cold white LED light of the sign, 415. 7-inch at the record store. The two lights converged at the alleyway, casting a clear boundary line on the cobblestone pavement. Su Yi stood beside the boundary line, glancing back at the record store. The rolling shutter had already been pulled down, but the fluorescent lights on the second-floor platform were still on, casting a small rectangular patch of white light into the alley through the window. That was the blackout curtain she had just hung up with Lu Jinghan this afternoon, intentionally leaving a gap at the bottom so she could easily see the monitoring equipment still operating from the alley. Qin Zhao's old phone was still lit up, the node list for the 415. 7 frequency quietly scrolling in the unobserved deep night, 9 online nodes, each marked with status and registration time. She turned back and pushed open the glass door of the noodle shop. The wind chime on the door rang out a crisp sound, and a wave of heat mixed with beef bone broth and cilantro rushed toward her. She and Lu Jinghan passed by this noodle shop every time they went to the record store, but since the end of the medical school instance, she hadn't stepped inside. It's not that she didn't want to eat, but each time they passed, her wristband was either heating up or receiving some faint emergency signal that required her to crouch at the door and repeatedly confirm the frequency. Now that the wristband was deregistered and the emergency signals had been archived, she noticed that the sign of this noodle shop was handwritten with red background and white characters in a neat, but not particularly beautiful regular script, every stroke pressed deeply into the wooden board. In the lower left corner of the sign, there was a line of small text, established in 1983. This was several years earlier than when Lin Weigua chipped off the first fragment from the wall of the chemical plant. Lu Jinghan pushed the door open behind her and chose a seat by the window. The table was an old folding table, the surface covered with a layer of plastic veneer that had been worn shiny, with one edge of the veneer peeling up and held down by transparent tape. The chair was one of those folding chairs with iron pipe legs which made a slight creaking sound when sat upon. He placed the canvas bag by his feet, took out 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks from the chopstick holder, broke them apart, laid 1 pair in front of her, and then picked up the handwritten menu on the table to look at it. Suyi sat down opposite him, not looking at the menu but quietly gazing around this old noodle shop, which was older than her. A vintage radio sat behind the cash register with the FM tuning pointer stopped at 97.4. It was broadcasting a late-night music program, with the host keeping the volume low, as if to avoid waking those who had already fallen asleep upstairs. A yellowed acrylic price list hung on the wall beside it was a clock that had long stopped, its hands forever frozen, at a time long forgotten in the afternoon. She remembered that there had also been a clock hanging on the wall of the record store hall. The broadcasting equipment, transformed from the clock tower, had once shared the same circuit as that clock, and the record store owner's first task each day was to wind the clock. Later, when the owner moved away, the clock stopped, but the clock tower radio station was still transmitting Lin Weigua's synchronized pulses from 20 years ago on the 415.7 main frequency. The owner poked his head out from the kitchen holding a ladle. He wore a white apron that had been washed to the point where the original color was unrecognizable, with several old scald marks from splashes of hot soup on his shoulder. Looking about the same age as Zhao Chonglin, perhaps a bit older. He asked what they wanted to eat. Lu Jinghan ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, added 2 extra servings of beef, and also added a plate of cold cucumber. Suyi added, "Make the noodles wide, and put more cilantro on it." The owner acknowledged and turned back into the kitchen. The sound of the ladle stirring in boiling water came from the half-open food pass, mixed with the soft old songs from the radio and the occasional night breeze from outside filling the small shop. Suyi gently scraped the bamboo splinters from the disposable chopsticks along the edge of the table and then placed the chopsticks on the bowl stand. She thought of the wild chrysanthemum that had been pressed into a specimen in Zhao Changlin's work manual of the duty roster that Qin Jiao had drawn up in the orphanage's archive room, and of how Lin Weigua might have sat in this position before the record store at the alley had closed, after circling the record store on the map, while waiting for the opening of entrance No. 07 in the boring intervals. He probably also came here to eat a bowl of noodles. The map he had repeatedly erased with an eraser had grease stains on it, not from machine oil, but from beef. She had noticed that circle of grease stain when she examined the original map with a magnifying glass in the provincial archives, thinking it was machine oil he had gotten while sampling in the chemical plant, but now she suddenly felt that it might just be from a bowl of beef noodles. The noodles arrived. In a rough ceramic bowl, the rim had fine glazed cracks, the soup was dark brown, and the wide noodles piled into a small mound at the bottom of the bowl, topped with thinly sliced sauced beef and a handful of already softened cilantro. Suyi picked up a bunch of noodles with her chopsticks, blew on it twice, and sent it into her mouth. She hadn't eaten this kind of wide noodles in a long time. Inside the instance, it was always compressed biscuits and radish soup, and after coming out it was always fried rice and beef stewed cabbage, all made by her own hands. Or Lu Jinghan's, not bad, but that was cooking, not noodles. Noodles were something else. Noodles were for running a shop for people who had just finished a night shift to bike into the alley for a meal, for night watchers to ride for 20 minutes after checking the temperature of the ash pit, coming here for a bowl of hot soup to fill their stomachs before going back to write their work manuals. Zhao Changlin's work manual did not mention this noodle shop, but Suyi felt certain he had been here. A night watcher who had guarded the cotton mill for 18 years could not possibly be unaware of a 24-hour noodle shop just one alley away from the record store. She picked a piece of beef from her bowl and placed it in Lu Jinghan's bowl. He pressed the beef under the noodles for a moment and then picked it up to eat. He didn't say thank you, just quietly exchanged the piece of cilantro that had gotten a bit soft in her bowl for her. A large pile of cilantro had been put in her bowl, far more than what she had meant by put more cilantro on it. He transferred the excess cilantro into his bowl, mixed it with the beef, and finished it in 3 bites. Suyi suddenly remembered how he had pushed her away in the aquarium, clearing the acrylic shards to his side, how in the basement of the record store he had filled the gap in her scattering surface with his ring light, and how in the air raid shelter of the mining area he had simultaneously sent in interference signals while she pressed the launch button. He never said he'll help you, he simply silently gathered what she didn't need into his bowl and ate it without changing his. She picked up the last bunch of noodles with her chopsticks, drank nearly half of the soup, then leaned back against the chair looking at the now empty alley outside. The sign 415.7 was still quietly lit at the entrance of the record store, as stable as the last time she had come out of the record store, the aquarium, or the mining hub. But today was different. Today she did not immediately return to the maintenance station to check the node list after finishing the noodles, did not get up to draw a topographic map after being awakened by the wristband in the early morning, and did not repeatedly deduce the coordinates of the next emergency entrance on the blank pages of her notebook. She simply sat in a noodle shop established in 1983, using a pair of disposable bamboo chopsticks to finish the last bunch of noodles, then watched as water droplets formed from the condensation on the glass door trickled down the door frame, leaving a slightly darker wet mark on the wooden frame. She remembered what she had written in the preface of the maintenance manual. Anyone with the intention to observe and continuously record can become a node maintainer of the communication chain. Today she did not observe any signals, did not record any data, and did not maintain any nodes. She simply sat in a folding chair, ate a bowl of beef noodles, and watched as the person opposite her picked away the excess cilantro from her bowl piece by piece, leaving a few already softened pieces, just enough for her to finish with the last bit of soup. If Xiao Chonglin, after guarding the cotton mill for 18 years, also had a night sitting in the same noodle shop at the same spot, eating a similarly warm bowl of beef noodles, then going back to write in that day's work manual, "Today's temperature is stable, no anomalies," then what she did tonight was quite similar to his. Not every maintainer needs to observe data every day. Sometimes observing just means sitting in a window seat, confirming that the sign is still lit, that the wind in the alley is still cool, and confirming that the person opposite has picked away all the side dishes you don't like, but still left you with your favorite parts. She placed the chopsticks on the empty bowl and stood up to pay at the cash register. The owner said it was unnecessary as the person before had already paid. She turned to glance at Lu Jinghan, who was stacking the empty bowls together to take to the food, past his movements mirroring how he organized the data cables of the monitoring equipment on the second floor of the record store, cleaned the folding shovel in the air raid shelter of the mining area, before putting it into the canvas bag, and stacked Zhao Changlin's manuals in chronological order in the night watchman's dormitory, smoothly, quietly, never feeling that he had done anything worthy of thanks. So he did not say anything further, just cleaned up the bamboo chopsticks and napkins on the table and threw them into the trash can. Then she pushed open the glass door and stepped into the alley, letting the night breeze disperse the heat of the noodle soup clinging to her hair. Lu Jinghan followed her out, slinging the canvas bag over his shoulder. He said the flavor was good. Next time we can add an extra serving of beef. Tomorrow we will still go to the record store. You are responsible for sorting out the incidental pulse records from Appendix 6 of the maintenance manual, and I will help Master Kai completely cut off that dried thread in the basement from the electric meter box. In the afternoon, Old Wei will come to deliver the survival rate photos of the boxwood from the cotton mill, and by the way, bring a pot to place at the door. Put it at the entrance of the record store, not on your balcony. Su Yi replied affirmatively. She stood for a moment at the boundary line of the alley, the cold white light of the sign and the warm yellow light from the noodle shop's glass door simultaneously falling on her profile, painting one half of her face cold white, and the other half warm yellow, just like the effect of Qin Zhao's enamel cup and Z's glass jar, placed side by side under the same beam of fluorescent light in the display case of the record store. A half of completed history, a half of ongoing daily life. She turned and walked towards the alley entrance, going home to rest, and continuing tomorrow. In the first few days after the maintenance station opened, Su Yi would sit for a while on the second floor's open platform each day. Qin Zhao's old phone was fixed on a stand, its screen facing down towards the display cabinet. The engineering mode interface on the 7-frequency band was constantly illuminated, and the status bar of the 9 online nodes never showed any anomalies. Lu Jinghan placed an electronic temperature and humidity meter bought from a convenience store next to the phone stand. The display showed an indoor temperature of 16 degrees and a humidity of 42%, completely consistent with the stability indicators of the core column in the record store's basement after being frozen, suitable for the long-term preservation of paper documents. He noted the data from the temperature and humidity meter on a sticky note and pressed it under the cover page of the monitor. Every time Su Yi came up, she would first glance at that sticky note, confirming that the temperature and humidity had not fluctuated. Then she would sit down and open the monitoring log, transcribing the sporadic pulses automatically recorded in engineering mode over the past 24 hours into the electronic spreadsheet of Appendix 6. Most sporadic pulses were background noise, but there was one faint pulse from early morning that was consistent in direction and frequency with yesterday's, with the interval between pulses shortened by a fraction of a second. She marked this signal as to be tracked unknown node, placing a question mark beside it. A knock sounded from downstairs. It was An. She came today to deliver the latest photos of the penguin exhibit's message wall. Su Yi closed the monitoring log and came down from the second floor, seeing and standing in front of the display cabinet, holding a brown paper envelope, looking down at the circuit distribution diagram posted on the wall by Master Kai. When Master Kai came to inspect last time, he used a red pen to draw a simple diagram next to the electrical box, marking the direction of each light circuit and the positions of their corresponding switches. Suyi told him that there are currently 2 circuits on the second floor, one for lighting and monitoring equipment, and the other. Lu Jinghan installed a voltage regulator on the backup line, saying that if new monitoring equipment needed to be added in the future, power could be directly drawn from the backup line without the need for new wiring, and asked Suyi if she wanted to place a radio on the second floor, which could receive signals from the clock tower radio station. The clock tower radio station was the first 415 transformed by Lin Weiguo 20 years ago. The ground broadcast node on the 7-frequency band had a very low transmitting power, but within the urban area it could be received with an ordinary radio tuned to the edge of the AM band, sounding like an extremely long and slow blank noise, with a very brief pulse occurring every few minutes. That was the frequency synchronization pulse automatically sent by the residual ring signals in the core column of the chemical plant's ash pit. So he thought for a moment, and said to place the radio next to the display cabinet on the first floor, so that those who came to flip through the maintenance manual could also hear that segment of blank noise. They might not notice the scrolling node list on the phone screen, but if their ears caught that repeatedly occurring pulse, they might ask what it was. She opened the envelope and brought. Inside were several close-up photos of the penguin exhibit's plaster rock walls, and sure enough, there were several new messages next to the tiny crowned penguins. Someone had written a line in blue marker beneath the penguins: "Thank you, Mr. Lin. The underwater negative pressure zone plan is very effective. The penguins are beautifully drawn." Someone else had added in another color: "This wall is livelier than any document. Wishing good fortune to future visitors." So he finished flipping through these photos, then took out the maintenance manual that had been gone through several times, turned to the page containing the aquarium's copy records, and numbered each of ANS newly brought message photos, filling in the shooting dates and summaries of the message contents, noting in the remarks column that penguin exhibit messages are continuously updated. This maintenance manual had been supplemented with new content every day since opening. 2 days ago, it was the fine wire residual resistance value measured by Master Kai with a voltage meter. Yesterday, it was the survival rate photos of the Cotoneaster plant sent by Old Wei and the record of 5 new seedlings planted, and this morning Lu Jinghan tested the 415 signal with a second-hand signal amplifier he found at a hardware store on the second floor. The reception sensitivity of the 7-frequency band was noted in the appendices of the monitoring log with a hand-drawn circuit diagram of the amplifier sketched beside it. All these new entries were recorded in the maintenance manual's Appendix 6 in chronological order, with new entries added each day, and each day someone would add something to this old record store that had once been the entrance to the ash pit. Lu Jinghan came down from the second floor holding the newly copied sticky note of the amplifier test data. He tucked the sticky note into the corresponding page of Appendix 6 of the maintenance manual, then walked in front of the display cabinet, copied the coordinates of the sporadic pulse received this morning onto a new sticky note, and pressed it under Qin Jiao's phone stand. This signal also appeared at the same time yesterday and the day before with consistent direction and frequency, and the pulse intervals are still shortening. If it appears again at the same time tomorrow, it can basically be confirmed that it is not background noise. Someone is actively transmitting. It could be a newly activated ring bearer, or it could be a passive beacon embedded in an undiscovered backup entrance automatically, sending synchronization pulses. In the area of the mining area's air raid shelter group, you only surveyed P1 and P2 last month, and to the northeast, there is still an unnumbered underground facility. Lin Weiguo only drew a vague outline on the map, noting structure unstable, not explored. Suyi recalled that area. Continuing along the 3rd branch road from the northeast corner of the mining area hub beyond the protective range of ZS blocking layer, there was an old mine passage partially covered by rubble. Lin Weiguo had drawn a tiny question mark nearby on the map 20 years ago, writing 2 words beside it: deep well. She copied the coordinates of that question mark from Lin Weiguo's hand-drawn map and cross-checked it with the direction of the sporadic pulse received by Lu Jinghan. The angular deviation was less than 2 degrees, with the estimated distance being approximately a few kilometers northeast of the mining area, falling precisely within the range of the unnumbered underground facility marked as Deep Well by Lin Weiguo. If that sporadic pulse indeed comes from the direction of the deep well, it indicates that there may be an undiscovered ash pit entrance or a passive beacon in that facility, and it has only recently been activated. Either the system scan missed a pulse triggering a dormant microcore column, or a new ring bearer of the 415 communication protocol accidentally entered that area repeatedly, sending out distress signals with their ring. Regardless of the situation, it is necessary to confirm on site. She sent a message to Old Chun asking if there were any early documents regarding the mining area's deep well in the number 7 vault. Old Chun quickly replied yes. Lin Weiguo mentioned the deep well in the chemical plant's notes appendix, writing, "Just 1 line northeast deep well of the mining area, depth unknown, wall shows fine wire penetration traces. Not explored. Presumed to be an early backup entrance predating the chemical plant." He wrote this line on the last page of the chemical plant's wall sampling record appendix, beside which he drew a tiny vertical well profile, marking the depth of the fine wire penetration layer and the material of the well wall. Hand-drawn, the pencil lines had become blurry, but were still recognizable. I saw this drawing before when I was sorting the vault, thinking it was just a rough sketch he drew casually, so I didn't take it out. Suyi asked him to help by taking a photo of that drawing. A few minutes later, Old Shin sent a photo showing Lin Weiguo's hand-drawn vertical well profile, with the wall material marked as red brick lining mortar weathered, and the depth of the fine wire penetration layer, approximately several meters from the wellhead, beside which a small line was written in pencil. The fine wire distribution pattern on the well wall is consistent with that on the wall of the chemical plant's ash pit above. This well may be an early ash pit entrance, with the core column location to be determined. She enlarged this drawing and placed it next to the coordinates of the sporadic pulse received by Lu Jinghan on the display cabinet glass. The depth of the fine wire penetration layer on the profile perfectly matched the signal attenuation curve of the sporadic pulse. If there indeed was a dormant microcore column deep in the well, it had recently been triggered to absorb heat by the system scan's missed pulse. During the heat absorption process, the inner fluff of the core column began to permeate fine wires outward, forming a distribution pattern in the red brick lining that was exactly consistent with the chemical plant's wall sampling records, and the weak electromagnetic pulses generated during the fine wire penetration process were captured by Lu Jinghan with the newly installed signal amplifier on the second floor of the record store. This was no longer just random noise. This was a backup entrance slowly awakening. Suyi printed out Lin Weiguo's vertical well profile and pinned it to the message wall beside the display cabinet, hanging it alongside the photos of the penguin exhibit brought by Master Kai's circuit distribution diagram and Old Weiss survival rate records of the Catoniaster. Then she wrote a note below the profile in pencil: suspected newly activated backup entrance, pending on-site confirmation. If confirmed, it will become the first new entrance surveyed since the opening of the 415.7 communication chain maintenance station. Lu Jinghan took out a folding shovel and a small hammer from a canvas bag, checking the sharpness of the shovel blade and whether the hammer head was loose at the door. Suyi took Qin Zhao's phone off the stand and placed it in the inner pocket of her coat, taking a photo of the archive page regarding the deep well from the maintenance manual to save in her phone's album. They decided to set off early the next morning to find the vertical well location marked on Lin Weiguo's profile before dark, confirming the degree of fine wire penetration and whether the core column had entered the heat absorption phase. If the heat absorption program had already started, they would use the interference plan verified during the backup entrance survey to terminate it in advance. If the fine wire penetration depth of the well wall did not exceed the critical value, they would set up a low-power shield in accordance with the principle of the mock response protocol at the mine entrance, temporarily shielding this area from the system scan path to buy time for subsequent formal freezing. Before departure, she checked the status of the monitoring equipment on the second floor one last time. The temperature and humidity meter displayed normal data. The node list on Qin Zhao's phone was scrolling steadily, and the signal amplifier installed by Lu Jinghan that morning had good sensitivity on the test frequency band. She left the spare key within, saying if the signal strength of the sporadic pulse suddenly rose above baseline levels before noon the next day to message her, and she would call back to confirm at the mine entrance using a satellite phone. And took the key and placed it in the inner pocket of her coat alongside the nearly used marker, then sat down at the old wooden table, opening the blank visitor registration form left by Old Shun. She signed her name and the date on the first line, writing just one word in the remarks column: on duty. Suyi watched her finish signing, then opened the door. The streetlight at the alley entrance cast a cold white light on the 415.7 sign, with the already westward moon occupying half of the night sky. Behind her and sat at the old wooden table by the window, opening the maintenance manual cover page, gently drawing a horizontal line beneath Lin Weiguo's phrase: this frequency can be reused, all ring bearers can communicate. The noodle shop across the street, which opened in 1983, was still lit, and the late-night music program on the radio was playing its final song. Before setting off, you made a trip to the provincial archives and retrieved the hand-drawn general map of the deep corridor in the mining area by Lin Weiguo from the bottom layer of the safe in Vault No. 7. This map was more complete than the air raid shelter group map she had previously accessed, covering an area that extended from the mine tunnel entrance to several kilometers northeast towards a low ridge. Lin Weiguo had drawn a tiny circle on the southern side of the ridge with a pencil, labeling it Deep Well, surrounded by a dashed line with the word structure unstable, not explored written outside the line. Inside the dashed line, there were several tiny arrows pointing towards the wellhead with azimuth angles and estimated depths noted beside them. He marked all known gray pit entrances with solid lines. 01 Chemical Plant, 02 Cotton Mill, 03 Live Broadcast Base, 04 Rawa Hotel, 05 West City Orphanage 06 Old Campus of West City High School 07 Record Store. Each solid line circle labeled with a freezing date and type of interference plan. However, the circle for the deep well was dashed not solid. He didn't mark any dates or interference plans, only writing 3 words beside it not completed. He had explored all known entrances in the mining area except for the deep well. The penetration phase of the chemical plant gray pit had started before he could finish exploring the deep well, and he didn't have time to return. She spread the general map on the glass of the display cabinet and traced the dashed line with her fingers, saying the dashed line indicates that he only performed preliminary observations at the wellhead without descending into the well. The depth of the infiltration layer on the profile diagram was a distance from the wellhead. He might have measured the signal strength with a portable spectrometer at the wellhead, hand-drawing a rough map of the infiltration layer distribution, but he didn't have time to probe deeper into the well wall before receiving a report about the accelerated preheating of the chemical plant gray pit, leading him to rush back overnight, and he never emerged again. The last step of this work was left on the southern side of the ridge northeast of the mining area, along with a hand-drawn vertical well profile tucked at the very end of the appendix of the chemical plant wall sampling records. Now, with the profile and the general map overlapped, the position of the dashed circle happened to fall within the range of azimuth angle errors of the sporadic pulses that Lu Jinghan had received in recent days. Lu Jinghan dragged the canvas bag out from under the display cabinet and checked the equipment: a folding shovel, a small hammer, a headlamp, spare batteries, a bundle of nylon rope, several evidence bags with labels already attached, and a portable spectrometer borrowed from the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute. The spectrometer was the same model used by Zhou back in the day, with the label on the casing still intact, displaying the fixed asset number and calibration date from the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute. He packed the spectrometer into a waterproof bag, then stuffed 2 bottles of mineral water and half a pack of compressed biscuits into the canvas bag. Su Yi took Qin Jiao's phone from the stand and placed it in the inner pocket of her coat, then retrieved the maintenance manual from the display cabinet, flipping to Appendix 6 to verify the sporadic pulse records from the past few days one by one. The intervals of the pulses had been steadily shortening, and the signal strength had slightly increased each time, with the attenuation curve perfectly matching the depth variation trend of the infiltration layer on Lin Weiguo's profile. She took pictures of these records to save in her phone album, then closed the manual and returned it to the display cabinet, saying to Wen, who was sitting behind an old wooden desk writing records in the visitor log, "If the intensity of the sporadic pulse suddenly increases before noon, send me a satellite message." The spare keys are in the drawer to the left of the display cabinet. Master Kai's phone number is taped to the electric meter box. Call that number if the breaker trips. Old Wei will bring a pot of dwarf holly in the afternoon to place at the entrance. You please sign for it. And placed the pen on the edge of the log, glanced up at her without asking questions like, "Are you in danger?" He just nodded, took the keys from the drawer, and placed them in the inner pocket of his coat alongside the nearly used-up marker. The mountain road northeast of the mining area was more difficult to traverse than Su Yi had anticipated. The last time they came to the mining area to inspect P1 and P2, the off-road vehicle could still reach the mine tunnel entrance, but the location of the deep well was several kilometers northeast of the mine tunnel with no road, only a rocky slope pitted by rain. Lu Jinghan parked the car at the entrance of the mining area, and the two of them walked in with their equipment on their backs. The closer they got to the coordinates of the deep well, the looser the gravel on the ground became, making it slippery underfoot. However, the density of the silver-white filaments embedded in the gaps of the gravel increased, mirroring the initial state of the filaments leaking out from the core column in the basement of the record store during the heat absorption phase, though the filaments here were finer and shorter, with most still embedded in fragments of red bricks and weathered mortar, not completely breaking through the surface. Lu Jinghan used the folding shovel to clear away a patch of dry grass roots covering the gravel layer, exposing a layer of soil that had turned black interspersed with numerous broken silver-white filament fragments. The surface of these fragments bore fine concentric ring patterns identical to the structure of the array of ring fragments at Node 4 underground, indicating that someone who wore a ring had been here before, not Lin Weiguo, as he had only measured the signal at the wellhead and rushed back to the chemical plant. Someone else had embedded at least one ring fragment beside this, while much earlier establishing the first generation of shielding layers using the same passive resonance array principle as Node for suppressing the infiltration speed of the filaments in the well wall to an extremely low level. He didn't know how many years later someone would come with a portable spectrometer and signal amplifier to find this well again, but he still embedded the fragments. Su Yi crouched down and used tweezers to carefully extract the ring fragments from the soil, numbering them according to their discovery locations and placing them into evidence bags. These fragments were more severely oxidized than the ring fragments from Node, for almost completely black, but the resonant structure of the inner fluff remained intact under the microscope. Like Z's backup ring, they were old rings that had been safely removed after actively entering a dormant state. The first maintainer of the deep well had found this well in an earlier era using his own ring fragments to establish a long-term stable protective layer that remained nameless. She placed the evidence bags into the canvas bag and stood up to continue walking forward. The location of the vertical well was in a depression half hidden by wild goji bushes on the southern side of the ridge, with a small diameter at the wellhead lined with red bricks, and the brick seams were crawling with dried silver-white filaments comparable to the area in the basement of the record store, where filaments were most densely infiltrated before freezing. The gravel surrounding the wellhead was more severely infiltrated by the filament network than the outer region, with several bricks already loose showing signs of being chiseled, left by Lin Weigua when he sampled at the wellhead. He had used his small hammer to knock off several loose bricks. Bringing back filament samples from the brick seems to compare with the fragments at the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute. There were still several faint pencil marks at the edge of the wellhead used by him to indicate azimuth when hand-drawing the profile diagram. The depth of filament infiltration has already exceeded several meters. The core column's heat absorption program has at least been running for several days. But the infiltration speed is much slower than that of the record store. There is no external power supply here for the filament network to siphon off, and the core column relies entirely on the residual energy from the system scanning for pulse leaks to maintain heat absorption. Lu Jinghan swept the well wall with the spectrometer and handed the data to Su Yi to look at. The infiltration depth was still extending downward at an extremely slow rate, taking almost a day to extend a small distance, which was more than an order of magnitude slower than the several meters of daily infiltration during the heat absorption phase of the gray pit in the record store. The dormant depth of the core column in the deep well was much deeper than that of the core column in the record store. The gray pit in the record store was located in the city center with the most concentrated system scanning signals, and as soon as the heat absorption program started, it could draw ample energy from the external environment. The deep well located on the ridge northeast of the mining area had its signal strength attenuated to a very low level after passing through the dual blockages of 0 and Z, relying almost entirely on the extremely weak induced current of the filament network itself for heat absorption. No need for dual-ring synchronous resonance. There are no system scanning signals here to trigger the penetration phase. The blockage layers of 0 and Z have cut off the vast majority of scanning signals in the mining area, and the residual energy reaching the deep well is only enough to maintain heat absorption, not enough to trigger penetration. All that is needed is a low-power shield similar in principle to the Mach response protocol at the mine tunnel entrance to temporarily obscure this area from the system scanning path, and the heat absorption program will automatically suspend due to insufficient energy supply. The shield is set up at the wellhead, checked regularly. Su Yi took out a small signal amplifier from the canvas bag. Lu Jinghan had tested the same model on the second floor of the record store the other day, which could amplify the carrier signal of the 415.7 frequency band, while maintaining the waveform without distortion. She fixed the amplifier at the edge of the wellhead, tightly binding it with nylon rope, calibrated the transmission frequency to match the same frequency band as the Mach response protocol at the mine tunnel entrance, and then connected it to the spectrometer borrowed from the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute to begin debugging. Lu Jinghan used the folding shovel to clear a small flat area beside the wellhead, connected the output line of the portable generator to the amplifier, setting it to a time transmission mode to automatically send a Mach response pulse every few seconds, simulating the signal state of the core column that had already frozen back to the system scanning pulse. The heat absorption rate curve on the spectrometer screen briefly jumped after the shield was activated, not an increase, but a decrease. The induced current of the filaments began to become chaotic under the interference of the Mach response pulse, causing the heat absorption program to automatically reduce its operating rate due to unstable energy supply. After a moment, the curve stabilized and declined. The depth of infiltration stopped increasing, and the silver-white filaments in the brick seams of the well wall gradually dimmed, changing from silver-white to dark gray, identical to the surface of the frozen core column in the basement of the record store. The heat absorption program has paused. We don't need to go down. It stopped by itself. She exported and saved the spectrometer data, recording the specific parameters of this operation in her notebook: coordinates, depth of filament infiltration, ring fragment sample numbers, frequency of the shield's transmission, and time transmission intervals. This data will be entered into a new appendix entry in the maintenance manual, and after sending the ring fragment samples to the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute for isotopic analysis next week, the test report will be archived together. Now that the heat absorption program of the deep well has paused, the filaments no longer infiltrate, and those already dried silver-white filaments in the brick seams of the well wall reflect the last faint cold light in the sunlight before slowly dimming and blending with the surrounding weathered old mortar that has eroded for decades. She put the pencil back in her pocket and stood up brushing the dirt off her knees. Lu Jinghan organized the cables of the generator and signal amplifier covering the equipment with waterproof cloth and weighing down the corners with some stones. Then the two of them retraced their steps back. The heat absorption program of the deep well had been running for several days before it paused, and the depth of filament infiltration at the wellhead matched perfectly with the residual traces at the surface and the data recorded when she took samples. Years ago, the nameless maintainer who embedded ring fragments at the wellhead had pressed the infiltration of the deep well's filaments long enough using the passive resonance array of the same origin as node for allowing later visitors to bring the generator and signal amplifier with ease. Suyi walked along the mountain path back with the canvas bag containing several samples and spectrometer data collected earlier today stacked together with the hand-drawn profile that Lin Weiguo had retrieved from Vault No. 7, which would complete the last page of the Deep Wells file alongside the inspection report from the Provincial Materials Inspection Institute next week. On the second day after returning from the deep well, Suyi delivered the ring fragment samples collected from the soil near the wellhead to the Provincial Material Inspection Institute. She was received by Lu, the last disciple Wu had trained, who was in his early 30s, wearing an old pair of glasses with a scratch on the lenses, habitually turning the probe of the spectrometer in his hand while speaking. He took the evidence bag, examined the concentric ring patterns on the surface of the fragments under the light for a moment, and then looked up to ask, "Is it again 415?" 7. Suyi nodded. Lu did not ask further, simply placing the evidence bag in the sample tray, writing his name in the sender section of the inspection application form, and noting sample source northeast deep well of the mining area. Sender Suyi. This sample belongs to the same type as the fourth node fragments recorded by Zhou and Wu in the past. As per the old rule, once the results are out, they go directly to the record store without entering the public database. Suyi looked at that line and realized Wu had passed down the habit of not entering the public database to Lu. For decades, the Provincial Material Inspection Institute has maintained two databases. One is an official testing report system open to the public, and the other is the old rule passed down orally among generations of inspectors. All abnormal signals and related samples detected in the 415.7 frequency band are not entered into the public database, do not produce official reports, and only the raw data is sealed in a brown paper envelope addressed to future generations. Lu pushed the sample tray into the analyzer, and the instrument began to automatically scan the isotopic composition and surface microstructure of the fragments. While waiting for the results, he pulled out a brown paper envelope with frayed edges from the drawer and placed it on the table. This contains all the original records regarding the resonant structure of the ring fragments left by Master Zhou and Master Wu. Before Master Wu was transferred, he handed these to me, saying that if anyone brought similar samples for testing in the future, I should give them these records. She refers to you. Master Zhou wrote a line on the last page of the records. The resonant structure of this type of fragment is stable and can suppress the infiltration of gray pit filaments for a long time. It is advised that if future finders discover similar samples, they should not damage the resonant array and keep it in situ. Suyi took the envelope. Inside were several pages of handwritten observation records and pencil. The paper was fragile, but the handwriting was clear. Since 2005, when Zhou first captured the fourth node's offset frequency, he had been tracking the resonant structure of the ring fragments. He hand-drew a table of the concentric ring spacing, fluff density, and frequency offset of each fragment, densely filled with comparative data and calculation formulas. He was not a ring bearer and lacked any professional equipment, so he could only measure the surface of the fragments point by point with the spectrometer probe, then transcribe the data into a notebook, and at home manually calculate the stability of the resonant structure using pencil and coordinate paper. He calculated that the array of ring fragments could autonomously maintain resonance for hundreds of years without an external power source, found a quantitative relationship between fluff density and frequency offset, and estimated that as long as the fragments were arranged in a concentric ring structure, the resonance signals could be amplified multiple times through mutual inductive coupling. These calculations were later cited by Lin Weiguo in the chemical plant notes, verified by Qin Jiao in the gray pit of the orphanage, adopted by Zi in the design of the backup ring for the mining area's fault zone, reproduced by Lu Jinghan on the second floor of the record store with a second-hand signal amplifier, and included by Suyi in Appendix 4 of the maintenance manual. But their origin was an ordinary inspector who had never seen a gray pit or worn a ring, calculating everything manually with a pencil and coordinate paper in the basement of the Provincial Material Inspection Institute. Lu handed Suyi the printed inspection report from the analyzer. The report indicated that the depth of the oxidation layer on the surface of the fragments was consistent with the fourth node sample, but the resonant structure of the inner fluff was better preserved, belonging to the same batch as ZS backup ring. An early ring model, the outer metallic alloy composition differed slightly from later wristbands, but the resonant frequency was completely identical. Those nameless individuals who found this well before Lin Weigua marked it on the map wore early wristbands from the same era as the establishing a passive resonant array with their ring fragments around the wellhead that shared the same origin as the fourth node, suppressing filament infiltration effectively for a long time. Long enough that when Lin Weigua mapped the deep well coordinates 20 years ago, and when Su Yi and Lu Jinghan found the wellhead with a generator and signal amplifier. It was also long enough that someone in the future would come to replace the shield with a more efficient model. Su Yi folded the inspection report and placed it in her pocket, returning Zhou and Wu's original records to the envelope. Before leaving the Provincial Material Inspection Institute, she signed the visitor registration form, writing only 2 words in the remarks section archive. After coming out of the Provincial Material Inspection Institute, Su Yi went to the provincial archives. Old Chun was sitting behind his old wooden desk holding a teacup that had long cooled with a yellowed ledger spread out in front of him, and he was adding notes in pencil. Seeing her push the door open, he pulled down his reading glasses. The samples from the deep well have been sent for inspection. Lu called me this morning saying that the oxidation level on the surface of the fragments was worse than that of the fourth node samples, but the resonant structure was still functioning normally. He said these fragments have been embedded in the soil for at least several decades. Su Yi placed the copy of the inspection report on Old Chin's desk, and also handed over the copy of Zhou and Wu's handwritten resonant structure analysis. Zhou wrote a suggestion on the last page of the records: similar fragments should not damage the resonant array and should be kept in situ. I only collected samples from the fragments at the wellhead and did not disturb the main array. The shield is set up at the wellhead and the heat absorption program has been paused. That area is a dual coverage zone of 0 and ZS fault layer, and the signal scanned by the system has already attenuated to a very low level by the time it reaches the deep well. The core column has no external energy source, and the penetration phase will never trigger. But the heat absorption program has not been completely terminated, it is just paused. Once the battery of the shield runs out, heat absorption will restart. Old Chin finished reading the inspection report, and Zhou's handwritten records page by page, took off his reading glasses, and placed them on the desk, fell silent for a moment, and then said, "So you need something that can permanently replace the shield, just like the false response protocol at the entrance of the mining tunnel, that doesn't require battery changes, doesn't need maintenance, and can operate there for decades." Su Yi told him that Appendix 5 of the maintenance manual had already included ZS ring removal scheme, using dual rings to trigger identity cancellation through synchronous resonance in the system's scanning blind zone, and the cancelled ring can serve as a backup code for identity verification, functioning as a trusted credential when encountering unfamiliar signals in the communication chain. The area at the wellhead of the deep well is within the dual coverage range of 0 and ZS fault layer, with extremely low scanning signal strength, meeting the execution conditions for the ring removal scheme. In the past few days, she had been preparing to find a pair of usable old rings. Not the one she had cancelled, as that one had already entered a complete dormancy. To use ZS scheme to perform a dual ring synchronous cancellation at the wellhead of the deep well, leaving the cancelled 2 rings beside the shield as permanent false response beacons. This way, even if the future shield's battery runs out, the false response beacon will continue to emit signals like the hand embedded at the entrance of 0, and every time the system scanning pulse sweeps this area, it will receive a false response, mistakenly believing that the core column has been frozen. Old Chun put his reading glasses back on, opened the yellowed ledger, flipped to a certain page in the middle, and pointed to a handwritten entry: old equipment inventory at the Provincial Material Inspection Institute, several remnants of wristbands cancelled, stored in the bottom layer of the safe in warehouse No. 7. Number none. Source: collected by Zhou and Wu over the years from the soil near the fourth node. While Zhou and Wu continuously monitored the offset frequency around the underground corridor of the fourth node, they also collected scattered ring fragments and several wristbands that had completely been cancelled from the nearby soil. These wristbands came from ring bearers who predated 0, who in earlier times found the corridor, embedded their rings into the wall as beacons, and then naturally cancelled them. Not by actively using ZS dual ring resonance scheme to cancel, but because the inner fluff of the ring gradually decayed after a long time away from the wearer, ultimately triggering the system's cancellation procedure automatically. These naturally cancelled old rings were collected one by Zhou and Wu from the soil, clean, numbered, sealed in evidence bags, and pressed at the bottom of the safe. Old Chun said these rings have been cancelled for decades, older than ZS backup rings, but the resonant structure of the inner fluff still exists. If you need a pair of old rings to serve as false response beacons, these are more suitable than newly cancelled ones. They have maintained dormancy in their natural state for decades, and their resonant frequency is extremely stable, capable of operating directly at the deep well's entrance without any calibration. Su Yi squatted in front of the safe, opening one by one the evidence bags that had accumulated thick dust at the bottom. Each bag contained a cancelled old wristband, the surface oxidized to a dark color, while the inner fluff still maintained a complete concentric ring structure under the microscope. Each ring's label bore Zhou's handwriting, number, collection date, collection location, and a note. This ring has naturally cancelled. Do not discard, leave for future use. She selected 2 rings with the closest resonant frequencies from among them, placed them in a new evidence bag, wrote her name and intended use on the label, then put the evidence bag into a canvas bag. The time these rings were cancelled was earlier than the time she met Lu Jinghan, earlier than when Lin Weiguo chiseled out the first fragment from the chemical plant's wall, and even earlier than when Zhou first calibrated the spectrometer in the basement of the Provincial Material Inspection Institute. But now they would continue to do what they were designed to do in a hollow on a ridge that had never been marked on any map. When she returned to the record store, Lu Jinghan was on the second floor testing a second-hand signal amplifier he had just acquired from the hardware store. He connected the amplifier to the backup line, filtering out the noise from the old commercial district's power grid with a voltage regulator, then tuned to the 415.7 frequency band to start scanning. The node list on Qin Zhao's phone screen was scrolling steadily, with 9 online nodes showing normal status. He heard footsteps on the stairs, lowered the volume of the amplifier, and leaned out halfway from the second floor, saying Lu just called, saying the analyzer detected a set of extremely weak secondary resonant peaks on the surface of the fragments, with the frequency offset inversely proportional to the filament infiltration rate before the heat absorption program was paused. The slower the infiltration, the higher the secondary peaks. He said this set of secondary peaks is not the resonant signal of the fragments themselves, but the coupling harmonics produced by the array of fragments interacting with external interference sources. He asked if she had seen any other emission sources near the wellhead that did not belong to the ring fragments. Suyi took off her coat, placed the canvas bag on the old wooden table, and set apart from filaments and fragments, there is only a chisel mark left by Lin Weiguo when he was sampling bricks at the wellhead. There are no other emission sources, unless the filaments themselves are still radiating some residual signal after the heat absorption program was paused. The coupling harmonics Lu mentioned might be the result of the fragment array and filament network synchronizing their resonant frequencies after decades of mutual suppression. The fragment array has been suppressing filament infiltration, and the filaments have been resisting the resonant frequencies of the fragment array, both systems locking each other at the wellhead of the deep well, and the coupling harmonics produced are merely byproducts of the locking process. It does not need to be addressed, it will stabilize on its own. She took out the 2 old rings from the canvas bag which she had retrieved from the bottom of the safe, and placed them in the display case alongside Z's glass jar, Qin Zhao's enamel cup, and Lin Weiguo's chemical plant fragments. These rings, and the ring fragment array at the wellhead of the deep well, belong to the same generation. They found the entrances to the gray pits that had not been recorded in any archives in earlier times, embedding their wristbands in the soil and rock walls in the most primitive way, then quietly letting time complete the rest of the work. No one knows who the nameless person was who left ring fragments at the wellhead of the deep well, just as no one knows who built the array of ring fragments in the underground corridor of the 4th node, just as no one knew in the basement of the Provincial Material Inspection Institute before Zhou and Wu that someone had calculated the complete theory of ring resonant structures with a pencil and coordinate paper, just as no one knew before Zhao Chonglin that the night watchman of the cotton spinning factory guarded the observational data of the gray pit with a work manual, a melting snow line, and bundles of wild chrysanthemums. But their fragments, pencil marks, and old work manuals remained still here. While sorting through the archives today, she occasionally thought of those who had never left their names, feeling that some things in this world are likely accomplished by those who are silent yet stubborn. Just like countless pieces of broken porcelain that lie at the bottom of the river, invisible from the surface, but the river has changed its course because of them. She could not distinguish the difference between these fragments and the riverbed, only knowing that she was also one of them, lying on the warm riverbed washed by the same current, slowly and continuously rolling downstream towards deeper plains. Upon returning to the record store from the provincial archives, Suyi found herself holding 2 old rings which were lighter than her own, as light as 2 already empty cicada shells. The oxide layer on the ring was uneven, with a few extremely fine cracks along the edge, and the inner fuzz was faintly visible within the cracks long since having ceased to vibrate. When Xiao Lu from the Provincial Material Inspection Office unearthed them from the bottom of the safe in vault number 7, the rings were still coated with dried yellow mud, clay from the walls of the underground corridor at Node 4, which Zhou and Wu had unearthed along with the samples preserved intact to this day. She meticulously cleaned each old ring and placed them in the display case alongside Z's glass jar, Qin Zhao's enamel cup, and fragments from Lin Weiguo's chemical factory. Then she opened her notebook, turned to the page for the Deep Well archives, and wrote in the blank space 2 naturally decommissioned old rings, source clay layer from the underground corridor wall at Node 4. Collectors Zhou Wu. Collection time unknown, approximately between 2005 and 2011. The surface oxidation of the rings is profound, but the vibrational structure of the inner fuzz is intact with a stable resonance frequency. Intended for permanent dummy response beacons at the deep well mouth operating in parallel with the shield replacing battery power solutions. After finishing her writing, she looked up to see Lu Jinghan standing in front of the display case, gently pressing the edge of one of the old rings with his thumb. The oxide layer emitted tiny cracking sounds under his fingertip. The ring itself was not breaking, but rather the decades of dust on its surface had been disturbed. He withdrew his hand, stating that the resonance frequency of these two rings was more stable than that of the pair decommissioned by him and Su Yi. The distinction between natural and active decommissioning lies in the gradual decay of the inner fuzz after prolonged separation from the wearer, ultimately triggering the system's decommissioning procedure. The resonance frequency slowly declines to a remarkably stable ground state and ceases to change, capable of maintaining this state for hundreds of years without any external energy input. Active decommissioning, on the other hand, synchronizes the cancellation of resonance using external force. It is swift, but the stability of the ground state is inferior to that of natural decommissioning. The application scenarios for these two decommissioning methods also differ. The old ring that underwent natural decommissioning is suitable for permanent beacons placed at remote unattended entrances like the deep well, while the actively decommissioned ring is better suited for maintenance stations or communication nodes as backup identification codes. Zhou and Wu might have already thought of this when they collected these old rings from the corridor wall. They collected every naturally decommissioned old ring they could find, without losing a single one, knowing that eventually someone would need to place the old rings back at the gray pit entrance as permanent beacons. Lu Jinghan picked up another old ring and examined the direction of the cracks in the ring's surface under the fluorescent light above the display case. The cracks were naturally formed fissures in the metal of the rings during oxidation. Each ring had a different crack direction, but all stopped at the periphery of the inner fuzz, leaving the vibrational structure itself unharmed, much like Z's backup ring, which had been preserved in the glass jar for decades, without any oxidation damage. The alloy composition of early rings was different from later models, making them more resistant to oxidation, but more brittle, unsuitable for frequent removal and wearing. Subsequent models revised the formula, making the outer layer more resilient, yet more susceptible to filament penetration, essentially trading durability for compatibility. Su Yi took out the deep corridor schematic she had previously drawn from the display case and spread it across the old wooden table. The deep well was located on the southern side of the ridge, several kilometers away from the mine entrance, with a slope of rubble in between. The last time they carried the generator and signal amplifier there, the one-way trip took nearly 2 hours. This time there was no need to bring the generator. The two old rings could be directly embedded into the red brickland well wall, next to the shield, complementing the existing array of ring fragments at the well mouth, perfectly covering the filament's permeation layer of the entire well. Once the rings were embedded, they required no maintenance, no battery replacement, and no periodic calibration, operating continuously until the outer metal completely oxidized and the inner fuzz naturally degraded. This time scale might exceed the lifespan of the record store building itself. This time there's no need to carry a generator. Just bring a folding shovel, flashlight, and waterproof cloth. After embedding the old rings into the well wall, they needed to be covered with a layer of waterproof cloth as a temporary shield to prevent rainwater from penetrating the oxide layer and creating microcurrents that interfere with the resonance frequency. After a while, they would return to build a brick rain shield. Lu Jinghan dragged the canvas bag out from under the display case, checking off the folding shovel, small hammer, and waterproof cloth one by one. The shovel blade had rolled a bit. While digging out roots at the deep well in trance last time, he used a whetstone dipped in water to hone it back and forth until the edge could slice through a piece of notepaper. The day before departure, Su Yi handed over the monitoring task for Qin Jiao's phone to him, and sat behind the old wooden table with Lao Chen's visitor registration form spread out before her. The first line next to N's signature already had several names of subsequent visitors. Most were familiar faces like Lao Wei, Xiao Lu, and Master Kai, but there were also a few completely unfamiliar signatures with the remarks stating passed by, came in after seeing the doorplate light. She closed the registration form, took Qin Jiao's phone from Su Yi, and placed it beside the stand. Su Yi then showed her the sporadic pulse records from Appendix 6 of the maintenance manual, pointing to a signal from the deep well direction in recent days, saying, if this signal suddenly disappears before noon, it indicates that we successfully embedded the rings. If the signal strength increases instead of decreases, send me a satellite message immediately. And agreed, not asking any hypothetical questions like what if it drops and then rises again. It wasn't that she wasn't worried. After several rounds of monitoring in the penguin exhibit at the aquarium, she had learned to focus her attention on things she could control. What she could control now was keeping an eye on this phone, noting every pulse and signing her name on the visitor registration form. The rest was up to the two people going to the deep well with the folding shovel. The mountain road to the northeast of the mine was as difficult to navigate as last time. The rubble slope had been washed out by rain a few days ago, creating new channels. Some were deep enough to reach her calves, and the crushed bricks and red brick fragments at the bottom of the channels were looser than those on the slope, causing the entire channel to slide down with just one step. However, the density of the filaments had decreased significantly since their last visit. The heat absorption program had been paused for several days since the installation of the shield, preventing filaments from permeating outward, and the old filaments that had already reached the surface began to wither, turning from silver-white to gray-black, crumbling at the slightest touch. Lu Jinghan used the shovel to clear away the wild goji berries covering the well mouth, revealing the shield. The spectrometer's screen displayed a stable heat absorption rate curve at baseline level consistent with when they left last time. The red brick lining of the well mouth had not continued to absorb filaments during the shield's operation these past few days. The dried silver-white streaks in the brick seams had completely darkened, melding back into the surrounding old mortar that had weathered for decades. Suyi took out the two old rings from the canvas bag and placed them at the edge of the well mouth, using her flashlight to inspect the direction of the cracks in the red brick seams, finding a spot slightly lower on the northern side of the well wall that was just right for embedding the two rings. A gap left by Lin Weigua when he sampled bricks years ago, where the depth and width of the groove perfectly accommodated the two old rings side by side. She gently pushed the first ring into the brick seam, aligning its surface with that of the red brick. Then Lu Jinghan pushed the second ring into the adjacent brick seam, and the two old rings were embedded side by side in the well wall, appearing as if they were part of the original structure of the well, their oxidized outer metal blending with the old mortar of the red bricks in the same gray-black shade. He cut the waterproof cloth into a size slightly larger than the well mouth, securing the corners with stones covering the well mouth directly above, leaving a few inches of edge open to ensure air circulation. After a while, they would return to build a brick rain shield. Now that the two old rings were already in place on the well wall, forming complementary resonance with the existing array of ring fragments at the well mouth, the dummy response beacon had begun to operate. The deep well no longer needed battery replacements. After the false response beacon in the deep well started operating, Suyi would check the wellhead on the ridge to the northeast of the mining area every few days. She recorded the data from each inspection in the newly added appendix of the maintenance manual: changes in the annular oxidation layer, penetration depth of fine fibers, moisture of the red bricks beneath the waterproof cloth, and the frequency deviation measured by the spectrometer. The data collected each time was almost identical to the previous one, with two naturally decommissioned old rings embedded in the seams of the red bricks, forming a complementary resonance with the original fragments of the wellhead that was extremely stable, completely suppressing the penetration of fine fibers within the coverage of the false response beacon. She no longer needed to climb the gravel slope every few days with a generator and signal amplifier. She only needed to bring a portable spectrometer, a notebook, and a pencil, sit on the sun-bleached limestone next to the wellhead, transcribe the data, then put the pencil in her pocket and sit quietly for a while. The red brick fragments and withered grass roots around the deep well no longer continued to be penetrated by fine fibers after the beacon started operating, and the already withered silver-white fine fiber fragments in the soil were gradually covered by weathered soil, making them indistinguishable from the surrounding hillside without a gray pit entrance. Under the withered grass roots that she had dug up with a folding shovel during her last sampling, several new wild goji seedlings had already sprouted. Their leaves were still small, but their roots had already penetrated deep into the soil, improved by fine fiber fragments. The mineral salts that decomposed from the withered fibers had instead become fertilizer for the wild goji. She also recorded the growth status of the wild goji seedlings in her notebook, preparing to ask Xiao Lu for help in analyzing the impact of the fine fiber degradation products on the soil composition during her next visit to the Provincial Material Inspection Office. Xiao Lu mentioned during their last phone call that the trace elements released during the natural degradation process of the fine fiber fragments were similar to the weathered products of ordinary iron ore and were non-toxic to plant growth. Rather, they could improve the water retention ability of the already barren sandy soil in the mining area. The red brick fragments and weathered mortar around the deep well mixed with a large amount of already degraded fine fiber powder, effectively creating a small area of inadvertently improved microcultivation soil near the wellhead. Wild goji sea buckthorn and several clumps of unknown grass were slowly and steadily occupying this hillside that had previously been barren due to the infiltration of the fine fiber network. After returning from the deep well, Suyi visited the record store and was sitting behind an old wooden table. In front of him lay Lao Chen's visitor registration form and a stack of pulse records he had just copied from Qin Jiao's phone. Qin Jiao's phone was fixed on a stand, its screen constantly lit, displaying the engineering mode interface of the 415. 7 frequency band quietly scrolling under the fluorescent lights with all 9 online node status as normal. The sporadic pulse from the direction of the deep well had completely disappeared from the screen before noon yesterday, replaced by an extremely weak, but stable periodic pulse synchronized with the false response protocol pulse of the 0 node at the mine entrance. After embedding the 2 old rings into the well wall, it automatically locked the main frequency of the 0 node, incorporating the deep well into the coverage of the mining area's false response beacon network, and copied this newly appeared periodic pulse onto a sticky note noting the time of occurrence and frequency, and filed it in the corresponding page of Appendix 6 of the maintenance manual. Yesterday afternoon, Lao Wei came by again and brought photos of the survival rate of the dwarf holly from the cotton spinning factory. He said that the small house where Zhao Chonglin lived had been converted into a landscaping tool shed by the construction team, but the corner where the night watchman used to pile newspapers remained untouched. The construction team wanted to clear that pile of old newspapers thinking it was in the way, but was stopped by Lao Wei. Lao Wei said those newspapers were observation records already archived, and the originals had to remain in place and could not be thrown away. The construction team thought he was strange, but did not touch the pile of newspapers again, and handed the photo to Su Yi. In the photo, the small house had been painted with new walls, and the pile of old newspapers in the corner was still in place, pressed under an old brick that Lao Wei had dug out from the cotton spinning factory warehouse. Part of the same batch as the red bricks from the deep well, all made of clay bricks fired during the last century's old industrial area construction, with the markings of the brick kiln molds still visible on the surface. Lu Jinghan leaned half his body out from the second floor, holding a second-hand multimeter he had just picked up from the hardware store, saying he wanted to use it in the afternoon to measure the voltage of the backup line, separating the monitoring equipment from the lighting circuit, so that Master Kai could repair the meter box without needing to shut off the main switch to isolate the lighting circuit. He also said that when Master Kai passed by the record store yesterday, he inspected the meter box and found that the dried fine fiber in the basement had completely broken. This was not cut by someone, but had naturally fractured. The fine fibers lost their heat absorption energy after the core column froze, causing the metal structure to become brittle over time, ultimately breaking under the natural stress inside the wall. A very thin layer of rust had already formed on the fracture surface, perfectly matching the rust of the old water pipes that had weathered for decades. The last physical trace left by the system in the record store was gradually being erased by the humid air of the old commercial district and the natural oxidation process. In a few years, anyone entering the basement who did not know the history of this building would think that those silver-white fine fibers embedded in the walls were just scale left by a burst water pipe. Su Yi included the photos of the survival rate of the dwarf holly brought by Lao Wei and the periodic pulse record copied by an into the maintenance manual. Next to the periodic pulse record, she noted the operational status of the deep well's false response beacon and the growth of the wild goji seedlings, then wrote in the remarks column, "The sporadic pulse from the deep well has disappeared, and the replacement signal is the periodic beacon pulse synchronized with the 0 node's false response protocol." The 2 naturally decommissioned old rings were operating stably. The complementary resonance coverage area formed by the wellhead ring fragment array and the old rings was sufficient. The wild goji had regrown. This round of inspection can be considered temporarily concluded with the next scheduled inspection time next month. After finishing writing, she placed the pen on the display case, walked to the door, and pushed the rolling shutter door up a few inches, allowing the afternoon sunlight to slant in through the gap and shine on the glass of the display case. The cold white light from Qin Zhao's phone screen became almost invisible under the sunlight, but the nodes in the engineering mode were still present, each marked with status and registration time. The residual signals from Lin Weiguo's chemical plant, the heat curves of Lao Wei's cotton spinning factory, Qin Zhao's orphanage interference array, the 0 node's mine response protocol, ZS blocking layer backup, ring the offset beacon in the underground corridor of the 4th node, the old ring resonance network in the record store, the aquarium broadcasting system, and the 9th node that she and Lu Jinghan had already decommissioned. 9 online nodes plus the periodic beacon pulse being sent by the 2 old rings at the deep well's wellhead perfectly added up to 10. She recalled what Lao Chun had said, that Lin Weiguo had written a sentence on the last page of his notes from the chemical plant. Beyond the sequence, there are still old entrances unnumbered waiting for future generations to continue. The deep well is one of the old entrances beyond the sequence on Lin Weiguo's hand-drawn map. It is merely a dashed circle with a question mark, unnumbered, without formal archives, only a hand-drawn vertical shaft cross-section and several fragments embedded in the well wall. Now it has also been incorporated into the false response beacon network, just like Lao Wei's cotton spinning factory, Qin Zhao's orphanage, and the 0 node at the mine entrance, with a fixed periodic signal continuously transmitting on the 415.7 frequency band, which anyone wearing a ring and opening the engineering mode can receive. The nameless person who embedded the ring fragments into the deep well's wellhead years ago would probably feel that their work was not in vain if they knew that decades later someone had embedded two naturally decommissioned old rings taken from the wall of the fourth node's corridor on the other side of the wellhead. He was not alone, just waiting for a long time. Lu Jinghan came down from the ladder, put the multimeter into a canvas bag, and walked over to her saying he wanted to visit the hardware store tomorrow to find another stabilizer to completely separate the lighting line from the monitoring equipment line, making the maintenance station's electricity safer. He also mentioned that when Lao Wei came by yesterday, he mentioned that the old locust tree at the entrance of the cotton spinning factory had sprouted several new shoots this spring, although most of the branches were still withered. The living half had denser leaves than in previous years. Su Yi said that the locust tree had grown by the edge of the gray pit for so many years its roots must have penetrated deep into the soil improved by the fine fibers, and the mineral salts after the fine fibers decomposed probably benefited the locust tree, just like the wild goji at the deep well's wellhead. The fine fiber network left by the system at the gray pit entrance after freezing turned into fertilizer for the plants. There was no scientific basis for this, but the wild goji was indeed growing well. The old locust tree had indeed sprouted new shoots, and the dwarf holly pot at the entrance of the record store had also grown taller since Lu Jinghan moved it to the alley. She decided to include the growth status of these plants in the appendix of the maintenance manual tentatively titled Observation Records of Vegetation Recovery Around the Gray Pit After Freezing. Not for the sake of scientific value, but because Zhao Chenglin's work manual contained numerous records of the growth of wild grasses around the cotton spinning factory in addition to temperature changes and hand-drawn melting lines. In his 1999 manual, there was a whole page depicting the distribution of various wild grasses at the edge of the gray pit, labeling the common names and approximate heights of each type of grass, with a ballpoint pen note beside it. After the pit temperature stabilizes, the dogtail grass will be the first to grow back, then the spiny thistle, then the wild chrysanthemum. The pattern of vegetation succession observed by Zhao Chonglin during the recovery period after the gray pit froze was completely consistent with the situations at the Deep Well record store and cotton spinning factory. The first to regrow after the fine fibers withered was always the wild grasses, followed by the spiny thistle, and then the wild chrysanthemum. The wild chrysanthemums that Lao Wei received at the pit entrance every July, and Zhao Chenglin's records of the flowers have returned. In his work manual, every July, are the same signal. After the gray pit froze, the wild chrysanthemum was the last to return. It required the longest recovery period, waiting for the fine fiber fragments in the soil to completely decompose into mineral salts, for the pit temperature to no longer show any abnormalities, and for the melting line in winter to stop drawing that complete circle before it would dare to push up the first clump of gray-green leaf buds from the soil. Su Yi decided that during her next visit to the cotton spinning factory, she would make a detailed comparison between the wild grass distribution map from Zhao Chenglin's work manual and the current status of vegetation around the factory. If the new buds from the old locust tree and the return cycle of the wild chrysanthemum could correspond with the degradation rate of the fine fibers after the gray pit froze, she would supplement this data into the appendix of the maintenance manual as an informal observation indicator for the recovery of the ecological system around the gray pit. Zhao Chonglin was not a botanist. He was merely a night watchman, but he recorded the complete life cycle from the active phase to dormancy of the gray pit using his palm to measure temperature and hand-drawn melting lines. And now he had one final entry recorded with the wild grass distribution map, recovery. After the gray pit froze, life would return to the places it had once been devoured by the system. First the wild grasses, then the spiny thistle, and finally the wild chrysanthemum. Lastly, there was the old locust tree standing beside the pit, which had sprouted new buds on half of its withered branches. After the sign of the record store maintenance station lit up at the alley entrance for several weeks, strangers began to knock on the door. They were not ring bearers. Su Yi had checked in engineering mode and found no new ring signal registration records recently. These visitors were former employees of the Provincial Materials Inspection Office, retired electricians from the old industrial zone, longtime residents around the cotton spinning factory, and a few people who couldn't even explain to themselves why they walked into this alley. Most of them passed by in the evening or on weekends, seeing the LED sign saying 415. 7, hesitating for a moment, then bending down to slip through the half-open rolling shutter door, standing in front of the display case, staring at the fragments, enamel cups, temperature curve graphs, and wild chrysanthemum specimens for a while before asking, "And this used to be a record store, right? I used to come here to buy tapes when I was young." And would lift her head from the visitor registration form, set the pen on the edge of the form, and inform them that this was now a communication protocol maintenance station, with the items in the display case being physical records of the protocol nodes available for viewing, but not to touch the fragments. The edges of the fragments were still quite sharp. Most visitors would nod after hearing this, linger in front of the display case for a bit longer, and then sign their names on the visitor registration form. Some wrote nothing in the remarks section, while others would scribble 1 or 2 sentences. An elderly man claiming to be a former worker from the cotton spinning factory wrote in a crooked line, "I know Zhao Chonglin. He used to take a walk around the factory every night, and sometimes he would come back with a wild chrysanthemum in hand. When I asked him where he got the flower, he said he picked it up by the roadside. I said there are no wild chrysanthemums around here, and he replied that it must have been given to him by someone else," and captured this line and sent it to Su Yi. Su Yi saved the photo in Appendix 6 of the maintenance manual, annotating below the old man's message. The time Zhao Chonglin picked the wild chrysanthemum roughly coincides with the time Old Wei received the wild chrysanthemum. It was highly likely that the flowers came from the same person. The flower giver has not been found to this day. This afternoon Old Wei came again, as usual, carrying 2 bottles of mineral water and half a pack of biscuits, claiming to be passing by to take a look. Actually, his home was several kilometers away from the record store, and it took almost half an hour to ride an electric bike, so there was no such thing as passing by. He placed the mineral water next to the display case, pulled out a photo he had just taken at the cotton spinning factory construction site, and handed it to him. In the photo, the old locust tree had several new buds sprouting from its dry branches, the tender green leaf buds particularly striking against the gray sky. Next to the tree roots, the gray pit that had been planted with dwarf holly was now seamlessly integrated with the surrounding turf, showing no signs of repair. Only if one crouched down and touched the soil could they feel that it was slightly warmer than the surrounding soil. The residual temperature of the gray pit core column was still slowly decaying, perfectly matching the decay prediction line that Old Wei had drawn on the back of the temperature curve graph years ago, and it would continue for several more years until it completely dropped to the same level as the surrounding soil. The old locust tree would probably fully revive before that, or at least half of it. New leaves were hanging thickly on half of the dry branches. Su Yi stood beside the old locust tree looking up at the new buds. She remembered the distribution map of wild grasses that Zhao Chonglin drew in the 1999 work manual. The sequence of plant succession marked on it perfectly matched the recovery situation she had observed over the past few years around the 3 gray pits. At the Deep Well record store and cotton spinning factory, the first to return were the poaceae grasses, followed by the spiny plants, and then the wild chrysanthemums. But there were no trees drawn on Zhao Chonglin's map, because the residual temperature of the gray pit core column was still too high and the tree roots were too deep, risking being cut by the undecomposed filament fragments deep in the soil. Now that the old locust tree had sprouted new buds, it indicated that the filament fragments deep in the soil had degraded to a level that no longer posed a threat to the tree roots. The life cycle of the gray pit was entering its final stage, transitioning from frozen to healing. She placed the photo of the old locust tree's new buds and Zhao Chonglin's wild grass distribution map side by side in the display case, adding a pencil annotation next to the wild grass distribution map, new buds of the old locust tree. Filament fragments have degraded below the deep soil layer. Healing stage of the gray pit woody plants returning. Then she transcribed today's sporadic pulse records into Appendix 6 of the maintenance manual, as usual. The number of sporadic pulses recorded over the recent period had decreased by several percentages compared to last month, most of which were background noise, with only a faint signal from the northern edge of the old industrial zone still persisting. Its frequency was stable, pulse intervals regular, yet its intensity was extremely low, so low that Lu Jinghan could barely separate it from the background noise using a second-hand signal amplifier. This signal was not in the same direction as the Deep Well's false response beacon, nor was it within the coverage of the known 9 nodes. The azimuth pointed to a scrap yard on the northern edge of the old industrial zone, where discarded containers and old machines lay piled up with known gray pit entrance, and Lin Weiguo's hand-drawn map had never marked that area. It could be an undiscovered backup entrance where the core column is still in the very early stage of heat absorption, with the filament penetration depth being very shallow and the signal weak enough to only be captured when the nighttime ionosphere reflects it. Recently, the recorded times for it all occurred in the early morning, as daytime background noise completely drowned it out. Lu Jinghan leaned out from the second floor holding a freshly printed signal strength time distribution chart, where every recorded pulse was concentrated in the deep night, with an extremely stable time window. Su Yi took the chart and tucked it into the maintenance manual's backup entrance investigation section, annotating the azimuth and the most recent recording time beside it. Tomorrow she would go to the Provincial Materials Inspection Office to borrow a more sensitive portable spectrum analyzer from Xiao Lu and conveniently send the soil samples from the old locust tree for analysis of the trace element content of the filament degradation products. Old Wei said he would ride his electric bike tomorrow to take the soil samples to the Provincial Materials Inspection Office and would also dig up a few pots of dwarf holly from the cotton spinning factory warehouse to bring back. There was still space for 2 more pots at the entrance of the record store. In the evening, Su Yi pushed the rolling shutter door up a few inches, letting the evening breeze flow in through the gap, blowing away the dust that had accumulated on the display case glass during the day, and flipped to a new page in the visitor registration form and signed the name of today's last visitor, Old Wei. Old Wei wrote 2 words in the remarks section passing by. After reading these 2 words and did not smile, she simply placed the pin beside the registration form and then checked the node list on Qin Zhao's phone one by one. The 9 online nodes were stable as usual, and the periodic beacon pulses in the direction of the deep well remained in sync with the 0-number false response protocol. She transcribed the verification results onto a sticky note and tucked it into the front page of the maintenance manual. Underneath Lin Weiguo's phrase, "This frequency is reusable, all ring bearers can connect," there was another sticky note with ANS handwriting: "Today, all nodes normal." Old Wei passing by. 3 pots of dwarf holly have been watered. At the old goods yard on the northern edge of the old industrial area, Su Yi had been there once. That was when she had just finished inspecting substation B02 and the old water tower B01, riding her bike around the entire perimeter of the old industrial area, stopping for a moment at the entrance of the vacant lot filled with abandoned containers, taking out her Qin Zhao phone to check the engineering mode. At that time, there were no abnormal signals on the screen. The goods yard held only a few rusted stamping machines and a pile of crushed iron barrels. The noon sun made the metal of the containers unbearably hot, and the air was filled with a mixture of old machine oil and rust. She drew a circle in her notebook, marked it as to be rechecked, and then hurried off to the next area. Now she stood in the same spot at 4:30 in the morning. The lock chain on the iron gate of the goods yard had long since rusted through, and the 2 iron bars were half ajar. The dry grass growing in the gap, soaked with dew, glistening under the light of her headlamp, revealing a fine layer of frost on the blades. She took out a portable spectrometer from her canvas bag, powered it on, and set the sensitivity to the highest level. The screen showed 415. The primary carrier wave of the 7-frequency band was stable as usual, with the mine's pseudo-response beacon and the deep well's periodic pulse beating in their own rhythmic patterns, the signal strength of the 9 online nodes, all within normal ranges. However, at a few hertz outside the primary carrier wave, an extremely weak offset signal was slowly emerging. Its pulse interval was regular, the intensity stable, completely matching the sporadic pulses recorded over the past week by the monitoring equipment on the 2nd floor of the record store. It's still there. The frequency offset is the same as before, and the intensity has risen slightly compared to last night, not due to heat absorption acceleration, but because the signal source is actively tuning itself. Its transmitter is slowly calibrating its resonant frequency, attempting to synchronize with a certain external reference source. Su Yi turned the spectrometer screen towards Lu Jinghan. Besides that weak offset signal, the pulse of the pseudo-response protocol at the entrance of the mine was also beating simultaneously, and the pulse intervals of the 2 signals were gradually converging. Not the 0 node changing, but that unknown signal actively approaching the primary frequency of 0. Every few minutes, its frequency offset shrank by a few hertz, like a newborn creature instinctively nudging towards a heat source. Lu Jinghan pointed the flashlight beam deep into the goods yard, sweeping over several rows of stacked abandoned containers and an old bulldozer that had broken into several segments. This is not a heat absorption program. The core column's heat absorption does not actively calibrate frequency. It only pushes out fine threads at a fixed rate. This signal is actively locking its frequency. It wants to synchronize with the pseudo-response protocol of 0. When he said this, his tone was no different from his usual reports on monitoring data, but Su Yi noticed he switched the flashlight to his left hand, letting his right hand hang naturally by his side, fingers slightly spread. This was his habitual motion when preparing to deal with an emergency. He was probably thinking that if this signal was not a passive beacon, but rather an unrecognized ring wearer sitting deep in the old goods yard at 4:30 in the morning, repeatedly tuning their wristband's resonant frequency in an attempt to establish synchronization with the pseudo-response protocol of 0, unaware that 0's protocol was a deceptive system. Once synchronization was successful, the system's scanning pulses could bypass the false response layer of 0 along this newly established synchronization chain and directly locate the mine entrance. Su Yi hung the spectrometer around her neck and walked inward, following the direction of increasing signal strength. The ground of the goods yard was compacted with gravel embedded with numerous dried and cracked fine thread fragments, more oxidized than those at the mouth of the deep, well, almost completely black. This goods yard had once had a gray pit entrance, but it was not the one frozen by her and Lu Jinghan. The oxidation depth of the fine thread fractures indicated that it had dried up long before Lin Weiguo began mapping. Someone had found this entrance in an extremely early era and had frozen it using some method. Like the deep well entrance, the nameless one had come here, completed what needed to be done, left no name behind, only these fine threads embedded in the crevices of the stones. The signal source was in the deepest part of the goods yard, inside an old container rusted to black. The door was ajar, and a very faint silver-white cold light seeped through the gap. Not the cold light from the core column's heat absorption phase, but the stable and weak fluorescence from the passive resonant array of the ring fragments. She pulled open the door, and the beam from her headlamp illuminated the inside of the container. There was no gray pit entrance, no core column, no fine thread network. Only one person. To be precise, the remnants of one person. Embedded in the inner wall of the container was a ring remnant that had already oxidized and darkened. The ring's body was intact, but the outer metal had completely oxidized to a deep gray, almost blending into the rust on the container's iron skin. Below the ring lay a yellowed plastic toolbox with a line written in marker on the lid: ZS backup toolbox. Inside were several backup rings, a portable spectrometer, and a manual for calibrating resonant frequencies. This box was the third backup for the mine's blocking layer. If anyone finds this, please follow the instructions in the manual. No thanks needed. Suyi squatted down and opened the toolbox.